Chapter 1. I am a wizard, residing in a quaint two-story tower made of timber, perched upon the cliffs by the seaside. Before my abode lies a verdant lawn adorned with a wooden gazebo. Descending the slope on the opposite side of the cliff, where the emerald grass perpetually blooms with delicate white flowers, there exists a pathway that is neither bustling nor utterly secluded. Every 2 or 3 days, travelers from the distant city of Chiang pass by. Among them are wandering bards who regale me with tales from afar, and itinerant merchants who bring me the bone meal and coal I lack. Occasionally, fortune smiles upon me, and I am able to procure rare materials such as mithril or moonstone. Yet, the majority are ordinary travelers, garbed in coarse linen coats, their expressions wary and hurried, ever on guard against the magical creatures that might leap unexpectedly from the grass, or the marauding goblins and orcish beings that roam in packs. As the sun begins its descent, the evening breeze stirs. Clad in my black wizard's robe, my visage concealed beneath the shadow of my hood, I sit upon the grass, awaiting the arrival of a solitary figure from the far end of the path, gradually coming into focus. Most days, I find myself engulfed in ennui. My magical experiments consume the vast majority of my leisure time, and my trusted merchant, tasked with selling my previous batch of enchanted trinkets, has yet to settle the payment, leaving me with little to occupy my mind. Should no one appear, I retreat to my tower, lighting a ghostly green lantern at my door. This magical illumination serves to ward off most nefarious beings, ensuring I remain undisturbed by unwelcome guests. In my spacious kitchen, I kindle a flame, placing a pat of butter in the skillet. Once it melts, I crack an egg into the pan, followed by a slice of thinly cut beef, allowing it to sizzle to perfection. A sprinkle of salt follows, though salt has become increasingly scarce. My dinner consists of this egg and beef concoction, accompanied by a hunk of coarse black bread and a cup of fresh water. The oil in the skillet is difficult to cleanse with water, and I am loath to waste more of it, so I often resort to wiping it clean with hay before rinsing. Candles are also a luxury, hence I typically light but a single one. Holding the candlestick aloft to ensure the doors and windows are securely fastened, I then indulge in about an hour of reading before succumbing to slumber around 7 in the evening. Awakening the following day, I find the sun already bright in the sky. Soon, the familiar sense of idleness returns, and I instinctively wander to the roadside at the cliff's base, searching for any newcomers. In this age, medical care is rudimentary, and sustenance is often scarce, resulting in a sparse population. Although I am a wizard, my abilities are rather limited. I possess my own spell book, and each day I can memorize no more than 3 spells: the rainbow eruption, the mud manipulation, and the eye of truth. Any attempt to force myself to grasp additional spells results in a splitting headache. It is only later that I learn the reason for the infrequent passage of travelers by my dwelling is due to a local rumor that a foul-tempered wizard resides upon the cliffs by the coast. One who delights in transforming individuals into lizards and hanging their desiccated forms from his eaves. I suspect I am in my 20s, having first attained conscious awareness around the age of 3 or 4. This notion strikes me as peculiar, as if my soul abruptly infused itself into this corporeal form, resetting everything to the beginning. However, the strangeness does not end there. Since then, my memories have occasionally surfaced in fragmented snippets, evoking a strange sense of familiarity that often rends my consciousness asunder, leaving me with an indescribable void, as though a part of my soul is missing, or perhaps more. These disjointed memories and feelings of emptiness ultimately compelled me to leave my wizard's tower one fateful day. Yearning for a long journey. I have always felt that something awaited me ahead, a notion I believed to be fate. This thought crystallized into action after I received payment for my latest shipment of enchanted rings. Despite my lack of experience in solo travel, a merchant, familiar with my endeavors, gifted me a leather cloak and a linen bag, assuring me that the cloak would shield me from the rain and keep me warm, while the bag would hold my clothing and assorted trinkets. In that era, a cloak and a bag were indeed essential items for any traveler. I packed lightly, bringing only a few changes of clothes. My spell book, a yew staff, 2 loaves of homemade black bread, 2 salted wind-dried fish, a wooden cup, a woolen towel, and an assortment of peculiar items such as bat ears, clover, old horse tears, moonstone powder, and mithril fragments. On a fair day, I set forth, intending to explore Garuding. My coastal dwelling is known as Garuding Coast, with 2 nearby human settlements, Garuding Village and Garuding Town. The village, adjacent to an Orcish encampment, boasts a flourishing trade, yet it retains a quaint charm, unlike the town, which often feels overwhelming. Thus, my first destination is the village. Every wizard possesses a true name, one bestowed by their parents at birth. However, once one becomes a wizard, that name must remain a secret. To reveal it would render one's magic utterly ineffective against another wizard, potentially leading to enslavement. Therefore, I now go by the name El Moon, which translates to ethereal moon. The path here, close to the sea, is free from dust, imbued instead with the refreshing fragrance of blooming wildflowers. With my bag slung over my shoulder and my yellow-brown yew staff reaching my brow, I departed from my modest tower. Only the merchant, familiar with my plans, was aware of my journey, prompting me to set a magical trap behind my door, named the Finger of Death, should anyone dare to enter without my consent. A lethal ray from the trap would spring forth, ensuring their demise. Yet, should fortune favor them, they might possess a mere 0.1 chance of evading the spell's effects. I remain uncertain whether I shall return to find a lifeless skeleton or a mere layer of dust. After walking for the better part of the morning, I began to harbor regrets. The scenery, while adorned with rolling green hills and sprinkled with white flowers, remained monotonously similar. Glancing back, I realized that the landscapes before and behind me were nearly indistinguishable. I came to understand that, in this era, travel is not a particularly delightful endeavor. The sweet sense of the journey could not compare to the comfort of my wicker rocking chair and the egg and beef dish in my humble abode. With a sigh, I settled beneath a great tree, unfastening my bag and retrieving the black bread and salted fish wrapped in parchment. I consumed half a loaf and a quarter of the fish before thirst overcame me, rendering me unable to eat further. In the distance, a few small goblins with dark green skin peeked from the underbrush, seemingly deliberating whether to pounce and snatch my bread. Most ordinary humans regard goblins as unintelligent creatures, akin to livestock. Yet, these beings possess a surprising degree of intelligence. Standing at roughly 70 centimeters, they craft stone tools, ignite fires, and fashion rudimentary garments from animal hides. They are social creatures, albeit timid. That I picked up a fist-sized stone and hurled it in their direction, causing them to scamper away in alarm. Yet, misfortune befell these little goblins. In their haste, they inadvertently trampled upon a mound of loose earth, which turned out to be the nest of woodland sprites. These sprites, the size of hornets, emerged from the flattened earth with transparent wings and a disposition as foul as their appearance. Once freed from their subterranean lairs, they emitted a silent wail, so high-pitched that humans could not hear it. But the goblins certainly could. The little green creatures, in a state of panic, darted about, while a swarm of sprites pursued them, wielding sharp bony protrusions from their arms and knees. That I sat beneath the tree, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, observing the chaotic scene unfold. Suddenly, I found that this journey was not as unpleasant as I had anticipated. The two factions clashed vigorously for some time, neither side willing to concede. Eventually, one of the goblins, perhaps seeking to draw me into their predicament and alleviate their own distress, began to run towards me. That I could not help but admire the rare cleverness of this little creature among its kind. However, my pride as a superior being forbade me from becoming entangled in such a trivial matter. I lifted my right hand from beneath my robe, extending my index finger towards it. The goblin paused for a moment, its green face displaying a flicker of contemplation. Regrettably, it remained ignorant of the significance of the black robe adorned with silver embroidery I wore, and continued its approach. When it was but a few meters away and still advancing, I softly uttered a brief incantation composed of 3 phrases. That my fingertip shimmered, transforming into a translucent, iridescent display of 7 colors. These hues coalesced at my fingertip, forming a beam of radiant light that shot forth, striking the goblin squarely in its form. In that fleeting moment, he transformed into a kaleidoscopic powder, which then dissipated in the gentle breeze into countless beautiful yet lethal specks of light, merging with the sunlight. This magic, known as rainbow ejection, belongs to the school of plasmancy and is the only offensive spell I possess, usable only once a day. The other goblins and forest fairies witnessed the vibrant rainbow and let out shrill cries. Hastily retreating, the surrounding woods fell into a sudden silence, prompting me to retrieve a book from my pocket, intending to commit the rainbow ejection spell to memory once more. Typically, a spell can last for 48 hours. And the rainbow ejection I had just performed was noted the night before last, now rendered void. Chapter 2. A Neanderthal, it is said that many high-ranking sorcerers, burdened with the vast array of spells to memorize, often spend half a day preparing before venturing out. Given that some spells lose their effectiveness rapidly, they find themselves reading and recalling incantations while traversing. Consequently, the few ordinary humans who have encountered a mage might mistakenly conclude that sorcerers are merely bookish researchers. In truth, the process of memorizing an unfamiliar spell can induce days of dizziness, fatigue, and nausea. If given the choice, I believe mages would rather avoid such tomes more than anyone else. Sitting in the woods felt even more tedious than lounging at home. I recalled the merchant's advice to simply follow this path, and rose to continue my journey. The forest ahead gradually thickened, with clusters of bellflowers, irises, and wild lilies blooming beneath the trees. Amongst the low shrubs were succulent red berries. Yet I refrained from indulging in them due to thirst. In such a vibrant woodland, the abundance of these berries suggested they were likely poisonous. The air in the forest was refreshing, and the temperature had cooled. I lowered my hood and loosened my collar to allow the heat to escape. However, I would later realize that despite my cautiousness, I had still erred. Though the scent of sweat on me was faint, imperceptible to any human, it was potent enough for many other creatures. Numerous beings have a taste for humans. In fact, they consume anything, but ordinary travelers are far easier prey than agile antelopes or deer. The path beneath my feet bore the weight of centuries. And despite the infrequent passage of people, the long passage of time had rendered the surface barren, now a dull gray. Breathing in the slightly sweet air, I walked briskly, feeling only a mild fatigue. At least enough to carry me until sunset. Just then, I noticed something amiss with the path ahead. Generally, surfaces display undulations and cracks from drought, but the section before me appeared oddly uniform, that a smooth rise of 10 meters spread out, with cracks radiating from the center like something concealed below. Such phenomena are usually invisible to ordinary humans, as the elevation was merely a finger's breadth, and the cracks lay hidden beneath loose soil, making it indistinguishable from other paths. Yet, thanks to another spell I had memorized, the Eye of Truth, enhancing my vision to detect the unusual, I paused, stopping about 10 meters from the peculiar stretch of road. Having perused many books during my idle moments, many detailing the extraordinary creatures of the continent of Arafast, I quickly deduced my situation. I was now 10 meters away from a road demon. Road demons are grotesque creatures, so repulsive that the mere thought of them induces a visceral reaction. According to texts, they are massive, barrel-shaped subterranean beings, slow-moving yet fond of hiding beneath the road, waiting for unsuspecting travelers to pass before devouring them whole. However, the archaic language of ancient magical tomes makes their descriptions convoluted and often fails to convey the true essence of such beings. Standing 10 meters away, the road demon grew impatient, stirring slightly underground, causing the marks on the surface to become more pronounced. That I planted my willow wand into the ground, ready for it to burst forth, intending to use rainbow ejection to eliminate it. I was a novice traveler, yet not one of those villagers departing from their secluded homes for the first time. During my days in the Mage Tower, I often dealt with goblins and hill trolls. Dispelling them was a rare diversion in my otherwise monotonous life. Otherwise, I would not have mastered rainbow ejection so adeptly. In my early days on the Gurudin coast, I cast that spell nearly every day. This moment, I redirected my focus to the slightly elevated path, awaiting the emergence of the creature. Suddenly, from a distance, I heard the distinct sound of galloping hooves, accompanied by the clanging of metal. I surmised a knight was approaching. The rhythmic hoofbeats were swift, indicating the rider was not overly burdened, clad in metallic attire. It was likely a human knight. In this world, iron is scarce, while bronze is commonplace. Humans, whether Neanderthals or Clarians, prefer iron, a reflection of their wealth, as the average human physique cannot bear the weight of full bronze armor. Only subhumans, such as dwarves and orcs, typically use bronze. After several breaths, the knight's figure came into view. She was slender, adorned in gleaming half-armor, with reflective knee guards that I presumed were metallic. It was the second time I had seen someone so fully equipped, in my recollection. Such an appearance was that of royalty. As she approached and slowed her steed, I discerned her striking features, pale blue scara and golden irises, revealing her Neanderthal heritage, though both Neanderthals and Clarians are classified as humans. Legend states that Neanderthals were created by the gods, while Clarians were born alongside divine beings. Neanderthals are characterized by pale blue eyes, golden irises, and white hair, whereas all other hues belong to Clarians. The Neanderthal knight galloped to within mere meters of the road demon, then reined in her black steed, her expression one of perplexity, as if she wished to speak to me that very moment. The ground before her erupted in a spray of mud, and a robust, dark red, barrel-shaped entity burst forth, emitting a piercing howl, resembling a massive serpent as it loomed before her, casting a vast shadow over her. As she later recounted to me, the creature sported enormous jaws at both ends, filled with a multitude of sharp teeth, and she could even glimpse undigested fragments of bronze armor and shattered skulls lodged between them. The road demon wasted no time, its slimy body lunging forward and swallowing the knight's black horse whole. Dark red blood erupted from its suddenly constricted mouth, drenching a large area of the path. The knight, upon sighting the creature, leaped from her mount, though it appeared more as if she had been startled off. In that instant, I swiftly raised my willow wand, directing its curled tip toward the towering, screeching road demon. Most of the time, I seldom employed this wand, for while it amplifies the potency of spells, it also drains my mental and physical stamina. Yet, facing such a 10-meter-long behemoth, the mere rays emitted from my fingertips would only inflict substantial harm, not deliver a fatal blow. A spectrum of colors converged at the wand's tip, becoming resplendent. The scattering of light even scorched the road demon's repugnant skin, causing it to writhe in agony, revealing another colossal mouth from the ground, which let out a furious roar, exhaling a nauseating stench. Just as it opened its maw, I completed the final note of my incantation. The wand trembled violently in my grasp, nearly slipping from my control, as a radiant beam of multicolored light pierced through the entirety of the road demon's form. Its shrieking abruptly ceased, and its body swiftly transformed into a translucent kaleidoscope, before rapidly dissipating into countless iridescent motes, vanishing into the sunlight. Chapter 3. Lord Jenny. I staggered back, leaning on my wand for support to prevent myself from toppling over. The entire world began to spin rapidly around me, centered on my being. I stumbled to the roadside, grasping a few blooming bellflowers, and tossed my pack onto the ground, rummaging through it for some trollbone powder and moonstone dust, which I hastily stuffed into my mouth, chewing and swallowing. The petals of the bellflower were initially sweet, but when mixed with the powders, they transformed into an acrid ammonia taste. As soon as they landed in my stomach, a wave of chills surged straight to my forehead, causing my eardrums to feel as if they were on the verge of bursting. The methods for concocting restorative potions are countless. Nearly every fragrant flower and substances like bone powder can serve as crucial ingredients. However, employing them in such a manner as I did this time comes with unpleasant after effects. Now that the dizziness has finally lifted from my head, my stomach, however, convulses in waves, and the black bread and pickled fish I had consumed earlier surge back up my throat, creating a gruesome sight among the clusters of lilies of the valley by the roadside. The blue-eyed Neanderthal knight has risen from the thicket, gazing at me and stammering, You. I plucked a few more lilies to wipe my mouth clean, then retrieved my fallen pouch, nodding and smiling at her while slowly circling the large pit left by the road demon. The rainbow spray affects only living beings, encompassing all creatures with a heartbeat and blood, including carnivorous plants like man-eating trees and flowers. Therefore, if this road demon had previously devoured many people, the metallic trinkets they bore should lie scattered within that pit. A wizard typically requires numerous materials, which often appear peculiar to most, like the small string of desiccated bat ears currently resting in my pouch. They are not mere garnishes, but magical components. The pit is filled with glimmering trinkets, remnants of rings and necklaces. One ring even boasts a magnificent red gemstone, made all the more brilliant by the prolonged erosion of the road demon's acidic fluids. That I leaped into the pit, retrieving the ruby ring and a small luminescent trinket, then climbed back up the way I came. The knight still stood there, gripping a dull iron sword. Her eyes narrowed as she addressed me. Wizard. I could empathize with her feelings. In my earliest memories, when I was so young that recollections were nearly faded, my mother would often frighten me at night when I refused to sleep. The wizard from Rocky Mountain will swoop down at night to snatch away awake children and turn them into lizard jerky hanging from rooftops. At that time, people were aware of the existence of wizards and their formidable powers, yet no one genuinely believed they would ever encounter one. Much like the many who idolized the golden bull, unicorns, or winged pixies, no one would ever think they might truly behold them. Even the vendor who sells me lucky rings has always considered me merely a craftsman of modest repute, trading in inexpensive tinwares. Some others swear that an invisible, intangible, malevolent force lurks in a certain forest, driving people to madness and insanity, that in truth, they had merely stumbled upon the dwelling of forest sprites, who would torment them with sharp-boned spines, causing them to leap and scream as if possessed. This illustrates that ordinary folk cannot perceive magical beings like forest sprites. Only certain humanoid creatures and wizards with true sight can do so. Yet this unfortunate knight first encountered a road demon and then witnessed a genuine wizard utilizing rainbow spray. Even if I am merely a wizard capable of remembering 3 spells, was enough to leave her astounded. Thus, I shrugged and said to her, "Wizard." She stared at me, and after a considerable pause, she hurriedly sheathed her sword, but caught a glimpse of my wand, hesitating to draw it again, before ultimately pushing it back into the sheath. I could only smile and raise my hands, saying, "I do not consume humans, nor do I swoop down chimneys to abduct children. It seems unlikely that there exists a child who has not been frightened in such a manner by their parents. Therefore." The Neanderthal knight blinked in surprise and eventually let out a genuine laugh. She continued to gaze at me, her eyes reflecting a curiosity utterly incongruent with her garb. "There truly are wizards. How is that possible? How can you unleash light from that wooden staff?" After a moment, she exclaimed, "It must be the wand's doing, right? I have always known that the reputation of wizards is not particularly favorable among the common folk. People tend to instinctively revere those of greater power, and when such individuals are shrouded in mystery, that reverence can easily morph into fear. However, among a select few nobles, who may have had ancestral encounters with wizards, their fear diminishes significantly. Most nobles do not share the common belief that wizards are mere myths. They are convinced of the wizard's existence. This knight must be of noble birth, as she does not exhibit excessive trepidation towards me. Yet, she cannot be an exceptionally powerful noble, for had she been, she would have witnessed a living wizard before and not display such astonishment at the realization of a legend come to life. In my recollection, many wizards preferred to reside in the estates of great nobles, often in need of rare and precious magical materials, thus earning their sustenance through knowledge and alchemical skills. Some extraordinarily powerful wizards, when appearing on the battlefield, could even turn the tide of a small-scale conflict single-handedly. There once existed such a formidable wizard on the continent of Arafast, but, upon recalling this, a myriad of fragmented memories floods my mind, and an inexplicable pain seizes my head. Half an hour later, as the sunlight began to take on an orange hue, I found myself walking alongside the knight named Jenny Mardell. Her surname stirred a sense of familiarity within me, evoking a cascade of memories, both pleasant and unpleasant, fragmented and varied. Jenny is of noble lineage. Her father is a baron. Ordinarily, a baron would not be inclined to equip his daughter with such armor and weaponry. But the Mardell estate, located in the southeastern province of Bodigan in the Kingdom of Ori, boasts an iron mine, rendering her father the wealthiest baron in the entire realm. The Mardell family was ennobled through military merit, hence their strong martial inclinations. Their ancestors participated in the 26-year war over 600 years ago, which led to the subjugation of the demi-humans' dominance on the continent of Arafast, while another ancestor took part in the Misty Forest War 300 years ago, resulting in the family producing 2 marquises, preventing their lineage from descending entirely into the ranks of commoners. However, if this trend continues, even if there are no regulations in the Kingdom of Ori preventing titles from being granted to women, by the time Jenny's next generation arrives, should they fail to achieve merit commensurate with her noble status, they will lose their title and become a wealthy family of commoners, perhaps decades hence. The descendants of the Mardell family will find themselves, like countless once prominent families throughout history, tucked away in a wooden house in a slum, gnawing on stale bread, living a life of mediocrity, and entirely forgetting their ancestral glory. Thus, at the age of 18, Jenny slipped away from home. She aspired to become a knight of renown, seeking to earn the title of Baron. Chapter 4. The Yorksun murder incident. Well, I often find myself reminiscing excessively. Like an old man, prompting long silences after the night, Jenny Mardell innocently recounted her recent experiences to me. Her first stop after secretly leaving home was the small northern town of Yorksun in the province of Bodigan. In the more remote northern stretches of the already secluded province, it becomes difficult to distinguish between a town and a village. Much like the difference between the village of Gurudin and the town of Gurudin lies merely in the presence of a spire-topped temple of the Golden Bull in the latter. The town of Yorksun comprises only over 60 households, with a population exceeding 270. Recently, peculiar incidents have transpired in Yorksun. One night, the 3-year-old daughter of the town's blacksmith, Oliver, named Jessica, crept out of bed while her parents slept. Like all children her age, she possessed a vibrant yet perilous curiosity. The forge in the blacksmith's backyard still burned bright, its towering earthen furnace casting a red glow that captivated the little girl's attention. She first maneuvered a turned-over low water jar closer, climbed atop it, and then ascended to the peak of a small iron footstool leaning against the earthen furnace. Upon completing this daring feat, she found herself face to face with the glowing coals of the furnace. The chill of the northern summer night made her feel a tad cold, prompting her to extend her plump little hands toward the warmth emanating from above the furnace. In that moment, her balance faltered, and she toppled into the flames, unable to utter even a single cry. The blood coursing through her body momentarily lowered the temperature of the fire, yet the fat within her soon ignited the flames anew. The fat content in a female's body is inherently 3 times that of a male's, let alone that of a rosy-cheeked 3-year-old child. The Bodigan province stands as one of the most significant iron production bases in the Kingdom of Ori, with the iron produced in the north being particularly exceptional due to a unique Kashmiri coal found in the region. Kashmiri coal, as the name suggests, is high-quality carbon extracted from the bones of the humanoid Kashmiri people. In the blacksmith's forge, the Kashmir carbon consumed the majority of Jessica's body throughout the night, leaving the blacksmith oblivious to his daughter's presence beside him as he anxiously forged a steel longsword ordered the previous month. All the while troubled by her disappearance, it was not until the 7th day, after 6 days of ceasing work due to his daughter's absence, that the blacksmith, Oliver, finally relinquished hope of finding her. As he despondently opened the furnace to replace the carbon, he discovered the charred remains of what was left of her bones. For 13 years, Oliver had refined steel using the carbon derived from Kashmiris, and today he painfully experienced the anguish of utilizing his own kin's remains for such a purpose. Driven mad, Oliver wielded the sword forged from his daughter's bones to first slay his wife, who had, on that fateful night, crawled away from him, and then murdered the 133 Kashmiris he had kept in his backyard, before ultimately taking his own life. At this juncture, allow me a moment to introduce certain rather questionable customs of the continent of Arafast. 6 centuries ago, the Neanderthals and Clarians waged the 26-year war against all subhuman races on the continent and emerged victorious, establishing their dominance as the primary race of the land to this day, despite many subhumans regressing to a point where their civilization is far inferior to that of humanity. In most areas, humans still acknowledge their status as an intelligent race. Yet, whether 600 years ago or in the present, neither the subhumans of that time nor the new humanity now have ever regarded the humanoid races as intelligent beings, despite the fact that they have been capable of using and even crafting rudimentary tools, thus achieving a basic level of civilization. Consequently, in the northern provinces of the Kingdom of Ori, particularly in the iron-rich province of Bodigan, it has become an unspoken norm to keep the humanoid race of Kashmiris for iron refining. The Kashmiris are a short-lived and wretched race. They stand at approximately 40 centimeters tall, with dark skin and a head resembling that of ungulate creatures, prominent noses, eyes positioned on the sides of their cheeks, keratinous fingers and toes, no tails, and capable of rudimentary speech, existing in a matriarchal clan society. Their lifespan is roughly 2 years, 6 months to mature, 2 months to bear new life, followed by 12 months of adulthood, and a decline lasting 4 to 8 months before death. Upon their passing, the bodies of Kashmiris accumulate vast amounts of carbon, as they primarily feed on the branches and leaves of iron oak trees. Moreover, due to their extremely slow movements and gentle demeanor, they require 16 hours of sleep each day, allowing them to be easily contained within a 2-meter-high fence erected near their habitat. The technique of refining Kashmir carbon from their corpses is a closely guarded secret, of which I am not fully aware, thus I shall refrain from elaborating further. Now, let us return to the peculiar events in Yorksun town as recounted by Jenny, after the townsfolk discovered the tragic fate of Oliver's family. They buried them and returned the murderous iron sword to its owner, an old veteran named Andrew, who had retired from the provincial border defense station beneath a large chestnut tree to the east of the town, who subsequently paid for Oliver's family's funeral expenses. However, the matter did not end there. 2 days later, on the night of the full moon, Andrew was found murdered in his home. The longsword was embedded in his throat, delivering a fatal blow with seemingly no sign of resistance. The townspeople speculated that the old soldier's past enemies had come to exact vengeance under the cover of night, prompting them to dispatch a messenger on horseback to report the murder in the city. As Andrew was the only security officer maintaining order in the town, yet, on the morning following Andrew's neighbor, Baron, keeping vigil for his body in accordance with tradition, this neighbor was also found stabbed to death on the ground. The very sword that had slain Oliver, his wife Mary, and over 100 Kashmiris pierced his heart. With no signs of struggle evident on the deceased, it was then that the townspeople finally recognized the presence of a terrifying serial killer among them. The sluggish response of the city's constable compelled the townsfolk to seek alternative solutions, and thus the ambitious knight Jenny, who had journeyed to this place, accepted the investigation task. That I can only imagine the immense hope that the arrival of such a well-equipped noble knight must have brought to the townspeople. However, despite her admirable courage in guarding that sword in Andrew's home for 2 entire nights, nothing transpired. The murderer left no traces or sense, vanishing like a ghost that emerged from the void. Committing murder and then disappearing back into the ether, a noble with a strong sense of duty, Jenny, upon realizing her own impotence, decided to return to the city in search of further assistance. The previous messenger had yet to return, raising concerns that he may have lost his way or been ambushed by a band of goblins. Yet, I suspect that the messenger likely met his demise within the belly of some road-dwelling beast. The city remained utterly unaware of these events. As a mage, I possess knowledge that surpasses that of ordinary individuals, even a well-educated noblewoman. Her account provided me with a vague understanding of the situation, and now I seek only to further validate my suspicions. If fortune favors me, I may yet reap considerable rewards. Chapter 5. The Cursed Sword. 2 days later, at dusk, we arrived at the town's entrance on foot. Surrounding the town was a wall compacted from yellow earth. Standing approximately 2 meters high, most small villages or towns in this region are fortified in such a manner. As the world is far from peaceful, certain large groups of humanoids are prone to attacking human settlements, with the town's food and inhabitants serving as their sustenance, while iron goods are particularly coveted. However, the top of this protective wall flourished with verdant grass, and the structure was adorned with climbing rose vines and ivy, occasionally punctuated by white and pink rose blooms that glimmered warmly in the setting sun, painting a scene of tranquility and serenity. Evidently, large groups of humanoids did not frequently visit this place. At the town's entrance, a boy clad in a brown coarse tunic spotted us and immediately exclaimed with delight, "My lord, you have returned." Jenny smiled, though her gaze flickered toward the half-armor I carried. The 2-day journey had been on foot, and even though Jenny possessed commendable physical fitness, it was challenging to traverse such a distance while clad in iron armor. I had carried her armor throughout the journey, which left her somewhat astonished at my superior stamina. In truth, this was not solely due to my own capabilities. The finely crafted half-armor was not merely armor. Certain secrets lay hidden within its interior. Yet, it appeared that the Martyr family had long since forgotten the means to wield this secret. The old town mayor, who greeted us, seemed unable to ascertain my identity accurately, prompting me to inform him that I was a traveler. Many descendants of fallen nobility who had lost their lands and titles often chose this path, wandering throughout Arafast, frequently becoming the protagonists of legendary tales recounted by bards or receiving newfound nobility for their exploits in vanquishing bandits. Upon realizing this, the old mayor's demeanor shifted to one of warmth, and he eagerly inquired whether we required food and drink. He likely believed I was merely a helper summoned by Jenny. Clad in a black robe with a large hood, the sleeves and brim adorned with intricate silver embroidery, typical of Mage's attire, though he remained oblivious to this fact. I was aware that in certain folklores from the eastern continent of Sheerness, there existed a class of people referred to as immortals. In the western continent of Arafast, mages are likely perceived in a similar vein. Nevertheless, he discerned that the material of my robe was not that of an ordinary traveler's garb. Especially since I was brought here by Jenny. In such a remote village, people often harbor a blind and unrealistic trust in nobility. However, from the information I had gathered, I also understood that most nobles today are far less tyrannical than in the past. The 26-year war and the War of the Misty Forest had decimated a significant portion of the population in the western continent, with the entire Badajan province harboring only a little over 1 million humans. Consequently, nobles have adopted a much more peaceful attitude towards their subjects than in bygone days. Although injustice and darkness, much like mold, can manifest and proliferate at any moment, it is indeed a marked improvement compared to the past, a substantial improvement. I yearn to savor the peaceful and beautiful dusk of this human town, to indulge in a cup of apple cider, frothy and served in a chipped wooden mug, while seated at the doorstep of a lively timber house, idly plucking at a cluster of lush grasses and purple bellflowers beside me. However, my time was limited. I needed to resolve the matters at hand swiftly, acquire the things I desired, and then attend to 2 tasks, or perhaps more. As the sun set, we stood before Andrew's home to the east of the town. The twilight dimmed, casting shadows from the large chestnut tree in the yard over his wooden house, while the door and windows, long neglected, swayed gently in the breeze, emitting faint creaking sounds from years of lack of oil. Jenny shivered slightly, her right hand resting on the sword's hilt, whispering to me, "I feel that things are even stranger here than a few days ago." Perhaps due to her nerves. She drew uncomfortably close to me, unaware of how near she was, her breath warm against my ear that I chuckled inwardly. No matter how gallant she may appear, a child is still a child, much like I was in my youth. Startled by a mere gargoyle and nearly losing my life. However, I must concede that the Neanderthals possess a far sharper intuition than the Clarins, for I truly sense that something is amiss around this house. My true sight reveals that the illumination within this dwelling is somewhat dimmer than that of its surroundings. Due to the frugality of candles and oil, the townsfolk do not immediately light their fires when dusk falls. Yet, even against the backdrop of the same indigo sky, Andrew's room appears excessively dark, an unnatural shadow indeed. The charcoal forged from bones steeped in resentment, the longsword crafted from the pure souls of children, all tainted by the overwhelming fear, shock, and despair of both the Clarins and the Kashmiris, and then transported beneath this colossal chestnut tree to the east of the town. I am fully aware of what is to come. Both chestnut and willow would serve as excellent materials for crafting wands, each displaying a remarkable affinity for the elements of nature, resonating easily with the tremors of the soul. That it is this very resonance that has imbued this sword with magic in such a rare geographical setting, its power surpassing even the elementary spell of lawful dread. Approaching the tree, I placed my palm upon the rough bark of the great chestnut, and a faint tremor radiated through my hand, coursing down the thick trunk until it reached every slender root, ultimately penetrating several meters into the earth. Jenny, trailing behind me, remained unaware of my actions, yet prudently chose to hold her silence. Her steel sword was half drawn, akin to a guardian standing by a sorcerer's side. It is that sword. It has become a magical blade. Our fortune is indeed favorable. I withdrew my hand from the chestnut and pushed open the partially concealed door. An overwhelming aura of death immediately enveloped me, prompting me to squint for a moment. It was a most comforting sensation, one I had not experienced for many years. Jenny followed closely, her voice betraying a hint of astonishment. A magical sword? One that is said to possess self-awareness and can kill on its own. How is that possible? Such tales are merely meant to frighten children. She abruptly fell silent. My glance had met hers. The magical effect of my true sight caused my eyes to emit a faint glow in the darkness, reminding her that I am indeed a sorcerer. After all, a legendary magician stands beside her at this very moment. What could be so unbelievable about the emergence of a magical sword? Thus, she altered her tone, inquiring in a hushed yet fervent manner, "Is it truly a magical sword? Is it difficult to contend with? It could slice through your current steel half-armor as easily as one would cut through cream," I replied, igniting the candelabrum resting on the greasy wooden table, surveying the room, a quintessential bachelor-s abode, characterized by greasy furniture, unwashed dishes, discarded garments, and bloodstains on the floor that did not belong to a single individual. Right there. With a sharp sound, Jenny drew her longsword, positioning herself protectively beside me, pointing towards the innermost part of the room. There, in the unlit fireplace, a steel longsword stood silently embedded in the floor, reflecting an eerie glimmer. Chapter 6. The Flame Wraith. 3 spells remain in my memory: Rainbow Eruption, Mud Muddle, and True Sight. These 3 can be cast without the aid of tools. However, the limitation of having only 3 memorized spells does not imply that I am confined to their use alone. Other magical tricks can be executed with specific materials, products of alchemy, and a modicum of magical energy, but I unfastened the small pouch from my back, retrieving 5 pebbles, a pinch of bone powder, and 2 desiccated goblin fingers. tokens of the past few years during which they had disturbed my tranquility, that I instructed Ginny to remain in place while I gently approached the magical sword. Using the grayish bone powder, I traced a small pentagram around it, positioning the 5 pebbles at its points. The hardness of the stones ensures that the pentagram's magic will not leak during the casting. A seemingly simple notion that few would think to employ. In truth, magic is a mystical art accumulated over eons through the unintentional experiences of various races in Arifaced, known and mastered by a scant few gifted with the arcane, bestowing them with powers far beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Once all was prepared, I grasped the 2 diminutive, desiccated fingers in my left hand, then drove my wand into the soil beside the magical sword. Taking a seat upon a chair, Ginny observed my movements with a blend of curiosity and concentration, her expression imbued with the vivacity characteristic of a girl her age. Once I settled, she cautiously approached, gripping her sword with a mix of intrigue and trepidation, glancing at the peculiar dark objects in my hand, which I was idly twisting between my fingers. After a moment, she finally spoke, her voice tinged with anxiety and excitement. "Are you bending them like that to cast a spell?" "No," I replied with a smile. "We must wait a bit longer. I'm merely feeling a tad bored." "So what are those in your hand? Are they magical materials? Are they rare?" She seemed to exhale in relief, pulling a chair beside me, yet her right hand remained firmly on the sword's hilt. "Dried goblin fingers, quite common," I said with a continued smile, tossing the 2 small objects before her eyes. Ginny's expression shifted instantly, hesitating for a moment before subtly inching away. I chuckled softly to myself. This little one is indeed reminiscent of her ancestor. The room descended into silence, the flickering candlelight casting our faces in a dance of shadows. Outside, faint sounds and lights suggested townsfolk were observing the commotion within, hesitant to approach. In a town where humanoids seldom tread, the inexplicable deaths of so many had indeed instilled a pervasive sense of dread. Those onlookers glanced briefly before retreating with their candles, leaving the ominous place once more shrouded in silence. This silence was peculiar, despite the absence of barking dogs or the sounds of wind and rain. One would expect the chirping of insects on a summer night, yet around us, there lay an eerie stillness, broken only by our breathing and the sporadic crackling of the candle on the wooden table. In this quietude, Ginny began to fidget, ultimately breaking the stillness. "Last time, I spent an entire night like this without incident. It feels strange. Nothing will happen this time either. After tonight, all will be well. Put on your armor and do not remove it," I assured her with a smile, handing her the half-armor resting on the table. Immediately, Ginny's demeanor grew serious as she swiftly fastened the leather straps of her armor, her voice lowering as she asked, "Are we going to fight soon? When will it begin?" I shrugged lightly. "The night is cold. Falling ill would be quite troublesome." A look of exasperation mixed with amusement spread across Ginny's face as she was about to speak. But at that moment, the candle flame flickered unexpectedly. Our shadows danced upon the wooden walls, resembling clawing specters. Ginny's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Her left hand pressed against the sword sheath while her right drew the blade halfway, her posture assuming a highly standard combat stance. "You need to step outside and keep an eye on the moon for me. When it reaches its zenith, come back in to assist me." I stood, gently pushing her sword back into her grip, looking into her eyes with a grave and unyielding tone. "But the candle," she protested, gesturing towards the still flickering flame on the table. I interrupted her. "I need to cast my spell after the moon has crossed the zenith. You must watch the moon for me and then return to inform me. That candle is essential for the functioning of my magical array. Any further delays would complicate matters." Ginny clenched her fist, meeting my gaze before turning to exit the door. This child indeed mirrors her ancestor's disposition, decisive and resolute, never wavering in her choices. I caught a glimpse of the shadow from the misty forest in her, which stirred a pang of melancholy within me. The moment Ginny stepped outside, the brightness of the room dimmed instantly. The candlelight ceased to flicker, elongating into a thin, slender line, like it was being squeezed tightly by an invisible force. Suffering yet utterly motionless, a faint red glow suddenly emerged upon the blade of the sword in front of the fireplace, swirling across its engravings before coalescing into a distorted visage of a child, which emitted a soft, yet piercing wail as the night deepened. The wraith residing within the sword finally manifested once more, drawn by the nearby great chestnut tree. This was a spirit of a child who had perished in flames, tempered by countless grievances, a rare fire wraith. Still in its growth, it yearned for the blood of living beings. once satisfied and empowered sufficiently. It would break free from the sword and inhabit the colossal chestnut, transforming it into a cursed tree due to the wood's exceptional affinity for elemental forces. At that point, the casualties would not merely number in the dozens, but in the hundreds, until a sorcerer powerful enough to confront it appeared and paid a hefty price to obliterate it. In this moment, the fire spirit beckoned me to take it up, urging me to plunge the sword into my own body. Yet, my eyes erupted with a luminous glow, repelling the wraith's alluring summons. My right hand grasped the willow wand resting upon the ground, while my left hand cast the two diminutive goblin fingers into the pre-drawn pentagram. As 5 sharp notes escaped my lips, I struck the wand against the earth with force, causing the pentagram to emit a faint greenish glow. A wave of magical energy, imperceptible to mortal senses, radiated from my wand, only to be received by the chestnut tree outside. This colossal tree magnified the energy manifold, channeling it through a minuscule magical trap I had previously imprinted within its essence, sending the wave deep into the earth where I could almost feel something stirring beneath the surface. Chapter 7. Young One. Go forth and create miracles. The bond between the spirit of flame upon the cursed sword and the chestnut tree was violently severed by my magic, causing the wraith to instinctively panic, striving to detach itself from the blade. Yet, once it succeeded, it would find itself unable to coalesce its form once more, ultimately dissipating into the air as an omnipresent essence of magic. Naturally, I would not permit such an outcome. What I sought was a cursed sword sealed with the spirit of flame, not merely a common steel longsword. The slumbering, vengeful spirit, having dwelled underground for centuries, was roused by the magical pulse transmitted through the chestnut tree, compelling it to ascend from the depths, coalescing around the 2 shriveled goblin fingers. Suddenly, those fingers regained their vigor, leaping from their position to firmly grasp the fleeing spirit of flame upon the sword. Though the fingers were swiftly consumed by the flames, the vengeful spirit they embodied would not be destroyed. It would only suffer immeasurably. They quickly permeated the sword, intertwining with the little girl's fiery spirit, gradually draining it of vitality with the cold and dampness they had accumulated over a century, solidifying it within the steel's intricate patterns. A soft, reddish glow receded from the surface of the sword, as if the elongated candle flame let out a sigh, returning to its original state, illuminating the room significantly. At that moment, Jenny hurriedly entered from outside, sword in hand, and anxiously declared, "The moon has passed. We can begin." I must confess, dealing with souls brought me a certain comfort, as it did not leave me feeling drained and nauseous like the excessive use of plastic energy magic. Thus, I had the strength to approach the cursed sword. Drawing my index finger across its blade, a drop of blood seeped into the sword, vanishing without a trace. An extraordinary connection established itself between us. However, this was far from sufficient. The spirit of flame within the blade still writhed restlessly, slowly devouring the cold, vengeful spirits that had solidified it. Jenny. My actions seemed peculiar, and she appeared to recall the seemingly suicidal scenes of the deceased, gasping as she struck at the sword's hilt in an attempt to separate me from it. Her reaction was precisely what I desired. Consequently, I curled my left index finger, and the sword instantly lifted from the ground, as if thrown by an invisible hand, rolling toward Jenny's chest. The scant distance of less than 2 meters offered her little chance to evade, and the blade struck her half-armor. I had controlled the angle, ensuring the sword merely brushed against her. A flash of white light, visible only to the true eye, flickered at the point of contact, and I immediately sensed the spirit of flame within the sword settle permanently, fortuitously solidified by the magic of this half-armor. It was likely the first of its kind since the dawn of human history. All was now accomplished. I gently tapped my wand against the ground, igniting the remaining bone powder, which emitted a sharp, burnt odor. Then, I bent my left index finger, allowing the sword to clatter to the ground. At that moment, Jenny managed to grasp the sword and step back, and I approached to steady her, smiling as I remarked, "All is well. The magic circle has been activated, and we have subdued it, thanks to your timely defense." Her golden eyes widened in disbelief as she inquired, "Is it really over?" "It is over," I replied, bending down to retrieve the longsword with my numb left hand. My physical condition was insufficient to sustain its continuous combat. "But how shall we inform them?" Jenny hesitated, sheathing the sword while glancing at the weapon in my hand and the bloodstains on the ground. "The townsfolk likely would not believe claims of a magic sword committing murder, just as they would find it hard to accept that a wooden cup on the table might ignite spontaneously." I understood her concerns, Thus, I said, leave them a letter, in the name of Sir Jenny Mardial, informing them that the perpetrator has been captured, a wanted criminal. We will depart immediately to escort him to the royal capital for judgment, ensuring that this town will never again witness similar acts of murder. But that's a lie, she exclaimed, furrowing her brow almost instantly. A benevolent lie is preferable to a cruel and bewildering truth. I discovered a black wooden sheath for the longsword in a corner of the room and attached it to my waist. Do you wish to reveal to them a truth they cannot comprehend, allowing suspicion and slander to spread unchecked? Or would you prefer the name Jenny Mardial to become a term of reverence in this town? She began to waver. Meanwhile, I found a rusted dagger, inscribing a few words upon the wooden table. Before extinguishing the candle, grasping my pockets and wand, I pulled her along as I pushed open the door. The night had already progressed well past its midpoint, a slender crescent moon hanging in the eastern sky, casting only a faint glow upon the earth. The spirit of flame, sealed by my magic, prompted the small lives nestled within the grass and stones to stir into a low murmur. We crossed 3 towering haystacks and effortlessly scaled the wall, an obstacle intended solely to deter diminutive humanoids, yet posing no challenge to us, 2 individuals of reasonable agility. The night air carried a chill and dampness, mingled with the fragrance of summer wildflowers. I inhaled deeply, only to notice Jenny glancing back toward the town's walls. Her demeanor and actions summoned memories of another person, evoking a promise. It was almost in that moment, beneath the damp and fragrant summer night sky of the western continent of Erithast, amid the deep blue-black expanse of stars, that I relinquished one thought and made another decision. Do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. I patted her shoulder, where a thin layer of dew had formed. In the future, there will be greater tasks for you, larger responsibilities to bear, and countless opportunities for you to earn your own honor and attain a noble title, so long as you walk beside me, joining me in fulfilling certain endeavors. I watched as Jenny Mardial's eyes widened in astonishment at my words, and I asked, will you? A drop of dew lingered upon her long eyelashes, her white hair shimmering with a phosphorescent glow in the dim moonlight. It seemed her lashes could scarcely bear the weight of the droplet, fluttering under my gaze before rising resolutely as she responded, but you must promise never to violate justice and equity. I promise, I smiled. Her face then lit up with a sense of relief and joy, a joy befitting a girl of her age. However, moments later, a voice echoed along a nearby path. You took that family's longsword, followed by a light-hearted laughter. It was my own voice. Chapter 8. The sheath pinnacle. Jenny Mardial had been raised under the rigorous teachings of knightly virtues. Honor is my life. Yet, I could not help but feel fortunate that in this age of dwindling humanity, the chivalric spirit of old had faded considerably. Otherwise, I would never have so easily persuaded an ambitious girl from a noble knightly lineage to seek glory. Yet, no matter how pure the ideal or noble the motive, they remained a form of, and I seemed to possess a particular aptitude for manipulating. That I informed her that I had received divine inspiration and would follow the will of the gods to various locations, vanquishing ancient remnants of darkness, ultimately rescuing all of Erithast. Among the myriad folk tales surrounding the War of the Misty Forest, one spoke of a valiant mage and a beautiful swordswoman, a version in which the malevolent Lich King, Sartan Diggs, seized the sacred heart of the World Tree, and a human army gathered in the Whispering Forest, rescuing the perishing elven kin and escorting them to safety. However, the Lich King, possessing an undead body and near-divine magic, was besieged by the World Tree's repulsion barrier, and for months, the humans found themselves powerless against him. Then, a mysterious mage appeared. He, alongside a female swordswoman from the Human Alliance, assassinated the Death King, Sartan Diggs, ultimately averting the greatest crisis in Erithast. The name of that mage remains unknown, yet the name of the female swordswoman spread widely over the next century. Milena Mardial, the later Marquess of the Empire, ancestor to Jenny Mardial. Coincidentally, I too was a mage. This revelation rendered what she had long considered mere legend suddenly vivid and tangible. To solidify this notion within her heart, after 5 days of walking, we found ourselves at the foot of Swordsheath Mountain, west of the village of Gurudin. The Jianxiao Mountain boasts a total of 11 peaks, with the highest being Jianxiao Peak. Atop this mountain lies a fissure several meters wide that plunges deep into the earth, resembling the mark left by a war god who thrust his sword into the peak and withdrew it, thus creating such an indelible scar that I confided to Jenny that the first location revealed to me in a dream by a deity was this very place. In truth, I have never held any belief in divine beings. If I were to believe in something beyond human comprehension, I would rather embrace a concept known as fate in the eastern continent of Chelness. Throughout my 2 decades of existence, I have endeavored to awaken from a state of profound confusion. Although, as a mage, my intellect far surpasses that of ordinary mortals, the sensation of chaos has persistently lingered in my heart. It has accompanied my body as it gradually grew stronger. My mind became increasingly wise, until I possessed sufficient power to leave the place I had always inhabited, to seek out fragments of the past, and to encounter Jenny, the other master of that armored exploration of fate, manifests in the western continent of Erephas as the singular prophecy magic, the great prophecy. I am certain that someone cast this spell upon me before my birth, compelling me to await the arrival of a person destined to alter my fate. Thus, I would linger in the meadow beneath my modest mage tower, adorned with white flowers, anticipating the approach of that figure at the end of the path. Gradually coming into focus, yet after waiting for over a decade without success, I ultimately resolved to leave that place and found Jenny. Then, memories flooded back, revealing that there were further enigmas awaiting my unraveling. In truth, from the moment I first attained consciousness, I have known far more than any mere mortal. I even harbor a premonition that my life is a process of deciphering mysteries. This instinct has become an innate force within me, guiding me onward until all locks are opened, leading to answers or destruction. Now, as Jenny and I tread upon the leaf-strewn slope, wielding our longswords to clear the thorny brambles and venomous vines before us, a familiar and intimate sensation beckons me from the shadows, urging me to approach and unveil its secrets. This feeling intensifies as we draw closer to Jianjiao Peak, even slightly dispelling the innate chaos that clouds my mind. The forest surrounding this mountain has remained untouched by human presence for at least a decade, primarily due to the prevalence of a notorious plant known as grasping vine on the western continent. This vine, reminiscent of ivy, instinctively ensnares any creature that passes by, clinging to their feet and scaling their bodies until they succumb to death, providing sustenance to these malevolent plants. Aside from the grasping vine, various small venomous insects lurking within the jungle have long posed a lethal threat to most humanoid beings. However, thanks to the cursed magic sword I wield, the lesser insects have been dispelled by the ominous aura of the fiery specter, sparing us considerable trouble. As midday approached, both Jenny and I found ourselves breathless. The weather in the Bodhi Ginshing province has been quite pleasant, with the sun shining brightly, yet this brightness transformed into suffocating heat within the jungle, enveloping our exposed skin with a warm dampness that felt even more uncomfortable than being soaked in sweat. Jenny, with her characteristic childlike seriousness, repeatedly inquired about our destination and whether fierce battles awaited us. I could only deflect her curiosity with the notion of divine prophecy, for even now, an instinctive drive compels me to move forward, leading me into the unknown, with no inkling of what lies ahead. After laboriously climbing over protruding stones and ascending a gently sloping hillside of exposed ochre rock, I realized that our destination was drawing near that moment. From this rocky vantage point, the vast green forest below resembled a boundless ocean, rising in wisps of pale mist beneath the sunlight, while the towering peaks above appeared exceedingly steep and daunting. Unbeknownst to us, we had traversed the expansive jungle at the foot of the mountain and arrived at the midsection of Jianjiao Peak. A refreshing mountain breeze began to greet us, prompting us to loosen our armor and collars, allowing the wind to carry away our sweat, as we diligently sought out any unusual places that might exist. Yet, before we could expend too much energy, the cursed magic sword in my hand began to exhibit peculiar signs that a faint magical pulse coursed through the hilt into my palm, as if the blade were drawn by an unusual force. Tilting toward a side of the rocky slope where lush underbrush thrived, adorned with suspicious red berries, beyond the thicket, a familiar essence surged forth, seemingly beckoning me closer. I gently tapped Jenny's back, who was facing away from me, handed my staff to my left hand, and drew forth the seemingly unremarkable long sword with my right. I believe we have found it, I declared. Chapter 9. The shield of Antares. Beyond the underbrush lay a stone passageway of unknown origin, its rough walls just wide enough for a single person to traverse. I embedded a small fragment of moonstone into the reserved notch atop my staff and murmured a two-note incantation, causing it to illuminate. The light spell, like other magics that do not require memorization, derives from the art of alchemical arrays, a discipline with a history predating magic itself and applied more broadly. Of course, this breadth is only relative to magic. Most mages reserve a spell slot for the light spell on their staffs, This cold light source is devoid of heat, will not ignite flammable materials, and consumes only a minimal amount of mental energy. The sole drawback is its requirement for moonstone as a casting medium. We strode forward, gripping our longswords tightly, gradually leaving the illumination of the entrance behind until it vanished from sight. The passage inclined slightly downward, its slope gentle. However, after approximately 10 minutes of walking, as the oppressive heat dissipated and the temperature within the cave became chillingly frigid, I realized we had likely descended several dozen meters. Further ahead, droplets of water began to trickle down the cave walls. Our footsteps echoed within the cavern, reverberating as if an entire army were marching. Such a cacophony seemed to announce to the world, 2 individuals have ventured into this realm. I could only hope that this primal instinct was not leading me to my demise. After another 10 minutes, the heightened vigilance we had maintained began to wane, and we even found ourselves wishing for the imagined dangers to materialize, eager to conclude this monotonous and maddening journey. During this time, I retrieved the cloak gifted to me by the merchant and draped it over Jenny's shoulders. We paused to consume some dark bread and salted fish, quenching our thirst with the droplets collected from the cave walls. As we continued forward for a few more minutes, this passage should lead us to the depths of Jianxiao Peak, at the same elevation as the mountain's foot, possibly even converging with the terrifying fissure at its summit. If that crack truly was the sheath of a divine sword left by the gods, what might lie at the base of the peak? A legendary artifact? Or perhaps a tome containing arcane spells? Yet, what I yearned for most was not either of those treasures. I craved to uncover some secrets, particularly those pertaining to the memories that often sprang forth within my mind, memories that seemed not to belong to me, as though another soul had imposed them upon me, yet I could not extricate myself from their grasp. For instance, I possessed knowledge that the half-armor adorning Jenny was not mere iron. It concealed a monumental secret. And I even knew the incantation that triggered that miracle. I was also aware of the hidden pasts of several of Jenny's ancestors, as if I had once gazed upon their lives from the perspective of the divine. I even retained the memory of a clandestine pact made with one of them during a pivotal moment in time. Most intolerable was the inexplicable aches that occasionally afflicted my body after leaving the Mage Tower, reminding me that certain tasks awaited my completion, and that my time was limited. This unexplainable urgency, coupled with the incessant emergence of memories, had tormented me deeply since my departure, leading me to feel as though my soul were on the brink of fracturing into two, until I found myself here, descending deeper, where I felt an increasing sense of tranquility and familiarity. In stark contrast, Jenny's countenance appeared increasingly pallid, until a faint glow emerged ahead in the passage, prompting her to emit a groan and kneel upon the ground. She had been trailing behind me, and it was only then that I turned to regard her face, once pristine, now veiled in a layer of grayish mist, which, upon closer inspection with my true eye, was merely a faint aura of death. Ordinary humans cannot withstand the onslaught of potent magic. They are unable to transmute it into mental energy, ultimately suffering bodily harm or even madness. Thus, it is perilous for sentient beings to recklessly peruse profound tomes of magic. Spells inscribed upon ancient scrolls can strike directly at their psyche without any buffer, resulting in a spectrum of consequences, from years of recuperation to the loss of sanity, rendering them imbeciles. In the luminous expanse ahead, there undoubtedly lies a formidable magical artifact. However, Jenny's constitution is ill-equipped to withstand the overwhelming surge of rampant magical energy. Her armor itself emits a faint white glow in a futile attempt to shield her from this force. Yet, under the illumination cast by the white light emanating from my willow wand, Jenny remains oblivious to the protective radiance enveloping her. Even I, despite not feeling it at this moment, am acutely aware that should I draw closer to that object, I too would suffer the backlash of its magic. My mental fortitude is insufficient to sustain the memory of 4 or more spells, let alone confront that increasingly tempestuous power. Therefore, I promptly hoist Jenny's arm, supporting her as we hasten away, covering several meters at a brisk pace until her pallor normalizes, prompting me to halt. You cannot proceed any further, I utter, breathless. There exists a profoundly powerful magical artifact ahead, one your body cannot endure. I pause to catch my breath, allowing her to lean against the damp cave wall. A magical artifact? She inquires, her countenance still ashen, though her eyes glimmer with intrigue. A profoundly powerful magical artifact. I adopt a serious and earnest demeanor, locking my gaze with her golden eyes, and respond. Indeed, it is exceedingly powerful, a magical artifact. I am well acquainted with her character and anticipate her forthcoming reaction. Thus, she straightens herself, her voice resolute and undeniable, declaring, "Then I must go." A faint, almost imperceptible chuckle echoes within my mind, only to vanish in an instant. I avert my gaze, murmuring, "I have a plan." Her face instantly lights up with surprise and expectation, reminiscent of someone from my memory. This sudden recollection momentarily disorients me, accompanied by a fleeting pain akin to a sharp blade grazing my skin. That subtle ache flits through my heart, nearly compelling me to abandon my impending words. "This half-armor of yours is no ordinary steel armor," I state in a low tone. "It has a name, Antari Shield." Jenny remains silent, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazes down at her glowing breastplate, then raises her gaze to meet mine. Chapter 10. Absolute Defense. The Earth Dragon Antares and the Fire Dragon Bacalis, embodiments of evil spoken of across the western continent of Arafast. Representing the pinnacle of known life forms, the last two surviving descendants of dragons in the world, and the targets of countless heroes' aspirations. Antari's shield, one of the most formidable pieces of armor, crafted from the scales of the Earth Dragon Antares. Renowned for its absolute defense, is a treasure sought by innumerable heroes. Although I do not look at Jenny's face, I can easily imagine her expression at this moment, even though she trusts me, a legendary sorcerer, and is willing to traverse Arafast with me in pursuit of her dreams of glory. She must find it hard to believe that this seemingly ordinary family heirloom is indeed the fabled Antari shield she has heard of countless times in tales and legends. Mortal beings cannot harness the power of absolute defense inherent in this armor. Only the descendants of dragons may do so. To address this, a magical array was inscribed upon the armor after its creation, but if you can master the incantation to activate this array, you can draw upon a portion of its power. I strive to maintain a neutral tone, devoid of any emotional inflection. If you wish to learn the incantation, I can tell you it now. Jenny stands frozen for a long while before murmuring, "How can this be? This armor has been in my family for over a century. How could I not know?" Her face is a tapestry of surprise and confusion, reminiscent of my own expression upon first acquiring a spellbook and casting the mud spell. As I observe her face, I suddenly find it difficult to maintain my impassive demeanor. As if a certain power within me has been shattered by that familiar expression, rendering me weak, I begin to regret the words I just uttered, yearning for time to rewind to when she was blissfully unaware. To remain together in this chilly cave until we devise a safe approach to that tempestuous magical force ahead. Yet, moments later, her voice quivers with excitement. "Moon, quickly tell me the incantation." The surging magical energy deep within the cave and the profound sense of familiarity compel me to raise my gaze once more. I clench my right hand hidden beneath my robe, feeling my nails dig into my palm, and then articulate the 16-character incantation almost syllable by syllable. It is in the ancient tongue of the elves, cryptic and challenging. Jenny takes a full half-hour to memorize it. In that half-hour, I find myself repeatedly tempted to alter a note within the incantation to render the spell ineffective, to tell her I had made a mistake, mistaking this armor for the legendary Antari shield. Yet, the object deep within the cave continues to beckon to me, growing ever more enticing the longer I linger here, so compelling that it sparks a thought within my heart. If only I could approach it, understand it, and possess it, I would unravel all, clarifying the multitude of memories that have inexplicably surfaced over the past 20 years, dispelling the confusion clouding my mind, and reclaiming my wholeness. Eventually, Jenny memorizes the incantation and uses her longsword to slice her little finger, smearing her blood upon a diamond-shaped motif on her breastplate. Upon uttering the 16 notes, a dazzling white light explodes within the cave, illuminating every crevice of rock and every patch of blue-green moss with pristine clarity. Jenny's silvery hair shimmers in the radiance, akin to a Valkyrie descending upon the earth, resplendent beyond compare. Yet I have long known that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Casting potent spells demands immense mental exertion. Forcibly committing to memory spells one cannot control can severely harm one's health, just as acquiring power not rightfully one's own, such as that of a dragon, comes at a price. The eruption of white light lasts but a fleeting moment, yet even that brief burst of power affects my illumination spell, rendering the moonstone fragments dull. Fortunately, a faint glow persists in the distance. Though weak, it is sufficient for my true sight to capture. After a moment of daze, Jenny leaps with joy, wrapping her arms around my neck in a gesture unbecoming of a knight, spinning me around twice within the narrow passage. Then exclaims excitedly, "Oh, Moon, it's real. It truly is Antari's shield. How can I thank you? I feel as though I could vanquish a band of road demons." I managed to force a smile, feeling the warmth of the young knight's soft hands upon my neck. This is a youthful body. She should remain young for a long while. This Neanderthal girl, she does not even inquire how I recognize the armor, nor does she question the nature of the magical artifact within it. Nor does she ask what I might seek in revealing this secret to her. I gently extricate myself from her embrace and turn away, simply stating, "Let us go retrieve that object and depart from here." The closer we approach the glowing light, the more intense the faint white glow of the armor becomes. Upon reaching the cave's end and beholding the vast chamber hidden beneath the earth, the light radiating from the armor envelopes me entirely. The pallor on Jenny's face has been washed away by the activation of the magical array atop her armor, and now she strides forth with buoyancy, reminiscent of a warrior embarking on her maiden journey. Brimming with vitality and ambition, it is a spacious area, precisely situated beneath the great fissure of Swordsheath Peak. The light filtering through the fissure above appears trivial after traversing such a long distance. Resembling a solitary star suspended in the pitch-black firmament, in the center of the space lies a semicircular pit, within which a fist-sized object emanates a pale green glow, yet it fails to illuminate the shadowy corners of the expansive chamber. If my conjecture is correct, the fissure atop Swordsheath Peak was created by this small object. It must have plummeted from the heavens long ago, striking the mountain with unimaginable force, ultimately becoming ensconced here. The passage through which we entered likely resulted from the tremendous impact, and I suspect similar passages exist elsewhere in this cavernous expanse. My hands, gripping the cursed sword and willow wand, tremble slightly, as I sense the small object silently beckoning to me on a spiritual level, urging me to seize it and carry it away. Jenny follows closely behind, her earlier excitement replaced by cautious demeanor. The white glow surrounding me as we traverse the air thick with magical energy toward the pit's base. Chapter 11. The Sorcerer's Journal. Yet, just as I am able to gaze directly at the fist-sized black box, an overwhelming psychic shock suddenly assails my mind. It feels as though 1,000 suns explode simultaneously within my consciousness, and I sense my awareness being inundated by a torrent of chaotic information. Stretching to the breaking point, no longer does my autonomous consciousness govern my body. Instead, it is the omnipresent mental force seeking to permeate every corner of my being that I can perceive the immense and terrifying power that sweeps away the chaos that has accompanied my growth. Weaving together fragmented memories that sporadically surfaced in my mind and infusing them with new content, my gaze remains fixed on the depths of the pit, yet I can discern nothing amidst the dazzling white light in my mind. I stand motionless, gradually feeling as if I am being filled and united with something profound in the throes of immense pain. Later, Jenny informs me that the span from my sudden cessation of movement to the moment the box ceased to glow lasted merely 2 seconds. However, it feels as though I have traversed an extraordinarily lengthy existence, experiencing the passage of centuries. Yet, these reflections pale in significance, for when that blinding light finally dissipates from my consciousness and I reclaim control over my body, I realize that I, Moon, have been resurrected. The abruptly vanished brilliance plunges the underground plaza back into darkness. Without the overwhelming surge of magic, Jenny's armor no longer radiates light, and we are engulfed by a void. Yet, I can now sense that this space is not occupied solely by the two of us, or rather, it was never solely ours. An exceedingly malevolent presence has long been suppressed here, subdued by the formidable mental force contained within that box. However, after enduring the passage of time and mutual exhaustion, that dark power has finally gained the upper hand and successfully escaped. I know what it is. I am acutely aware of its malevolence and danger. Its profoundly dark essence has left an indelible mark within the mental energy flooding my mind, yet paradoxically, this enables me to clearly discern its location. As I departed the Mage Tower, still burdened by the chaos in my mind, I had contemplated journeying to Guru Din village. It was a fleeting whim, one that anyone might occasionally entertain. However, at this moment, I recognized that everything had been predetermined, including my timely appearance on that forest path, where I encountered the Neanderthal knight, Jenny Mardial. For long before my birth, an unimaginably potent prophecy had woven itself into the fabric of my destiny. The sorcerers of the Western continent believe that the fates of all creatures on Earth are preordained, that every person and thing operates according to the trajectory of fate, as precise as the celestial stars representing time and order above. Yet, this seemingly hopeless pattern offers humanity the hope of foreseeing destiny. Even the possibility of altering it through understanding this very pattern. The great prophecy wields the pinnacle of worldly magic to influence the movements of the celestial bodies, albeit with only a 1 in 10,000 chance of imparting subtle disturbances, yet for the humble beings beneath the stars, this is sufficient to govern a significant portion of their lives. I count myself fortunate to be among the few who have ever witnessed the legendary potency of such a spell. And at this moment, the effects of this celestial disturbance continue to resonate, guiding me toward yet another direction. As for the other individual entwined in this fate, Jenny Martial gasps in astonishment. Moo, has that magical force vanished? Indeed, I respond succinctly, my voice devoid of the guilt and hesitation I once felt. It was not ordinary magic, but an exceedingly malevolent force. The revelation from the gods has proven correct. It has now escaped from here, and I sense it is heading toward Guru Din village. Next, Jenny, the time has come for you to claim your glory. We entered the cave in the morning, under an oppressive heat, my mind swirling with confusion. By the time we emerged from the cave, midday had passed, marking the hottest part of the day. Yet, at this moment, I felt no discomfort, only a refreshing coolness, one of the gifts bestowed upon me by the potent mental force. From this point onward, towards Guru Din village lies the heart of human habitation. Centuries ago, this area was a battleground, as the inhabitants of Arafast turned upon one another, ravaging much of the surrounding forest and providing a suitable environment for humanity. The species most eager to alter their surroundings, Guru Din village and the town of Guru Din, serve as the economic hub of the northern region of Badagan province, where the various specialties of northern Badagan converge. Subsequently transported by caravans and adventurers to other provinces and nations, even crossing oceans to reach the eastern continent of Sheerness. Drawing from the now clear memories, I addressed several of Jenny's queries, successfully calming her eagerness to hurry to Guru Din village. And before sunset, we departed from the forest, discovering a stream where we could rest our weary bodies. That it was a rather ordinary stream, yet it appeared exceptionally beautiful under the glow of the setting sun. The orange light transformed the gentle flow of water into a moving ruby, creating ripples as it flowed over the protruding pebbles in the shallows. Occasionally, unknown green leaves mixed with bright-colored petals drifted downstream, enticing the small fish to linger and chase after them as they floated away. There was no lush aquatic vegetation nearby. Certain venomous creatures favor such hiding places. Instead, the bank was composed of white river sand. Winding along the meandering stream, I found myself relishing this tranquil environment, for in my previous existence, I had rarely possessed such a luxury. Jenny sat on a clean rock still warm from the sun. Removing her armor, a swirl of white steam rising from her collar as sweat evaporated. Beneath the armor was a brown linen shirt, already damp in several places. She glanced at me, absorbed in my perusal of the magical tomes, and shifted slightly away, leaning down. That I surmised she was about to remove her boots, which were adorned with thin iron plates on the tops of her feet, regardless of how beautiful or clean a girl may be. After days of travel without removing her boots, the scent left behind is rarely pleasant. She swiftly discarded her boots, then, in thick woolen socks, tiptoed briskly to the stream, dipping her feet into the cool water with a contented sigh as she settled upon the white river sand, delightfully charming. Turning her head, she met my gaze, which was filled with mirth. After her fair face flushed slightly, she joyfully called out to me, "Moo, you should join me in soaking your feet. The water is so cool and delightful." I smiled and shook my head, returning my attention to my magic book. Many of the incantations that once seemed dizzying to me are now clear and memorable, yet I also realized that this tome, which once appeared far beyond my comprehension, is not an advanced grimoire. Many powerful spells I recall are not documented within this book. If I wish to regain the fearsome power I once possessed, I must recover that which rightfully belonged to me, my own Mage's journal. Chapter 12. A night's sprint through the jungle. The night sky over Arafast is pure, resembling black velvet. Countless brilliant diamonds are scattered across the velvet. Those are the stars that govern the fates of living beings. Among these countless celestial bodies, one shines particularly bright. Positioned at the northernmost point of the high heavens, it never alters its course, Its radiance renders the surrounding starlight dim, and its stellar magic bestows immense power upon all sorcerers. That is the guardian star of mages, the North Star. In contrast, to the south lies a somewhat dimmer star, representing time and order. It is the star of time. Unlike all other stars, the star of time moves at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting a radiant glow every half hour, which is the reason Arafast and even Sharonez can accurately measure time by the hour at this moment. I lie with my head resting on my bag, gazing up at the night sky. While the sound of Jenny's even breathing fills the air, numerous memories arise in my mind, and I meticulously categorize them, allowing a plan to gradually crystallize. The bright full moon hangs high above, and I spend this long night bathed in its silvery glow. As the hour approaches dawn, several shadows suddenly sweep across the moon. They are a few flying birds, which is no cause for concern. However, moments later, a larger flock of birds passes through the sky, so numerous that they nearly obscure the moonlight. Surely some fierce beast has appeared in the distance. That I ponder this, though I am not overly worried. Yet, moments later, I realize my assumptions were incorrect. Another shadow crosses the sky, a flying lizard, measuring 5 meters in length, with a wingspan approaching 16 meters. Flying lizards have long been considered to be related to dragons, with some believing they are descendants of the dragon race. Their appearance is akin to a scaled-down dragon, a long neck, limbs with sharp claws, a powerful tail, membranous wings, and even tiny scales. This allows a single flying lizard to easily become the ruler of vast territories, possessing the imposing presence that sends even the most notorious beasts fleeing. In the past, I had encountered this creature in my readings and had concurred with the texts, believing it to be a descendant of dragons. However, at this moment, I cast that notion aside, having experienced the true might of a dragon in my current memories. Moreover, I firmly believe that anyone who has confronted the Earth Dragon Antares or the Fire Dragon Bacillus would never entertain the notion that any creature could be deemed comparable to a dragon, let alone those merely claiming to be descendants of draconic lineage. Yet, setting aside the contentious debates surrounding the lineage of the wyverns, I must concede that any being capable of instilling such terror in a wyvern, which is exceedingly rare in Arafast, certainly warrants my vigilance. Following the wave of panic that swept through the skies, a subtle tremor began to resonate from the earth, gradually intensifying. The first to arrive were the swiftly flying jungle sprites. These diminutive creatures, unseen by mortals, darted past in a frenzy, disregarding their innate affinity for magic, leaving behind a trail of vibrant green luminescence in their wake. Next came a group of ungulates with elongated limbs, trampling through the nearby stream, transforming the once pristine riverbed into a murky mess. A startled stag barreled towards me in a blind panic. Truth be told, even in a state of calm, its feeble night vision would scarcely allow it to avoid our presence. I swiftly grasped my wand and picked up a small stone from the ground just before this bewildered creature collided with us, then forcefully struck the wand against the earth. The base of the wand sank deeply into the ground, and from the recesses of my mind, a spell I recalled from before nightfall emerged into my consciousness. I uttered the incantation in 4 ascending tones, resonating with the magic of the North Star. And harnessing the stone's sturdy attributes, I completed a protective spell of the energy manipulation school, the Shield of Deerfend. The very moment the spell was cast, the stag thundered to within a meter of me, crashing violently into the barrier sustained by the combined forces of stellar magic and my mental energy. At the point of impact, a translucent ripple, reminiscent of water, surged through the space. The stag's sharp antlers splintered with a crisp crack, and its massive body was sent tumbling, crashing through 2 saplings as it fell, unable to rise before being trampled by the throng of creatures that followed. Jenny was roused from her slumber by the cacophony of fleeing animals, and before she could grasp the situation, yet another wave of creatures surged past us. The Shield of Deerfend endured several more violent impacts, the ripples illuminating the ground before us. The small stone in my hand began to fracture, and should the cracks continue to widen, ultimately leading to the shattering of my magical conduit, I would be left relying solely on my mental energy and the magic of the stars to sustain this protective spell, at which point my endurance would soon falter. Jenny instinctively drew her longsword, brimming with vigilance. I could tell she relished this moment, though she had never had the chance to showcase her swordsmanship before me. I reached into a small pouch at my waist with my free hand and retrieved a handful of bone powder, preparing to cast my second newly recalled curse for the night, Mass Terror. As the ash-gray powder descended, a thin veil of black mist gradually enveloped the ground, illuminated by the ripples of the shield of Deerfend. The horde of creatures that had been charging towards us recoiled in terror, wailing as they circumvented the dark fog surrounding us. The exodus of beings persisted, and I had never fathomed that such a vast multitude could lurk within a single forest. Nor had I ever witnessed such a terrifying entity that could incite their collective flight, creating an unstoppable torrent that ensnared both Jenny and me in place. After Jenny, in a state of panic, asked for the second time, "What on earth is happening?" I shouted over the din, "Find a leaf, tear it into the shape of a two-winged bird, and then pluck one of my hairs." She leaned closer to hear my words, and without hesitation, she drove her drawn sword into the ground, almost piercing my foot, then seized a broad leaf that had been dislodged from a tree trunk upon impact, deftly fashioning it into the form of a bird with her nimble fingers. With a quiver in her voice, she asked, "What next?" "Thread my hair through the center of the bird's head, at the position of its eyes, and secure it tightly," I commanded. She complied immediately, though her trembling hands caused her to take several agonizing seconds to secure the hair. Watching her eyes widen with anxiety and her slender fingers dance under the moonlight, I found my mood lightening, nearly breaking into a smile. Once she completed the task, I called out again, "Throw it into the sky." Without delay, Jenny hurled it into the air before me, her motion crisp and efficient. I was utterly enamored by her. The leaf bird ascended to its zenith before beginning to drift downwards. Seizing the moment, I quickly recited an incantation, causing the green leaf to rapidly expand under the silvery moonlight, its leafy wings transforming into pure black feathers, with a few plummeting due to the violent stretching. Ultimately, the leaf bird morphed into a large raven, circling above us before silently soaring into the night sky from whence the panicked beast had fled. Jenny stared in awe at this marvel, momentarily forgetting the sword still lodged in the ground. She was always so easily stirred, so readily amazed. Meanwhile, another scene unfolded in my vision, a bird's-eye view of the land from above. Eye of the Raven, a reconnaissance spell that demands considerable mental fortitude. Generally, mastery of this spell requires extensive practice to wield even moderately, since as the caster divides their mental energy to gain a high-altitude perspective, the resulting imagery overlaps with their actual vision, leading to a muddled perception for novices. Fortunately, I possessed experience with this magic, allowing me to maintain clarity in my sight. Nonetheless, it took me a few seconds to adapt to the spell. During this time, two stags, having charged too swiftly to alter their course, collided with my shield once more, adding 2 more cracks to the already battered stone. Why was I not holding a diamond instead? The vista from above gradually sharpened, revealing vast expanses of forest shimmering in moonlight, undulating as creatures fled, resembling a silver sea of mercury in motion. Continuing forward, I spotted a section of the forest that appeared as though a handful of stones had been cast into a lake. This was the source of the commotion. In truth, with nearly all creatures having fled, the area had become eerily tranquil. This calm was steadily spreading, extending toward our position that I maneuvered the raven to descend at an angle. It became increasingly challenging to control the further it drifted from me, until I neared the treetops, hoping to glean what was transpiring below through the gaps in the foliage. However, I barely caught a glimpse before a hand abruptly emerged from the underbrush, ripping the raven to shreds. My aerial vision abruptly vanished, restoring clarity to my sight, yet my spirits plummeted to the depths, for from the red skin and black nails of that hand, I discerned the identity of the creature that had instigated such widespread panic. No, it could scarcely be deemed a creature. It was a demon, a bat demon to be precise, a combatant of the abyss under the dominion of the 9 lords of the abyss, synonymous with malevolence and destruction. Reveling in brutality and chaos, all the evils of the material world pale in comparison to it. Chapter 13. Bat Demon. Yet, how did this demon come to the material plane? An almost impervious crystal barrier exists between the abyssal realm and the earthly realm, capable of thwarting even the most formidable entities, such as the 9 lords of the abyss or dukes, from forcibly entering the material sphere. Only lower-tier demons or devils can be summoned to the earthly realm by powerful mages. However, the prerequisites for becoming a powerful mage involve an unwavering accumulation of mental fortitude over time, a profound understanding of the essence of various magics, and the judicious application of diverse magical combinations in combat, all of which require time. If those who created humanity could indeed be called gods, then they must have considered the issue of interplanar summoning when they forged existence. Thus, They granted the most creative, perceptive, and capable individuals among humans a mere century of life, while depriving the long-lived elves, who could endure for around 4 centuries, of the qualities of innovation and exploration. Therefore, theoretically, within the human lifespan's constraints, no human could achieve the mental prowess and understanding of magic necessary to summon beings as formidable as the 9 lords of the abyss or dukes. However, exceptions abound. As the only faction in the earthly realm that can be compared to dragons, mages invariably find ways to extend their lives, acquiring greater magical power and the ability to summon ultimate entities akin to abyssal dukes or lords. Yet, to attain such capabilities, a theoretical accumulation of at least 5 centuries of mental fortitude is required if one wishes to possess the ability to summon lesser high-ranking demons or fiends, such as the Baroth demon before me. Then approximately 300 years of magical mastery is required. However, during the flourishing magical era 3 centuries ago, the entire realm of Arafast had fewer than 100 wizards, even accounting for those promising apprentices who might have possessed the talent to become wizards in the future. This number would not have exceeded 300. In comparison to the nearly 100 million humans inhabiting the Western continent at that time, wizards were akin to dragons, existing only in the legends of the vast majority. Although the subsequent Fog Forest War, which shocked the entire continent, brought high-level mages and their formidable magics into the public eye for the first time, enlightening ordinary humans and other sentient beings about certain aspects of wizardry. I firmly believe that the number of wizards must have diminished rather than increased after such a conflict. This war nearly eradicated all high-level mages across the continent and cast a dark shadow over the name of wizardry in the minds of the populace. The most powerful wizard of Arafast, the malevolent Lich King Sartan Diggs, has become synonymous with death and darkness. After all this exposition, my point is simple. I do not believe there exists a high-level wizard capable of summoning this high-ranking demon today, because they should have perished long ago. 300 years passed. Moreover, I find it even more difficult to believe the notion that my current fate remains influenced by that grand prophecy, the one that dictates, through a series of seemingly coincidental yet rational occurrences, the recovery of all that I have lost, ultimately restoring my former power. If this were true, then the presence of a Baroth demon, a creature exceedingly perilous to my current self, should not be looming near me. My former self was certainly not so foolish as to desire to survive a harrowing struggle against death, only to regain my former self through one perilous encounter after another. The first time I encountered a road demon, I felt an unsettling sensation, and in retrospect, I now realize where that discomfort stemmed from. Indeed, from that moment onward, my fate, shielded by the grand prophecy, had begun to be influenced by some mysterious force, with that incident representing its initial manifestation, and this crisis serving as its second. My destiny has strayed from its previous path, and I remain oblivious to the force or individual capable of interfering with the celestial trajectories once more, whether in my past or present. I detest the feeling of being unable to exert control over such developments. Yet, I force myself to refrain from contemplating these matters further at this moment, for after the Eye of the Crow was shattered, the Baroth demon has already discerned my presence and is advancing towards me. Technically speaking, Baroth demons are not merely demons, they are classified as fiends. The 2 primary races of the abyss, devils and demons, are distinct. Although most people frequently conflate them, the common characteristics of devils include red skin, black claws, horns, and tails shaped like tridents. They possess a strict social hierarchy and are adept at temptation and intrigue. In contrast, demons exhibit a plethora of grotesque forms, including man-eating spiders, flame serpents, corrupted mortal souls seduced by devils, zombies, skeletal soldiers, flame trolls, and nightmares. They specialize in destruction and chaos, serving as the primary combatants within the abyss. Most of these combat demons are governed by the Baroth devil race, which constitutes the majority of high-ranking officials in the abyss. Consequently, many texts mistakenly refer to Baroth devils as Baroth demons, a misnomer that has become a habit passed down through generations. Now, this commanding and controlling Baroth demon is drawing nearer in this forest, likely leading a cadre of animal corpses, powerful enough to withstand its deathly summons and serve as its puppets. In such a dark, foreboding forest, fleeing is nearly tantamount to inviting death. Every denizen of the abyss is accustomed to darkness and possesses tracking abilities beyond human comprehension. Fortunately, the wave of panic among the animals has subsided, and I promptly discard the nearly shattered stone in my hand, striding swiftly to the corpse of a lynx trampled to death nearby, tearing off a tuft of fur, a clump of feline hair. Then, I draw my longsword and scrape some powder from the broken antler of a dead stag. Along with the trollbone powder in my pocket, I can barely muster enough to cast 4 new spells for Ginny, Cat's Grace, Bull's Strength, Bear's Endurance, and Dark Vision. These spells will enhance the swordswoman's agility, strength, resilience to blows, and immunity to the primal fear that arises before dark creatures that I convey my message to Ginny with utmost urgency and brevity, ensuring she understands that a genuine devil is approaching us, posing a significant threat. Although I possess formidable mental fortitude, I lack the higher-level incantations needed, and even if my spellbook contains some potent spells, I cannot cast them without the appropriate materials if necessary. I will require her to hold off the Baroth demon, affording me the time to prepare my magic. Indeed, dark vision proves effective. Ginny merely expresses shock. Yet her eyes gleam with the exhilaration and anticipation of impending battle. She unsheathes her longsword, even executing a few elegant flourishes. Meanwhile, I delve into my spellbook, striving to calm myself. Devils and demons thrive in the dark. Fiery Abyss and high-ranking Baroth demons are particularly resistant to many formidable spells of alteration. I must refresh my memory of certain incantations, specifically those capable of countering dark entities. Chapter 14. Chanting in the Language of Demons. The spellbook in my possession contains a total of 34 spells, of which 25 are considered true magic, while the remaining 9 are simpler techniques derived from alchemical arrays, significantly easier to master than the more complex spells. Baroth demons exhibit exceptional resistance to curses and high-temperature damage spells, while light-based attacks inflict substantial harm upon them. Thus, I hasten to memorize 7 additional spells from the tome: Lunaria's Light, Sunburst, Rainbow Spray, Ice Prison, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, Sudden Strike, and Comprehend Languages. Then, I rise, planting my wand firmly into the ground before me, exhaling gently to calm my thoughts, allowing these spells to surface from my subconscious and bubble forth into my conscious awareness, eager to be unleashed. Ginny, stay calm, trust me, I say to her, who stands poised with her sword, her gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Obey my commands, do not act impulsively. She inhales deeply, loosening her delicate fingers gripping the sword's hilt, only to tighten her grip once more, nodding in affirmation. In the now silent, shadowy depths of the forest, an ominous tremor emerges, followed by the emergence of a towering, muscular shadow squeezing through the trees, furiously swatting aside a branch as thick as a bowl, which obstructed its path. As it steps into the clearing by the stream, we finally catch a glimpse of this infamous high-ranking devil from the abyss, standing at a staggering 3 meters tall. Its upper body bare, clad only in tattered rags around its waist. Its skin bears the unique crimson hue of devils, while its sharp claws are a deep black, riddled with lethal bacteria and toxins. Each breath it takes is infused with the acrid scent of sulfur, reminiscent of a recent bath in volcanic waters or a meal of butter-fried brimstone. The most striking feature is its pair of horns, long, black, with 4 slender white rings adorning them. Instantly, my spirits lift. A mature Baroth demon should possess completely black horns. While the presence of white rings indicates immaturity, I am fortunate that Baroth demons are among the few fertile fiends of the abyss. Dealing with a juvenile is certainly more manageable than confronting an adult. Now, this demon halts, fixing its furious white eyes upon us. Indeed, it is rare to encounter a devil in a placid state, unless it has just been vanquished before your eyes. That I promptly cast Comprehend Languages, enabling me to communicate in the demonic tongue for a brief period. Then address the devil in a tone steeped in provocation. By the virtues of greed, brutality, envy, and pride, I praise you, fiend from the abyss. One might wonder why I choose such a tone to converse with it. One must understand that the moral compass of the abyss is entirely distinct from that of the surface world. Any behavior you consider courteous can easily provoke a devil, leading it to rend you asunder and steal your soul. The Baroth demon spews sulfurous fumes and retorts angrily, "Another wizard, detestable human wizard. This time, I shall tear you to shreds, so you may comprehend the price of summoning me from the abyss. Oh, this filthy and vile surface world. The hollow, nauseatingly pristine air. May the light of heaven eternally scorch you all. Evil Baroth demon, pray tell, which wizard summoned you from hell? I shall join you in severing his head and offering his soul to you." Both the language of demons and the language of the astral realm. akin to that of the elves, possess a far more ancient history than the common tongue of humanity. These languages share a distinctive characteristic. Their oral expression is imbued with an intense sense of chant, as if one were performing an opera. Jenny, listening to our exchange, was bewildered, frequently glancing at me in confusion that I discreetly gestured for her to remain still and not act rashly, given that it was a juvenile Bart demon. My earlier concerns had somewhat abated. My sole desire was to ascertain who had summoned it, especially since, from its tone, it seemed that the sorcerer had not only summoned it, but had also managed to defeat it. Albeit allowing it to escape, the sorcerer possessing such extraordinary power could rightfully adorn their name with the title of sorcerer even in my own era. However, instead of feeling pleased, the demon's response was one of fury. Its laughter echoing ominously that it suddenly opened its maw, filled with yellowed teeth, leaning forward to bellow in rage, the red muscles of its cheeks quivering, as corrosive saliva nearly splattered before us. How dare you mock me again? The essence of your soul bears the same scent as that one. You, accomplice. Damn you, Malunian. I curse you to ascend to heaven upon your death. Suddenly, two glowing red spots appeared beneath its neck, signaling an impending fierce attack that I promptly abandoned futile persuasion, placing my right hand upon the tip of my willow wand, where the cool dew of the night had already gathered. The first spell, Ice Prison, was swiftly cast. As the demon took a considerable step forward, the ground beneath it transformed into a blanket of white snow, followed by a thin layer of ice that spread over its feet, anchoring it in place. Meanwhile, Jenny quietly recited the incantation to activate the Antares shield spell. With her sword held horizontally at shoulder height, she slightly bent her body, her silver hair billowing in the moonlight as she charged at the Bart demon. Yet, this thin layer of ice proved insufficient against the demon's formidable strength. Within a mere second, it shattered the ice with a kick, roaring as it extended its long, black-nailed hands toward Jenny's sword tip. At that moment, centered around my wand, a swirl of silver light erupted forth. These beams, no thicker than a finger, instantly traversed the distance of several dozen meters between us, striking the Bart demon like silver arrows. Light of Lunia, a wish-based spell. Lunia is the name of the first layer of heaven, Mount Lunia. This spell summons the purest light to pierce through darkness, inflicting severe damage on abyssal creatures and paralyzing them. The air was suddenly filled with the scent of sulfur and roasted meat. Where the demon's red skin was struck, horrifying blisters swelled, bursting with blackish-red pus. As its body halted in a forward lunge, the force so great that it sent a stone the size of a human head flying. Jenny's sword pointed directly at its ribs, her entire being radiating a silver halo as she collided with the demon's body, only to rebound swiftly. Chapter 15. A bite. This guy's skin is too tough. Oh my, she exclaimed while thrusting twice more, each strike merely leaving shallow marks on the demon's form. That it was evident that the creature had cast a stone skin spell upon itself, rendering Jenny, even bolstered by the strength of a bull, unable to breach its defenses. The demon, enraged, howled, spewing forth a copious amount of acidic liquid, all of which was neutralized by the holy radiance of the Antares shield, transforming into harmless droplets of water. The paralyzing effect of the light of Lunia was not long-lasting. The demon soon regained its freedom and struck fiercely at Jenny. The Neanderthal knight dodged nimbly, bending low to leap into the shadow behind the demon. Standing at 3 meters tall, the demon towered over Jenny, who, while bent, barely rose above its knees. As the paralysis effect lingered, I prepared a new spell. When the demon turned to seek Jenny, I raised my wand high, scattering a cloud of white moonstone powder with my left hand, while loudly reciting a 16-note incantation. This was the most advanced spell I had employed thus far, Solar Flare. The moment the incantation concluded, the moonstone powder suspended in the air ignited, emitting a dazzling light. This radiance compelled both Jenny and me to squint to shield our vision, while for the Bart demon, accustomed to the dimness of the abyss, it was akin to staring directly at the sun. In that instant, the entire forest around us was illuminated in exquisite detail, but this was not the end. The blinding light contained a pure force of immense lethality against dark beings. Under its brilliance, the demon's skin began to melt like butter in a hot pan, accompanied by its anguished screams, releasing an unbearable stench. The demon bent over in agony, instinctively attempting to minimize the area exposed to the light to protect its vulnerable abdomen. However, its eyes had been scorched, leaving it directionless. Seizing the opportunity, Ginny evaded its wildly flailing arms, darting to its side, raising her sword high, her body twisting to the limit, arched like a bow, the strength from her ankles. Thighs, waist, and arms coalesced into this singular, powerful strike that I immediately cast the final enhancement spell I had prepared for her, Forceful Strike, which would double the strength of melee weapon users, allowing them to ignore the effects of normal weapon blocks. Ginny unleashed her full might, her sword becoming a flash of lightning in the reflection of the white light that it was as if a blade of light had sliced through the demon's neck, its head soared high amidst the brilliant illumination. A torrent of blackish-red blood erupting into the air, accompanied by an even more potent stench of sulfur. She quickly sidestepped to avoid the highly corrosive blood, even though the Antares shield possessed purifying capabilities. A refined girl would not relish the idea of bathing in foul blood in the wilderness, unless it were dragon's blood. Yet, I did not relinquish my grip on the wand, for I had noticed something unusual. The demon's head did not emit a swirling crimson mist upon its demise, which would signify its soul. Only by dispersing that soul could one truly eradicate a demon. Thus, I reserved my final lethal spell, Rainbow Eruption, ensuring it would have no chance to escape. However, the head merely dropped to the ground without any abnormality. As the effect of the darkness immunity spell on Ginny had not yet faded, she turned to me in disbelief, her silver hair shimmering like the most radiant tapestry of chelnas from the eastern continent under the moonlight. Oh my, we killed a demon. Oh my, I shall become a baron. Oh my. She was engulfed in overwhelming joy, partly catalyzed by the darkness immunity spell. The knight raised her corroded iron sword, stained with the demon's blood, and swung it in a circled AT that moment. The demon's head, towering to Ginny's knee, suddenly sprang up, its tooth-filled maw snapping onto her calf. Fortunately, her knee was protected by iron greaves. The razor-like teeth slid off the curvature of the greave and sank into her leg. Yet even so, I heard a horrific sound of bones splintering. Only as she fell did Ginny manage to emit her first cry of anguish. Nevertheless, this seasoned knight swiftly gripped her sword tightly, gritting her teeth and striking at the demon's head. Without the enhancement of magic and weakened by excruciating pain and the corrosive venom from the demon's mouth, her sword failed to leave even a mark on its horns before slipping from her grasp. The demon's jaw strength was immense. Even if I were to cast Bull's strength upon myself once more, I could not pry it open, especially since that spell had already been utilized. Ginny's Antares shield began to emit waves of white light, purifying the corrosive blood that lingered upon the demon's head. However, the lethal venom embedded in Ginny's flesh from the demon's teeth could not be purified by the external light. It rapidly seeped into her blood, muscles, and bones, voraciously draining her vitality. Suddenly, I recalled another spell I had reserved, promptly tearing a lock of hair from my head, rapidly reciting a two-note incantation, and forcefully casting that hair onto the demon's head. A sound akin to steel scraping a pot bottom immediately resonated, causing the demon to open its maw and emit an uncontrollable laughter. The Bart demon's vitality was so robust that even after its head had been severed, the remaining muscles in its neck continued to contract, breathe, and even laugh. This was the Tasha's cackle spell, originally intended for mischief, yet it had saved Ginny's life. I swiftly dragged the semi-conscious Ginny from the demon's jaws, then gathered a spectrum of radiant light in my hands, unleashing a beam of rainbow-like brilliance from my fingertips. This was the spell I wielded with the utmost confidence, Rainbow Eruption. However, as a spell that requires no magical medium and has an extremely brief incantation time, its drawback lies in the fact that when cast without a wand, it only proves fatal to creatures of human size or smaller, up to twice that of a normal human, when confronted with larger beings. One must rely on the magical conductivity enhancement of a wand, which geometrically drains the caster's mental energy. That I fear that utilizing this spell at the outset, should I miss and exhaust a significant portion of my mental strength, could plunge both of us into unknown peril. Had I foreseen such an outcome, I would have depleted my mental reserves and risked everything to transform that Bartho demon into mere motes of light. Its soul and head would dissipate in the early morning air, yet I lament that the spell's duration could not be extended, allowing the fiend to endure even more profound and excruciating torment. The power of the Shield of Antares can only be unleashed by a woman of the Mater bloodline, and Ginny has already informed me that she is the sole bearer of this lineage in this generation. Should she succumb to the demon's poison, devoid of the unique strength of Antares, how could I bring my ultimate plan to fruition? That despicable, vile, repugnant Bartho demon, a wretched worm from the abyss. Chapter 16. The pixie. I cursed that demon in my heart with the most venomous words, while attributing all terms of purity and goodness to it. Yet none of these thoughts guided me toward a means of extricating Ginny from the clutches of death. She bore 4 ghastly wounds on her calf. And more ominously, those injuries had ceased to bleed, signifying that a vast quantity of poison remained trapped within her body. An MY spellbook contained but one magic applicable to living beings, healing touch. However, the consequence of this spell is that the caster must endure the average damage suffered by the injured. This implies that should I invoke this spell, I would face the grim prospect of 2 lives extinguishing simultaneously, with 4 to 5 days' travel remaining to the village of Gurudin, where I could procure alchemical materials to concoct antidotes. I remained uncertain whether Ginny could endure until then, yet I forced myself to calm, committing to memory several spells that might prove useful shortly, lifting her and placing her upon my back. While positioning my wand horizontally behind me, I believed she was the first to ride upon my wand. There was still one more option, the only one I could conceive, albeit a gamble. Upon my left pinky finger rested a ring of silver, one among many luck rings I had crafted in the past. I hoped it might bestow upon me fortune in this dire moment, preserving Ginny's life for the time being. I then cast Feather Fall upon Ginny, significantly reducing her weight. This spell's efficacy grows stronger the faster an object or person descends. With preparations complete, I hastened through the woods, carrying her. Upon entering this forest, we had discovered an overgrown path to the west, winding through the underbrush toward the main road leading to Gurudin. Along such woodland trails, a peculiar creature often dwells, the pixie. Just moments ago, amidst the panic of fleeing woodland creatures, I had glimpsed a multitude of forest fairies. And these forest fairies share a close kinship with pixies. They favor residing beside the hidden paths within dense woods, and like all fey creatures, they revel in mischief. Their greatest delight lies in leading travelers astray or causing greedy hoarders to lose their treasures. The presence of the forest fairies suggested a high likelihood of pixies nearby, and every magician ought to know that pixies and fairies share an inexplicable bloodline, their blood possessing potent antidotal properties. As long as I could capture a pixie or a forest fairy, I mused, moving swiftly, intently searching for traces in the dawn light. Ginny leaned against my shoulder, her breath hot against me, a sign of her fever. The daylight gradually brightened, dew on the leaves refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in the morning light, dampening the hem of my robe. After traversing a low thicket and treading upon a cluster of wild lilies, I finally beheld the path, nearly obscured by weeds. That I took a deep breath, slowing my pace to walk steadily along the trail. Ginny's weight upon my back felt increasingly burdensome, yet this merely indicated my growing fatigue. As long as the downward trend persisted, the effects of Featherfall would remain. Her previously labored breathing began to steady, but this was not a good sign. That I knew that the lethal toxins and pathogens had begun to sap her strength. And still, the pixies had yet to appear. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Sometimes, one walks alone, yearning for a sudden encounter that leads to a realm of wonder, embarking on an unimaginable journey. In such moments, one finds it difficult to encounter a pixie. At other times, burdened by worries and hurrying forward, longing to reach a destination to enjoy a warm, soft bed and delectable food, or to visit a gravely ill family member. In such instances, one often unknowingly strays from the path. The ignorant mortals often attribute this perplexing phenomenon to the adage, haste makes waste, unaware that it is the mischief of the elusive pixies at play. As a solitary magician, I have never harbored a fondness for these trickster beings, yet at this moment, I desperately wished for their presence, to dance a mysterious dance around me, allowing me to capture them. I walked along the path for what felt like an eternity, until the sun approached its zenith, casting beams of light through the trees, dappling the lush grass and fragrant flowers with patches of sunlight. Yet still, no pixie appeared. That I could not help but recall the morning I had departed from my tower, when I had so effortlessly encountered a throng of forest fairies. This unpredictable world. Exhausted, I finally laid Ginny beneath the shade of a great oak. Slumping beside her, anxiously pulling at the surrounding weeds and breaking twigs one by one, I am a relatively powerful magician compared to mere mortals. I can recall most spells from the tome and wield them without expending magical energy through my wand. Yet this power serves only myself, and in this moment, I could only watch as Ginny's vitality waned, powerless to act. There exists but one way to preserve Ginny's consciousness in the direst of circumstances. Yet I shall not consider it until the very last moment, for it would alter my plans significantly, potentially yielding unforeseen and dreadful consequences. Just as I lost myself in thought, a faint buzzing sound emerged from a corner. An uncontrollable ecstasy surged within me, but I struggled to maintain my composure, feigning the bewilderment and urgency of an ordinary traveler forced to pause for rest due to exhaustion. Unlike their kin, pixies cannot keenly sense the magical fluctuations emanating from a magician, thus they dare to approach me. Unlike the forest fairies, who wisely maintain their distance, a pale green figure appeared to my right, blinking at me mischievously before dancing in a tight circle around me. I pretended not to see it, directing my gaze toward a nearby cluster of dianthus. The diminutive creature, adorned with translucent green wings, gradually relaxed, twitching its pointed ears as it danced closer, attempting to ensnare my thoughts with its enchanting movements, leading me astray. I continued to breathe steadily, watching as it hovered a mere meter away. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy erupted in the air, swiftly enveloping the pixie. It had not even the time to emit a piercing scream with psychic effects before being rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force. Mage Hand, a simple technique mastered by every magician. By constructing a field of magical energy, one can effortlessly capture magical creatures invisible to the human eye and levitate small, lightweight objects. I sprang to my feet, using Mage Hand to lift the pixie and position it above Jenny's mouth. Then pried open her lips with my left hand, using a sharp twig I had just broken off to pierce the pixie's neck. The gaping wound, vastly disproportionate to its slender neck, immediately gushed forth a stream of blood. The pale green blood bore no metallic scent, instead exuding a faintly refreshing aroma. After a brief trickle, it ceased, and I tightened my grip with Mage Hand, squeezing out the remaining blood as one would extract juice from an orange. At this point, the pixie's body had grown translucent from blood loss. I carelessly tossed it aside, allowing its essence to disperse. In this moment, Jenny's condition improved slightly due to the fey blood, her breathing growing heavier once more. Yet this was still far from sufficient. I required more pixies. Such diminutive sprites typically inhabit in clusters of 10 to 15, among which there exists a larger fairy endowed with the capability to wield the audible dance of madness, a spell capable of plunging its victims into a frenzied dance until they are utterly exhausted and perish. Here, I shall await the retribution from the other members of their kind, subsequently extracting every drop of their blood. Chapter 17. Demigods. Yet, before that, I partook of a small amount of ammonia-flavored carnation flower mixed with bone powder to regain some of my mental vigor. Gritting my teeth against the wave of nausea, I clenched the remaining bone powder in my hand, picking up a stone to grasp as I cast the deerfen shield upon the two of us, the pixies. Clad in pointed, curved shoes, wielded diminutive bows that were equally sharp and bent. These wasp-sized sprites wielded their arrows with purpose, as their projectiles could induce a fleeting paralysis, were it not for dire necessity. No one would willingly provoke a larger fairy capable of invoking the audible dance of madness. Thus, I had to ensure they posed no threat to me before dispatching them prior to the larger fairy's incantation. Almost immediately after I cast my spell, I was met with the furious shrieks of a swarm of pixies, sounds piercing my mind like a flurry of invisible arrows, akin to 100 ants bathing in my brain matter. This was a spell used by all pixies. Erosion of thought. I gripped my wand tightly with my stone-holding hand, allowing its sharp edges to dig into my palm, using the pain to keep my thoughts lucid. Following the cacophony of wails, approximately 11 pixies swiftly approached, launching their slender arrows at both me and Jenny. The air before us shimmered with a multitude of translucent ripples, akin to raindrops splashing into a puddle. At that moment, I noticed a slightly larger fairy trailing behind them, its rapidly fluttering transparent wings glinting with a hint of gold. This could only be the larger fairy capable of casting the audible dance of madness. Realizing that their arrows proved ineffective against us, they began to shield the larger fairy as they drew closer, inching into a position where the larger fairy could unleash its magic. However, I would not grant it such an opportunity, even before they ceased their barrage. I began to chant the incantation for group fear, and at the very instant the larger fairy entered its casting range, I flung the bone powder into the air. The spell took immediate effect. The pixies transformed into a headless chaos, frantically scattering in all directions. Yet, they possessed another spell, Dispel magic. Hence I swiftly invoked another spell from my grimoire, Shadowbind. The dizzying effect of this spell proved remarkable under the vast canopy of trees. The shadows on the ground slithered like pale gray serpents, ensnaring the airborne sprites and rendering them dazed for a full 5 seconds. That I wasted no time in striking them down one by one. akin to a farmer harvesting jujubes. At that moment, they were truly rendered unconscious that I then proceeded to extract their essence, akin to squeezing orange juice. In truth, the pixies ought to be a more advanced race than mere humanoids. As they too could wield magic, such actions would likely be difficult for an ordinary person to accept. However, for a mage, the ethical constraints of the mundane world are difficult to impose. Magic, after all, originates from humanity's most primal era, a time when humans did not stand out among the myriad races of the continent of Fast, during the violent clashes between humans and other races. A select few endowed with mystical aptitude discerned the laws of magic and applied them in combat, unashamedly utilizing the bodily components of various creatures as mediums for their spells, in an era when moral standards were notably lax. Many practices that today appear bloody and cruel were deemed legitimate and reasonable. For instance, using a living heart to cure gout, employing subhuman bones to cast curses, utilizing the blood of pixies to treat ailments, or crafting potent mental elixirs from a child's brain. In essence, magic is a discipline that intertwines wisdom and savagery, an ancient art that testifies to the evolution of human intellect and morality. To this day, although certain spells have been classified as forbidden due to their gruesome and brutal nature that challenges contemporary human moral limits, mages remain a group more adept at trampling upon human ethics. Or rather, the nascent moral standards of humanity, for we possess our own moral compass. To a mage, the majority of beings are equal. This equality is only negated by two ironclad rules. First, when fulfilling the mage's specific needs, such as using biological components as magical materials. Second, the mage's status supersedes all beings save for dragons, existing as a demigod beyond the confines of Neanderthal and Claire humans. After I had dripped the blood of the 10th pixie into Jenny's mouth, her breathing shifted from rapid to steady, and her fever began to subside. At that moment, I not only sensed her vitality gradually returning, but also felt an extraordinarily comforting aura, an essence of nature, mystery, and vigor. In other words, it was the essence of the elves that I had never anticipated that a mingling of Neanderthal blood with a trace of elven lineage would yield such an effect. It appeared the legend held some truth. Neanderthals were not, like the Claire, primordial beings birthed alongside the astral deities, but rather creations of the elven matron Eva, revered by elves. Now, only one pixie remained, the larger fairy. Pixies delight in leading travelers astray and causing misers to lose their treasures, implying they possess many accumulated riches from ages past. Our next destination is the village of Guru Din, where we may reside for an extended period, accomplishing various tasks and gathering the magical materials I require. Thus, we are in need of coin, ori gold, or Aidenju. The larger fairy had indeed regained consciousness. Muttering incantations under its breath, I understood it was attempting to invoke the odded dance of madness, and thus pressed my finger against its mouth, interrupting its spellcasting. Fairy, I require the wealth you have amassed. I addressed the terrified and enraged larger fairy, which flapped its transparent wings in vain, desperately attempting to break free from my grasp. How dare you make such a demand after slaying my kin? Human, it bellowed in a voice inaudible to Jenny. You shall face the full wrath of the pixie race, as long as I can escape this place. You may yet live if you surrender all your wealth to me. I replied calmly. I require your blood to heal this woman, for she vanquished a devil, your most despised race, last night, and was injured in the battle. That I know I cannot persuade you to sacrifice your blood and life willingly. Hence I have temporarily borrowed from the astral gods. Their souls have now returned to the embrace of the elven matron Eva. And you need not be so incensed. You are as wicked as the devil, it continued to curse. Such evil as yours seeks to lay claim to the wealth of the pixies. I would rather perish than offer you even the slightest hint. Pixies are an emotional and obstinate race. Thus I knew that threatening it with death would bear no fruit. I turned to glance at Jenny. She remained unconscious. I then focused on the magical creature bearing a trace of elven blood. The pixie's delicate, pale green eyes evoked a sensation buried deep within me, prompting me to slowly utter a name. By this name and the ancient oath, I command you, servant of the elves. Larger pixie. After granting it sufficient time to absorb and recollect this sensation, I released my grip upon it. Offer your wealth. A secret art, bloodline mark, was ignited by this essence. Its struggles ceased immediately, gazing at me with disbelief. Before it stammered out a terrified yet humble inquiry. How is this possible? How can you be resurrected again? Chapter 18. The King of Past and Future. I shall indeed be resurrected, I proclaim to it, and to the world, and I shall reign once more. The larger fairy emitted a low, fearful wail, its wings ceasing to flutter in shock. How can this be? Your life box has vanished. We witnessed its disappearance. I was somewhat taken aback. This larger fairy claimed to have seen my life box disappear, meaning it must have been a member of the fairy legion serving the elves during the War of the Misty Forest 3 centuries ago, although both fairies and elves possess lifespans considerably longer than humans. This larger fairy, within the natural lifespan of approximately 350 years, could be considered quite ancient. Yet, a fairy who witnessed my life box's disappearance would have been among the higher ranks of the fairy legion during the War of the Misty Forest. Why had it ended up in such a remote locale, reduced to a mere trickster sprite dwelling by the roadside? However, the larger fairy's subsequent reaction far exceeded my expectations. He unexpectedly prostrated himself upon a wide blade of grass, worshipping me with the most devout rituals of the fairy race. Then, with a voice trembling with excitement, he cried out, "O great Lich King Sartan Diggs, the ruler who exists in the past and is resurrected in the future. Guardian of the drought and all dark fairies, come swiftly to save your people." At that moment, I finally realized that something was amiss. The terms drought and dark fairies were names I had never encountered before. Moreover, the attitude of this grand fairy, one who had once been a member of the fairy legion that sought my demise 3 centuries ago, was entirely unexpected. Once, I, the Lich King Sartan Diggs, had forged a covenant with the fairies and their servitor races, yet the fairies had betrayed me, delivering the most lethal blow. But why, at this moment, did he refer to me as the guardian of the drow and dark fairies? Tell me everything you know, great fairy, I said, lifting him gently from the grass with a finger and speaking in a low voice, and then I shall decide whether to aid your treacherous race. We have never betrayed you, my lord, the grand fairy exclaimed, his impulsive emotion characteristic of his kind. The fairy race is no longer the same as it was 300 years ago. Some fairies forsook their covenant with you, slandering you as a puppet of the Lord of the Abyss, inciting us to participate in the ambush against you. When we learned the truth, your life box had already been destroyed, and thus a faction of fairies still loyal to you was declared as dark pursuers, exiled underground to become drow, while those who remained loyal to you were cast out of the legion, labeled as dark fairies. The matron of the drow, the great North Star Crown, the sorceress Melunian, prophesied that you would eventually return, yet most drow do not believe there will be a day when you resurface. But now, you, great ruler, existing in the past and resurrected in the future, have appeared. Melunian. I pondered, recalling that the demon Barto had once mentioned this name, claiming that I bore a similar essence to hers. If she bore the title of sorceress, then the one who summoned the demon Barto must certainly be she. Thus, the words of this grand fairy could not be dismissed as mere fabrications that I, in truth, under the influence of the arcane ritual known as bloodline imprint, the emotions he exhibited should not be feigned. The lower the creature, the stronger the magical constraints they endure. In contrast to those fairies who had once betrayed me, I found it easier to trust his words that I in the brief time since my memories had returned. I had sought to uncover the reasons behind the fairies' betrayal, that I yearned to understand what force could compel them to defy the effects of the bloodline imprint, to breach their oath without jeopardizing their lives, and to deliver their final blow against me. At this moment, I finally grasped some threads of clarity. In the latter stages of the Fog Forest War, the fire dragon Bacalas had appeared near the World Tree. If there existed a noble lineage capable of temporarily diluting the potency of the bloodline oaths sworn in the name of the celestial gods, it could only be the near-divine bloodline of dragons, specifically pure-blood dragons, and Bacalas's involvement in the ambush against me 3 centuries ago likely stemmed from an even older tale that I had underestimated the dragon's tenacity for vengeance. Yet indeed, in the long lives of dragons, which nearly rival the gods, what could be more captivating than the allure of hatred? Jenny would take a long time to regain consciousness, leaving me ample opportunity to reflect. To ponder a history spanning 3 centuries. To untangle relationships I had failed to comprehend even before my near demise. The fairies had betrayed me, and thus they paid the price, losing the World Tree. The Earth Dragon and Teres had betrayed me, and so he lost his ability to fly, sealed underground. The humans, the Neanderthals, and the Clarins had also betrayed me, and they had yet to pay a sufficient price to quell my current wrath. I do not hesitate to bestow the greatest honor upon my followers. Yet I am equally unrelenting in exacting the most excruciating punishment upon my enemies. From this moment forth, I swear by my former title. In the name of the Lich King Sartan Diggs, who possesses boundless magic in a demigod's form, that I shall make the entire world pay the price. I then addressed the Grand Fairy, saying, I shall journey north to visit Sorceress Maloon. You may serve as my envoy to announce my return to my current name is El Moon, but you may only convey this news to her alone. However, I soon furrowed my brow. The unique constitution of the fairies precluded the possibility of one among them possessing magical prowess comparable to that of humans, due to their excessively long lifespans. To prevent them from having the opportunity to master the power capable of challenging the gods over the ages, they had been stripped of creativity and the spirit of transformation by their creator, rendering them incapable of becoming extraordinary mages. Yet Melunian, she had summoned the demon Barto. She also bore an essence akin to mine. A terrifying thought surged within my mind, if I recalled correctly. Aside from the fragment of my life box, scattered upon the sword sheath peak, which contained a portion of my magic, one of the other two similar existences should be found in the north. This implies that Melunian had likely harnessed the magic from another of my life boxes, enabling her to become a sorceress over the span of 3 centuries, not a fairy sorceress. Damn it. This foolish female fairy has no idea what consequences summoning a demon to the mortal realm with my magic would entail. If such summoning powers could be abused, why did I not summon the 9 lords of the abyss 3 centuries ago? Chapter 19. The life box. I had been betrayed by nearly all races, leaving me with no faith in anyone's promises, even those sworn in the bloodline oaths of the celestial gods. Similarly, I did not believe that a woman who possessed my magic would harbor goodwill toward me, for no one could resist the allure of absolute power, not even I in my former days. Moreover, Melunian was a leader who constantly yearned to lead the drow back to the surface. The dark qualities within my power would attract malevolent spirits and evil beings, which is why the escaped demon Barto instinctively approached the village of Gurudin from the north. In my quest to acquire a demigod's form and the strength to challenge the gods, I allowed my soul to plunge into darkness, trading it for a formidable magic that should not have existed in the mortal realm. However, the ensuing cost was the amplification of the most malevolent traits within me, traits inherent to every being. Nourished by this dark magic, they rendered me susceptible to transforming into a creature of greater power, yet devoid of all humanity and reason. Thus, 3 centuries ago, I chose to separate a portion of my evil traits, seeking to utilize the power of the world tree, which the fairy race had long protected, to purify them entirely. Upon success, I would become a demigod possessing only pure rationality, distinct from those gods of humanity who delighted in provoking the demon races into mutual slaughter within the abyss for trivial amusement. Someone had attempted this before, the last ruler of the Neanderthal Empire in history, the Magic Emperor Bon, but he failed. He was annihilated by the celestial angels that descended upon the material realm. Along with the tower he had constructed, Bon Tower. Now, that once magnificent tower, a testament to human history, remains only as a terrifying remnant, regarded with a mixture of awe and disdain as the Tower of Arrogance. Yet I had overestimated the respect humans and fairies held for oaths. While underestimating the dragon's fixation on vengeance, weakened, I found myself besieged by human forces within the world tree's absolute barrier, only to be struck from behind by the fairies, nearly obliterated from this world, with my final strength. I divided my soul fragments and magic into 4 parts to evade the scrutiny of the wizards who opposed me, and after successfully employing the great prophecy, I perished alongside them. My first soul fragment was reborn 3 centuries later on the coast of Gurudin in the province of Bodigan of the Ori Kingdom, taking the name El Moon. After more than 20 years of a muddled existence, I gradually began to recall my purpose for being in this world and departed from there. Now, I had found one of my remaining 3 life boxes, which contained my magic and restored a portion of my power. Yet, compared to the Sartan Diggs who once challenged the entire world, I felt like a humble insect. However, the malevolent traits I had wished to eliminate 3 centuries ago had not been successfully purified. They clung to my life box, safeguarding my magic from those with ulterior motives. Yet after a century of time devoid of my conscious control, it seemed those dark spirits had developed their own awareness. Abandoning their task of guarding my magic box upon discovering they could not merge with my power and return to the human realm, This accounts for why I so easily reclaimed the magic from my first life box on Swordsheath Peak, and also explains why a drow, a being incapable of possessing extraordinary magic, could become a sorceress. After my evil guardians departed, she occupied my second fragment of magic that in this present moment, she is summoning creatures from the abyss. Yet, whether her intent is to exact vengeance upon those pale elves, or to seize my remaining 2 portions of magical power, I must urgently put an end to her foolishness. The astral deities have always been astutely vigilant against potential threats that could jeopardize their formidable existence in the earthly realm. This is precisely why I once endeavored to eradicate my own malevolent traits at the cost of sacrificing a portion of my magical essence. Striving to attain purity, they can tolerate a benevolent demigod, but cannot abide an entity that embodies humanity's flaws, drawing perilously close to divinity, for they understand themselves better than anyone. Summoning the formidable denizens of the abyss to the earthly realm is akin to igniting a fire in the gardens of those celestial beings. The fiends of the abyss are infinitely more powerful than the life forms of the earthly realm and are the primary concern of the astral deities. Thus, they take delight in inciting prolonged and bloody conflicts among the 9 lords of the abyss. A spectacle they refer to as the Blood War, not only to satiate their own ennui but also to weaken those formidable demons or devils that may pose a threat to them. Should Melunian acquire another fragment of power sufficient to summon one of the 9 lords of the abyss to the earthly realm, she would be immediately detected and obliterated by the gods, much like the former Emperor Bon. I care little for the demise of an elven sorceress. However, the price of losing the potent magic I have accumulated over centuries is utterly unacceptable. Fortunately, the deity's mere flick of a finger equates to the passage of over a decade in the earthly realm. I seem to possess a fleeting opportunity to halt that foolish elven maiden and devise a means to reclaim my power. My lengthy recollections may astonish any historian of humanity. Mortals live blissfully ignorant in the earthly realm, treating the gods and hell as ethereal concepts, unaware that these entities exist and continuously exert their influence upon them. Yet, as sorcerers, transcending the confines of humanity, we have always known the truth of this world, a truth concealed beneath a facade of tranquility and gentleness. Once we discerned that the astral deities, whom mortals revere as embodiments of justice and goodness, are no different from humans endowed with boundless power, how could we continue to revere this world and its gods, willingly leading mundane lives? Any powerful sorcerer is destined to tread the path to godhood, albeit one that appears to lead to ruin, for no one has ever succeeded. Yet, this is our tragic yet glorious fate, without exception. The pixie remains poised upon the blades of grass, awaiting my command, as I awaken from the blind elation of just learning that someone still remains loyal to me, that I must not allow that northern sorceress to discover my existence. For she now wields far too much power compared to me. If the pixie's assertions are accurate, she currently commands the loyalty of over 300,000 drow elves, possesses tomes detailing the summoning of abyssal creatures, and even wields advanced spells. She, too, will pursue greater power without restraint, unlike my former self, who endured the torment of that soulless darkness. In truth, she is already doing so, summoning fiends from the abyss. Chapter 20. The Silver King. Thus, I ultimately dismissed the notion of having this little pixie convey the news of my revival to that elven sorceress, at least until I reclaim my former spellbook. I must hasten to the village of Guru Din, for Jenny's condition is precarious. The blood of the Fae has stymied the demon's poison from eroding her life, but to ensure she bears no lasting effects, I must gradually restore her through alchemical means. I require certain materials from there and must reside for a time. More importantly, I sense that the malevolent spirit that once guarded my first life box is now in the vicinity of Guru Din village. I must swiftly locate it, eradicate it, or convert it into my own magical essence. The emergence of the elven sorceress has imposed a considerable psychological burden upon me, necessitating alterations to my previous plans of gradually regaining my power. I may not be willing to simply annihilate that malevolent spirit, allowing that formidable essence, nearly equivalent to the power within my life box, to go to waste. Therefore, after effortlessly acquiring the wealth amassed by the great pixie, a total of 113 Ori gold coins, 74 Ori silver coins, and several precious gems of notable quality, I continued my journey with Jenny.as for the great pixie. I prefer not to elaborate on its subsequent fate. The pixies regard their treasures as their very lives. An instinctual drive that surpasses even that of dragons, it chose to honor the vow, offering its riches, and then sang its own dirge. Jenny awakened after I had buried the bodies of those pixies. At that moment, the forest was suffused with the intensified fragrance brought forth by the afternoon heat. She initially appeared momentarily bewildered before slowly raising her hand to grasp my robe sleeve. I smiled at the young girl, gently patting her hand, and said, "All is well. You are no longer in mortal peril. Once we leave here and reach Gurudin village, I shall ensure your complete recovery." "We killed that demon, did we not?" She exhaled deeply, then exerted herself to lift her body slightly that I instinctively placed my other hand beneath her head, gently assuring her, "Indeed, you have earned a commendation. You may very well be the first human female warrior to slay a Barto demon." "No, a human warrior." Her golden irises suddenly ignited with vibrant hues, the joy in her expression rendering even the bright sunlight of that summer afternoon dim in comparison. "I knew it. I knew it." "Moo." She grasped my robe sleeve tightly, embedding her fingers into my flesh, and I subtly furrowed my brow. "You know, there has always been a prophecy in our family. Our ancestors gained a century of unwavering glory by collaborating with the sorcerer to slay the legendary Lich King. Therefore, when our family teeters on the brink of decline, another great sorcerer must inevitably emerge to restore our family's former glory from a century ago, and now this prophecy has come to fruition. For I have slain a demon. This will make our names sung by bards across the entire continent, praising our valor. A prophecy, the prophecy of the martyr family. Ha! Indeed, that Lady Marquise honored her vow to me, even knowing the dreadful price her descendants would once again pay. The women of the martyr clan, it seems, are inherently imbued with such a fervent and perilous madness. But alas, my dear, this matter must remain confidential. For certain reasons of my own point, one of my enemies summoned this vile creature. I reached out to remove a blade of grass from her silver hair, saying, "But you need not be disheartened. Slaying a demon is not a remarkable feat if you wish." I gazed into her eyes. "You could even follow me in the reconstruction of a Neanderthal empire. But first, I must acquire the power necessary to protect us. Thus, until then, we cannot disclose our valiant exploits to others." That highly evocative phrase indeed effectively muddled her currently somewhat muddled thoughts. A Neanderthal empire. This is the dream of all Neanderthals on the western continent of Arafast. There once existed a Neanderthal empire, the Baen Empire. Its territory encompassed the vast majority of what is now the Ori Kingdom, the Aden Kingdom, the Deen Kingdom, and the Republic of Inadel. However, because its ruler, the magic Emperor Baen, attempted to proclaim himself as the god of humanity, he incited the ire of the deities, leading to its destruction. This colossal entity, which existed for merely 27 years, crumbled to dust. Since then, the already scant population of Neanderthals no longer holds an equal status with the Clare people in nearly all nations on the western continent. There exists a decree that prohibits Neanderthals from holding titles exceeding that of a marquis, relegating them to secondary roles. If there exists any justification to retaliate against the humans who have betrayed my kind, allowing them to cleanse their sins through mutual slaughter, then this presents an excellent opportunity. And it was precisely because of my offhand remark that a thought suddenly emerged in my mind. Perhaps I could forge a hero for the Neanderthals, an indomitable hero, a hero loyal to me. He would lead those disillusioned and resentful Neanderthals against the elves and the Clare people, and perhaps even the drow elves who may no longer remain loyal to me. The drow could have a sorcerer known as the Crown of the Northern Star, and the silver-haired Neanderthals could also possess a great hero known as the Silver King. A hero, inheriting my malevolent spirit. Yes, a Neanderthal empire. I reiterated my words, softening my gaze, looking affectionately at Jenny, who had easily succumbed to dreams of the future. This glory will far surpass your comprehension. You shall be the first empress in history. Jenny propped herself up, gazing at me with an almost reverent expression, gripping my hand tightly and fervently exclaiming in a weakened tone, "Moo, that will truly come to pass." "Will it not? Could it truly be real?" "Indeed, it is," I replied succinctly, assisting her to her feet. "So now, let us embark towards Gurudin village, the place where you shall first claim your own glory." Instantly, she transformed into a beacon of energy and determination, albeit fueled solely by sheer willpower, straining her physical limits. Yet, none of that mattered anymore, for she was destined to receive a life nearly eternal. This honor I had never bestowed upon another, and she would be the first. Chapter 21. The caravan, the main road to Gurudin village, had grown increasingly perilous of late. It seemed that some disturbance had occurred within the nearby camp of the Cab Orcs, which had been stationed there since the era of the Mistwood War 6 centuries ago. This unrest had incited those already savage orcs to launch more frequent assaults on passing caravans. leaving the royal guard utterly powerless. As per usual, since that war, a delicate balance had been maintained between humans and demi-humans. The orcs no longer sought to challenge human dominance, but were equally resolute in resisting human eradication. Numerous orc bands, remnants of the war, kept a watchful eye on the human kingdoms, while humanity's armies endeavored to avoid provoking them. Unlike the fragmented human nations that had emerged post-war, the only Orcish state on the western continent, Timac, upheld a principle of unconditional protection for all demi-humans. Should any demi-human group face large-scale aggression, be they the cab orcs near Guruding, the gnolls near Dean, or the lizard folks scattered along the eastern coast, the towering Orcish legions, clad in bronze armor and weaponry, would unleash vengeful retribution upon their neighbors. Regrettably, Timac's closest neighbor was the kingdom of Ori, hence, the isolated cab orc camp, which survived solely by pillaging, had persisted until the increasingly formidable Ori army gradually suppressed their activities, confining them from the southwestern region of Guruding to their stronghold in the Tamir Hills. However, recently, the audacious act of plundering royal caravans, indiscriminately slaughtering all, young and old alike, merely to supply their militarized settlement, marked an unprecedented occurrence in recent decades. Yet, due to the tense relations with the neighboring Dean, the Ori Royal Guard and border forces, essentially the kingdom's regular army, were preoccupied and unable to attend to the situation here. Thus, Jenny and I had traversed this road for nearly 2 days without encountering a single caravan. Today was overcast, with a light drizzle falling. Summer was drawing to a close, and the rainy season of Ori was upon us. The road grew increasingly muddy, prompting us to leave the dirt path and tread upon the low grass at its side. My leather boots were waterproof, but Jenny's iron-plated shoes were less fortunate. This valiant knight, unafraid of battle, began to complain about the wretched weather and the oppressive humidity seeping into her footwear. The cloak gifted to me by the vendor was once again put to use, draped over Jenny to shield her from the accumulating droplets. This dreadful weather, though cool, offered no clean spot to rest. Our cloaks and robes were splattered with dark mud, and our shoes were in a deplorable state. I longed to reach Guruding swiftly and find a clean inn where we could indulge in the warmth of a cozy bed for the entire night. Suddenly, a sound reached us from the distance, the creaking of wooden carts and the rhythmic clatter of hooves against the ground. We immediately halted, stepping aside, while Jenny instinctively reached beneath the cloak to grasp her sword's hilt. The distant scenery blurred into shades of bluish-gray due to the fine rain, but soon, a chestnut pony burst through the mist, carrying a knight who galloped towards us. The term knight here merely indicated that this individual was mounted, rather than denoting a status of nobility that in reality, knight was the designation for the lowest tier of nobility within the kingdom of Ori. Yet despite their modest rank, a noble knight's equipment was undoubtedly superior to that of this man, who wore a coarse cloak and filthy leather boots. His armor consisted of a patched leather tunic reinforced with a single piece of iron, its surface marred with clear signs of mending. The man urged his horse to a halt a mere dozen meters from us, pulling on the reins and causing the old steed to turn in circles before dashing back into the mist behind him. "That is a scout on lookout duty," Jenny, her face obscured by the cloak's hood, remarked to me. "There must be a caravan behind him." I was pleased to see this young girl exhibiting calmness and maturity, despite her words carrying a hint of youthful bravado. Yet, like those eager to please my subordinates in the past, this display served as a potent tether, enabling me to steer and utilize them, while they would harbor gratitude, regardless of whether their initial demeanor was entirely genuine or tinged with ulterior motives. I reached out, pulling her closer as we stood at the roadside, ensuring that the passing cart would not splatter us with mud. Jenny was indeed correct. The figure was a scout, although poorly equipped. He moved with practiced efficiency, his armor bearing the scars of many battles, clearly an experienced warrior. This must be a sizable caravan, hence the employment of mercenaries for protection. However, mercenaries were typically a rough bunch. While some possessed kind hearts, their overly frank friendliness and crude jests were utterly intolerable to me. Moreover, in a group predominantly comprised of men, nearly every individual was suffused with intoxicating hormones, allowing Jenny, a girl whom I found reasonably attractive by my standards, to mingle among them would be tantamount to courting trouble that I merely wished for them to pass swiftly, each to their own path. After a brief while, 3 horses trotted past us, one being the previously encountered scout, They regarded us with openly hostile glares, two suspicious strangers with their faces hidden beneath hoods, their silhouettes marked by the outlines of drawn swords. I raised my head to meet their gaze, smiling as we locked eyes for 2 seconds before I greeted, "Good day." One of the burly men with a thick beard emitted a low grunt, finally confirming that we posed no threat, and shouted back to his companions. More raggedly dressed knights soon emerged from the rain-soaked haze, similarly scrutinizing us with unfriendly eyes as they rode by. The mud splattered by their horses and the rudeness of these rough men seemed to irritate Ginny, who, having grown up in a noble household, could no longer suppress her indignation. She lifted her head defiantly, returning their glares with angered eye. In the moment she did so, the hood of her tan leather cloak fell back, and a cascade of silver hair spilled forth like moonlight, becoming the sole brightness in this dreary weather. The brilliance of her hair even caught the attention of several mercenaries, causing their mounts to snort as they instinctively tightened the reins. Neanderthal, they murmured in voices uncharacteristically gentle for their rugged appearances, turning their horses around to stop. At that moment, the cart behind them caught up, its broad frame covered with heavy rainproof canvas, and the driver was also clad in tattered leather armor. The bearded man who had passed us earlier galloped back, his tone laced with irritation as he called, "What is going on?" Chapter 22. The nobility. In that moment, I realized that this was not merely a caravan. That I observed that none of the individuals aboard the freight wagons bore the garb of common folk. All were serious in demeanor, their expressions tinged with evident hostility, akin to a force marching toward the battlefield. The previously murmuring, gaunt knight pointed an accusing finger at Ginny from his mount, reiterating to the bearded man, "Andre, a Neanderthal woman." Suddenly, I comprehended their intentions on the Western continent. The ratio of Neanderthals to Clare was roughly 1 to 100, aside from a few major cities, those where Neanderthals had resided as the ruling class during the era of the Bon Empire. It was rare to encounter this silver-haired, golden-eyed rarity in more remote areas. Neanderthal women were universally acknowledged as the most exquisite beings on the continent, second only to elven women. They aged at a significantly slower rate than Clare women. Their skin smooth and fair, devoid of the slightly excessive body hair characteristic of Clare females. Consequently, Neanderthal women had become the most sought-after commodity among human traffickers across the continent. That I could easily envision the reaction of someone engaged in such unethical commerce upon spotting Ginny on this sparsely populated road. "Release your hand, mercenary." Ginny furrowed her brow, admonishing him. She had successfully provoked her ire. This was precisely why I held disdain for such individuals. They lacked basic courtesy and often employed their own norms to provoke the righteous indignation of a cultured person. A well-mannered, educated noble lady did not equate to an ordinary individual who could tolerate the pointed fingers and scrutinizing gazes of commoners as if she were mere merchandise. Yes, she chastised him. Ginny had already positioned her right hand on the sword's hilt, ready to draw her long sword with a mere flick of her wrist. However, this movement had already caused the hilt of her sword to protrude from beneath her cloak, revealing the bronze embellishments adorning her half-armor collar. At the end of Ginny's sword hilt was a flat copper seal, engraved with the family crest of the Martial house, that in times of necessity, it could serve as her personal seal, affixing wax to letters or goods. Yet, to the eyes of these brutish mercenaries, it merely signified a long sword that could fetch a high price and a piece of armor of considerable worth. With the notable exception of the man referred to as Andre, upon seeing these two items, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his demeanor visibly relaxed, likely concluding that a noble could not possibly be a spy for a band of thieves. Before turning his gaze towards me, he was presumably the leader of this group of mercenaries. As a leader, he inevitably interacted with 1 or 2 nobles, even if they were of lower rank. This was enough for him to comprehend Ginny's identity. In the kingdom of Ori, using subhumans for charcoal production was one matter, trafficking impoverished women was another, but murdering or selling a noble was an entirely different affair, one that demanded a price. I remained still, yet within the hidden recess of my ample sleeve, I pinched a small handful of bone powder, silently reciting the incantation for group fear. Should this mercenary leader be overtaken by greed, indeed, such individuals often commit foolish acts, I would promptly send them fleeing in terror, and then eliminate them one by one. However, he swiftly admonished those who were fidgeting restlessly, even those who had already drawn their weapons. "We have no time for such foolishness. You, Johnny, dismount this instant and apologize to the lady. Then we shall proceed." The slender man named Johnny shouted in confusion, "Boss, that's a Neanderthal woman. And this armor and weapon, that is a Neanderthal nobleman, Andre replied curtly. Then fell silent, glaring at Johnny. The other mercenaries immediately wore expressions of understanding, accompanied by a peculiar camaraderie, as if they were collectively sharing an unspoken secret. Johnny hesitated, begrudgingly sheathed his sword, and leaped down from his horse. Splattering a large amount of mud, the expressions on the faces of the others were relaxed, like spectators at a show, with even a few whispering bets on whether Ginny would slap him. Well, apologizing to a noble isn't too shameful, the man named Johnny mumbled, awkwardly approaching Ginny, who instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Oh, dear lady, please don't be so tense. Our boss, Andre, you know. Oh, you wouldn't know. His ancestry is noble as well. So, Johnny Dawson. Andre barked again, interrupting him, his face flushed with agitation. At least, I presumed it was agitation. All right, boss. Johnny wisely fell silent, grinning as he bowed to Ginny. I apologize, noble lady. His clumsy gesture was so off-kilter that he nearly tripped over his crossed legs, prompting an even louder bout of laughter from the mercenaries. So it was a mercenary leader who had lost his noble status, a discontented man unable to change his lot, though he had descended to the ranks of commoners. He still reminisced about his family's glorious history, stubbornly upholding the noble principles in his heart. Truly a pitiable sight. Ginny snorted coldly from her nose and withdrew her hand. Andre then turned his horse and rode away expressionlessly. I imagined his heart was filled with shame and disappointment. His subordinate had embarrassed him before a genuine noble, and he must now lead these crude and ignorant individuals on a perilous and bloody mission in such wretched weather. If an opportunity arose to escape his commoner identity, he would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation, but such a plan required careful consideration. The mercenary supply carts passed by us one after another, continuing onward. As the last mounted mercenary rode past me, I called out, "Hey!" The young man clad in damp black cotton armor turned to glance at me, then at Ginny, before darkly inquiring, "What is it?" I understood that he had stopped mainly due to Ginny's appearance. But I did not wish for this fellow to provoke her further, so I tossed him a shiny object. He quickly caught it, opened his palm. It was a silver coin from Ori, a hard currency accepted in a dozen or so countries. His attention instantly shifted to me, his gloomy expression softening slightly. He glanced at the caravan now lost in the rain and mist ahead, allowing his brown horse to nervously trot in place, and spoke again. "What do you want?" "This horse will not do." "I seek information," I replied. "Are you headed to the ancient village? What is in the carts?" "Too much curiosity is not a virtue, noble lord," he frowned, eyeing the silver coin in his hand, yet continued. "If you plan to go to the ancient village, I advise you to turn back immediately. The carts are loaded with weapons and armor, as well as components for catapults. The Kaboo orcs may attack there. We have been hired to assist with the defense." He paused, then added, "You might not get out alive." Chapter 23. I began to believe in fate once he uttered that last sentence. He suddenly tossed the silver coin back to me, shouting, "When I escape from that cursed place alive, return it to me." Then, with a firm squeeze of his legs, his horse splashed a great deal of mud and bolted into the mist ahead. This fellow is quite amusing. Not like a typical mercenary, I chuckled, addressing Ginny. "This is a silver coin from Ori." Ginny stared at me in confusion, her eyes wide. Huh? I suddenly remembered that this girl's father was the wealthiest baron in the province of Bodigen. A silver coin sufficient to cover a commoner's expenses for 3 months was not a significant amount for her. Nor was a gold coin enough to last a commoner a year. She probably had no concrete concept of money. Much like when I first encountered her, she was indifferent to losing a horse and unmoved by the gems in the remnants of a road demon. Unlike my past self, who, after laboriously crafting a batch of lucky rings, could only sell them for 20 to 30 copper coins each. Yet, here was a girl who could accompany me in the wilderness, subsisting solely on dry bread and salted fish, which indeed filled me with admiration. In truth, she bore a striking resemblance to her ancestor, as if fate had crafted a pair of twins, one bestowed upon me 300 years ago, and the other 300 years later. However, I no longer dared to reveal everything to anyone as I once did. The pain from that previous betrayal ran too deep. I could no longer trust anyone. Therefore, Ginny, if one day you come to resent someone for my actions, direct that resentment towards your ancestors. I gazed at the silver strands framing her face and her eyes, pure as gems, and thought thus. "Let us proceed to Eluding," I said, pulling her hood up, brushing away a damp strand of hair clinging to her eyelashes, and softly spoke. "Isn't there to be a battle with the orcs there? Perhaps once we arrive, the city will be sealed." And we want to be able to leave until the war is over. Her face flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze, attempting to change the subject. There won't be a large-scale war. The Kabul orcs have resided there for over 600 years. The number of children and women is considerable, along with many half-orcs born of human interbreeding, who are less formidable in battle. They are no longer the orc legion of 600 years ago. I continued walking. The orc raids on the village of Eluding occur several times a year. This time is merely a routine skirmish, lasting at most 2 weeks. Moreover, your body has not yet fully healed. It is currently sustained by the vitality induced by elven blood. If not treated properly, it may leave lasting ailments, and that would be troublesome. Half-breeds with humans. She completely disregarded my subsequent remarks, covering her mouth in astonishment. Half-breeds with humans? How could anyone? They are all women who were captured. I shrugged. In truth, every year, human women are taken by the Kabul orcs near Eluding. It's just not something people like to discuss, as it is not a pleasant topic. Otherwise, how have the Kabul orc legions survived here for over 600 years? Most of the original legion consisted of male orcs. They too need to reproduce. Nowadays, in the orc barracks, aside from the scattered subhumans gathered from various parts of the kingdom of Ori, 60% are half-orc hybrids. You seem to know quite a lot, Jenny exclaimed, her mouth agape like a child. I've never heard of any of this. Weren't you living in a mage tower on the coast? How could you know so much? It's as if there's nothing you don't know. Am I a mage? I chuckled. There are always ways to learn things that others do not. Then, she said cautiously, glancing sideways at me, can you teach me magic? She finally posed that question, though much later than I had anticipated. Almost everyone fortunate enough to encounter a wizard will make such an inquiry, unaware that magic is not a trivial pursuit easily mastered by all. You cannot learn it, Jenny, I said, striving to soften my tone. Magic is not akin to swordsmanship, which can be honed through prolonged practice. What is required to learn magic is lineage. Every wizard can discern whether an individual possesses such bloodline. But, I regret to inform you, you do not. Oh, that's all right. I was merely asking casually, she chuckled. Actually, being a wizard must be quite troublesome. Right, you have so many trinkets in your pack. If it were me, I would surely be at a loss as to how to use them all. She fell silent for a moment, gazing down at the damp grass beneath her feet, and suddenly remarked, you know, I used to be quite skeptical about destiny, but as a child, I read numerous books, many tales about my family's history. Gradually, I wished to become someone like my ancestors, a great hero wielding a sword and vanquishing evil foes. My father is a good man, but not a great noble. He often said that the martyr family would likely decline with my generation, and by the next, we might be reduced to commoners. He did not want our descendants to descend into the squalor of the slums, so he devoted all his time to amassing wealth. She glanced at me again, smiling as she shrugged. While others strive to cultivate relationships with high-ranking nobles in pursuit of greater titles, our family associates with factory owners and mine owners. My father is a scholar. At least, he claims to be one. That he cannot engage in flattery or seek to marry me off to a wealthy family for political gain. I have witnessed his embarrassment at royal banquets in the capital. Although we are quite wealthy, it seems we possess nothing beyond our gold and family legends. He prefers to mingle with affluent commoners devoid of titles, as it makes him feel more like a noble. The crux of it all is that I am a girl. Her voice grew somber as she walked, kicking up droplets from the grass beneath her feet. Times have changed. Women can become marquises. The attitude towards Neanderthals in the country is such that they would wish to reduce us all to commoners. Thus, my father seeks to leave me a vast fortune, enough for our descendants to never worry about their livelihoods. Yet I am filled with discontent. You know so much. You must also be aware of how illustrious our family once was. Deep down, I refuse to believe that there will come a day when we can no longer bear our own crest and become commoners with naught but wealth. So, I ran away that I thought I must do something to alter this fate. Until I met you. She turned her face toward me earnestly. That was when I began to believe in destiny. Chapter 24. Another wizard. I gazed at her face, suddenly at a loss for words. At that moment, the drizzle ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. She lifted her hat and shook her head like a little dog. The droplets from her long hair splashed onto my face, blurring my vision. She glanced at me once more and burst into laughter. Once I find the second source of the ancient wizard's power, Jenny, I told her, I shall become the most powerful wizard in the world. However, My instructor did not disclose the exact location of that power, so we still have a long journey ahead. But please trust me, everything I promise you shall come to pass. This is a wizard's vow. She smiled and nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, I silently repeated another phrase in my heart, calming the cracks of weakness that had begun to form within me. And what your ancestors promised me, I shall undoubtedly claim. You can achieve it. Sartan, I reminded myself, you once aspired to be pure, yet were betrayed. At this moment, having acquired the first trace of power tainted by the malevolence of your former soul, you must harden your heart. Becoming more resolute and unyielding, no longer susceptible to deception or disappointment, the clouds began to part, revealing a rare rainbow on the western horizon. Soon, the sun would emerge, evaporating the moisture from the ground. The cicadas in the nearby woods began to chirp softly, then suddenly crescendoed. They are delightful little creatures, for when a dangerous beast lurks in the forest, the cicadas sensibly fall silent, allowing travelers to proceed with caution. Unambushed, we meandered through trivial conversations, occasionally sharing intriguing anecdotes buried in history. She did not inquire into my plans for establishing a grand empire for her. I imagined she had replaced that process with the notion of destiny's guidance. The entire afternoon passed in this manner. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, we took a moment to rest upon a sun-dried flagstone, beside which a plump rabbit dozed. I ensnared it with a web spell and swiftly severed its throat with my cursed sword. In an instant, the rabbit's blood was absorbed by the fiery specter, leaving it entirely drained, and the steel blade quivered with delight. Skinning and gutting were tasks Jenny undertook that I could tell she was unaccustomed to such bloody work, yet seemed even less inclined to let me do it myself. That I wondered if there were other noble maidens like her in the kingdom of origin. If so, humanity has indeed made significant strides over these past 3 centuries. The stagnant water in the muddy pit had cleared, and we filled our water bags before cautiously washing the rabbit meat cut into strips in the center of the muddy puddle. Avoiding disturbing the silt below, the rain-soaked leaves refused to ignite despite multiple attempts with flint, and I soon lost patience, casting a spell, Scorching Ray. A golden beam shot from my fingertips, striking the pile of branches. The heat of the ray evaporated the surrounding moisture in an instant, igniting the dry twigs. First, a choking plume of smoke arose, followed by flickering orange flames. The temperature rose, and more branches were dried. The fire finally blazed brightly. At this moment, the sun began to sink behind distant mountains, casting the lingering clouds in the sky into hues of fiery red. Fiery clouds. My mother used to call them that in my childhood. The world seemed to transform into shades of orange-red, including Jenny's long hair and the gentle contours of her side profile. She stood upon the stone, hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Entranced by the afterglow of the setting sun behind the mountains, I could see her cloak swaying gently in the breeze, her hair brushing against her cheek, and the graceful curve where her neck met her armor. She became a statue of a Valkyrie bathed in orange-red, exclaiming softly, "I never knew it could be so beautiful." Indeed, I never realized it could be this beautiful. I halted my task of skewering the rabbit meat on a skewer of peeled branches. Staring at her, momentarily entranced, I began to understand. Though I possessed centuries of memories, my body was ultimately just that of a youth, a vessel brimming with vitality that I constantly sought to break free from my increasingly callous soul. Thus, I forced my gaze away from Jenny and placed the prepared rabbit meat over the fire. The campfire dried the moisture from the surrounding earth, as well as my shoes and clothes. The mud at the hem of my robe turned into a yellowish-brown dry clay, crumbling away with a mere touch. Centuries ago, no one would have imagined that one day the Lich King Sartan would kindle a campfire by the roadside to roast a rabbit. Seated like a country farmer, rubbing the mud from his garments, I shook my head with a smile, rolling up the wide sleeves of my robe while carefully ensuring that the magical materials hidden within did not spill out. The fire blazed brightly, seeming to grow ever more luminous as the sunlight waned. The rabbit meat on the branches began to take on a golden hue, exuding fat, and I used a sharp twig to score the crisp surface, allowing the heat to penetrate more easily. In truth, roasting meat is no easy task. Leaving the rabbit meat over the fire unattended results in a significant portion becoming charred, while another part remains bloody and gamey. When the entire rabbit transformed into an enticing golden color, releasing a captivating aroma, I sprinkled some coarse salt and fennel powder atop it. This was not my kitchen. Thus, even though I possessed a peculiar fondness for cooking, I could not elevate the rabbit to greater culinary heights with just these two seasonings. Nevertheless, speaking of delicacies, the flesh of little fairies is undoubtedly exquisite, not only tender but also salted. Of course. That is what those humanoids capable of capturing little fairies have told me. Another delicacy exists that humanity could never conceive of. Moreover, I firmly believe that I alone know this secret across the entire Western continent. That is, dragon meat. The only piece of dragon meat I have ever tasted was from a morsel attached to a scale I obtained after battling the earth dragon Antares that time. I was on the brink of death, nearly perishing. The meat clinging to that scale, which I had brought down with a powerful transmutation spell, was already cooked. Thus, I devoured it. From that moment on, I found myself weary of all culinary delights. For one can never adequately articulate the flavor. How the iron-hard flesh of a dragon can emerge from the flames so tender, akin to food fit for the gods. My thoughts seemed to drift too far away. So far that it was only when Jenny called my name twice that I recalled to snatch the nearly charred rabbit meat from the fire. "Moo, someone approaches from behind," she said, leaping down from her perch on the stone. Her vibrant orange hue fading, replaced instead by a warm golden glow cast by the firelight, I immediately rose to glance down the distant path. The spell of true sight sharpened my vision, allowing me to discern the figures of 3 individuals. On either side were knights upon black steeds, clad in commendable armor, iron swords, and full leather gear, with their shoulders and elbows tightly encased. And in the center, the individual astride a white horse was adorned in a wizard's robe. How strange it was for a wizard to appear in such a remote locale. The likelihood of 2 wizards manifesting in such a sparsely populated area was even slimmer than that of a small fairy leaping into my campfire. Chapter 25. Fireball. I swiftly turned the lining of my hood inside out. Concealing the embroidered silver thread from viewpoint 3 centuries prior, I had slain countless wizards, so even with the knowledge that no one could recognize me now, I remained instinctively cautious. The 3 horses approached. Casting scrutinizing gazes towards our fire, we exchanged glances across the flames, appraising one another. The wizard appeared quite youthful, similarly draped in a black robe, exuding an air of mystery and grandeur. However, his cuffs bore the insignia of oak leaves. Rather than the ancient elven symbols like mine, oak leaves typically signify a wizard recognized by a mentor in a particular field, implying they have graduated from the status of an apprentice and can proficiently wield 1 to 3 intermediate spells along with their incantations. Yet, wizards of such accomplishment are generally around 50 years of age, while this pallid-skinned youth seemed no older than I'd. When did Arafast come to possess such a prodigy? "Good evening, travelers." The dark-robed wizard halted his horse, offering us a smile and a nod before dismounting. "My lord," the knights on either side murmured, seemingly attempting to dissuade him from approaching us. The wizard, however, raised his hand gently to silence them. Thus, the 2 armored warriors dismounted, one tethering their steeds to a nearby tree while the other accompanied him towards our fire. The young wizard removed his black leather gloves, smiling once more as he greeted us. What a refreshing night, albeit a tad chilly. I did not rise but merely nodded in return with a smile. Jenny cast a glance at the tense knight beside him, letting out a low hum. Yet, the young wizard displayed a tolerant smile, promptly gesturing for his companions to halt. "I do not intend any disrespect," he explained. "My mentor is overly concerned for my safety, hence the presence of these 2 loyal brothers to protect me. I am a wizard." After pausing slightly, he noticed the lack of reaction from Jenny and me. He could only chuckle helplessly. Indeed, revealing his identity as a wizard to 2 ignorant travelers who were entirely unaware of how remarkable this noble profession truly was indeed a rather disheartening affair. "Come, have something to eat," I offered, extending the roasted rabbit meat towards him, inviting him to sit. The 2 knights behind him managed to force a smile in my direction, yet remained standing. Retrieving rations from their saddlebags and munching dryly at the roadside to well-trained warriors, I mentally noted that I discreetly observed the young wizard's hands. Those hands gripping a short wand were smooth and slender, bearing no signs of wear. Too normal to be normal. By normal, I mean they were indeed the hands one would expect of someone accustomed to a life of luxury. His demeanor resembled that of a wealthy wizard's apprentice, traveling with devoted knights, seeking the mysteries of magic through exploration and adventure. Yet, the issue lay in his identity as a wizard. A wizard, when casting spells, must grasp various magical materials, some harmless, others mildly corrosive, and even some highly toxic. A wizard engaged in magical studies, frequently interacting with such substances, should not possess hands as pristine as his, much like my own, which bore a faint yellow hue from years of contact with noxious materials. Moreover, he wore finely crafted thin gloves that a wizard should never allow anything to hinder their hands or lips, for both are essential tools for spellcasting. Thus, I smiled and inquired, "Where do you hail from?" "The village of Guru Ding has been rather tumultuous of late. Word has it there may be war with the Kabu orcs. If there is no pressing matter, I would advise you to steer clear of this vicinity." "I have come precisely for that purpose." A hint of pride graced his features. "I am here on the behest of my mentor, the North Star Crown, Wizard Malunian, to assist the people of Guru Ding in their struggle against the subhumans. If danger lies ahead, then glory awaits me." Jenny and I exchanged silent glances. Reading caution in each other's eyes, I had informed her that Malunian was the nemesis of my late mentor, and she understood well what such a person signified for me. However, it seemed improbable that Malunian's disciple had come to Guru Ding merely to combat the orcs. The Bado demon was likely drawn here by the malevolent aura of my own magic. Instinctively heading this direction, and this young dark-robed wizard was either seeking an alternate source of power for his mentor or hunting the escaped Bado demon. At this moment, the young man hesitated, holding out the skewer of roasted rabbit to me. Smiling apologetically, "I'm sorry, I do not consume meat. Thank you for your kind offer." As he leaned forward, a gap appeared between his hood and hair. I inadvertently caught a glimpse inside. A pair of pointed ears. Pointed ears, herbivore, noble bearing, an air of arrogance. This was an elf. A dark elf, as described by a small fairy. A capable practitioner of intermediate magic. With a candid and naive tone, I asked him, "Forgive my rudeness, sir, but it seems that 3 of you alone are insufficient to confront hundreds of orcs. Even if you are a legendary wizard, you may not fully understand what a wizard is capable of." "Sir," he replied with amusement, lifting his wand, which was dark and topped with a red gemstone. Glancing between the two of us, his focus clearly on Jenny, for instance, that tree. His expression turned serious as he aimed the wand at a tall birch on the opposite side of the road. The 2 knights gasped, "My lord, you..." But before they could voice their concerns, the young man rapidly uttered a series of obscure phrases. The glimmer of light appeared before the red gemstone, followed by an eruption of searing flames. Yet, instead of dispersing, the flames coalesced into a swirling mass, swelling larger until it reached the size of 2 human fists. The intense heat was contained within that fireball, so scorching that even the caster could not keep it before himself for long. With a slight tremor of the wand, the fireball shot forth, howling towards the birch tree. With a tremendous boom and a cloud of smoke, the unfortunate tree collapsed, and the surrounding grassland was engulfed by the explosive shockwave. Dirt and sod flying asunder to reveal the yellow-brown earth beneath. I recognized this as the famed spell, Fireball. However, he had not utilized any magical mediums, nor were the incantations he uttered anything but a phrase in Elvish. "Praise my god Eva. Grant me eternal life, bestow upon me strength." In other words, this was not magic at all. That I suddenly recalled Jenny's inquiry when she first encountered me, asking if the rainbow beam I conjured was due to the wand in my hand. Now, this question could similarly be applied to this elven wizard, with a resounding affirmation as the answer. The red gemstone possessed exceptional affinity for fire, making it ideal for storing fire spells, given the size of the gem atop his wand. It could likely contain 4 fireball spells. That it seemed I had indeed been shamefully intimidated by Malunian. To think that any random elf could wield intermediate spells. Yet this young man. I could not help but chuckle inwardly. An elf is an elf, even if transformed into a subterranean dark elf. The inherent arrogance and romanticism remained unchanged. Merely to garner Jenny's admiration, he squandered one of his 4 fireball spells, but I quickly adopted a look of astonishment. For he would remain oblivious to my surprise at such wastefulness. "How many wizards like you are there?" I asked, my mouth agape. He seemed to take pleasure in our astonishment as he withdrew his wand and reseated himself, revealing that graceful and composed smile characteristic of an elf. "There are more than 40 other students of the mentor besides myself. They are currently striving to assist humanity, well, to help people restore the order disrupted by the subhumans. If you are still concerned about the dangers ahead, I suggest you accompany me." Chapter 26. Dini Shah. At that moment, however, our attention was drawn to another matter. The flames on the ignited birch tree suddenly appeared to be absorbed by some unseen force. Quickly dimming and vanishing into nothingness, the figure emerged from the darkness of the forest and appeared beneath the moonlight. It was a woman, seemingly quite young, Yet her face bore an unsettling calmness incongruous with her age, even after narrowly escaping the dark elf's fireball spell. Her features were distinctly clarion, tall and slender, with golden hair and azure eyes. Most striking was the massive sword she bore. The sword was so wide that an adult man could wield it as a shield. Yet, at this moment, she lifted this enormous weapon with a single hand, as if it were crafted from wood rather than steel. The blade was rusted and even adorned with patches of moss, as though it had lain dormant underground for decades before being unearthed. At a closer inspection revealed that the black leather armor she wore also bore dark green moss and bluish mold. As if she had just emerged from a grave, she scanned us with a glance and suddenly inquired, "What time is it now?" I had expected her to ask which scoundrel was responsible for this mischief. We were momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. Then she seemed to speak to herself. The White Mallow dynasty? That was 110 years ago. We are now in the Delta dynasty, I replied. The woman raised her eyes to meet mine, her brow slightly furrowing. It was then I could discern the faint slit of her pupils hidden in the shadows. My heart whispered a quiet sigh. Is it still called the Ori Kingdom? She shook off the dirt and twigs from her attire and asked again. It is still referred to as the Ori Kingdom. Only the White Mallow royalty has been overthrown. Merely a change of royal insignia, I replied, maintaining my composure. Jenny leaned closer to me, whispering, "Moo, do you recognize her?" "I do not know," I responded softly, though the answer felt peculiar. Yet it was true. Does the White Mallow royalty have any heirs? The woman stepped forward, her expression tense. The massive sword she held touched the ground with a dull thud. Since her arrival, an inexplicable pressure had enveloped us all, like an invisible hand squeezing our hearts, making it difficult to breathe. This tension reached its peak as she advanced, prompting the two nearest warriors to instinctively draw their broad swords and command, "Halt your advance, woman." What followed was a moment they would never forget. The woman effortlessly raised her colossal sword, drawing it in a graceful arc before her. The warriors' swords collided with this dim light, instantly soaring into the night sky like delicate toothpicks, before spiraling down, one nearly embedding itself in the dark elf's foot. They stood agape, blood trickling from their hands, losing the courage to draw their daggers and continue the fight, stumbling backward in a strange terror that I quickly called out. "They are not your enemies." The members of the White Mallow royalty were slaughtered by the forces of the Delta dynasty on the day of the coup. If you seek an enemy, then it is them. The woman halted, placing her massive sword back on the ground. She then regarded me intently, as if to imprint my visage into her memory. "In return for your answer to my question, you may request a favor from me the next time we meet." "Your name?" El Moon," I stood to reply. "I am Dini Shah." She nodded to me before lifting her sword and striding eastward under the moonlight. Only then did the dark elf awaken from his near miss with the sword, his anger ignited by the pressure that dissipated with Dinish's departure. Enraged, he raised his short wand once more, aiming it at her retreating figure. "If I were you, I would refrain from that action," I murmured, recalling the dark elf's previous reluctance to betray me. "She insulted me," he seethed, his teeth clenched as a flicker of flame ignited at the tip of the wand's ruby. The two warriors, just recovering from their fright, futilely called out, "My lord." I nearly pressed my hand to my forehead in exasperation. The dark elf's impulsiveness rivaled that of a gaggle of pixies, devoid of any semblance of the elven grace I remembered. I would sooner believe him to be a 6.5-year-old child, acting with no logic, driven entirely by unstable emotions. If all those who nominally remained loyal to me had transformed into such beings. Heavens, I would prefer they all defect to the humans, making it easier to deal with the Clarions and Neanderthals. The dark elf's fury rendered him too impatient to even utter a spell in Elven. The formidable fireball coalesced in an instant and shot toward the woman, who had already distanced herself by several meters. Jenny gasped, instinctively reaching forward as if to intercept the fireball. Yet this dangerous magical projectile struck Dini Shah. However, as if enveloped by an invisible barrier, the fireball erupted around her, transforming into a surging wave of flames that licked at her back, only to fade swiftly, much like the earlier flames on the tree. Dini Shah halted, slightly turning, casting a sidelong glance at the dark elf. At that moment, the moonlight illuminated her form, casting a silvery sheen over her body and face, resembling a marble statue. Yet this beauty was somewhat terrifying, for she merely raised her massive sword with one hand, leveling it towards the dark elf. The moss and rust upon the blade seemed to tremble violently, disintegrating into a cloud of dust that scattered into the air. Simultaneously, a transparent ripple, An arc barely discernible to my keen eye emanated from the unsharpened tip of the sword. By mere chance, onlookers perceived the peculiar phenomenon upon the blade, only to hear a dull thud from the dark elf. His right arm, which wielded the wand, exploded into a mist of blood and shredded flesh. His body flew askew, akin to a kite severed from its string, colliding with a protruding stone before he could utter a cry, blissfully losing consciousness. In both my past and present life, I had seldom been astonished. Yet at this moment, I was genuinely taken aback. I could not fathom what kind of power could so ruthlessly annihilate a person from such a distance that I knew that Windblade could achieve a similar effect, creating the same crescent ripple. However, that woman's metal sword could not possibly harbor magic, unless it were an enormous gem. Every time a spell from the energy manipulation school was cast, I could feel the elemental fluctuations in the space around me. Yet just moments ago, I had sensed nothing. This was the first time I had witnessed such a form of violent power. And upon vaguely speculating the woman's identity, I could not help but draw a sharp breath. I had always prided myself on being a mage. In truth, there was little that could harm me when I was adequately prepared. Given just a moment to cast my magic, I could render my enemies incapacitated, unconscious, or subject to various curses. Yet if someone possessed such power, the distance I relied upon for my self-preservation would no longer serve as a barrier, because an adversary could unleash such a swift and fierce attack in the throes of battle, even surpassing my own spells. I suddenly regretted that the dark elf had not killed her previously. Chapter 27. The touch of Sart. And yet Dinisha did not lower her sword. She slightly shifted her stance, extending her arm towards the two warriors beside me, as if silently inquiring whether they intended to act like the dark elf. Ginny, anxious, stepped forward, but I immediately grasped her hand to restrain her. This woman was not someone we could contend with, at least not at this moment. The two warriors exchanged tense glances, uncertain whether to charge at her or turn and flee. I inhaled deeply and called out from a distance, "For the sake of tonight's pleasant moonlight, Dinisha, perhaps you should continue with your intended purpose." These two merely fulfilled their duties. "Are you urging me to fulfill the promise I made to you earlier?" She turned her gaze towards me. "No, merely a suggestion." I raised my hands in surrender. They did not accompany me on this journey. We were merely two travelers who had chanced upon each other moments ago. Denisa cast a glance at me, slowly lowering her massive sword. However, at that instant, the dark elf unexpectedly regained consciousness. Blood had pooled around him, forming a crimson puddle, and heaven knows how he still possessed the strength to drag himself several meters with his left hand. Before, under our watchful eyes, he picked up the fallen wand. I sighed, wishing to avoid angering Denisa again due to his forthcoming foolish actions, and approached him to kick the short staff from his grip. Yet he clutched it tightly, casting a bewildered and furious glance in my direction, perhaps at Denisa behind me, before submerging the wand in the pool of his own blood. The red gem instantly emitted an eerie glow, as if a flame were igniting from within, vaporizing the liquid into a cloud of sanguine mist. Almost instinctively, I leapt away from him, my heart brimming with a mix of astonishment and dread, for I was intimately familiar with this spell. As familiar as I was with the lines on my own palm. Necromancy, the touch of Sultan, one of the few spells I had named after myself during my lifetime. The blood mist swirled in the air for a moment before transforming into two slender wisps that penetrated the bodies of the two warriors. Those two, who had hesitated before Denisa, suddenly seemed to possess boundless strength. Their bodies swelled beneath their leather armor, blood even seeping through the crevices of their armor, sacrificing their own lives to incite frenzy in their comrades, unleashing their full potential at the cost of their very existence. This was indeed my creation, one of my proudest works. However, the me who had conjured this spell had long transformed my body into that of a nearly immortal lich. And no matter the sacrifice, I would not suffer in the least. Yet, at this moment, this foolish dark elf dared to wield the magic stored within the ruby with a living body. I could not help but lament once more. This band of elves was no longer the same as before. They had forsaken the reverence and respect for life, a quality that once coursed through their very veins, and had instead become darker than the humans they once scorned as a dark race. The two warriors, now bereft of reason, two human warriors in a frenzy at the cost of their lives, immediately seized their broadswords in a rage. In truth, from this moment forth, their bodies no longer belonged to the realm of the living. They existed now in a state between life and death, their sole consciousness being to fulfill the last command given by their master, Upon completing their task, they would perish utterly. Should they fail, their souls would wander the mortal realm until eroded by the passage of time. Yet, I had never imagined that these two warriors alone could challenge the figure. Or rather, the being in the distance. I jumped away. I swiftly bent down to seize the wand from the unconscious dark elf's grasp, unhesitatingly snapping off the short handle, then gripped the entire large ruby tightly in my hand, and retrieved my willow wand from the shadow of the stone behind me. If Denisa truly was the individual I suspected, then the appearance of these two, her most despised creations, would signal the annihilation of both the conjurer and them alike. However, this dark elf could not perish in such a manner. He, possessing a wand that contained the touch of Sultan, must surely know the whereabouts of the grimoire documenting this spell, my own spell book. Stand behind me, I shouted to Jenny, and as the two warriors charged toward Denisa, I simultaneously recited the incantation for the shield of Dilfend. Those damned beings were aligned with us, unleashing a monstrous roar as they leapt high, poised to cleave down upon Denisa from mere steps away. Yet, their assault was destined to meet its end here. Once more, a translucent ripple surged through the air, tearing past them. Their resilient leather armor burst into a cloud of blood mist in the wind. However, their bodies could not withstand that peculiar force for even a second. As their forms were obliterated, I uttered the final note of the incantation, and a tremendous roar erupted in the air before me. Denise's power collided with my protective magic, the shield of Dilfend, which I had cast using the ruby's steadfast properties, creating a shockwave that violently radiated outward from my center. The once roaring campfire was instantly extinguished, its embers scattering, while large patches of grass were uprooted, turning into fine dust. My wand trembled violently, as if on the brink of breaking. The ruby in my hand emitted a sound that grated on my teeth, and I could feel countless tiny cracks spreading across its surface in an instant. This first shock nearly shattered the entire gemstone. Yet Denisa, after a faint "oh," casually swung her sword at us once more. The force of this strike was even more ferocious. At the moment the two transparent waves met, the ruby in my hand finally disintegrated into powder. My mental strength took over the ruby's solid properties, firmly absorbing the blow, and I was thrust backward 2 full meters, as if struck by a bull, before the shield finally shattered. Bereft of my protection, Jenny's body was exposed to that force. Fortunately, the already activated shield of Antares on her defended her against much of the impact. Yet she still lost consciousness, being hurled aside. The remaining force struck my chest, but the silver embroidery on the cuffs and edges of my black robe glimmered with brilliant white light, a defensive spell, absolute defense, which I had permanently imbued into my robe. Came into effect. I endured Denise's might once more, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, I finally had the opportunity to shout, "Antares, do you still remember me?" Chapter 28. The Eternal One's Denise's already slender pupils suddenly constricted into a black line, halting her third swing of the sword that I had guessed correctly. She glanced at Jenny, who lay aside, then at the dark elf behind me, whose body was already in tatters, before slowly saying, "The shield of Antares. The touch of Sultan. It truly is you, Sultan Dix." She laughed coldly. "I never imagined that a heartless being like you would gamble your life to protect your magical apprentice." I propped myself up with my wand, struggling to stand firm, then staggered over to Jenny's side to check her breath. Thankfully, she had not perished. I turned back to her, smirking coldly. Then I too cannot fathom how a dragon who has forsaken her vows would seek vengeance for a human woman, merely to uphold a foolish promise. I have no need to abide by a covenant forged with an evil Lich King. She lowered her sword, casting a disdainful glance my way. And to have fallen to such depths today. Sultan, why do you still seek resurrection? Evil? I sat down beside the stone, wiping the blood from my lips, and laughed. The fire dragon Bakal has imprisoned you in the dragon's lair. I sought to rescue you. The price was merely to share part of your lengthy life, until I found a means to achieve immortality. Yet upon regaining your freedom, you refused to fulfill your promise when Bakal has arrived. I once again believed in your vow, fighting alongside you to repel him. And what was the result? You deceived me once more, Antares. I roared in fury. Certain memories within my heart caused my emotions to spiral out of control. For the first time in over 20 years, I had raised my voice in such a manner, feeling as though I had waited 100 years. I ultimately succumbed to you, on the brink of death. You, in your misguided mercy, spared my life, forcing me to transform into a lich. Was it my descent into evil that led you to break your vow? Or was it your failure to uphold it that compelled me to embrace darkness? My chest heaved violently, and I began to cough blood again. The lich's form. Enemies say I have attained a demigod's body, but can you imagine the torment of feeling maggots writhing within your body, gnawing at you, wishing to flay off every piece of flesh for over 100 years? I have paid the price for my mistakes that I lost my wings and was finally sealed away by you for another century. Sultan. We fell into silence for a moment before Denisha spoke. But after becoming a lich, you have spilled so much blood. Nearly a quarter of the population of the continent of Arafast perished due to your plague clouds. Had I known you would commit such acts to prolong your life, I would have fulfilled my promise back then. I underestimated your madness. I lost my wings, unable to wield magic, and could not confront Bacchus. Thus I had no choice but to take on human form, as I am now. She sighed. I can no longer be considered a dragon. Very well. Speak of your sorrow. Antares the Earth Dragon, the Eternal One. Denisha. I continue to cough softly, stifling a laugh within. Be a touch weaker. Just a little weaker. You shall not take my life tonight. Your romance with the princess of the White Mallow dynasty has softened your heart. You may soften it further. Depart, and harbor no resentment towards me. I must feign sadness, express anger, yet conceal any profound hatred for her. I aim to instill guilt within her, prompting a decision to distance herself. She possesses ample justification to terminate the life of the former lord of the undead, and equally sufficient reasons to sever our ties. Everything hinges on her whims. Since acquiring demigod powers, I have seldom resorted to such tactics to escape peril, yet fortunately, this method seems not to have escaped my grasp. My confidence stems from the historical texts I perused regarding the Western continent during the 3 centuries following my demise. One figure particularly piqued my interest, the Eternal One. She emerged 50 years after my death. Amidst the zenith of the White Mallow dynasty of the Kingdom of Aurea, according to legend, the woman bearing the visage of a Clare stepped into human history as the same-sex lover of the imperial princess, Susan Gertz. The imperial princess remained unmarried throughout her life, while the woman named Denisha safeguarded the White Mallow dynasty for a full 60 years, until the princess's demise. Subsequent minstrels recount that when the princess, who had a penchant for checkered skirts, passed away, her beauty remained that of a youthful maiden, radiant and fragrant on the balcony of the castle. Entwined with climbing rose vines, the princess clasped Denisha's hand, smiling as she urged her to promise to continue protecting the royal lineage long after her departure. For all eternity, the ageless Eternal One, smiling, acquiesced to her request and composed a poem that remains widely cherished to this day. There shall still be cuckoos and roses, long after you and I have faded away. White lilacs shall whisper softly, blooming in peace. Upon hearing this poem, the princess transformed into a wisp of smoke in the morning light of the castle. Henceforth, the castle was dubbed Rose Castle, which remained undisturbed even during the Delta royal family's coup. For the people of Aurea still deeply remembered the power of the Eternal One, a force unmatched by humanity, capable of single-handedly vanquishing an army. Yet, after the princess's death, the Eternal One vanished. Her influence waned gradually, until those who had once been protected by her turned upon the White Mallow dynasty, extinguishing it entirely. That I have long speculated that the very person responsible was none other than Antares, who fell from grace after losing her wings. To evade the fire dragon Bacchus, she assumed human form, naming herself Denisha. Now, this has finally been confirmed. The romance between a dragon and a princess. She refused to share eternal life with me, yet somehow shared it with a mortal. She, who would not bear the burden of continuing the dragon lineage with Bacchus, simply because her affection lay with a female. Bacchus must have been driven to madness. Thus, he eventually sought out Antares, only to have her slip away once more for reasons unknown. Yet the crux lies within this obscure history. I cannot precisely discern what encounters led her to acquire such power capable of contending with magic. Chapter 29. Snow blowing in through the western gate. The moon has risen to its zenith, yet the landscape beneath its light is anything but beautiful. That I am gravely wounded, and Ginny lies unconscious. And Dark Elf's fate hangs in the balance, while 2 berserk warriors have been reduced to mere blood mist. Yet the person on the ground could end my life with a mere swing of his sword. At this moment, Denisha suddenly chuckled softly. You remain unchanged, Sartan. Uttering such words, hoping to invoke guilt within me. You always possess this tendency, believing your grievances and anger to be the most significant matters in the world, desiring the entire world to yield to you. She raised her head, and my heart turned cold. She seemed to see through my thoughts, yet her next words brought a flicker of joy to my heart. But I am no longer the person I once was. You should be grateful that my mentor's teachings have spared you from calamity. The person I am now is a new being. Past grievances hold no sway over me. After fulfilling my promise to Susan, I shall cease to concern myself with your affairs, provided you do not overstep your bounds. I will pursue my mentor. You can scarcely imagine the shock those words from a dragon's mouth brought me. She has a mentor. What being, aside from the gods, could possibly serve as a teacher to a dragon? Moreover, that mentor's influence upon her is so profound that a semblance of transcending worldly concerns graces her countenance. Could it be that a deity has descended upon this realm? Your mentor, I stammered, still in disbelief, is a god. There is no need for such fear, Sartan. Although your past actions here could be deemed inhumane. We both understand that, in comparison to the antics of the gods in the abyss, you are as pure as an infant. They would not descend into the material realm for your sake. There have been instances of deities descending only to be slain in this realm. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she recalled that enigmatic mentor. My mentor is a human. A human from the eastern continent, Chernes. A human. I exclaimed, rising in astonishment, igniting sharp pain beneath my ribs. You must be mad, Denisha. She calmly regarded me for a moment, then shrugged, such a distinctly human gesture. I once thought the same before encountering him. However, she paused, seemingly at a loss for how to encapsulate that individual. He is unlike any human. He taught me this. She gestured to the massive sword embedded in the ground. Sword Chi. That is what he called it. Yet I have chosen to name this power something I prefer, fighting spirit. A human, a singular individual, grasped such power? I found it hard to believe. How could that be? Magic is built upon the cumulative experience of humanity over millennia. How could one individual surpass the collective wisdom of all humankind? Thus, he became my mentor, Denisha replied calmly, her eyes once more glimmering with that peculiar light. His name is Simon Trecher, after Susan's death. I encountered him after fleeing from Biakalas. In truth, I had never heard of that name before, but he stated it is not his true name. Its meaning, understood in the common tongue, translates to snow blowing in through the western gate. Quite a fascinating notion. So, he met you over a century ago, and he is still alive today? I realized another pressing question. Not only alive, but in such robust health as to wield this formidable power. I know what you were thinking. Sartan. Denisha shot me a scornful glance. You wish to uncover a method of attaining a healthy and comfortable form of immortality, one that does not require transforming into a lich or infusing your body with those bizarre potions concocted by your kind. Abandon that notion. My mentor is not one to be trifled with. After our meeting, he returned to the eastern continent, and soon he shall return, continuing his quest for something. Well, I must take my leave now. She drew the long sword from the ground. Letting out a sigh, what a dreary first day of awakening. Even more dreary is encountering you. She truly intends to let me go. Is she truly a dragon now? The tension within me eased, and I felt as though decades had been stripped from my life. As I watched her silhouette fade into the lush wilderness at the end of the road, I suddenly shouted, "Will you honor your promise from earlier? Dragon, the one regarding our next encounter." She did not turn back, merely raising her right hand in the distance, revealing 4 fingers, yet I could not decipher what she intended to convey. Leaning on my staff, I sat upon the stone for a moment, steadying my breath, before turning my attention back to Jenny. What a headache. Just days prior, I had brought her back from the brink of death, and now she finds herself in this state. I am not the type to assist a beautiful maiden in achieving great deeds, nor am I a fool entranced by the appearance of a Neanderthal beauty. The reason for keeping Jenny by my side is the necessity of the shield of Antares. 3 centuries ago, I was besieged beneath the world tree, precisely because I required its power. However, since my death, that accursed Bakalas has placed a seal upon the world tree, repelling all dark entities with the most potent living magic. What a detestable dragon. He acted thus solely because of me. Hence, I require armor imbued with draconic essence to shatter that barrier, once I have regained all my strength. Yet, in my folly, I once fell deeply in love with a woman, merging the scales of a dragon with her very blood to forge a suit of armor. Thus, today, I find myself traversing the western continent with her bloodline as my burden. God knows from which scoundrel she bore this progeny. while also shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding her life. The northern elf Mage, the transformed Antares, the fire dragon Bacalas, the enigmatic denizens of the eastern continent. These beings, once beneath my notice, have now ascended to heights that compel my reverence. Oh, heavens! I, the lord of the undead, the harbinger of destruction and darkness, a demigod wandering the mortal realm, how could I possibly endure such ignominy? With Denise's threats dissipating in her absence, my emotions surged uncontrollably, spiraling into a tempest of turmoil. Even as dusk fell, I found myself inexplicably harboring tender feelings for Jenny, that dreadful and revolting sentiment, one destined for betrayal. Chapter 30. How fortunate are those who once possessed you. This restless emotion stirred the magic within me. No, it was not my own magic, but rather the remnants of the dark essence I had severed from my being, now influencing my power. This sensation was peculiar, yet distinctly uncomfortable. I was acutely aware of my actions, cognizant of how wicked my plans stood in contrast to universal moral standards. Yet, I could not restrain myself from pursuing them. How lamentable! Jenny's breathing remained steady, the mingling of fairy blood and Neanderthal lineage yielding a remarkable effect. And bolstered by the protection of Antares' shield, she was momentarily free from mortal peril. However, the impact of her fall had caused her head to strike a stone, leaving a bruise on her right temple without drawing blood. This injury had rendered her unconscious. Yet, I feared more for the possibility of a hematoma forming within her skull. In a world where the intricacies of human anatomy remain a mystery, such injuries can prove far more troublesome than the poison of demons. This girl was undoubtedly repaying a debt owed by her ancestors, for I had never encountered anyone so dreadfully unfortunate. My attention shifted to the dark elf. He had ceased to breathe, his robe in tatters, and a pool of blood beneath him that I used my wand to part the ragged fabric, frowning as I examined the scattered remnants upon his body. Yet, what I beheld astonished me. His chest had split open from a violent, I shall fondly remember the small white flowers on that slope. Yet, it is merely a memory. Now, I am compelled to reconsider that initial thought. Jenny cannot succumb to death, at least not before I regain my magical powers and breach the barrier of the world tree. Should her condition fail to improve, I shall have no choice but to transform her into a death knight. I glanced sideways at Jenny, who I had set aside beneath a tree. Her face, once marred, had been cleansed with the pristine water from the waterskin hanging by the saddle, and now appeared somewhat pallid. Her lips were tinged with blue, her eyelids quivered slightly, and saliva trickled slowly from the corner of her mouth. Had she not encountered me, she might have been devoured by a road demon that afternoon, or perhaps she would have escaped that fate, continuing to wander in search of the glory she so desired. Regardless of the outcome, it seemed preferable to her current plight. Beside us, two black horses grazed leisurely, swishing their tails in a tranquil manner. These creatures need not concern themselves with the nature of their future endeavors. They simply require guidance. They can swiftly calm their frayed nerves, only to raise their heads at a moment's notice, ready to carry me along the path to Gurudin. This is due to their lack of the complex and tedious emotions that plague humanity, which may indeed be a form of bliss. As I pondered this, I cast another glance at Jenny's wan visage and felt a slight alleviation in the tightness of my chest. Chapter 31. Gurudin 2 days later. I, feverish and mounted, with Jenny still unconscious, beheld the grand entrance to the village of Gun. It was a towering wooden gate, fit to serve as the portal of a castle. Time had eroded its once tawny exterior to a deep black, leaving behind scars from axe and blade, with peculiar brownish stains, whether the remnants of blood or oil accumulated over the years, forming strange patterns upon the door. Flanking these wooden doors were even taller stone walls, bearing the same myriad scars, extending outward to encircle the village. This bastion, the largest in the northern province of Badajan, surpassing the size of many towns, the city walls soared to a height of 5 meters, the maximum permitted by the laws of the Kingdom of Ori for village fortifications. Any higher, and it would be deemed treasonous. This was due to the fact that the members of the Delta royal family were originally mere dukes of the White Mallow dynasty. After erecting their formidable walls and dense fortifications, they waged war against the reigning royal family, using their towering defenses to withstand the forces of the royal army, ultimately dispatching a covert unit to infiltrate the capital of Ori and assassinate all members of the royal lineage. Since that day, the monarchy of the Kingdom of Ori has experienced unprecedented centralization of power. The original royal council was disbanded, local militias were disbanded, replaced by border guard units and the royal guard directly controlled by the monarchy. To maintain these forces, the Delta dynasty accrued vast debts and, as a consequence, relinquished its dominion over the western continent, renaming the Ori Empire as a kingdom. The head of state no longer referred to himself as emperor, but rather as the king of Ori. However, I am aware that the Delta dynasty is on the brink of collapse, for Denisa is en route to the capital. The journey from here to the capital requires traversing the province of Badajan, the province of Tamira, and the province of Hillsbrad, and then crossing the Malaya Mountains before reaching the destination. If one were to travel by swift steed without pause, it would take at least 2.5 months. On foot, it would require nearly 7 months. These shall be the final 7 months for the Delta dynasty, after which this nation will once again find itself in chaos, leaderless. The current Delta dynasty no longer resembles the former White Mallow Empire. The lords across the land lack the overwhelming military might necessary to control the political power during such an unexpected crisis. Thus, this presents a splendid opportunity for me. The Neanderthal Empire, which I intend to establish as my ultimate means of revenge against humanity, shall be born amidst this turmoil. I shall seize the royal power within this chaos and reclaim my position at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, my lofty ambitions currently reside within this frail mortal frame. Weakened by fever, I led 2 black horses amidst 4 small merchant caravans, passing through a rather lenient inspection, and entered through the wide-open gate. All under the disinterested gazes of the 2 gate guards it appeared that the veterans of the border guard in Gurudin had grown numb to the frequent wars, or perhaps, like me, they understood that this incursion would be no different from the others. Once the merchant caravans, scattered across the nearby villages, had taken refuge within the walls, they would close the heavy gates, leaving the defense to hired mercenaries, who would report to the provincial defense office after repelling yet another orc assault, thereby earning commendations and honors from their superiors. Those mercenaries would then depart with Ori gold, mourning their fallen comrades, in search of their next perilous employer. The village of Gurudin did not appear desolate in light of the impending war. On the contrary, the influx of merchant caravans seeking refuge had rendered the trade here more prosperous than ever. Upon entering the gate, I found myself in a vast square, its surface paved with large slabs of granite. This area, comparable in size to the square of Yorksun town, was teeming with merchants, the ground littered with scraps of food and discarded goods, emitting an unpleasant sour odor beneath the late summer sun. Merchants, brimming with a spirit entirely different from that of the city guards, hawked their wares to every passerby, eager to exchange their goods for Ori gold or silver before the onset of war and the rainy season. And then depart I guided my horse, carrying Jenny, through this expansive square, amidst a cacophony of noise. Numerous ragged children flitted about me, their bright eyes glinting with avarice, fixated on the bulge at my waist. These little ones were akin to golden fingers, mostly controlled by a well-dressed ruffian, seeking to pilfer from every passerby to feed his lavish lifestyle. Such occurrences were common centuries ago, yet it seems they persist even now. Following the establishment of human supremacy over the Western continent, the pace of progress appears to have slowed, perhaps due to the absence of pressure. Many matters have remained unchanged for hundreds of years. Unless disrupted by some monumental external force, I was unwilling to become ensnared by this flock of children. So I revealed the protrusion at my waist beneath my robe, the hilt of my cursed magic sword. Then, with a tug of my left hand, I exposed a portion of the sword's blade. The sunlight instantly reflected a glimmering cold light off the gleaming edge, stirring the restless spirit residing within, which sensed the dense presence of the living around it and became eager to quench its thirst for blood. A wave of primal fear washed over the hearts of those children. The once playful, laughing little ones immediately changed countenance, some even stumbling in panic, before hastily fleeing without a backward glance. For the next 3 to 4 nights, they would be tormented by nightmares, feeling dizzy and fatigued. But that would be the extent of it. I had no desire to create corpses on my first day in the town, courting trouble for myself, especially under the shadow of impending war. Crossing through this square only served to further exhaust me. The foul air was hardly suitable for a sickly individual, and the merchants' clamoring grated on my nerves. This was especially true as I felt several of my ribs had been fractured by Denisa's blow. Leading to pleurisy, I sought to find a decent inn to settle Jenny before procuring magical materials and herbs for myself, ensuring she would no longer face life-threatening danger, and then restoring my own vitality. However, much to my chagrin, the few inns in the village were all fully booked due to the influx of refugees. even including one that charged an exorbitant price of 1 ori silver per night. I halted my horse in the shade of trees along a somewhat secluded path, observing the local inhabitants coming and going, feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 32. I fear I have developed pleurisy. The layout of the village of Gurudin resembles a large cross, with 2 main thoroughfares intersecting east-west and north-south, supplemented by numerous narrower paths. The main roads are lined with a plethora of shops, their convergence forming the grand square, and now I find myself standing at the roadside of a path behind a main thoroughfare, wrapping my body tightly in my robe. Though the afternoon heat of late summer persists, the fever renders me chilled that I suspect that the wounds within me must have become inflamed. I possess countless methods to eliminate a mere goblin, yet none to alleviate my own suffering. Magic is potent, yet not omnipotent. Along this road are several smaller shops and inns, and directly across from me are a bakery and a fruit shop. The fragrant bread and vividly colored fruits are displayed invitingly outside, yet I feel no appetite. Behind me stands a tightly shut wooden door, likely belonging to a private residence. Nearby shopkeepers peer curiously at me through wooden windows, speculating about our identities. Passing the tedium of the afternoon that I glanced at them, feeling a tickle in my throat that has grown increasingly parched, I shook the waterskin from my saddle, discovering only a scant sip of water remained. Jenny, with her eyes closed, leaned against a large tree, still entirely unconscious that I examined her cracked lips, weighed the waterskin in my hand, and decided to pour the last of the water into her mouth. However, she instinctively managed to consume only a small portion, while more water trickled down the corners of her mouth, soaking the long strands of hair that were tangled on her chest. Those locks, dulled by the dust of relentless travel, no longer shone with their former silvery brilliance, but instead exhibited a lifeless pallor. Observing her current state of disarray, I was suddenly reminded of the radiant night I had first encountered on the road, and a wave of bittersweet melancholy washed over me. It seemed that illness truly had the power to render one feeble. I found myself inexplicably feeling compassion for this woman. I wiped the corners of her mouth and lifted my gaze, only to discover a girl clad in a checkered dress, standing across the road with a basket slung over her left arm, watching us intently, assuming she was merely one of the curious local residents. I cast her a fleeting glance before rising to hang the water pouch beside the saddle. Yet, when I turned back, I found her still gazing at us. Her flaxen hair was braided into 2 plaits, cascading down to her chest. Her eyes were elongated and slender, while her lips, seemingly in harmony with her eyes, were thin and delicate. Overall, if one were to refrain from comparing her with the elven maidens or Neanderthal women, she was undeniably an attractive girl among the Clare folk. Thus, I inclined my head slightly towards her across the sparsely populated street, signaling, "Is there something you need?" Upon meeting my gaze, the girl appeared to become flustered and uneasy. She turned to the side, seemingly contemplating leaving, yet her feet remained planted. Then, she glanced at her basket, containing 3 loaves of dark bread purchased from a nearby bakery, before taking a deep breath that I continued to observe her, uncertain of what she wished to convey. She did not seem like a girl of dubious profession, nor did she resemble one who solicited patrons for inns. She was perhaps a tad too mature for such roles. She appeared to be an entirely ordinary villager. Yet what was she doing, staring at me? At that moment, the girl unexpectedly crossed the street towards us, her demeanor serious and anxious, as if I were a moss-covered, ivy-clad statue of a golden bull, and she sought to pay homage to me. In the next instant, she stood before me, emanating the scent of soap from freshly laundered clothes, her flaxen hair glowing orange in the sunlight, her fingers slightly roughened from toil. Indeed, she was just an ordinary girl. "Sir," she said solemnly, her voice trembling, "are you unable to find an inn?" Suddenly, I comprehended her intent. She wished to invite travelers to stay at her home. Such gestures were not uncommon, yet they carried considerable risk in these times that it was difficult to ascertain whether the person brought home would transform into someone entirely different upon catching sight of one's beautiful wife, or whether they might settle their lodging bill only to return later, wreaking havoc upon the family. It was equally uncertain whether a guest, after a few peaceful days, might suddenly be confronted by a throng claiming them as a foe, dragging one along to meet the celestial deities. Although such incidents predominantly occurred in more remote mountain villages, they were hardly eradicated in the bustling village of Gurudin, where the comings and goings of mercenaries and caravans numbered in the tens of thousands. The paltry power of the town's constable was woefully inadequate to address such matters. This girl, perhaps for the first time inviting someone home, found herself at the very moment I felt utterly weak and on the verge of madness, a truly kind soul. Thus, I did not allow this seemingly timid girl to speak further. Instead, I wearily waved my hand to interrupt her. If your home is sufficiently quiet and clean, let us go. She paused for a moment, and then a joyful smile spread across her face. My home is very clean, I assure you, and it is just my mother there, so it is quite peaceful. Then let us depart, I replied, and please assist me in helping my cousin mount her horse. She is still unwell. I recall later inquiring of this girl, named Ashley Travis, why she, who had never dared bring anyone home, chose me to AT that time. She smiled and said, because we ran out of money for food. Then she added, and I saw you giving water to Sister Jenny. Bad people do not possess the kind of sorrowful and helpless expression you had at that moment. I have always envied these mortals for their ability to embrace such simple and innocent logic. Yet this logic was something I dared not hope to possess. Ashley's home lay to the east of the village. Near the village wall, there was a sizable patch of decent wild grass and towering oak trees, beneath which stood a wooden house. She led us to the door, cautiously glancing at my expression, perhaps fearing that I would find her home lacking in comparison to those upscale inns, and turn away. However, I paused at the entrance, looked around, and smiled. The ivy-clad wooden walls, the wild roses blooming with the last vestiges of summer's vitality, the lush, low grass, and the small yet pristine glass windows. All of these evoked memories of my Mage tower by the seaside. The trap within my ring remained dormant, and it appeared that the vendor had not acted foolishly. Some remnants of what once was still lingered, perched upon that seaside cliff. Things I longed to possess but had to forsake. Chapter 33. Dull yellow. Ashley's father had been a carpenter in life. Thus the house was quite spacious, providing ample room for both me and Jenny, with an additional vacant room still remaining. The living room was expansive, filled with warm sunlight that streamed in, infusing the space with the fragrant aroma of raw wood. Yet within such a beautiful dwelling, an abundance of misfortune resided. Her father had fallen victim to an orc attack, and her mother was gravely ill as we entered our room. Her mother's door stood ajar, and I stole a glance inside. Discovering a middle-aged woman with a pale complexion and bandaged wrists, she lay ensconced in thick blankets. Her vacant eyes fixed upon me, emitting only raspy sounds. Ashley hurriedly shut the door, somewhat flustered, and explained, her illness is not contagious, and she is quite tranquil. I assure you she will not cause any inconvenience. I gently furrowed my brow and inquired, how long has she been ill? A year, she whispered, though it hasn't always been this way. She has episodes every 20 days or so, and during those times, she suffers for 6 or 7 days, unable to speak due to the pain. As she spoke, she guided me closer to the room, helping me pull back the covers on the bed, where I then placed Jenny. I did not remove her cloak. I still wished to keep her unaware of our noble status. Have you consulted a doctor? A nearby physician? I tucked her in, exhaling heavily, feeling as though lifting her onto the bed had nearly drained me of all my strength. We have. It is precisely because we had to pay a doctor that we are now obliged to host you. We truly have run out of money. She pressed her lips together, standing in the shadow of the doorframe. The doctor has taken blood several times. Yet there has been no improvement. They say the illness is incurable, and her voice trembled as she spoke, nearly breaking into tears that I felt equally helpless. I was weak, burning with fever, my mind a chaotic haze. Utterly disinclined to exert the effort to tend to myself that I had intended to hire a physician for assistance, only to discover that they were merely practitioners of bloodletting. With a resigned sigh, I retrieved a silver coin from my robe and tossed it to the girl. The coin glinted in the sunlight, tracing a graceful arc through the air. However, she failed to catch it, and it fell to the ground. Tears still glistened in her eyes as she hurriedly bent down to chase after the small object, which had nearly rolled into the door's crevice. I suddenly felt a pang of discomfort in my heart. Perhaps it was the toll of illness. First, take me to see your mother, then use this money to procure some supplies for me, I instructed her, and if possible, also acquire the medicinal herbs needed for your mother's treatment. What? She squatted on the ground, backlit, her elongated eyes wide with astonishment. What did you say, sir? I was exceedingly reluctant to repeat myself, tormented by illness, even if her inquiry stemmed from surprise or perhaps joy. Yet, when I met her gaze, that soft, sorrowful, and astonished look, illuminated by the golden sunlight, unleashed something within me that I could no longer contain, that I yearned to attribute this recurring emotion to the weakness brought on by my ailment. However, I discovered that sensation, that aching heaviness in my chest, captivated me, that I felt as though I might lose my mind. "Take me to see your mother," I reiterated with an undeniable tone, striving to calm my heart. "If you do not wish for her to continue suffering." She finally grasped the gravity of my words and eagerly opened the door before me, ushering me inside. The room was clean and orderly, devoid of any unpleasant odors. This was a rare find for a long-term patient, and it attested to the girl's ability to care for others. Approaching the bedside, I rolled up the long sleeves of my right arm with my left hand and gently took her hand. The woman attempted to withdraw her hand, but after a feeble twitch, she was rendered incapable of further movement. The hands, roughened by years of toil, lacked beauty, with stubborn black stains nestled beneath the nails. The joints of her fingers were swollen and engorged, nearly incapable of closing. I gently flexed her finger joints, and a look of anguish swept across the patient's face, yet no sound escaped her lips. I released her hand and shook my head. In an instant, Ashley's complexion darkened, as even the sunlight streaming through the window could not dispel the pallor that enveloped her. "Is it truly incurable, sir?" she implored, her last flicker of hope evident. "I can hardly fathom how such physicians are rendered powerless against this affliction. It is simply—" I fumbled for an appropriate term in my muddled mind. "Foolishness." "So, you mean—" she faltered for a moment, then exclaimed in delight, "it can be treated." "It is merely gout," I shrugged. "Let those fools bleed her, and she will surely perish. I shall provide you with a list, procure the items as specified, and I will take care of the rest." Of course," she eagerly acquiesced, then joyously kissed her mother's forehead. "Mother, this gentleman believes he can cure you. You shall no longer endure this suffering." The woman on the bed turned her vacant gaze, straining to lift the corners of her mouth as if attempting a smile. I was unsure how to respond. So I simply turned and exited the room, retreating to my chamber to extract a piece of parchment from my satchel to compose a list for Ashley. The young girl nearly flew from the room, only for me to realize I had forgotten to remind her to procure something to eat. Yet, an unusual drowsiness washed over me like a tide, rendering me oblivious to the pangs in my stomach. I fetched some water to moisten Jenny's lips, then returned to my chamber, shedding my robe and collapsing onto the bed, quickly succumbing to the searing breaths and chest pains. My slumber was fraught with unrest, as nightmarish visions surged forth from the depths of my mind. Materializing in the realm of consciousness, I could almost feel the agony that accompanied my transformation into a lich, as if countless ants were gnawing at my innards. Struggling to burst forth from my chest, it was as though I returned to the world tree. Standing upon the splendid altar crafted by the elves, a milky radiance enveloped me, purifying the evil essence that lingered upon my surface. Separated from my corporeal form, the sensation of near omniscience returned to my awareness. I could perceive the gentle flow of breezes, the rustle of leaves, the snap of withered branches, the clamor of armor from thousands of souls, the hurried breaths born of anxiety, and the tremors of the earth stirred by footsteps. All at once I discerned each sound, yet could untangle them with ease. I distinguished the whispers of the wind from the howling of the trees, as well as the heartbeat of each individual and the obstruction of blood as it coursed through wounds. Chapter 34. Salted plums. I was on the verge of becoming a new god, my being undergoing purification and reformation. My senses reached their zenith, while my body lay as fragile as an infant's. Yet, those timid souls advancing cautiously would soon betray me in a shameful act, cloaked in the guise of war. The one guiding them was the woman with whom I had entwined myself mere hours earlier. This memory swiftly grew hazy, and I found myself transported to an earlier time, transformed into the figure reclining upon the highest peak of the Himalayas. The biting cold froze my blood, yet my magical essence kept my mind operating smoothly. My body was left with only one intact hand, while the rest of my limbs and torso revealed a horrific display of flesh and bone, remnants of Antares' dreadful dragon breath. Without hesitation, I splashed out a fortune's worth of rare magical materials, summoning dark clouds to gather above the timeless azure sky. The crimson mass formed a terrifying vortex above my head, rumbling as it spread outward. Within a month, it would blanket half of Arafast, casting death into every corner. This plague cloud would claim millions of lives, and from that life force, my lich form would take shape. Yet, the scene abruptly shifted again, transporting me back to the time when I was but a true infant. Fragments of memory resurfaced from the depths of my subconscious, elements I had never discovered, instinctively buried deep within. Light, a faint glimmer of illumination, pierced through my eyelids. Instinctively, I found it blinding, and I opened my mouth to wail. Disobedient children will be snatched away by the sorcerers of Rocky Mountain and transformed into lizard skins to dangle from the eaves. A woman's voice, soft and warm, echoed in my ears. Then what? Intense heat, the searing warmth of flames. Was it death? Yet, who held me at this moment? Struggling to open my eyes, I beheld a figure adorned with silver whiskers, draped in a black robe, embroidered with silver threads. Poor child, the elder's voice murmured. But perhaps this is for the best. Your parents have perished, and no one shall ever know your true name, not even you. You need fear no one. You are indeed a born mage, a favored child of destiny. Who was this person? Who? Such a familiar tone, such a recognizable voice, such a well-known scent. Who? I screamed as I tore myself from slumber. Bolting upright, that my chest throbbed with excruciating pain from the sudden movement, the agony radiating through my torso, extending to my armpit and neck, as if countless needles were piercing my body. But I had no time to dwell on this. I needed to uncover the identity of the figure who appeared in my instinctual memories from infancy. In my past life, 7 centuries ago, who had imparted upon me the power of magic and erased all memories prior to my 13th year. A favored child of destiny. A favored child of destiny. Surely someone had uttered those very words to me afterward. Who was it? Where were they? When did it occur? Yet, the contents of the dream swiftly dissipated from my mind. Eluding comprehension, sleep had not rendered my mind clearer. Rather, it intensified the pain in my chest. Outside, it seemed to have grown dark, as moonlight streamed through the window, casting peculiar shadows upon the furnishings within. The scent of the soap bark emanating from the blankets gradually calmed me, and I coughed softly a few times before laboriously rising from the bed and donning my robe. Outside, a rhythmic tap-tap sound resonated, likely Ashley preparing food. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, save for a dim light at the far end leading to the living room. Ashley must have been reluctant to light candles. The distinctive, unpleasant odor of burning tallow confirmed my suspicion that I approached the door, leaning against the frame to observe the young girl. She was using a small knife to slice cured meat on a wooden table. The remnants of white bread and fresh cabbage already laid out behind her, that a small pot of rich soup wafted its aroma, beside which lay steaming baked apples and salted plums. The constant spell Mage's eye allowed me to perceive the entirety of the room with merely the faintest light. And it was only when Ashley finished cutting the cured meat and I could no longer suppress my dry throat that she noticed me. She promptly discarded the knife, wiped her hands on her apron, and hurried over to assist me in sitting at the table. You are awake, sir. When I returned, you were deep in slumber, so I did not rouse you. I fed my mother first, and now you may enjoy your meal at your leisure. I was not so weak as to require assistance in walking, yet I surprisingly relished the sensation. Thus, I silently sat at the table, watching her as she placed the cured meat before me and moved the tallow lamp onto the table. I prepared some food for that lady as well. But she remains unconscious. She retreated into the shadows beyond the lamp's glow, cautiously inquiring, "When do you intend to treat your cousin?" I lifted my gaze to her. Her expression was a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. I glanced at the basket on the counter behind her, the one she had carried when I first met her. Only 2.5 loaves of black bread remained. She had mentioned feeding her mother first. Were these prepared especially for me? I raised my hand, tearing off a piece of white bread, dipping it into the small bowl of rich soup, and savoring the delightful taste. Yes, she nodded in the shadows. As a token of my gratitude, I shall provide you with free lodging and meals. Tomorrow morning, I interjected, pinching a salted plum. We shall commence in the morning. Feed your mother some cabbage and soup. But do not give her any meat. It will exacerbate her condition. As for you, sit down and partake in a meal. The flavors of cabbage paired with cured meat and white bread were exquisite, enhanced further by the rich soup. However, I had never been fond of baked apples, nor had I ever grown accustomed to them. Yet there was a woman who relished this dish. Damn it, my thoughts wandered once more. We dined in silence, punctuated by my occasional cough. The girl ate very sparingly, halting after consuming a single baked apple, staring blankly at the food on the table. My appetite was poor, even in the presence of such delectable fare. I consumed half a loaf of bread, 2 salted plums, several cabbage leaves, and a few slices of cured meat before standing up. I could discern her eagerness to bring these infrequent delicacies to her mother. I disliked consuming cold soup. I assumed she felt the same. She was about to come over to assist me, but I waved her off, then retrieved a small piece of aurum from my robe sleeve. This time, instead of casting it aside, I gently placed it upon the table. The coin appeared even more resplendent under the dim light, the beguiling orange glow causing Ashley, seated across the table, to widen her eyes in astonishment. Many individuals might go their entire lives without ever encountering a gold coin, but at the very least, she would not be among them. The cost of your mother's treatment will be compensated with this gold coin, which also serves as a reward for this delightful meal. I moved to the side, straining somewhat as I lifted the basket filled with the herbs I had listed, adding, I do not take kindly to rejection. Chapter 35 Yellow. Green. Indeed, as I have previously stated, I never hesitate to bestow the utmost honor upon my followers, nor do I shy away from inflicting the greatest suffering upon traitors. This girl possessed something I had not seen in a long time. A warmth that reminded me of my own humanity, a time when I was merely a man, though an ordinary man at that. The sensation brought forth tears that I approached the dark corridor, the girl standing behind me for a considerable time before calling out, Sir. I turned in the darkness, somewhat irritated, having resolved that if she were to offer needless refusals, I would reclaim the gold coin. Such feelings of vulnerability are rare for me. Do not ruin it. Yet she spoke of something else. I am unsure whether I should share this with you, but it may be of assistance. When I went out to buy something, I happened upon a man, wearing a robe strikingly similar to yours, who inquired if I had seen anyone resembling him. She paused, her tone uncertain. He had already inquired at several shops before encountering me that I suspect he might be your acquaintance. Though I am not entirely certain, so I told him a lie and quietly followed him to his inn, a man in a black robe. I struggled to clear my mind, rapidly contemplating as I asked, a young man with oak leaves embroidered on his garment and a pallid complexion? It was indeed a black robe, but not a young man. Rather, he was middle-aged and bearded. Well, there were no leaves, but stars embroidered on it. Quite beautiful stars. A beard. Then he could not be one of those dark elves turned into magical puppets. For elves never grow facial hair. And stars, a magical apprentice. Perhaps he was not inquiring about me, but rather about that elven sorcerer's dark elf puppets. Alas, he would never meet them. Thank you, young lady. I exhaled with relief. Observing her face, which bore a look of unease, as if she were about to speak but hesitated, I added, he is my friend, not my foe. You need not worry about him tracking you here. She attempted to explain something, but I had already entered the room with the basket in hand. There were 3 patients in this house. Point 1 lay in a deep coma, barely clinging to life through the magic of Antares' shield. Another suffered internal injuries, burning with fever and racked with headaches. The third was tormented by gout, unable to speak. Ironically, the one who appeared most tormented, Ashley's mother, was the least afflicted among them, these fragile mortals. A mere ailment can render them helpless. Only power, whether the might of magic or the strength of knowledge, can elevate one above the common folk, even allowing them to share eternal life with the gods. I retrieved my vials and jars from my satchel, as well as the materials I had brought from the Mage Tower, and under the silvery moonlight, I spent an hour crafting a potion for myself. At the very least, it would ensure my mind remained alert, undistracted by pain, preventing any recipes requiring precise dosages from failing. As I consumed the first dose of the foul-smelling powder, I heard Ashley closing the door next door. She had likely finished serving her mother dinner and was preparing for bed. A chilling sensation coursed from my tailbone to my spine, then traveled through my limbs. Goosebumps erupted across my skin. And in the next moment, that cold transformed into a comforting warmth. My mind felt as though it had been plunged into icy water and then drawn back out, instantly becoming terrifyingly lucid. In the past, I would never have dared to consume something with such potent effects. The consequence would have been 10 days of unending slumber, 10 days without water, which for a human would mean death. Yet at this moment, I cared not, for the mental clarity I gained was indeed formidable, powerful enough to disregard the fatigue following such intense stimulation. Ashley's mother's gout was, in fact, quite simple to treat. A mixture of colchicum and malt consumed in small amounts daily would lead to recovery within days. As long as she ate more vegetables and less meat thereafter, recurrences would be nearly non-existent, with the only side effect being a possibility of diarrhea. However, such simple remedies were unknown to any physician here. Otherwise, I would not be forced to toil through sleepless nights managing this myself. The most challenging case was Ginny S. injured. As I chewed on the dandelion stems and leaves, extracting the bitter white juice, I endeavored to combine the herbs that I could only stabilize her condition, attempting to eliminate any potential coagulation in her head with the medicine that if she did not awaken within 10 days, she might never do so again. Should that occur, I would have no choice but to transform her into an undead knight. Presently, Ginny relied solely on the pure magic of her half-armor and the blood of fairies to survive. Her bodily functions had nearly ceased, rendering her akin to a living corpse. Otherwise, she would not have produced no waste in these past few days, especially with her muscles beyond conscious control. What I needed to do was revive her organs, at least to the point where she could exist without the support of Antares' shield until I located that part of my humanity. Embodying pure malice, which had escaped the MY notes, contained the method for transforming into an undead knight, but it utilized a plethora of dark languages, including Draconic, Elvish, and variants of demonic tongues. Fortunately, this method was a product of alchemical arrays rather than magic. Thus, I need not memorize it anew to operate it today. As for the elven sorcerer currently possessing my notes, I was entirely confident that before I reclaimed what was rightfully mine, she would have no means to unravel those intricately arcane operations. I spent the entire night concocting potions, my caution exceeding any previous experiment, that I had to consider the effects of her fairy blood and Neanderthal heritage on the medicine, as well as the reactions of residual demonic venom with certain herbs, and even the possibility of some toxic ingredients being mitigated by the magic of Antares' shield. By dawn, my room was filled with peculiar scents. Smoke hung in the air, making it difficult even for me to breathe. I first sampled the yellow-green potion in a glass vial. Indeed, most remarkably effective potions exhibit a yellow-green hue. Do not ask why it possesses such a repulsive, pus-like color, for I too wish to comprehend that. Merely a small sip of the potion down my throat left my entire tongue numb. Then I could no longer taste the bitterness of the concoction. Instead, it felt as though my stomach had been filled with a hot iron, which then sprouted arms and legs, joyfully dancing a tap dance. Thus, one can understand why many prefer to consult those quacks who only practice bloodletting rather than seek an alchemist skilled in potion making, because their remedies often bring about even more intense suffering alongside healing. After enduring the initial painful phase while bracing myself against the bedpost, I finally felt my stomach settle somewhat. Once the pain subsided, my chest felt suddenly empty. Those lingering, intricate aches had alleviated significantly. I managed to gather my wits and push open the small wooden window, where the fresh air of late summer morning rushed to greet my face. Outside lay a low meadow, with ivy cascading down the window frame. They exuded a captivating freshness, as if I were amidst a forest. In the distance, a sparse grove stood, beyond which rose the towering walls of the village of Gurudin. Ashley's home was situated on the outskirts of the village, a sufficiently tranquil place. Yet, with the impending war, it was also a perilous one. Nevertheless, I found myself rather eager for the arrival of conflict, at least after my body had healed. The orcs belonged to a subhuman race acknowledged by humanity for their civilized status. They possess their own language and culture, and naturally understand the principles of husbandry and agriculture. Wars have always been driven by interests. A war without gain for either side could never unfold. The subhuman raid by the Kabu orc camp upon humanity was motivated by the desire to plunder food and iron goods. However, both parties understood that late summer and early autumn marked the time when last year's food supplies had been exhausted. While new crops had yet to be harvested, initiate war during this period would not only devastate the fields, leading to a year of famine, but would also yield no benefits. Previous raids had typically occurred after the autumn harvest, yet this year was remarkably unusual. There must be other reasons behind it. The lingering trace of malevolent mark within me allowed me to discern the whereabouts of that pure evil which had escaped from Swordsheath Peak. Thus, I could distinctly direct my gaze towards the southwest, the Kabu orc encampment. The subhuman's frenzy and bloodlust were not without justification. Being controlled by evil was the simplest explanation. Even when severed from my being, that portion of pure malevolence undeniably bears my shadow, an insatiable thirst for power, a yearning for dominion. Yet, these desires have been magnified to a grotesque degree. It incites the orcs to wage war. But for what purpose? I find it exceedingly difficult to grasp the intentions of that peculiar entity. For never has such unadulterated evil manifested in this world. Even the abyssal demons, who exalt greed and tyranny as virtues, occasionally exhibit a yearning for beauty, a sentiment of nobility, but that entity, exists solely for the sake of destruction and darkness. Those who betrayed me remain blissfully unaware of the horrific error they have committed, were it not for my binding of them with my magic, suppressing these malevolent spirits, which should have been purified by the world tree's power for centuries. This realm would have long given birth to a god of annihilation. Yet, at this moment, I am cognizant of its existence, while it remains oblivious to mine that I shall await its assault on this village, and then subdue it before it poses a sufficient threat to me. As for whether to seal it away permanently, I glanced at the bottle of the yellow-green potion, took it in hand, and pushed open the door. Chapter 36. A generous gift. The young girl, Aishili, was just raising her hand, poised to knock on my door. In her grasp was a wooden platter, meticulously arranged with slices of bread and smoked meat, alongside a bowl of soup adorned with mint leaves. I nearly knocked her offerings from her hands, prompting her to step back hurriedly, stabilizing herself as she said, "Good morning, sir. I just gave Miss Jenny some water. But she still cannot eat. Who can claim that a simple, diligent farm girl lacks a touch of cunning? This marks the second time she has invoked Jenny's name to urge me to tend to her mother." "Thus," I replied, "place the breakfast in the hall. There is no need to serve me so attentively. I am no lord. Your mother's medicine rests on the table in my room. Administer her a pinch daily, a piece the size of a fingernail. Do not overdo it out of impatience, for that could prove fatal." I then casually pushed open Jenny's door, closing it behind me. I had no desire to witness the expression of surprise and gratitude on the girl's face. Such emotions would only render me weak. I do not require gratitude, for once one accepts such feelings from others, one inevitably longs to do more. This is a poison to me, gentle yet lethal. Much like the disheveled girl before me, her face pale and drawn. Were she a stranger, I would unhesitatingly employ 5 or more methods to utterly bind her life force, rendering her a lifeless husk, until I could transform her into a death knight using that vile essence. Yet, at this moment, I found myself prying her mouth open, patiently administering the potion drop by drop. The intertwining of humanity's goodness and the lingering malevolence of magic led me to grapple with myriad contradictions. This sensation was tormenting, even maddening. It took me half an hour to ensure the yellow-green potion flowed into her stomach. Then I opened the window. Her condition was dire, requiring more time for the potion to take effect. The pain in my chest had lessened considerably, for the potency of my concoction far surpassed that of any alchemist's. My potions are infused with magical power. My fever has subsided, and my mind is clear. Aside from lingering pain from the earlier impact, all is well. Thus, I resolved to ascertain certain matters, specifically about the magic apprentice Aishili mentioned last night. I carried no wand, nor sword. Shedding my robes, I donned a brown cloak, transforming myself into an unremarkable young man. In truth, I often forget that I am still a youth, only at moments, from the unguarded blush on Aishili's face, do I recall that I am still a young man whose appearance is not entirely displeasing. I found this guise quite satisfactory, for no one would suspect a young man of being a wizard endowed with formidable magical powers, including the true mages themselves. Our era has long passed, apart from beings like Antares, whose lifespans stretch long enough to treat centuries as mere fleeting moments. Most have relegated my tale to the realm of legend. I followed the address Aishili provided, inhaling the fresh morning air. The streets grew increasingly lively, with more refugees crowding the quieter alleys, tattered and grimy. From snippets of conversation, I learned that a considerable number of these individuals hailed from nearby agricultural villages. Small bands of orc raiders had already attacked them, pillaging their scant provisions, evidently preparing for a more ferocious onslaught. The Earl of Bodolin, governing the northern province of Bogage, along with the commander of the local guard, concealed the news of the impending orc attack. For no one wishes for outside forces to encroach upon their well-tended domains, depleting local resources before swaggering away. To safeguard one's territory at the expense of jeopardizing it. That is a manifestation of politics. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that this assault differs fundamentally from those of the past. Only within a small circle, such as myself and the elven mage who sensed my dark magic nearby, do we comprehend the impending repercussions this war will bring to the entire province. However, we each harbor ulterior motives. Unwilling to divulge this information, the dark elf mage hopes to plunge humanity back into chaos, believing that amidst the turmoil, she may find greater support for her kin. Meanwhile, I desire global strife, and such turmoil is on the horizon. In a few months, it shall begin from the capital of Orue. I paused at a roadside fruit stall, purchasing a cluster of emerald grapes. tossing one after another into my mouth, savoring their sweet nectar. This was a quintessential rural pastime. Leisurely and languid as I meandered, gathering information, I arrived at the inn known as the Last Refuge, where the slightly plump proprietress sat basking in the sun at the entrance. However, something felt amiss that it was nearly noon, late summer-s heat. The sun, in no way, could be deemed comfortable. This woman, with her fiery red hair, was called Taika, and her husband was named Calamon. This information I had gleaned bit by bit along the way. The couple's inn was renowned for its delicious spicy potatoes and hot apple cider, yet they had recently committed a foolish act. They sold the inn to a cloaked stranger for the price of 4 gold coins. While this may seem reasonable under normal circumstances, it was undoubtedly unwise at this juncture, particularly for such astute businesspeople that in a bustling village like this, with the inn brimming with guests, merely half a month's revenue would equate to 1 gold coin. Not to mention they continued to work there for the new proprietor after selling the inn. I stood in the shade of the inn's eaves, enjoying the grapes and the coolness, feigning indifference as I observed the proprietress. Her face bore an expression of anguish and confusion, seemingly incapable of comprehending how she could have made such a blunder. At that moment, her husband, Calamon, approached, drenched in sweat, carrying a massive basket filled with provisions from the street corner to the west. Upon seeing his wife seated under the sun, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What's wrong? Taika, why are you sitting out here in the sun? I'm about to melt." Calamon, that cloaked fellow gave me a copper coin and asked me to sit at the tavern across the way. The woman, her brow furrowed with worry, replied, adding more wrinkles to her once smooth forehead. "But I refuse to sit in that tavern of lame Jimmy. I just want to stay here. I don't want to go anywhere." How on earth did we lose our minds and sell the inn? Is he inviting dubious characters inside? The man frowned, seemingly on the verge of entering, but after a moment's thought, he dropped the basket to the ground and sat beside his wife. They sat in silence under the sun for a long while. Suddenly, the woman slowly opened her mouth, turning to her husband. Calamon, puzzled, wiped his face and asked, "What's the matter? Could he be a wizard?" She whispered in a tone filled with disbelief and mystery. "You think he might be a wizard? Only such beings could bewitch us into selling the shop." The man sighed in resignation. "All right, Taika, you remain the same girl who loves stories. But if that person inside is indeed a wizard, then I must be Sartain Diggs." I abruptly choked on the grape in my mouth. Coughing discreetly, the man named Calamon was certainly not Sartain Diggs, but that individual inside was indeed a genuine mage, even if merely an apprentice. That a certain spell could ensnare them both in their current predicament. Generous gift. It is a spell that compels one to hand over designated items to another, of course, including the deed to this inn. Yet, if memory serves correctly, mages possess a secretive organization known as the Cabal. The Cabal adheres to principles of discretion and secrecy, unwilling to expose their powers to the public eye. For as I have mentioned before, humanity instinctively fears those of their own kind who wield incredible power, and they further shun them. However, this does not imply that this organization is an inconsequential entity. On the contrary, as long as they so desire, they can influence the course of the entire world at any given moment, be it in economic or political realms. That a substantial number of mages maintain exceedingly close ties with the world's high nobility, with some even clandestinely protecting a noble family for decades. In such an extended time frame, they possess ample opportunity to exert formidable influence. I was once a member of the secret society, indeed. From the moment one becomes a mage, one is inevitably ensnared within its web. It is precisely for this reason that, after my reckless use of magical power claimed countless human lives, both the society and humanity began their hunt against me. The former was merely perturbed by my ruthless trampling of their rules, while the latter was concerned with the very survival of humankind. Of course, this survival of all humankind was still predicated upon their previous betrayal of me. Yet, the apprentice in this and before me audaciously defied the principles of the society despite possessing such meager magical prowess, truly reminiscent of my former self. Chapter 37. The black robe. I had originally intended to blend into this quaint inn, but I had not anticipated that the black-robed mage would purchase the entire establishment, even evicting the landlady. He ought to be grateful that the two former proprietors were no longer youthful and had, due to the pain of losing a child, become indifferent to all matters. Otherwise, according to the local residents, the red-haired Taika, once a beauty in her youth, was reputed to possess the formidable technique known as the frying pan spin, said to be the most powerful in Garudin. It is said that during the early Orc Wars, Taika had once incapacitated an Orc squad leader with a frying pan of spicy potatoes, enabling her friend, captured by Orcs, to escape successfully. Yet, the current Taika has transformed into a plump middle-aged woman, her face marred by dull spots, wearing an expression of resignation and despair, truly a poignant reminder of the relentless passage of time. This is also the reason I yearn to escape the cycle of human aging and mortality. No matter how beautiful or robust a mortal may be, they ultimately succumb to the ravages of time and death. This is not the fate I desire. Thus, I altered my course, stepping out from beneath the eaves of the front door and turning into a narrow alley beside the inn. The alley was filled with refuse and filth, and numerous decaying, foul-smelling rat carcasses littered the ground. I carefully tiptoed over the protruding stones amidst the refuse, traversing the narrow passage that barely allowed one person to pass. Until I reached the back door, the inn.it was cluttered with empty oak barrels and miscellaneous debris, due to the years of being shrouded in the shadows of the building. The temperature here was considerably lower than in the front. I loosened the collar and cuffs of my shirt, allowing the sin of sweat to dissipate. I stood quietly for a moment until no new beads of sweat emerged. That street demon taught me a lesson. Never underestimate the sensitivity of another's nose. The back door was a thin wooden panel, and where the lock should have been, a hole had formed, through which a thick, sturdy rope emerged, passing through the gap in the door frame and tying a knot inside to secure it, given the former fame of the innkeeper Calamon and the landlady Taika in their youth. Ordinary thieves would likely not dare to test their luck here, and thus they probably could not be bothered to replace the lock. I leaned close to the back door and peered through the hole, confirming that no one was guarding it, and cast a spell upon the breach in the wooden door. Repair. Calamon and Taika would surely be delighted to witness my display of skill, but the black-robed figure inside would not be as pleased. As the miraculous effects of magic took hold, the hole in the door swiftly mended itself. The newly formed ochre would quickly fill the space occupied by the thick rope, effectively splitting it in two. Had I carried a dagger with me, I would not have had to resort to such measures. The thick rope fell away silently, and the wooden door swung outward. I caught it just in time. Making not a sound, I crept into the kitchen with the lightest of steps, meticulously avoiding the jars and bottles strewn across the floor, eventually arriving at the wooden door leading to the kitchen. This door was tightly shut, and I had no intention of attempting to open it, for I had already heard voices from within. There were two male voices. One was somewhat raspy, seemingly that of a middle-aged man. The other voice was far more distinctive. It resembled a person desperately gasping for air, as though being throttled in their sleep. The middle-aged man must be the black robe that Ashley encountered. If it were that peculiar-sounding individual, she would certainly have emphasized that point to me. I pressed my ear gently against the door, and the voices became clearer. In that forest, surrounded by the stench of sulfur, it has decayed beyond recognition, but it could not possibly be a creature from the earthly realm. Goodness, if such things truly exist, then surely the abyss must also be real. But how did they arrive in this world? This was the disquieting voice. Urgent and fearful, I exhaled quietly. He had discovered the remains of the Barthol demon that we had slain. Isn't it rather hard to believe that things from legends have become real? Came the voice of the black robe, tinged with a hint of nonchalance. You should have realized this by now. Blades must pierce flesh to draw blood. Flames require flint and tinder to ignite, and only in winter does water freeze into ice. Yet magic has long transcended these limitations. Magic that you and I are familiar with. Since you can so readily accept the existence of magic, how could you not believe in the presence of demons and the abyss? Without waiting for a response, he abruptly shifted the topic. It must be one person, the one who killed that hellish creature, the one who injured the master, the one who was seen in Yorksun. I have also heard of a mage tower near the Garudin coast. That should be his lair. But judging by his haste to arrive here, it seems there will be no rewards to be gained from there. However, you might reach it by afternoon and see if you can procure anything else from within. But, the disconcerting voice interjected, the residents of Yorksun claim that the individual has black hair and blue eyes, accompanied by a Neanderthal noblewoman. Yet the one who injured the master had white hair and was a Neanderthal, accompanied by two Clare warriors. Perhaps we have made a mistake. The person from Yorksun may not be the one we seek. Mark, do you think it possible for two powerful mages to appear in such a place simultaneously? One capable of using fireball to injure the esteemed Maximus, and another able to subdue the newborn magic sword. The black robe replied with a tone of exasperation, or perhaps two potent mages who have never been registered by the Society's Council? Chapter 38. Killing two birds with one stone, without a doubt. He utilized transformation magic. The black robe continued. I am quite curious as to where that fellow emerged from. Without the guidance of a mentor or undergoing the trials of the Mage Tower, how could one possibly unlock the arcane talents within their body? Then he is not someone we can contend with, the raspy voice replied. A mage capable of casting fireball, slaying demons, and subduing magic swords. I have encountered such power only apart from the master. I advise you not to continue inquiring about him in the city. Should we provoke that individual, we might. The great Pizzarian is soon to arrive here at the behest of Count Dalaran to confront the orcs. We have nothing to fear. At that time, this arrogant mage will pay for all he has done to Master Maximus, the black robe interrupted, his voice growing clearer, as though he was approaching the kitchen door. Suddenly, I realized he had used the term this mage. He had discovered me. He knew I was here. He must have employed magic detection. Who would have thought an apprentice could possess such a practical spell? I still had time to slip away before he opened the wooden door, yet I hesitated. There were two apprentices within, each likely possessing several commendable spells, and with a stroke of luck, they might even have a spell book. Acquiring such resources would vastly expand the repertoire of spells at my disposal, especially since the number of spells I currently mastered was far from sufficient for my mental capacity. Furthermore, they might possess magical materials that I could not otherwise procure, facilitating the transformation of Jenny when the need arose. If I waited a while longer, the Mage Pizzarian would also arrive, one I had never met. Only known through historical texts as the master of the Wales Mage Tower, I would miss the opportunity to glean anything from them. Perhaps I was now formidable enough to cause some minor nuisances. But to contend alone against an ancient being with a century and 24 years of experience, possessing an abundance of magical artifacts, would leave me feeling quite overwhelmed. Moreover, the white-haired Neanderthal mage, referenced by those two bumbling fools, must undoubtedly be the dark elf puppet that had its right arm severed by Denisa and was subsequently smashed against a rock by me. Both dark elves and Neanderthals possess silver hair. If one were not attentive to their eye colors or the dark elf's pointed ears, it would indeed be easy to misclassify them as the Neanderthal lineage most familiar to the Clare. Most intriguingly, the dark elf mage Melunian possesses more than one puppet in his possession. Pizzarian would eventually encounter another excitable individual wielding a short-handled wand. At that moment, he would comprehend who had harmed Maximus and subsequently committed atrocities in Garudin. Eliminating the two apprentices of that mage, certainly not me, a man of Clare. The opportunity to acquire what I desired while simultaneously sowing discord between Melunian and the secret party council, thereby undermining the power of the thief who had inappropriately seized a portion of my magical prowess. This was indeed a gift bestowed upon me by the Morning Star. The two apprentices inside had likely never faced a mage in battle. In fact, in terms of the overall number of mages in the Western continent, their chances of encountering any mage other than their own mentor were exceedingly slim. This granted them a misguided confidence and unwarranted bravery, leading them to believe they could ambush me with their combined efforts. As they approached, the footsteps of the figure in the black robe halted, and silence enveloped the air that I quietly maneuvered behind the wall at the door. Envisioning his actions at that moment, retrieving spell components and murmuring incantations, then he would unleash a powerful spell to shatter the wooden door, and if fortune favored him, he might even incapacitate me, who was caught off guard if luck were not on his side. The other apprentice would have another spell poised to strike. It could only be deemed unfortunate for them. They ought to have pretended not to notice me. I crushed the last grape of the emerald green cluster in my hand, the sweet juice coating my fingers. Suddenly, the wooden door erupted with a violent explosion, splintering wood and debris flying outward, embedding itself into the kitchen wall, leaving the room in disarray, enveloped in a haze of grayish-yellow smoke. This was the effect of a magical missile, yet the apprentice wielded it with little finesse. Had I possessed that incantation and applied it in battle, I would have executed the spell at least twice as swiftly as he. With the door shattered, the casting of spells faced no further obstruction. I immediately darted to the doorway, utilizing the liquid on my fingers to cast Ice Prison. A chilling mist swiftly enveloped the ground beneath them, rapidly creeping up their calves and ensnaring them firmly in place. At last, I beheld the visage of the figure in the black robe alongside another individual. The black-robed apprentice, as Ashley had described, was a middle-aged man with a beard. The other was an elderly man with flowing white hair. To still be an apprentice at such an age was a fate worse than death for a mage. The two of them, upon the shattering of the door, hastily prepared their next spell, yet the biting chill of the ice prison disrupted their focus, causing the old man to shiver violently, dark smoke emanating from his hands, an indication of a failed spell. The middle-aged apprentice found his hands encased in a thin layer of ice. He had intended to cast a spell of ice spikes, but the interrupted incantation had turned upon himself. They were not Barthur demons. Lacking the strength to shatter the hardened ice upon their shins, the old apprentice's eyes widened in astonishment. He surely had not anticipated my youthful appearance. Yet, his astonishment was fleeting. My right hand gathered a spectrum of radiant light as I strode toward the middle-aged apprentice. Gesturing toward him, the beautiful, multicolored beam immediately surged forth, enveloping his face and transforming his body, along with his astonished expression, into a mere blot of light. His clothes, deprived of support, thudded to the ground, soon shrouded in a veil of mist. I had no time to defend against the two mages' potential ambush. Thus, I resolved to eliminate one first. The other, struggling to break the ice encasing his hands in an attempt to cast another spell, was swiftly rendered unconscious by a wooden cup I had snatched from a nearby table. His body toppled backward, yet his shins remained immobilized, causing his head to bounce off the ground, rendering him thoroughly unconscious. At that moment, a rapid knocking echoed from outside the tavern door, and Carmon bellowed, "Damn it! What are you doing in there? Don't mess up my inn." By the morning star, the destruction was not my doing. I had merely created some ice on the ground, incapacitating one and knocking out another. I had no desire for uninvolved mortals to interfere, so I employed another spell from my grimoire, sound illusion. The voice of the black-robed apprentice resonated in the air. "Don't disturb us. We're merely resolving a matter. For the sake of the 2 oracans you'll receive shortly, keep quiet." Though Karaman's anger did not dissipate entirely from those words, it did subside somewhat under Tyka's faint persuasion. He kicked the sturdy front door with force and fell silent. I then picked up the frozen clothing of the white-haired apprentice, laying it on the table to unfold it slowly. Mages typically carried spell components and various potions, some of which could be highly toxic. Accidental contact could result in the loss of significant flesh, which would be far from ideal. However, within the clothing, I discovered only common spell components, a small fragment of moonstone, and a darkened parchment scroll. The scroll contained notes on 3 spells: Detect Magic, Ice Spike, and Magic Missile. These were likely the 3 spells this apprentice had obtained from his mentor, the only ones he could barely master. I then searched the middle-aged apprentice, yielding more substantial findings. He possessed a small vial of pink potion, which I cautiously uncorked, wafting the scent toward my nose, immediately detecting a faintly sweet aroma reminiscent of roasted apples. This was a vial of debris blood, a substance favored by the lizard folk inhabiting the plains near the kingdom of Aden. If a human were to consume it, they would lose their ability to speak within days, making it an apt tool against mages. One who could not utter incantations would pose far less of a threat. I replaced the cork and retrieved a parchment roll from his robe. The spells inscribed upon it surpassed those of the other apprentice, though still limited in number: Detect Magic, Ice Spike, Magic Missile, Fog Cloud, and Fireball. In total, 5 spells, all of which were absent from my grimoire. Overall, my efforts had not been in vain. However, what truly quickened my heartbeat was another item. Encased within a small metallic tube was a scroll devoid of any spells, instead inscribed with a few brief lines in Elvish. To the esteemed Mage Pizarian. On the 23rd of Autumn Moon, I shall unlock the tomb of Emperor Daedalus, in search of the mage's notes of Sartan digs that I implore you to attend. Maximus, the 83rd of Summer Moon, respectfully. Chapter 39. Daedalus. I stood momentarily stunned, shifting the thin scroll into the sunlight streaming through the window's crevice to read it once more. There were no hidden codes, no traces of magical trickery. It was indeed a simple message penned in ink, glimmering slightly in the light. Yet, the information contained within was so staggering that I found myself momentarily speechless. They had discovered the tomb of Emperor Daedalus. They knew my notes were there. The date on the letter was the 83rd of Summer Moon. And today was the 88th of Summer Moon. Only 3 days remained until the Autumn Moon commenced. This must have been a letter written by Maximus after he was injured, entrusted to his 2 apprentices to deliver to Pizarian. However, Pizarian had been summoned by Count Dalaran to assist in the defense of Guru Din against the orcs, and he could not leave until the war had concluded. This meant, firstly, that my assessment was correct. The orcs were poised to launch an assault before the autumn harvest. Secondly, the tomb of Emperor Daedalus must be relatively close, perhaps even within the province of Bottigen, allowing him ample time to meet with Maximus on the 23rd of autumn moon. What splendid fortune this was. Daedalus Geltz, the third ruler of the White Mallow dynasty of the Auric Empire, a dominator of the western continent for 16 years, known as the Mage Emperor. While conversing with Jenny, we had once casually mentioned the previous royal family of Auric, the rulers of the White Mallow dynasty. When she inquired about my opinion of them, I had offered but a single word: romantic. This family had reigned over the Auric Empire after my demise. Thus I bore no deep-seated hatred toward them, allowing me to evaluate them from a more objective perspective. Whether it was this Mage Emperor or the Princess Susan, both possessed an aura of romance that starkly contrasted with royal demeanor. This essence permeated the rule of the White Mallow dynasty for over a century, manifesting vividly in every generation of royal members. Thus, I began to reminisce about a legendary tale that had once captivated me before my memory was restored. A story concerning Emperor Daedalus. In his youth, Daedalus had a friendship with Althulur, the youngest prince sent from the neighboring kingdom of Aden as a gesture of submission to Auric and to secure substantial funding from the new Auric regime for their royal family. At that time, Daedalus, who was not favored by his father, quickly became close friends with Althulur, and together they befriended Farzina, the youngest daughter of Duke William of the Auric Empire. The three of them spent a long and joyful childhood together until they grew up and began to understand the nature of love. The beautiful Farzina was drawn to Althulur's unique nobility and aloofness characteristic of Aden, finding solace in his embrace, and similarly infatuated with the Marquis's lady was Daedalus, an uncherished prince, whose only recourse was to silently bless his dearest friend and the woman he cherished most in life. Later, Althulur ascended to become the heir of the kingdom of Aden following the untimely demise of his two elder brothers, and he returned to his long-abandoned homeland. Farzina departed alongside him, leaving Daedalus unable to cast even a fleeting glance in her direction. This young man, having lost both his beloved and his closest companion in what felt like the blink of an eye, embarked on the path to seize the throne, armed with the imperial ambition innate to every ruler and a tenacity as fierce as that of a wolf. No one foresaw that, 3 years later, he would succeed once favored princes now bowed at his feet, pledging their allegiance, while his dying father, under pressure from the new king of the neighboring realm, King Althulur, surrendered the crown into his hands. On the day Daedalus was crowned as the third emperor of the Auric Empire, the wedding of King Althulur of Aden and Farzina also took place. These two monumental events transpired on the same day. Thus Althulur did not witness Daedalus donning the crown, nor did Daedalus see Althulur's bride adorned with the diadem of the Queen of Aden, an arrangement that was, in truth, quite unbecoming. Speculation arose that a prior agreement had been forged between the Emperor of Auric and the King of Aden, wherein the latter would support Daedalus' rise to imperial power. And in return, Daedalus would acknowledge the union of his two friends. However, one thing remained certain. On the night following his coronation, Emperor Daedalus stood alone in the snow-laden garden of Hamiel Palace, his sword at his side, gazing towards the Aden skies in the north. Henceforth, Daedalus proclaimed himself the magical emperor, embarking on a quest to gather various materials associated with magic, even seeking the teachings of a sorcerer. Lacking any innate talent for the arcane, he was doomed to fail in casting spells. Yet, everyone understood the impetus behind his endeavors. The Queen of Aden had been utterly captivated by the mysteries of magic in her youth. Nonetheless, many voiced their discontent with his chosen title, viewing it as a harbinger of ill fortune, for history had known but one illustrious, magical emperor, the former emperor of the Neanderthal Empire, the magical Emperor Bon, who met his demise at the hands of the Lightbringer, his grand tower reduced to ruins. Yet Daedalus was no Bon. Not only was he unscathed by the curse of calamity, but he also began to expand his territories. Excluding the kingdom of Aden, the nations surrounding Auric were enveloped in a pall of terror, to the extent that even the Timac Orc Empire dared not confront Auric's mightiest, the Sold Knights. In open battle, the glorious era of the Auric Empire endured for a full 14 years, until one day, tormented by the side effects of alchemical potions and the pangs of unrequited love, Daedalus seemed to finally grasp that even if he acquired the entire world, he could not erase the shadow that loomed in his heart. Thus, he initiated a war against his best friend. The two colossal entities, the most expansive and powerful in the Western continent, spent 2 years testing one another before launching their decisive battle in the autumn moonlight. The army of the king of Aden was vanquished, retreating to the capital. However, on that very night, Daedalus was assassinated, falling victim within Hamiel Palace. Yet, the Gur's royal family made no effort to apprehend the assassin, nor did they exhibit any intention of bringing him to justice. It was said that as the assassin's dagger pierced his chest, an expression of profound bliss graced Daedalus's face. He leaned forward from his throne, urging the dagger deeper into his heart, as if attempting to embrace the figure before him, only to be callously evaded. Subsequently, Daedalus fell to the ground, uttering his final royal command, "Let her go." Chapter 40. Those damned tendernesses. I believe that this sorrowful emperor must have received my letter during his conquests, and then, in death, took it with him, interred in the depths of his exceedingly secretive tomb. That my slight fondness for him arises not only from the fact that he was born after my demise and perished before my rebirth, but also due to the striking resemblance we shared. We both met our ends at the hands of the women we adored, despite the possibility that they might not have loved us in return. Now, knowing that my letter has accompanied such a person for over 200 years and has not been seized by some loathsome individual, brings a modicum of comfort to my heart. Yet, just as I found a rare moment to soften my heart, the black robe on the ground emitted a faint groan and awakened. This sound escaped him in a state of unconsciousness. Upon fully regaining awareness, he promptly shut his mouth, feigning continued unconsciousness. I was nearly amused by his antics, and thus I whispered to him, "Open your eyes, I am Pizarian." He almost immediately opened his eyes in astonishment, staring at me for 2 or 3 seconds, before displaying a look of annoyance. "You are not Pizarian. He cannot possibly be this young." I was taken aback by how easily he fell for my ruse. How delightful. I now grasped the first truth. He had never seen Pizarian. "Your master must have described my appearance to you. Apprentice. I am Pizarian, the master of the Tower of Wireless. The other 2 who accompanied you have already informed me of your identity." I endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, standing tall and proud, that I was no longer fearful of him launching a magical ambush against me. His casting materials had already been confiscated. "Boring lies. Is your intellect limited to this?" His feet were frozen to the ground, and the humiliation of defeat coupled with physical pain began to ignite his anger. "My master has never seen Pizarian. It is only the 2 of us who have come here. Truly a pathetic ploy." "Excellent." He ruthlessly punctured my lie. This meant that Pizarian did not know what Maximus looked like, and he could not possibly know the appearance of this black robe. Furthermore, there was no one else who could leak information. Henceforth, this black robe held no further value. I thus smiled sincerely, feeling an impulse that arises only when confronting another sorcerer. "Indeed, I am not Pizarian, young man," I said softly, "but you must have heard of my name." "I am Sultan Diggs. I have returned. If you are still puzzled as to how I can wield magic at such a young age, then this name should provide you with satisfactory clarification." This time, he stared at me in a daze, attempting to twitch his lips into a disdainful sneer, yet he was nearly swayed by my last statement. He could hardly believe the near-mythical assertion of Sultan's resurrection, yet he found no rational grounds to refute my claim. Consequently, the muscles in his face twitched. Unsure of what expression to adopt, I resolved his dilemma. I gathered up another apprentice's embroidered silver star robe along with my spoils, and from my belt, I pulled out 2 Ori coins. Placing them on the nearby wooden table, then retreated towards the kitchen door. I then temporarily memorized the magic missile spell from the scroll, and without hesitation, I launched it at him before he could emit a terrified scream. The muddy floor of the tavern's parlor erupted into a cloud of muck, mingled with countless splatters of flesh and bone, sending debris flying in all directions. I finally managed to declare to these sorcerers, "I, Sultan Diggs, have returned." Though only for a fleeting few seconds did I relish the sheer shock on his face, it provided a modicum of release for the pent-up frustration I had harbored. I did not linger, slipping into the alley just before Calamon burst through the door, swiftly vanishing into the crowd. Pizarian was unaware of the apprentice's appearance, nor did the apprentice know what Pizarian looked like. Maximus, incapacitated by the dark elf's magical puppet, could not personally arrive in the town of Garudin, which allowed me to impersonate that black-robed apprentice. If fortune favored me, I could harness the power of this sorcerer against the orcs. And if his luck held out well enough that he did not discern my identity before I could end his life, I might even accompany them into Daedalus's tomb. I rolled the apprentice's black robe into a bundle. Masquerading as a traveler as I traversed the streets, heading towards Aishili's residence after ensuring I was not being followed. My spirits were quite buoyant, indeed, remarkably so. At the very least. I now knew the whereabouts of that which held great significance to me. And the once distant dream of my past had taken a significant step towards realization. However, a sudden thought struck me, causing my steps to falter and abruptly halt, nearly resulting in a collision with the passerby behind me. My letter, was it not supposed to be in the possession of that dark elf sorceress? She had crafted the magical puppet described in my letter and had stored Sultan's touch within the ruby. Had she not obtained my letter, she would have never been able to independently create these two spells. The recollection of Daedalus' tale had muddled my mind, and it was only now that I began to perceive the incongruities. Those damned tendernesses. Yet, I was soon reminded of another possibility. Perhaps there existed a sorcerer of such formidable power that they could transcribe my letter, secretly creating a copy that had circulated among the world. In my past, I had utilized such methods to transcribe numerous sorcerer's notes, thus allowing me to slightly grasp the principles of magic over the long years, ultimately crafting spells of my own. Although this possibility is quite slim, it remains entirely plausible that it seems my disguise plan must persist, at least until I ascertain from Pizzarian whether the dark elf sorcerer possesses my belongings. If so, what manner of item might it be? As the master of one of the 4 mage towers in the western continent, he would undoubtedly be well aware of Melunian. Most importantly, if indeed 2 copies of the letter exist, I would prefer to vie with Maximus and Pizzarian for one of them rather than confront Melunian prematurely, for she has inherited another portion of my magical prowess, and may even possess a significant number of my spells. I am acutely aware of how perilous my former self was. Chapter 41. The instigator of war. As I reached the end of the cobblestone street and stepped onto the dirt road, the sky began to darken. A stir arose among the people, who seemed to congregate towards the final rest inn. Surely, Caramon has discovered the indistinct blood and flesh adorning the inn's walls. Ha! I hope he first encounters those 2 orichalcum coins, and that they are not snatched away amidst the chaos. I departed from the bustling village center, following the dirt path towards Aishili's home. The wild grass along the roadside grew in a disordered tangle, far from the charming lawn in front of the young girl's house. The fragmented wildflowers I cherished had wilted and faded with the departure of summer. Autumn was on the horizon, and war loomed as well. This conflict would surpass all previous scales and intensities. The malevolent aspect of my nature would not disappoint me. Once Count Dalaran realizes that the warfare here exceeds his capacity to manage, he will inevitably shift the burden of war expenditures onto the royal treasury. The lords are obliged to maintain order within their territories. Yet large-scale warfare against demi-humans does not fall under this obligation. Thus, the Delta royal family will once again resort to borrowing, rendering the entire western continent's nations into creditors of Orui. After all this transpires, Dini Shah will wield an irresistible force to obliterate all members of the Delta royal family. Consequently, the kingdom of Orui will find itself leaderless, plunged into endless strife. The lords of Orui will not assume the debts of the deceased Delta royal family, leading all nations to fall into a fiscal crisis due to their possession of the Delta royal family's substantial bonds. Orui will drag down half of the western continent's economy, provoking further conflicts and turmoil. By then, the Timac Orc Empire will not forego the opportunity to seize the fertile Walmart plain in Orui's west, while neighboring countries will extend their hands towards the rich mineral reserves within Orui's borders. Imagine the scene at that time. On millions of square kilometers of land within this nation, the Orui lords, weakened by the Delta royal family's highly centralized policies, will engage in chaotic battles. As orc armies ravage the land, and nearby nations covertly vie for spoils, even the Dark Elves may be unable to resist the temptation to test their luck, seeking to claim a piece of land sufficient for their survival and propagation. The seeds of a world war will begin to germinate, whether due to unequal distribution of loot or merely as a means to shift the financial crisis caused by the Delta royal family. Once one nation initiates hostilities against its neighbor, more nations will inevitably become ensnared in the quagmire. Ultimately, the entire western continent will be dragged into an endless cycle of conflict, all instigated by that very person, Dini Shah. Thereafter, she shall bear the wrath of humanity, and I possess ample patience to await her demise. Most crucially, I shall reclaim power amidst this chaotic era, gathering sufficient strength to once again plot vengeance against all of humankind. I shall not forgive any who have wronged me. As the first drop of rain fell from the somber sky, It struck the yellow dirt road beneath my feet, sending up a cloud of dust. Yet more raindrops followed swiftly, saturating the grayish earth into a deep brown in an instant. The downpour arrived rapidly. By the time I reached the doorway, my outer garment was nearly soaked through. However, that young girl was just about to step outside, clutching a rather sizable bundle. "Are you going out?" I strode beneath the eaves, a chill of dampness trailing behind me as I entered the house, casually inquiring. Yes, her complexion was rather pale, her eyes red-rimmed, as if she had been crying recently. "Your mother?" I was somewhat taken aback as I placed the bundle, fashioned from an apprentice's black robe, upon the wooden table in the dining area. Shedding my outer shirt to shake off the rainwater. The woman was indeed suffering from gout, yet after taking my medicine, she should not have continued to deteriorate. What could have gone wrong? "No, she is well. Your medicine has been effective. I need to go out to buy some food." She attempted to conceal the bundle behind her, but it collided with the doorframe. The gray wrapping was strained by the contents within, revealing a narrow gap. Inside lay silver-gray tinware. "Are you selling it for money?" I furrowed my brow, estimating the worth of the items concealed within the bundle. Although it appeared substantial, it was not worth much. Tinware, under extremely cold conditions, would merely crumble into a pile of powder. Only families in dire straits would still use it instead of transitioning to copperware. However, I had already provided her with a considerable sum, enough for her family to live comfortably for 2 or 3 years. Why then was she resorting to selling these items? Thus, I inquired, "What about that money?" "I lost it." She bit her lip for quite some time before speaking, her voice tinged with a sob. "I had put it away carefully. But in an instant, it vanished. I will do my utmost to compensate you for your loss. I will sell this, and at least tonight, I will have money for food." I gazed steadily at her. Those green irises, the reddened whites of her eyes, the slight tremor of her nostrils, and the whitened knuckles from gripping the bundle tightly. These signs suggested she was not lying, not fabricating a tale to seek more wealth. Yet, the circumstances surrounding the loss were peculiar. People likely would not have known she had received such a large sum, let alone stealthily locate her hiding place and steal it while she remained at home. "Has this happened before?" I settled into a chair and asked. "Have you ever inexplicably lost something? Or has anyone nearby experienced the same?" "Yes," she nearly blurted out. "I have always found this house strange. Ever since my father passed away, items have frequently gone missing. Sometimes, even the money I prepared to pay for my mother's doctor has vanished. The Tereth family living in the back tower has experienced the same. They have long suspected a thief nearby, yet a thief cannot just snatch something away without a trace the moment someone turns their back. Young Rogeo from their household often claims to have seen something steal their money, but everyone says he is just a child lying. But I know him best. That child never lies, except concerning this matter." She abruptly halted, perhaps not wishing to paint too disturbing a picture that might prompt me, a wealthy guest, to vacate prematurely. "This situation did not occur during winter, did it?" I pondered, asking her. "Huh." She blinked in bewilderment, staring blankly for a moment before replying, "It seems, indeed, nothing has gone missing during the winter." A smile crept to my lips. I began to find this matter somewhat intriguing, not merely because I might have an inkling of where the money had gone, but because of the boy named Rogeo Tereth. "No, sir, I assure you I am telling the truth. While we are in need of money, I would never deceive you." Upon seeing me smile, she exclaimed nervously. I waved my hand, signaling her to calm down. "Relax, young lady. I know this is not your fault. Now, please go to my room and fetch my black coat. I will find your money. Remember not to touch the contents within the clothing." She stood there, dazed. I had a feeling that young girls often spent an inordinate amount of time in a stupor, which was quite an undesirable habit. "Go on," I urged her again, and Aishili finally set down the heavy bundle. Dashing into my room with care to retrieve my robe, she stepped back, standing to the side, gazing at me as though I were a savior. It had been quite some time since I had felt such a gaze. Long enough that I had forgotten whether the last person to look at me like that was human or a demi-human. Experiencing that gaze once more was not unpleasant, at least, not at this moment. I extended my hand into the small pockets of the robe sleeves, extracting a silver glass vial the size of a fingernail. Inside contained a unique, flowing metal, which I had refined within that tiny mage tower. Its sheen bore a striking resemblance to silver, prompting me to name it quicksilver. This substance is toxic, yet in such a small quantity, it poses no significant threat to the human body. I carefully removed the wooden stopper from the top, setting it upright on the wooden table before taking the robe and making my way toward Jenny's room. "Sir," Aishili timidly inquired from behind me. "Just leave it there, but keep your distance." "Yes, just like that. If you notice it moving at any point, come immediately to call me." "It moves." The young girl, her eyes reddened, struggled to comprehend my words. She certainly could not fathom how something that appeared to be contained within a glass vial could move. "You will understand when the time comes." "But what will you eat tonight?" she asked again as I opened the door. What a troublesome little girl that I sighed in exasperation and turned around. "Aren't there still 2.5 loaves of black bread? That will suffice." Her face once again bore a dazed expression. Oh, these mere mortals. If only they could dedicate even a fifth of the time spent in stupor and frivolity to pursuits of significance, life would not seem so dreary. That demeanor. Does she truly regard me as a pampered nobleman? The hardships I have endured are beyond the imagination of any of you. Chapter 42. Home. Jenny appeared much improved, yet her breathing remained faint. I administered another dose of medicine to her, partaking of a small amount myself, and then settled onto a stool by the bedside, gazing vacantly at the torrential rain outside. The ivy leaves on the outer wall trembled under the relentless assault of raindrops, while the petals of wild roses, entwined among them, succumbed to the deluge, leaving behind only a solitary green calyx, resembling a tiny fruit. Rainwater seeped through the crevice of the window, cascading down the wooden sill and pooling on the floor. Suddenly, I felt as though the days had reverted to when I resided on the coast of Gurudin. I had squandered so much time in idleness, sitting by the roadside, conducting experiment after experiment, poring over esoteric tomes of magic and the comprehensive history of the Western continent. Rain is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. It compels individuals to pause, eliciting a strange nostalgia for bygone days. I found myself yearning to visit the child named Rogeo Talifus, yet I recoiled at the thought of muddying my shoes and pant hems. Moreover, the sole raincoat in the house had been sold by Ashley previously, and merely donning a leather cloak would not suffice against this torrential downpour. Thus, I began to idly organize the items stored within the hidden compartments of my robe sleeves. Due to having memorized numerous new spells, I needed to rearrange their order of storage, a task quite intricate in itself, for many materials react with one another, requiring one to meticulously remember their properties and to handle them with care to prevent contact. Having sorted the right sleeve, I proceeded to the left. Yet, the young girl in the parlor remained silent. Concerned she might have succumbed to slumber from sheer exhaustion, I pushed open the door, intending to check on her. Just as my hand brushed the doorknob, her muffled exclamation reached me. Sir, it moved. It truly moved." The spectacle was about to unfold that I flung open the door and hastened down the corridor into the parlor. The girl was now so astonished she could scarcely articulate her thoughts, her face flushed with excitement. Before her lay the sight of the mercury within a glass vial on the wooden table, suddenly rippling and then sinking deeply in the next moment. A tiny, rice-sized sphere of mercury detached itself from the vial, rising into the air and wobbling towards the southeast corner of the room, as if the metal within the glass had inexplicably come to life. However, what I perceived was quite different. What mortals cannot see, I could discern with clarity that it was a small sprite, colloquially known in legends as a household fairy, adorned with a verdant pointed cap, emerald-hued shoes, and butterfly-like wings, its skin a pale blue, a rather bothersome creature. They belong to the fairy folk and, much like their mischievous cousins, the pixies, possess an insidious penchant for trickery. Pixies delight in leading wanderers astray, while household fairies relish the act of misplacing their master's belongings, particularly metals. Though they regard human dwellings as their homes and never discard money outside, ordinary humans find it exceedingly difficult to discover the items they have lost, tucked away in the crevices of their homes, essentially akin to theft. This explains why, at times, when humans demolish a house, they often stumble upon unexpected treasures. These are the handiwork of household fairies. These mischievous beings prefer to congregate in areas rich in magical energy, often appearing in pairs. As winter descends and temperatures drop, they enter a state of hibernation, alongside their pilfered trinkets. The little rascal had just attempted to steal the mercury from the vial, not realizing that this silver-like substance was, in fact, a liquid. Ultimately, it managed to carry away a minuscule droplet with its tiny hands, becoming dazed and disoriented from the toxic metal, likely requiring several days to regain its vitality. I watched as it fluttered away, disappearing into a hole beneath the roof beams, before turning to Ashley and saying, "Look, your money is right there." She gazed at me in disbelief, stunned for a moment before asking, "You? Everyone must harbor a few secrets. Now, go retrieve your money." I smiled gently at her, finding her adorable astonishment quite delightful. When I performed these acts, including healing her mother-esque gout, gifting her a gold coin for the delicious dinner, and helping her locate her lost funds, I had no intention of transforming into a good person. Perhaps it was merely that I wished to shield myself from the sorrowful expression on the little girl's face. Or perhaps I sought to entertain myself on a dreary rainy day. Thus, I engaged in actions I deemed trivial, yet were immensely significant to her. I acknowledged that my past actions hardly merit the title of good person. Yet I do not mind playing the role of benevolence in certain inconsequential details. This is the result of the entangled memories of this life and the last. Yet, what I could not have anticipated was that these seemingly insignificant deeds would leave the young girl with an indelible memory long after. At this moment, the girl, who had reached into the small hole in the wall and successfully grasped her lost money, remained oblivious to the events that would soon unfold. She exclaimed in joyful surprise from atop a high stool, while the little sprite flitted around her in a frenzy, utterly helpless. It had been rendered dizzy by my mercury, unable to muster the focus to utter even the simplest of spells, for a considerable time thereafter. Ashley's gaze towards me transformed. She no longer regarded me as merely a wealthy guest, and her demeanor shifted from polite formality to one tinged with awe, even after I had healed her mother. Her attitude had merely intensified further. However, since witnessing that droplet of mercury ascend, her eyes now held a trace of reverence. I discerned what she was contemplating, yet we refrained from articulating it. This is precisely why I found her endearing. This young girl understood that there are things one may possess and things one should not covet. She would rather sell her household tinware to procure a meal than request additional funds from me. She could suppress her curiosity, unlike others who would timidly approach a mage with requests. She was even more mature than Jenny, for even that Neanderthal knight had expressed a desire to learn magic from me. Were she not an ordinary girl of delicate constitution, I might have considered keeping her by my side. Chapter 43. A foolish head falls from the sky. The deluge persisted throughout the night. Lying in the darkness of my chamber, I listened to the monotonous patter of rain against the glass, occasionally interrupted by distant rumbles of thunder. Though it was not yet autumn, the rain had ushered in a chill that I wrapped myself tightly in the blanket, my mind racing through various thoughts, including information I had gleaned about the wizard Pizzarian from my readings, as well as my plans for the future. Were it not for the incessant rain, I would be strolling under the moonlight, making my way to the Talifus residence to visit the child named Rogeo. Ashley claimed he often perceived things that others could not, sufficient evidence of his innate talent for the arcane and an explanation for why the household fairies chose to settle here. They are drawn to areas rich in magical energy, one residing within Ashley's home and another hidden within the Talifus household. Boredom always stretches time interminably. I slept for an hour, then recalled several spells I had forgotten earlier in the day, as the sound of rain gradually faded, revealing a dim light on the horizon. Today marked the 3rd day since my arrival in Gurudin, the 17th since my memories returned, and the 24th since I departed the Mage Tower. In this brief span of 24 days, even less than a third of a single summer month, so much had transpired. I had befriended Jenny, tamed a magical sword, acquired a portion of magical power, and regained much of my memory. I had slain a demon, encountered dark elves, met Danisa, and eliminated 2 apprentices. I had transformed from a wanderer, driven to leave due to confusion and boredom, into a dark sorcerer consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Over 20 years of life experience had been upended within mere days. What would be extraordinary tales for an ordinary person to recount throughout their lifetime were for me merely the nascent beginnings of a new existence. The world I knew, filled with curiosities that many pondered, existed solely within the enchanting stories passed down through word of mouth. Yet I understood that it was not as idyllic as they envisioned, just like this day that had dawned, one that every inhabitant of Gurudin would remember. I heard the soft sound of footsteps in the corridor, followed by the sound of a door closing. Ashley had gone out to procure food. I exited my room, washed my face, and, as usual, made my way to Jenny's chamber to administer her medicine. Her condition had improved significantly since yesterday. The fingers of her right hand even began to twitch involuntarily. This indicated that her bodily functions were gradually restoring, and I seemed able to relinquish my most pessimistic expectations for the time being. Everything felt utterly mundane. The cool, refreshing air following the rain invigorated my senses, displeased by the excessively muddy ground outside. I chose to relax for a moment in the living room. A low moan began to emanate from the room of Ashley's mother, a rather ominous yet telling sign. I regretted not bringing a book with me when I stepped outside, as it would have provided me with a means to pass the tedious time before the ground dried, unless absolutely necessary. I detested getting myself covered in mud. However, a sudden tremor from above shattered the tranquility. It was as if several fragmented stones had struck the wooden roof, causing a cloud of dust to cascade down, nearly blinding me. Following this, the objects that had struck the roof began to slide down, scraping against the climbing ivy and rose vines on the outer wall, producing a cacophony of sounds. Simultaneously, a distant, elongated cry echoed. Those voices originated from the city wall, tens of meters away, and had become muffled by the time they reached me. Yet, I could still discern the meaning. Enemy attack. An enemy attack. Where could it possibly come from? I was slightly taken aback. The outskirts of Gurudin village were surrounded by vast jungles, where the temporarily hired mercenaries would scatter reconnaissance teams throughout the wilderness. At the slightest hint of movement, information would converge back to the village through various channels. The orcs, having lost centuries of cultural heritage, were no longer the formidable warriors of their ancestors, and their military strategies were merely the subject of jest. It was inconceivable for a large orc army to approach the village without alerting any reconnaissance teams. Thus, I believed I had ample time and information to be aware of their movements and prepare in advance. These were my previous thoughts. I had envisioned that the orc war would occur far from the village on the plains, where the armies of humans and orcs would clash, allowing me to exploit the chaos for my own gain. However, the situation had deviated drastically. Those green-skinned subhumans and half-beasts surrounded Gurudin, completely derailing my original plans. What sort of leader could command these degenerate subhumans to execute such a splendid blitzkrieg? Was it that malevolent aspect of myself? Shouldn't it possess only the most primitive instincts attached to some orc chieftain, inciting war through manipulation of its emotions? Or perhaps, it had already attained a complete self-awareness, capable of occupying a living being's body and directing this war with its own intellect. At that moment, something fell from the roof and lodged itself on the windowsill, and I finally discerned what it was: a human limb. Before me lay a severed head, grotesquely decomposed. Its blackened face bore ghastly holes, revealing the stark white of bone beneath. Maggots writhed in its ear canals and sunken eye sockets, staring back at me through the glass like a conscious zombie. Beside the head was a severed human thigh, also exhibiting a strange gray-black hue, ensnared by the ivy, gently swaying as it tapped against the window. Weak screams echoed from within the room. It must have been Ashley's mother, horrified by the sight of these dreadful things. These were likely mercenaries or civilians slain along the way by the orc army. According to their customs, the orcs would hurl the dismembered bodies of their enemies into the opposing camp as a show of force. And they had thrown these repulsive remains over the walls as well. Yet, the distance from here to the towering village walls was still several dozen meters. Even the strongest orc could not hurl them onto the wooden roof, let alone. The danger of being shot by the city guards' arrows loomed closer to the wall. The only way such things could have been thrown here would be through siege machinery. When had the subhumans of the Cockaboo orc camp learned to construct catapults? I could no longer be concerned about the mud beneath my feet. I grabbed my sword and dashed outside. I needed to discern the situation beyond the walls, the size of the orc army. If humans could not withstand them as I had anticipated and were overrun into the village, neither I nor Jenny would be in good standing. Chapter 44. The Royal Sword Knights beneath the walls of Gurudin village. There was a sloped passage leading directly to the parapet. However, at this moment, it had already gathered a considerable number of soldiers rushing from the village for support. No, they were mercenaries. The royal guards and border troops donned standardized armor, whereas these individuals were dressed in a hodgepodge of attire, wielding an array of peculiar weapons. Organized by their respective leaders, they jostled and surged towards the battlements. The passage, barely a meter wide, was fraught with peril. Yet these fearless mercenaries paid no heed to the risk of tumbling from a height of 3 to 4 meters, scrambling eagerly to ascend, since official pay was based on the number of enemies slain. These money-driven men were naturally unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to occupy advantageous firing positions. One fellow, shoved from the passage, landed in the muddy puddle at my feet. The splatter of muck splashed onto me, prompting me to step back hastily. Yet, the man quickly sprang up, shaking off the water, and raised his sword, bellowing towards the wall. "John, you bastard!" This outburst drew the attention of at least 6 individuals named John atop the wall. But only one responded with a middle finger before vanishing into the crowd. Ha! It was that fellow. I recognized him. The mercenary named Johnny whom we encountered on the road. Johnny, in a rush to return to the battlements, caught sight of me and waved his hand. Good luck, noble sir. Let us hope that when the short-lived orcs break in, Andre will still make them apologize to you. Ha ha ha. I chose to ignore him, preferring to wait until these men had all squeezed up before I ventured to the parapet to assess the situation below. Yet, merely turning my head slightly, I spotted another familiar face. The mercenary captain, Andre, had somehow appeared behind me. He frowned as he regarded Johnny on the wall, then turned to me and coldly stated, "It's quite dangerous here. I do not recommend that civilians linger." As soon as he spoke, he seemed to recall Jenny's noble status, furrowing his brow once more, yet he remained silent. He truly was an interestingly conflicted man. Other mercenary captains bore expressions of anger and hostility, cursing loudly as they charged towards the battlements. Yet he stood alone, hand resting on the hilt of his broadsword, seeming disdainful of their brutish behavior. His beard was neatly trimmed, his armor polished to a shine, and even a crest was engraved upon the left breastplate, though it was merely an outline filled with white, perhaps a reminder of his family's former glory, now forced to bow to the laws of the kingdom. Unable to openly display a complete pattern as a commoner, that I was not well versed in heraldry and could not discern which historical family that outline belonged to, but I could make out the shape of a double sword on a kite-shaped shield with a flower. Nevertheless, this silhouette struck me with a peculiar sense of familiarity. I felt as though I had seen it somewhere, yet I could not recall where. I lingered my gaze on his chest for a moment before raising my head to smile at him. Indeed, it is hardly a favorable place, yet, in such dreadful weather, you find yourself mingling with these brutish fellows to battle the enemy, while the lords watch from safe havens. Indifferent to it all, they are all my warriors. The warriors of the lost sword, sir. Andre interrupted my speech, his expression still grim. Perhaps they have not undergone noble education, but in my eyes, they are all worthy of respect. It appeared I had misstepped in my words and failed to fully understand this man. Beyond his irredeemable vanity and conflict, he possessed a certain noble quality. Lost Sword. That name stood in stark contrast to the more flamboyant titles of other mercenary groups, such as Dragonslayer Mercenary Corps, Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, or Golden Beauty Mercenary Corps. Most would shy away from adopting such an ominous name. However, it suited his taste and disposition to this moment. The raucous mercenaries had all ascended the battlements, and he seemed disinclined to converse further, nodding slightly at me before stepping onto the slope. That I followed him, continuing, "Captain Andre, if tumultuous times are indeed upon us, have you ever considered doing something meaningful?" He walked ahead without responding until we reached the parapet, where he turned to ask, "What constitutes a meaningful act? I find your question as vague as why do humans exist? I am not a philosopher. I am merely a mercenary. What I concern myself with is ensuring my warriors survive this war and, upon victory, indulge in fine wine. At that moment, we stood upon the wide battlements, several meters high, with a panoramic view of the scene below. As I had anticipated, the orc army had indeed arrived at the gates, with the sparsely arranged vanguard establishing camp on the open ground 100 meters away, followed by the main force steadily arriving, numbering in the thousands. Most prominent among them was a crude catapult constructed of logs. Indeed, it was responsible for launching the scattered human limbs into the towering walls. This particular technique has long been lost within the orc barracks of Kabul. Thus, I raised my hand, gesturing towards the orc army outside. To speak more specifically, have you ever contemplated a day when, brandishing the banner of the dual swords and the kite shield, donned in a battle robe adorned with your family crest, you could lead a legion of regular troops into the midst of these subhuman ranks, indulging in slaughter to reclaim the glory of your ancestors? At that moment, Johnny, not far atop the city wall, shouted to Andre, "Boss, we should seize the moment and charge out, while those green-skinned beasts are still disorganized. Unless you're the lord of the city, kid. Those old men are terrified of opening the gates only to have the greenskins rush in. They just want to stay home, embrace their wives, and wait for reinforcements." Ha ha ha. Johnny's voice was quickly drowned out by the other mercenaries, while Andre furrowed his brow, observing the orc army gradually assembling in the distance, remaining silent to my words. "Quite helpless, isn't it?" I continued softly, "You know Johnny speaks the truth, but you lack the authority, Andre. You must have cursed those incompetent and mediocre individuals countless times in your heart, envying the power they wield that you cannot possess. thinking to yourself that if you were in their position, you would have done far better. His frown deepened, and I sensed his breathing becoming increasingly labored. To preserve their lives and indulge in fine wine after victory, this truly is your thought. No, you desire more. You wish to reclaim that lost sword. You yearn to become a king, to transform this blade into the sword of kings. At this juncture, a thought suddenly struck me like lightning, leaving me momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, Andre forcefully pressed against my chest, slamming me against the battlements, his dagger pressing firmly against my throat. The shock left me unresponsive as Andre leaned closer, his voice a fierce whisper. Bastard. Who exactly are you? I could feel his breath against me, as well as the cold blade against my throat. He was unaware of my identity as a mage. I could easily dispatch him with a rainbow blast. Yet, that shocking thought cautioned me, never lay a finger on him. This man would prove immensely significant in the future. I could not afford to lose him, for in the very moment I mentioned the sword of kings, I recalled the unadorned crest he bore and recognized to which family it belonged. I understood why I, not well versed in heraldry, felt an inexplicable familiarity with that outline. Sword of Emperor, the Knights of the Royal Sword, also known as the Sword Knights, an elite guard of the third sovereign of the Ori dynasty. The magical Emperor Deadless, and the crest of the Royal Gels family, the White Mallow, was indeed the kite shield adorned with dual swords and a crown of white mallow. He was, without a doubt, of royal descent. Over a century ago, some direct ancestor of his had survived that purge. Among all the humans in the Ori kingdom, none could claim a lineage more noble than his. That I finally comprehended that his steadfast adherence to noble principles. No, royal principles was not merely for the sake of vanity, but rather a manifestation of ancestral memory. In a nation ruled by usurpers, how could he ever be content as a commoner? His forceful shove made me acutely aware of the metallic taste of blood in my throat. Yet, I found myself smiling genuinely, an uncommon occurrence. Relax, just relax. I am not your enemy. I chuckled softly, coughed a few times, and raised my hands, allowing my magic sword to rest between us, leaning against his leg. I then locked eyes with him and whispered a name that only we could hear. Andre Gels. The moment the name slipped from my lips, the dagger's tips sank into my flesh. Yet, I understood this was not his intent. It was his extreme tension that had caused his hand to falter. He quickly glanced around, then pressed his elbow harder against my chest, speaking each word with deliberate gravity. I ask you once more, who are you? This man was truly at the brink of panic. He had not even attempted to deny it, his face now betraying a terrifying murderous intent. He must have never imagined that one day someone could connect him to that illustrious surname of over a century passed merely through the outline of his crest and the name of a mercenary band. He was utterly flustered. Blood flowed from the wound, seeping into my collar, causing me discomfort. That I sighed at this frantic man, and, with my right hand, lightly snapped my fingers in the air. The magic sword standing between us instantly slid from its sheath, revealing half its form, the sharp blade poised between Andre's legs. To ensure the noble bloodline of the great White Mallow royal family continues, Andre, I suggest you release me if I wish to expose your identity. The forces below would not be the Orc army, but the royal guard. I gestured for him to heed the peril near his legs. He followed my gaze downward and was met with disbelief. Chapter 45. There are always those days. I am a mage. I am also an enemy of the Delta royal family, just like you. I whispered softly in his ear. If you still harbor even a shred of the desire to reclaim your glory, you should not treat me with such disrespect. But what gives you the right to offer me what I desire? He withdrew the dagger from my flesh, refocusing on my eyes. The Delta royal family has ruled this land for over a century, and the nobles of the former emperor's era have long submitted. What makes you think I should believe you possess the power to overturn an entire kingdom? A prophecy. Sensing his tension abating somewhat, I pushed him away forcefully, reclaiming my magic sword from the ground. By next spring at the latest, the Delta royal family will be slaughtered to extinction, and this nation will plunge into chaos. That will be your opportunity. He held the dagger in reverse grip, standing there, watching me, before suddenly laughing softly. Ha! You madman, do you think with your youthful face and a few tricks you can deceive me with such childish lies? I remained silent, my gaze fixed on him until he finally reined in his laughter, meeting my eyes once more, asking again, is what you say true? You may choose to disregard my words and attempt to kill me here, though it may well be you who perishes. Or you can choose to believe me. and together we will prepare for the impending summer turmoil. Andre, such opportunities are rare. The revival of glory or obscurity depends solely on your choice. I touched the wound on my neck, glanced once more at the distant orc army, then turned to point towards Ashley's house, a few dozen meters away. I am temporarily residing there. Think carefully before you come to find me. As I descended the city wall, I could still feel the intensity of his gaze upon me. He would undoubtedly seek me out. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of the frenzied bloodline of the White Mallow royal family. For over a century, people have been unaware that the royal lineage had indeed survived, illustrating the lengths to which they had gone to conceal their identity. Yet this man had formed a mercenary band, whose warriors were nearly of regular army caliber, who could claim his heart held no ambition or dreams. In the tumultuous times ahead, I needed him, and he needed me in equal measure. Though I no longer believed in treaties and oaths, there remained one undeniable truth: control over a person is still the most effective means. The village was gripped by panic. This time, it was an unusual situation where thousands of orcs besieged the city. The regular army, initially intent on merely minimizing losses, could no longer sit idly by. For relying solely on inexperienced mercenaries for defense would inevitably lead to the wall's collapse, that I did not return directly to Ashley's home. Instead, I navigated through the panicked crowd and the hastily moving border patrol, making my way to a small market a couple of streets away to purchase a live chicken. The situation had not developed as I had anticipated. I needed a sign from fate to glimpse the future's trajectory. Upon returning to Ashley's house, I found the scattered corpses outside had been cleared away. The young girl sat trembling by the wooden table in the living room, holding a glass of water, while a wooden basin at her feet was filled with blood-soaked sheets. "Are you scared?" I tossed the bound chicken onto the cutting board beside the table, selected a reasonably sharp knife, and rolled up my sleeves. There are probably 200 to 300 mercenaries, and over 100 regular troops in the village. With the high and sturdy city walls, the orcs cannot breach. While she might not fully grasp what these numbers represented, at least it could offer her some comfort. It was not pleasant to live with someone in a state of extreme tension. I've never seen something like this before," she said weakly, looking at me. At that moment, I held the chicken's neck and, with a swift motion, severed its head. The decapitated chicken continued to thrash energetically, its legs and wings flapping against the board, feathers flying everywhere. A stream of steaming blood gushed from its small body, and I quickly grabbed a wooden bowl to catch it. The sight of the blood seemed to remind Ashley of the corpses, and she immediately bent over, retching, though nothing came out. This young woman is quite peculiar, though the bed linens beside her are stained with blood. And the blood from the rooster is also blood. She seems to react only to the latter. Yet, is the blood on those sheets not? No, it cannot be. I halted my action of dissecting the rooster's chest and turned my gaze once more to the linens in the wooden basin. Though the blood had dried, it bore a brown hue tinged with dark red, indicative of fresh blood. That it was not as I initially imagined. Rather, it was likely that Ashley had used them to wrap the dismembered remains before discarding them, thus becoming stained with blood. "Little girl, where did this blood come from?" I inquired, furrowing my brow as I discarded the now motionless rooster onto the chopping board. "That it belongs to Miss Jenny." She propped herself up on the wooden table, attempting to articulate something but faltering instead. The expression on her face, however, eased my concerns. This was certainly not the expression one would wear in the face of Jenny's imminent peril. It was rather an awkward demeanor that was difficult to express. Thus, I sighed in relief and turned back, plunging the blade into the rooster's abdomen. "So, it is that there are a few days each month," the young girl stammered a response, and I felt my mood lift considerably. With a firm pull of the blade, I eviscerated the rooster, a mass of viscous entrails spilling onto the board. It appeared that her body had returned to its normal physiological state. This was a positive sign. I smiled as I discarded the knife, using my hands to sift through the tangled mass of kidneys, intestines, the small chicken heart, and various other unnamed organs. The intestines on the board formed an ominous figure-8 knot, indicating that I was currently in a predicament. The chicken liver lay atop this knot, suggesting that the predicament was extraordinary, mirroring our encircled situation. The kidneys and the heart were closely pressed together, half buried beneath the intestines, signaling that help would come to extricate this village from danger, albeit fraught with peril along the way. Yet, the 2 chicken lungs had been pierced by my eviscerating knife, oozing blood and foam as they drifted away from the intestines and heart, causing my brow to furrow. This represented a variable, a danger born from joy. But what could it possibly be? I could not discern that in truth, the most effective form of divination involves human entrails, yet I found myself ill-suited to some practices from my previous life in this regard. Had it been Sardhan, driven to madness by evil 300 years ago, he would have undoubtedly sliced open Aishili's mother's belly, seeking a more satisfactory answer for himself. I sighed, stirring the entrails into a muddle. Then instructed Aishili to prepare the chicken for lunch before washing my hands in the puddle outside. That it was already noon, the weather gloomy, the clouds pressing down upon the city. The regular army had also reached the city walls, where sporadic arrows began to rain down. A test of the enemy's assault that I was not particularly worried that the stones hurled by the beastmen would crush Aishili's home, for the crude machinery outside could only hurl such light projectiles so far. Were it stones, they would barely reach the city walls. Yet, this deviation from the usual caution instilled a greater sense of unease in the populace, even in me, as I could not fathom the ulterior motives of the being orchestrating the beastmen's arrival. Beyond mere bloodlust. Chapter 46. Pizarian. It had been 3 days since the war commenced, and the city felt markedly more desolate than before. People had long since retreated into their homes, hoping for a swift conclusion to the conflict. Aishili sat in the living room, mending and stitching, preparing garments for the autumn ahead. She had even procured some fine linen, attempting to craft a fitted shirt and trousers for me. As for Jenny's undergarments, she had purchased them during her outing for provisions. Whoever wins the heart of this young lady in the future will indeed be fortunate. Yet, due to her father's untimely demise and her mother's grave illness, she had yet to find her beloved. For noble maidens, marrying at 16 or 17 may seem premature, but for commoners, it is already considered rather late. Perhaps the girl, sitting in the afternoon sunlight, will have no choice but to wed a widowed middle-aged man or a wealthy elder. This thought left me with a twinge of regret. However, what troubled me at this moment was not the young lady's marriage prospects. After all, she was merely a fleeting traveler to me, soon to be forgotten. My concern lay with Andre. That I had anticipated his arrival by the following day at the latest, yet there remained no word from him. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of the Gertz family. He seemed overly cautious. Yet, I would not proactively seek him out. In such matters, the initiator often finds themselves in a more passive position. Should he continue to distrust me, I would not allow him to miss this golden opportunity. Perhaps due to complex feelings surrounding Jenny's ancestor, I hesitated in contemplating Jenny's transformation, yet with Andre, I would be delighted to see a physically capable individual become my death knight. Of course, the downside of this approach was that I would need to invest considerable time and energy to assist this puppet, devoid of ambition and will, in orchestrating plans, far less effortless than if he were still driven by his own desires. Human tenacity often allows them to unleash unimaginable potential in dire circumstances, qualities that Death Knights cannot possess. During the day, the mercenaries and regular troops camped at the base of the city walls. By night, only the regular troops returned to the northern encampment of the village to rest, while the mercenaries remained behind. The encircling wall had been divided into 7 sections by the local commander, with 2 sections manned by the border guards, while the remaining 5 were entrusted to the mercenaries. The Sword of the Fallen seemed to have garnered a modicum of fame in this area. Andre had become the temporary commander of this section of the wall, leading his 40-odd soldiers to slay a dozen or so beastmen attempting to advance their siege engines, which had already become the most notable achievement thus far. Aishili had heard this news while selling her homemade bread to them. While I had only seen Andre once in the past 2 days, he stood atop the city walls, gazing in my direction, and I merely nodded to him from the threshold. He appeared to be hesitating, a trait unbecoming of one of royal lineage that I had presumed that this day would culminate in the beastmen's sporadic probing attacks. However, as dusk approached, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. A wild roar suddenly echoed from beyond the city, soaring into the heavens, akin to the collective howl of thousands, a sound so powerful it seemed to threaten the very clouds above. Aishili's face immediately drained of color. She must have never fathomed that such a creature could produce such a terrifying sound. It was the voice of the beastmen, numbering over 3,000. This time, not only were there the Kabu beastmen, but other scattered subhuman races, such as lizardmen and wolfmen. I rose from my seat and fashioned a small bird out of the leaves of a climbing vine, tying my hair to it. After reciting the incantation, the leaves swiftly transformed in my hands into a pure black raven, which shed a few feathers and silently ascended into the sky. The ground below shrank rapidly from view, revealing all that I even caught sight of myself standing outside. Only then did I realize how youthful I appeared. A typical appearance of a Claire, clad in a simple shirt and fitted trousers, with bandages wrapped around my calves, and black leather boots adorning my feet. I seemed so inconsequential. No wonder Andre had been unable to trust me. Yet, this was not entirely unfavorable. At least no one would associate me with the lich Sartan Diggs. For in the many tales circulating among the folk, Sartan is depicted as a towering figure of 4 meters, with dark skin, 2 horns protruding from his head, and wings of demonic membrane draped across his back. Ah, the amusing imagination of mortals. The great raven soared over the heads of the city guards, heading towards the beastman's ranks. I maneuvered this magical creature to maintain altitude, wary of being shot down. The clouds at the horizon had been painted fiery red by the setting sun, and the beastmen below were no longer green-skinned, but had taken on an orange hue in the southwestern expanse of this open area. A sizable contingent of beastmen was gathering, numbering around 100. I hastened my flight for a clearer view. Its target was a group of over 30 mounted warriors, all of whom were soldiers. These knights bore splendid armor, with noticeable metallic glints on their chests, shoulders, and knees. That moment, a dozen or so of them had already unsheathed the long spears hanging from their saddles, securing them under their arms. One hand clutching a shield, the other a spear, preparing to charge against the approaching beastmen. Judging by their gear, they must belong to the royal guard of the kingdom of Ori. That a formation of over 30 knights could certainly pridefully pierce through the immobile beastmen's formation, charging all the way to the city. Given that the beastmen surrounded the entire village, their formation was not particularly dense. The furious charge with long spears across 100 meters would indeed suffice. Yet, at this moment, the knights' formation appeared somewhat peculiar. As the steeds accelerated, raising clouds of dust upon the plain, their formation, while transforming into a sharp triangular assault formation, still had a dozen individuals clustered at its center. These were not knights without spears, but rather those who had not sheathed their weapons, standing ready to confront the enemy with broadswords and shields. I urged the great raven to fly lower, circling above the knights, and finally grasped the situation. The first piece of information I had divined the day prior had come to fruition. We had received reinforcements. They were escorting a figure at the center, clad in black robes. The keen vision of the avian allowed me to discern the emblem on the black robe's front, a pair of crossed oak branches, accompanied by twin stars beside a silver moon. Coupled with his snowy white hair and beard, and his posture on horseback betraying no hint of age, I recognized his identity. The wizard Pizzarian, the master of the Tower of Sorcery and Wiles, is renowned for his impulsiveness, combative nature, and strong sense of justice. Chapter 47. Timacade at this moment, the impetuous elder astonishingly stood upon the stirrups of his steed, his robes billowing in the fierce wind as he scattered vast quantities of magical materials, bestowing enchanted auras upon the charging gunmen ahead. Momentum strike, bovine might, mastery of heavy armor, fortified weaponry, dark dread, along with several spells whose effects were indiscernible, he cast upon the dozen knights in front. Although each spell could only be used once and applied to a single individual, their sheer number compensated for this limitation. By the time he resumed his seat upon the horse, the knights surged forward with renewed vigor, unstoppable in their advance. The distance of over 100 meters between the two forces rapidly diminished amidst the swirling dust, their shadows stretching longer upon the crimson-hued earth beneath the setting sun. Pizzarian cast the final spell upon the knights, and took his place once more atop the steed. The two sides finally collided. The orc ranks were immediately shredded like butter by the fierce charge, their soft bodies pierced and sent flying by the metal tips of lances, splattering the air with torrents of crimson blood. The majestic warhorses mercilessly trampled the skulls of any remaining foes, their powerful bodies and solid hooves unyielding. In a mere flash, the orc detachment of over 100 was scattered, leaving behind a grim tableau of corpses and a sea of blood upon the field. The great raven struggled to keep pace with the galloping steeds. However, once they pierced through the first 100-strong cohort, the knight's speed noticeably decreased. I urged the raven to soar ahead, reaching their front. Another 100 meters lay ahead, where the orcs' main formation resided. This area extended over 80 meters in depth, densely packed with tents and supplies. Most perilously, the orcs had already set up numerous spiked barricades behind their lines. More orcs crouched behind these barriers, brandishing crude long spears in an attempt to pierce the chests of the charging cavalry that a cavalry unit of 100 could afford to charge through after losing a few men. But with only a dozen armed, the situation was far less optimistic. Yet, I felt no concern. After all, I had once been a wizard. Anyone capable of becoming a wizard could not be judged by mortal standards. The knightly squad did not slow. They accelerated. The galloping steeds kicked up more dust, leaving it far behind, like a great gray serpent. The lances were raised once more, their sharp tips glimmering in the sunlight. Reflecting a hue akin to blood, to my astonishment, Pizarian opened his mouth and began to roar, yet the words he uttered were in an obscure tongue incomprehensible to mortals that it was an incantation. A summons of the celestial arcane that I found it hard to believe that such a frail and unaltered body could harbor such vitality. His voice even overshadowed the thunderous hooves of the warhorses and the furious howls of the orcs. Enveloping the space with an overwhelming presence, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. In the very instant the knights were a mere 10 meters from the barricade, Pizarian completed a spell spanning 26 musical notes. Raising his right hand and pointing forward with his long staff, those barricades and the orc soldiers behind them were suddenly hurled into the air by an immense force. It was as if an invincible barrier lay before the charging knights. Everything entering that 10-meter range was violently repelled, soaring several meters before crashing back into the throng, their bodies impaled and torn by the multitude of spears and weapons, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. The extent of this force was vast. A group of over 30 orcs was engulfed. They surged forward with this miraculous power, breaking through the orc formation by several dozen meters, encountering no resistance. Truly, a wizard of great renown. As a fellow practitioner, I could not help but silently admire him. The spell, Siege Hammer, typically employed to breach gates, was brilliantly utilized as a weapon to shatter formations. Once the knights reached the heart of the orc ranks, the spell's effects finally waned. But at that moment, the enraged steeds had reached their top speed, their heavy bodies and sturdy lances formidable enough to overwhelm even the strongest of orcs. Those flimsy, rudimentary spears barely had time to touch them before each knight and steed surged past. Pizarian began to prepare a second spell, completing the incantation just as the cavalry's speed diminished from their piercing charge. A wave of black mist immediately spread from his body, enveloping the ground within several dozen meters like a rising tide. Those orcs attempting to leap onto the horses to drag the knights down found their strength sapped upon entering the mist, their weapons falling from their grasp as their bodies became shrouded in a foreboding gray. They stumbled a few steps, then collapsed, their life force swiftly extinguished beneath the very earth they stood upon, their once robust forms reduced to mere husks, crushed to powder beneath the hooves of the warhorses. This small band of knights moved like harbingers of death across the battlefield, leaving desolation in their wake. Further back, the orc overseers shouted angrily, urging their soldiers to advance, even ruthlessly slaying several panicked warriors. Yet the more astute orcs were cowed by this mysterious force, retreating in fear, no longer daring to charge as they had before. Death's Decay. This was Pizarian's signature spell, recorded in historical tomes as a direct siphoning of life force. The effects of this spell were inescapable, impervious to shields. Only pure soul entities like the undead or soulless beings like zombies could remain unaffected. It appeared that no force could now impede their advance upon the city walls. Thus, I allowed my attention to wander back to the direction from which they had come, only to be taken aback. Another army was galloping toward us. This force, however, was markedly more organized than the orcs, proudly bearing a black flag indicative of their allegiance. Peering closer, the emblem depicted battle axes, flames, and totem poles. It was the regular army of the Timac Orc Empire. Behind the black standard flew a long, narrow banner, also black, adorned with 4 fiery red stars, indicating the unit's composition, a fully staffed 1,000-strong battalion. Yet the numbers were far from that, barely exceeding 300, well below the minimum 500 required for a battalion. The orc light cavalry in the front were drenched in blood, with a sparse line of infantry trailing behind, their formation noticeably loose. They had originally charged forward in furious pursuit, but upon seeing the vast expanse of orc forces before them, they halted in disarray. Chapter 48, Great Collapse. The situation seemed to grow more intriguing, yet perilously so. This validated my second omen. A danger born from joy. I had been puzzled as to why only a mere 30 guards accompanied the wizard Pizarian when he sought assistance with the defense of eluding. Now, upon sighting the regular army of the Timac Empire, the reason became clear. They must have encountered this battalion en route, enduring a bloody skirmish, and had chased each other to this point. Here, I had hoped that Pizarian would bring reinforcements for a pincer attack. Yet unexpectedly, while I awaited Pizarian, he had also brought more foes. The oats in the plains of Walmart to the southwest ripened earlier than those in the northern regions of Bodigan, marking the time for the cavalry of the Timac Empire to raid, as per tradition. The border forces to the southwest had undoubtedly suffered the same fate, utterly overwhelmed, allowing this bloodthirsty orc battalion to surge into Bodigan province, only to face Pizarian, who possessed no numerical advantage. Yet this afternoon seemed destined to evoke terror in all hearts. While I was distracted by the approaching Timac orc army, the knightly squad guarding Pizarian encountered a significant dilemma. The once unstoppable gun cavalry, bolstered by the wizard's potent magics, was on the verge of breaching the orc formation when an unforeseen calamity struck just a few meters from the edge of the ranks. For before them, the orc soldiers not yet ensnared by the black mist began to topple swiftly, akin to wheat being harvested in a field. The fallen orcs were unlike those who succumbed to death's decay. Their bodies remained intact. Yet they collapsed as if the strings of marionettes had been severed, often maintaining the posture of charge or retreat as they fell without warning. Two waves of death converged from opposite directions, ultimately colliding with the black mist Pizarian had summoned, causing the leading knight to tremble violently before plummeting from his steed, akin to a tin can. The proud warhorse, too, became rigid, sliding several meters forward before crashing to the ground. Kicking up a cloud of dust, the cavalry, maintaining their high speed, were caught off guard, stumbling over the fallen knight and horse. The wails of the steeds and the horrifying crack of the knight's skull upon impact were starkly clear, reminiscent of dry wood snapping under great force. Even a few skilled riders managed to leap over the obstruction, yet they met the same fate as the first knight, their bodies trembling before they too fell lifelessly. The subsequent cavalry hastily reined in their mounts, yet one after another, they tumbled from their horses. In the mere span of a few seconds during my moment of distraction, the cavalry unit of over 30 men suffered a catastrophic reduction in numbers, leaving only a handful of sword and shield knights temporarily surviving beside Pizarian. The steeds beneath them, bewildered and retreating, paid no heed to the desperate shouts and kicks of their riders. Pizarian tightened his grip on the reins and abruptly turned his gaze towards the northern flank of the orc formation. Without hesitation, his left hand retrieved a pouch of powder from his right sleeve, which he swiftly cast into the sky, while reciting an incantation at breakneck speed. A vast, gentle halo of white light enveloped him and the remaining knights, dissipating the ominous black mist that had surrounded them. An invisible force was effectively barred by this luminescence, calming the once frightened warhorses, which now merely snorted in lingering trepidation. The gruesome fates of the fallen knights conjured a dreadful image in my mind. I guided the great raven, following Pizarian's line of sight northward, and after skimming over the dense ranks of orc soldiers, I finally spotted a figure I knew all too well but had never encountered. No longer could I remain composed at the threshold of Ashley's house, observing from a distance. I dashed toward the city walls while straining to maintain the effect of the raven's eye. The magic of the ravens I could not replicate the clarity of true sight, and I was compelled to see for myself to ascertain certain truths as I raced towards the battlements. Shoving aside several mercenaries attempting to impede my progress, the orcs surged forward once more under the harsh commands of their overseers, encircling the knights. The sword and shield knights lost the advantage of their horses' high-speed charge, and perched atop their steeds, they became prime targets for the orcish polearms and axes. Yet, astonishingly, Pizarian did nothing in the face of the dire situation that demanded his formidable power to turn the tide. A bloodied knight turned to him, shouting something through clenched teeth, but Pizarian, with a grave expression, ignored him, instead continuing to trace intricate patterns in the air with his unheld left hand, clearly preparing a potent spell. At that moment, I had reached the battlements, disregarding the astonished gaze of Andre and the mercenaries who had arrived in haste, my eyes scanning the distance. I had anticipated. The encircling threat was not solely comprised of orcs. With my true sight, I could discern that beyond the halo of light, a number of ghostly green figures were howling in fury. Their visages bore a faint resemblance to orcs, yet they had undeniably become undead. It was these very specters that had felled the knights with a thunderous crash. Without magical protection, even the strongest of beings could not withstand the consequences of being touched by the undead. They siphoned the life force of the living. Pizarian had promptly cast a turn undead spell to safeguard the remaining knights from that terrifying presence, but he could provide no further assistance. He could not even unleash a storm's wrath that would encase the surrounding orcs in ice sculptures. For to the north of the orc formation, a dreadful source of magic was inexorably transforming the fallen orcs into undead, and these wretched beings indiscriminately touched the living orcs, spawning even more horrific abominations. Meanwhile, the figure concealed within the orc ranks appeared to be relentlessly assaulting Pazarian's will with waves of psychic shock, attempting to disrupt his concentration on maintaining the turn undead spell, should that barrier falter. The ever-growing horde of undead surrounding them would unhesitatingly drain the life force from all within its reach. In sustaining the turn undead spell, Pazarian could not afford to divert his focus to other incantations. In truth, there were few spells capable of simultaneously affecting both the living and the undead on such a grand scale. Thus, I was about to witness this sorcerer's execution of the first legendary spell I had encountered since my reincarnation, the Grand Annihilation. Chapter 49. When wind rages and steeds gallop. At this moment, Pazarian did not recite a spell. Instead, he employed intricate hand gestures. Most low-tier spells, once stored in gemstones, could be instantaneously cast. Yet some immensely powerful spells, such as legendary ones, still required considerable preparation time. Although the 4 legendary spells recorded in my notes did not include this particular magic, I knew well that if it were to be cast without being stored, using incantations and materials, it would take a staggering 26 minutes to prepare. Clearly, the knights could not endure that long. Their sturdy armor, while capable of withstanding the orcs' blades and axes, left their exposed faces, necks, and jointed limbs vulnerable. One after another, knights were dragged from their mounts by the orcs, reduced to bloody pulp, and in the blink of an eye, only 7 remained by Pazarian's side. Some audacious orcs hurled their swords and axes at him, but all were thwarted by his masterfully crafted protective magic. He had been preparing for 5 minutes, during which Andre had repelled mercenaries attempting to pull me down from the walls and approached me. Whispering, "Can they escape?" I leaned forward to survey the still-closed city gates and shrugged. "You had best pray for their escape. Otherwise, the entire village may well face obliteration due to your indifference as the city guards. Without them, we may still hold our ground. The Count of Dalaran will dispatch reinforcements." Andre frowned, seemingly displeased with my tone. I can see that he is a powerful sorcerer. He glanced around at the soldiers on the battlements, who were tense and awestruck at witnessing a sorcerer in combat for the first time, but wars are fought by warriors. I turned to him, letting out a cold laugh. "When I speak of obliteration, I do not mean that the orcs will storm in and slay every villager. Rather, I refer to the wrath of all the sorcerers across the western continent being unleashed upon you. Even King Ori would be powerless to intervene. The man below is Pazarian." At the mention of that name, Andre's pupils constricted in an instant. Perhaps most mortals still doubted the existence of sorcerers. After all, the last grand conflict involving them occurred 300 years ago, and the majority of those who participated did not survive, even though the remnants returned home to recount the true events of that war. Their stories had long since transformed into legend over the course of 3 centuries. 300 years, for the common folk of the western continent, equates to 17 generations. Yet certain sorcerers' names, such as Pazarian, have remained central figures in folklore for the past century. They frequently appeared alongside the highest echelons of power in the western continent, and tales of their exploits have been passed down through the ages. Regardless of whether people believed he was an actual sorcerer, their names undeniably symbolized mystery and authority. Thus, I added weight to my own identity as a sorcerer. You are about to witness the might of magic, I assure you. It will be an unforgettable experience. No sooner had I spoken than Pazarian completed his gestures. He raised his left hand high, and a sapphire ring on his middle finger was instantly enveloped in a radiant blue glow. The brilliance shone like the North Star piercing the sky of an eternal night, emanating a light too intense to gaze upon. This luminescence swiftly dissipated, followed by a deafening explosion that reverberated through my very core. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, a violent ripple swept through the surroundings, obliterating every living entity in its path into a cloud of ash, while the very earth trembled, fracturing with countless rapidly extending fissures. As if a tremendous earthquake had struck, causing the walls of Eluding, 200 meters distant, to shake violently. My true sight revealed that, including the undead, everything was being torn to shreds by an unseen force. I hurriedly maneuvered the great raven, striving to escape that lethal radius, yet the relentless force of annihilation, affecting both the living and the undead as well as magical constructs, mercilessly reduced my avian companion to dust. My aerial perspective vanished, and my vision returned to the battlements. The figure within the northern orc ranks hastily retreated, while the orc guards who had shielded it were caught at the very edge of the spell's influence. Barely managing to register expressions of utter horror before being reduced to ash amidst the quaking earth that at last, I beheld the true appearance of that figure, a green-skinned orc, its face smeared with grotesque war paint, and two tusks curving upward like those of its kin, though its frame was alarmingly frail that it was being carried on a wooden chair by the remaining guards, retreating in panic, yet its eyes, filled with greedy desperation, remained fixated on the sorcerer and his bloodied retinue over 100 meters away, eyes that unmistakably belonged to a sentient being. This was the very orc that had transformed its fellow soldiers into the undead, relentlessly bombarding Pazarian with psychic shocks in an attempt to disrupt his protective barrier. It must be the orc possessed by my dark essence, its life force eroded by the encroaching darkness, rendering its once mighty physique emaciated, yet endowing it with the instincts of a creature of the night, transforming the living into the undead and unleashing psychic assaults. Fortunately, it seemed that these two abilities could not be exercised indiscriminately. For just as Pazarian's grand annihilation spell was nearing its conclusion, the number of undead surrounding them had ceased to increase. 50 to 60 appeared to be its limit. Humans are incapable of wielding magic without incantations. Yet many magical creatures possess an innate ability to manipulate certain spells. It seems that, over the course of 3 centuries, they have evolved into a sort of magical beings, even acquiring their own unique spells. The sorcerer did not hastily ride away after casting his spell. Instead, he remained mounted at the center of the desolate battlefield, surveying the frenzied retreat of the orcs beneath the blood-red sunset. Before raising his staff and pointing it ominously towards a presence in the north, his hair and beard billowing, his gaze fierce, and no one dared to advance. Not even the Timac regulars, who had seamlessly integrated into the Kaboo orc army after a brief handover, for they faced a power beyond mortal comprehension. A force reserved for the gods of the stars. Every living being in this realm seemed cowed by that ancient figure, including the soldiers atop the walls. They stared in disbelief at the vast expanse of death wrought by the old man. Oblivious to the weapons that slipped from their hands, I knew that yet another new legend was about to be born. This battle of Pazarian would be sung of by bards across the western continent, adding a vivid stroke to the sorcerer's already formidable and enigmatic reputation. Chapter 50. A timely aid, but only I knew that Pazarian was at the end of his tether. Spells could be inscribed in gems, casting times could be shortened, and instantaneous casting was indeed possible. However, the toll on mental energy was very real, perhaps even greater than that expended through incantations. The sorcerer had already vanquished half a battalion of the Timac regulars and nearly 200 Kaboo orcs, subsequently employing a stored legendary spell. All of this would deplete vast amounts of mental power, a burden even a sorcerer could scarcely bear. I had no doubt that if the orcs had the courage to rally for one last mad charge, one of the legends of the western continent would perish upon the plains of Gurudin. Yet this presented a splendid opportunity for me. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind, and I reformed a plan. I turned sharply and slapped the still-dazed Andre on the shoulder, pivoting him to face me. Would you seize an opportunity to earn Pazarian's gratitude? He glanced towards the sorcerer in the sunset-swathed wilderness, then back at me, responding in a voice as if in a trance. But what is it that you truly desire? What I seek is certainly something you do not wish for, but I must achieve it through the powerful forces you can provide in the future. I spoke urgently. So I will grant you what you desire, and in turn, you will fulfill my needs. But before that, you must collaborate with me. This is your last chance to gain the assistance of a sorcerer while still in your obscurity. But I still cannot bring myself to trust you. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I understand that principle. If you wish for me to fulfill some of your ambitions, damn it, are you not a descendant of the Baijin Hua royal family? I could hardly endure his indecision any longer. Seizing his collar and whispering fiercely, I am a sorcerer. I have no interest in the wealth and power sought by you mortals. Like a damned crawling insect, I desire only magic. And now I wish to bestow upon you a fortune sufficient to purchase half of Ori. Yet you hesitate. My rare and rude outburst seemed to dispel some of his doubts. When a person is in extreme rage, their true thoughts tend to surface, even if he is unaware of whether it is my pretense. He looked up at me, licked his dry lips, and ultimately pushed my hand away, stepping back to say in a low voice, "Speak. What do you require of me?" "The officials of Gurudin are unaware that Pazarian is among us," I stated. For the 2 apprentices had been slain by my hand, and the war had come upon them so swiftly that they had failed to notify the officials in advance. Otherwise, they would not have lodged at the final rest-in. They must have had their own small schemes, seeking first to capture the sorcerer's attention before attempting to glean some benefit from the legendary figure of the sorceress realm. Even if they now realize, they will require time to decide and then dispatch troops. But the sorcerer's situation is dire. He is unaccompanied and alone outside the city. If you were to escort him back now. John, Thompson, gather the brothers and follow me down the walls to escort the sorcerer into the city. Before I could finish my sentence, Andre had grasped my intent. He was no fool, naturally understanding what was to be done next. The man named Thompson was the mercenary clad in black cotton armor who had not accepted my silver coins. Even at this moment, he wore a grim expression, perhaps colder than Andre's. The other mercenary leaders sensed the shift and were eager to lower themselves from the walls to earn some credit. However, Andre, as the area's defense officer, barked orders, commanding them to hold their positions atop the walls, or I shall report you to the commanding officer as deserters. They remained unaware that the figure below was Pizzarian, begrudgingly quelling their ambitions. Otherwise, given the wild nature of these mercenaries, they would not heed Andre's commands as a temporary officer, but I would not let this opportunity slip by. The orcs were already terrified, and even the possessed orc chieftain would have to consider whether his frail body could survive the blades of a dozen warriors without the support of a sorcerer. Thus, Andre and I descended the walls first, accompanied by a dozen mercenaries wielding various weapons, racing towards the sorcerer. Pizzarian approached us slowly on horseback, his eyes still fixed in fury upon the orcs to the north. It was akin to locking gazes with a ravenous beast. One must not reveal even a hint of trepidation. The moment a flicker of hesitation appeared in one's gaze, the beast would gain the courage to attack, charging forth to tear you apart. When we finally succeeded in protecting the sorcerer, the people atop the walls erupted in cheers. They did not know of Pizzarian's noble identity, yet they recognized him as a warrior capable of standing against 100 foes. Yet in that moment, almost no one remembered the 30-odd knights who had nearly charged down the walls alongside us. Had it not been for them, Pizzarian would not have been able to concentrate on his spellcasting, nor could he have escaped the orc encirclement. Yet such is the reality. The glory of the victors overshadows the sacrifices of the fallen, and only after the fervor has passed do people reluctantly offer a sliver of memory to them. Pizzarian effortlessly dismounted, frowning as he surveyed the mercenaries, then handed the reins of his horse to Thompson, clad in black cotton armor, and inquired of the most neatly dressed Andre, "Are you the commander here?" Andre, sword in hand, escorted him while responding, "No, my lord. I am merely the temporary city defense officer. We are all mercenaries. The commander of the regular army is stationed atop the walls, just above the city gate." Pizzarian immediately directed his gaze towards the walls, where figures moved, and the city gates remained firmly shut. A smile crept onto my lips. Andre truly was no fool. The commander atop the walls had no authority to open the gates and could only seek permission from the highest official in the village of Gurudin. And I hoped they would deliberate for a while longer, preferably until we reached the gates, just as Pizzarian's fury became uncontrollable. "You are quite brave, mercenaries, braver than most," Pizzarian remarked, shaking his sleeve in discontent, yet failing to halt his march. "Tell me your name." "Andre. I am Andre Halvos, my lord." He maintained a perfectly poised demeanor, a stark contrast to most mercenaries, which evidently left a favorable impression on Pizzarian, prompting him to regard him with renewed scrutiny. Chapter 51. The temptation of the wolf. The human psyche can be rather peculiar at times. Even for those who are deemed godlike, such as sorcerers, Pizzarian would typically not cast a second glance at a mercenary leader such as Andre, his usual company comprised of nobles or those endowed with magical talents. Andre, as a mere mortal, aside from his mysterious identity, was hardly worthy of much attention. However, the circumstances were different now. Having just emerged from a brutal battle, he was utterly exhausted both mentally and physically, and his subconscious craved the presence of someone who could provide him with reassurance. Andre's sword and demeanor adequately met this need. "Do you recognize me?" Pizzarian inquired, somewhat puzzled. Andre glanced at me, uncertain whether he should reveal my identity. Before he could speak, I stepped closer to Pizzarian, my hands empty, devoid of robes or armor, smiling as I said, "Who else could wield the legendary spell of Great Cataclysm but the illustrious Pizzarian?" I nodded slightly, placing my right hand flat against my left chest. This was a gesture of greeting among our secret society. "I am Mark Zashi, and my mentor is the sorcerer Maximus. I had the fortune to pass the apprentice trials at your sorcerer's tower. You must remember me." It would be quite a stretch for him to recall an apprentice named Mark Zashi. Sorcerers do not concern themselves with which apprentices succeeded in the trials of the Sorcerer's Tower each year. Hundreds of individuals with mystical talents partake in the trials, yet only a scant few emerge victorious. However, even these individuals, who have not truly become mages, would fail to capture the attention of a wizard. Such tasks are typically entrusted to mid-level mages overseeing trials, and within a tower of sorcery, one might not even glimpse Pizarian for years on end. Yet, Pizarian did take a moment to scrutinize me. Then shrugged nonchalantly, "I indeed do not recall you. However, I remember your mentor, Maximus. He once contacted me through an owl. Has he arrived here as well?" This elderly gentleman's forthright demeanor, devoid of the arrogance exhibited by several mages from my era, considerably lifted my spirits. My mentor was ambushed and severely injured on his way here, necessitating his return to his mage tower. The assailant appeared to be a Neanderthal, yet possessed ears akin to those of an elf. Thus, he could only entrust me with a letter for you. I leaned closer. Concerning the tomb of Emperor Daedalus, noting his lack of evident interest, I lowered my voice and emphasized, "The Mage's Journal of Sartan within it." Suddenly, he turned his head sharply, disbelief evident in his eyes. Is this the news he intended to share with me a few days ago? Indeed. I retrieved a small metallic cylinder from my belt and handed it to him. "Please take a look." At that moment, we had reached the city gates, which opened just wide enough for us to pass through. The restless orcs, having lost their will to pursue, began to clean up the battlefield under the threat of the guards' arrows, though there was little to clean, as all living and dead had turned to ash, leaving only a heap of battered weapons and armor. The first to poke his head out from within the gates was a soldier clad in chainmail. After confirming there was no danger, he quickly withdrew, allowing another man wearing a square helmet to peer out. He had likely heard that the mage was escorted by over 30 elite cavalry. Thus, despite being unaware of Pizarian's identity, he understood that this was a person whom a local defense commander could not afford to offend, though his sluggishness and timidity had already irked Pizarian to the utmost. This official urged us to enter the city promptly, fearing the orcs might seize the opportunity to rush through the gates. Yet Pizarian, before the entrance, leisurely withdrew the scroll from the metallic cylinder. Strolling at an unhurried pace, like an elder returning home after an evening stroll, utterly at ease, the mercenaries and nearby soldiers, witnessing the official drenched in sweat from fear and tension, dared not utter a word of urgency to Pizarian. Instead, stifling their laughter, it was only after Pizarian finished reading the scroll and stepped through the gates that the soldiers lowered the massive bolt, allowing the official to exhale in relief. Then politely invited Pizarian to his residence. Another officer approached to inquire about Andrei's name and the name of his mercenary group, seemingly intending to commend him while overlooking his unauthorized leap from the walls to save another. It appeared that the commander here had not yet reached the pinnacle of folly. He understood the importance of discretion, though his courage was rather lacking. Although Pizarian's expression remained displeased, he shifted his focus to the officials. After all, Andrei was a commoner, and I was merely an apprentice in his eyes. Mages, embodying the entirety of the secret council, were afforded interpretations of their every action as laden with significance that he could afford to stroll leisurely to cast a shadow over a certain official, yet could not display any hint of disdain in the presence of a group of nobles. Even if the highest title among them was merely that of a viscount, such behavior would be construed as a slight against an entire class. He discreetly spoke to a lower-ranking official beside him, who then turned to me with a tone of icy politeness. "Sir, the esteemed mage requests your presence at the Lord Mayor's residence after dinner this evening. Your attendance is imperative." At that moment, the officials, now gradually withdrawing, gasped in astonishment as if Pizarian had revealed his identity as a mage, while I was equally astonished to discover that within this village, roughly the size of an ordinary town, there were over 40 officials of varying ranks. It seemed the common adage that the wealth of the kingdom of Ori could sustain 60 of the officials on the western continent with a mere 10 of its riches was indeed grounded in truth. The herald, fearing he might miss something, promptly departed after delivering his message, hastening to inquire about the information he had just overlooked from the crowd surrounding the mage. These fellows, if they could encircle Pizarian so tightly on the battlefield, perhaps they wouldn't even require those 30-odd knights. After registering his name and mercenary affiliation, Andrei approached me with a somewhat disgruntled expression, observing the departing officials, and murmured, "The wealth you promised me seems to hold no regard for us." "No, this is merely the beginning. The wealth I speak of is not some abstract concept. I draped my arm over his shoulder, distancing us from the mercenaries as we walked towards their encampment, but rather a vast fortune. Sufficient to restore the wealth of a sword knight order. We can glean its location from Pizzerian, but I cannot ascertain whether you possess the courage and self-discipline to claim such riches. Restoring the sword knight order. In this day and age, do you comprehend the magnitude of that wealth? He gazed at me incredulously. Are you suggesting we rob the royal treasury of Ori? No, even their treasury cannot hold that much wealth. Everyone knows the Delta royal family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet your ancestor, the Emperor Daedalus, would surely delight in witnessing your revival of his legacy. I believe if he were here at this moment, he would spare no effort to see the banner of the White Jasmine dynasty once more adorn the lands of Ori through you. I was laying the groundwork for what I was about to say. Persuading a royal descendant to plunder the wealth from his ancestor's tomb seemed no simple task. However, achieving this goal will necessitate significant sacrifices on your part, specifically, sacrifices of a spiritual nature. Are you prepared to relinquish certain moral shackles and pursue this with more pragmatic actions? Speak plainly. Mage. He seemed to sense the underlying implications in my words, slowing his pace and adopting a composed demeanor as he regarded me. As long as it spares our warriors from unnecessary sacrifices, I can accept anything. At that moment, the sun finally dipped below the distant mountains, casting him in silhouette, leaving only his eyes glistening with an icy intensity. Even years later, as he stood bloodied amidst a mountain of corpses. Crowned with the crown of Ori, facing a tide of warriors chanting his name, Emperor Andre, I would still recall the expression he bore at this moment, one of desperation and resolute determination to forsake all. With a sigh, I patted his shoulder and continued walking ahead. Let it go, Andre, you cannot accomplish this. As I expected, he seized my hand, his voice a low growl akin to that of a beast. Tell me. I turned to face him. Meeting his gaze, and after a moment of silence, I spoke. The wealth of Emperor Daedalus. Pizzerian knows the location of Emperor Daedalus's tomb, not those 22 false graves, but the true royal mausoleum. You must understand. When he passed, it was during the height of Ori's dominion over the western continent, a time of unparalleled wealth. The treasures buried with him are counted in the millions. Mages do not concern themselves much with such possessions. To them, gold is but a number. What intrigues them is the relics of an ancient sorcerer contained within. Thus, you stand a chance to claim all the wealth and construct your own empire. Then I fell silent. Observing him, we exchanged glances under the dim light of the late summer evening in the village of Gurud Inn, while his mercenaries cautiously maneuvered past us, refraining from loud conversation, after a lengthy pause. Once we were alone, he suddenly turned, drawing his sword and striking forcefully at a pile of thick lumber intended for wall repairs. A deep growl erupted from his throat. How dare they? How dare they desecrate my ancestors' rest? Attempting to breach the royal tomb. And you? He pivoted toward me, furiously aiming the blade of his sword in my direction. Are you not the same as them? What is it that you desire? I had already prepared a deer-fine shield in anticipation of his furious turn. He could not harm me. However, his reaction left me somewhat disappointed. Such a man seemed incapable of assisting me in achieving my goals. With a sigh, I shrugged. Very well, Andre, let us pretend I said nothing. So, you do not intend to, no. His rage dissipated as swiftly as snow under the scorching sun, replaced by a calm demeanor as he sheathed his sword. I accept. Chapter 52, Laughter on the Wind. Scented with rosemary, I was momentarily taken aback, reassessing his expression at that moment. His face bore no trace of the earlier fury, instead reflecting an unusual calmness. I have a question, Mage. He pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword and declared, You dare to make such a request of me and bestow upon me such wealth. Yet what reason do you have to believe that I will continue to cooperate with you once I have acquired sufficient power? You are but a mere mortal, and I could betray you and end your life at any moment. A particular choice of his words evoked unpleasant memories. Causing my mood to darken, I clenched my left hand, the hard stones within my palm inflicting a slight pain. I realized that I could not merely grant this mortal before me a favor. I also needed to impart a necessary lesson. The blood of the Gurs coursed through his veins, hinting at a rebellious spirit concealed within him, one that I must appropriately make him aware of, for he now faced someone to whom he could not freely make judgments. Thus, I let out a soft laugh and beckoned him with my finger. Come now, Andre, attempt to harm me, and see if your hypothesis can hold any truth. His eyebrows arched in the darkness. And he too began to laugh. Do you truly believe you can best me? young mage. The art of war cannot be learned from the confines of a study. Have you ever taken a life with your own hands? Do you know the sound of your enemy's wails ringing in your ears, the sensation of your blade piercing their flesh? Then allow me to witness your skills, Andre. Let us see if your claims are grounded in reality. I suddenly shouted. With my outcry, the suppressed anger within Andre erupted without warning that he stepped forward, twisting his body, drawing his sword. A streak of light, swift as a comet, shot from his waist, aimed directly at my neck. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. I had to concede that through prolonged combat, Andre had become an exceptional warrior. His movements were far beyond what Jenny could match, even after I had bestowed upon her the grace of the cat. It was a swordplay imbued with lethal intent, each breath laden with raw power, leaving no room for evasion in the mind of the observer. Yet, his assault met its end here, for before his blade could connect with my body, a transparent ripple surged forth. Mercilessly deflecting his longsword with equal force, his body jolted back from the sudden backlash, but he quickly regained his footing, using the momentum to pivot and slash again at my neck, without a moment's pause. However, this fierce onslaught proved futile beneath my shield. Seizing the opportunity, I raised my right hand, scattering a pinch of rosemary powder into the air, swiftly reciting a 4-note incantation. The intense breaths of battle caused Andre to inhale a significant amount of the sweet powder. And instantly, the ferocity on his face transformed into confusion and softness. As if awakening from a dream, he glanced around, slowly lowering his raised sword, appearing as docile as a lamb. The wish-granting spell, generous offering, compelling the recipient to willingly surrender something of theirs to the caster, had previously been employed by that apprentice mage upon Takar and Karamon. And now I wielded it upon this warrior. Surrender your sword, Andre, I said in a low voice, extending my hand toward him. He displayed no resistance to my request, instead offering a conciliatory smile as he reversed his sword, cradling the blade with his arm and presenting the hilt to me. Without hesitation, I grasped the hilt and pressed the blade's tip against his throat. The moment the sword slipped from his control, he regained his senses. Initially, there was a fleeting confusion, quickly replaced by disbelief. He stepped back, gazing at the familiar sword in my hand, then stammered, "You." People often tend to overestimate their own strength, to the point of offering their lives upon the enemy's blade. Andre, I relished the bewilderment on his face, raising the sword before him and tossing it back. You were prepared. This is hardly fair. His inexplicable defeat had transformed him into a child, perhaps a side effect of the rosemary powder. I demand a fair duel with you, he declared earnestly, gripping the sword with both hands, its tip angled upward at his right side. Such a demand hardly qualifies as fair. You expect a mage, merely 4 paces away, to dismantle his defenses and engage you unarmed. I laughed, stepping back 2 paces to widen the distance between us to 6, discarding the stones from my left hand, and before he could speak, I added, however, come, prove to me that you can finally pose a threat under these circumstances. By now, night had fully descended, and the coolness of late summer began to condense. I had just retreated 2 steps, positioning myself beside a poplar tree as thick as an arm. Its trunk was damp with cool dew, and I discreetly wiped my left hand against it. Come now, Andre, cast aside your foolish chivalric codes and noble creeds. Charge at me like a man, and attempt to defeat me by any means necessary. He let out a low growl in the darkness, and at the instant my words fell, he swiftly took his first step. A mortal's vision cannot discern movements clearly in the dark. He could only perceive my silhouette against the dim light of the waning moon. Yet, my true sight allowed me to capture every one of his actions. How he accelerated from a standstill, his first foot striking the dry earth, followed by a second, reaching peak speed as he approached me, then bringing down a 3rd foot with great force. Seizing this opportunity, I slightly shifted my body to the right, and in less than half a second, recited a 4-note incantation. A spell, Greasy Touch, was unleashed through the liquid in my left hand. The moment his foot struck the ground with force, the earth beneath him suddenly transformed into an extremely slick surface, like a smooth marble coated with a bucket of palm oil. The weight of that footfall, equivalent to 100 kilograms, caused him to lose his balance, and this valiant warrior, in a manner most unbecoming of his stature, like a dancer caught mid-leap, careened past me, crashing into the poplar tree. His sword slipped from his grasp, landing at my feet. I chuckled as I grasped the sword's hilt anew, drawing it forth, and patted the shoulder of the dazed Andre, who was struggling to regain his composure. Hey, brother, I'm right here. The cold blade against his neck jolted him back to reality. He turned to face me, leaning against the tree that had shed many of its leaves, gazing at me with resentment. He must have believed he had 100 ways to press the blade against my throat in a one-on-one duel, an absurd contest of sword against sword. His prolonged life as a mercenary, filled with bloodlust and violence, seemed to have dulled his senses, leaving him unaware of how to exchange minimal effort for maximum gain, that I must teach him a valuable lesson. Not convinced. I smiled, revealing my teeth in the darkness. Then let us try again. No preparations. No tricks, magic against your sword. I tossed his sword back to him, but he caught the hilt with a soft clink. I turned and took my position 6 paces away, watching him in the dark. This time, he remained silent. His expression turned grave. After a moment's silence, he raised his sword level, his left hand curving protectively before him, cautiously moving forward, neither too heavy nor too light. He sought not to slip upon my greasy touch, nor to lose his footing when accelerating. He truly regarded me as an equal opponent. Yet, he had overlooked one crucial fact. When facing a mage, charging recklessly is foolish, but hesitating and granting the mage ample time to prepare is even more foolish. I patiently observed him, cautious as he was, searching for my weakness, and then, feeling a slight hunger, exhaled softly, reciting an incantation, a spell I had previously used against the Pika imps, Shadowbind, which affects a 1 square meter area with a few seconds of disorientation. At this moment, the night enveloped the earth in shadows. No matter how carefully he moved, how cautiously, where could he possibly escape? The dark shadows swiftly climbed his legs, a wave of intense numbness rendering him momentarily powerless. I strolled over to his side, taking the sword from his grasp for the 3rd time, seizing the hilt before stepping back a few paces. Moments later, he regained his senses, staggering before stabilizing himself. I sighed, losing interest in this game. You are quite a bother, Andre. I consumed only 3 slices of bread at noon, and now I am both hungry and thirsty, yet I must patiently engage in this game with you. His expression fluctuated, a mix of shame, anger, disbelief, and a sense of loss. After years of wielding a sword, he certainly never anticipated being toyed with by a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, utterly powerless. Chapter 53. Who is whose friend? Yet I do not seek to humiliate you. I wish to convey to you that underestimating our collaboration yields no benefits. I said to him, you may charge valiantly into battle, commanding armies to conquer and seize lands, yet there exist certain matters beyond your reach. Not only do you require my assistance, but also miracles. The fate of the Delta royal family is intricately tied to every nation in the Western continent. Its debts have escalated to a level that unsettles the entire world. Thus, even if you command a cadre of sword knights, a single individual's strength cannot contend against the entirety of the world. Why should I oppose the entire world? He suddenly inquired. His tone had significantly calmed, clearly eager to shift the conversation from the embarrassment of the duel's outcome to the broader strategic landscape. Yet, did he truly fail to grasp my words? It appeared that his once magnificent noble lineage had left him with mere recollections of the past and a semblance of aristocratic demeanor, devoid of the wisdom that a sovereign ought to possess. It is the power of wealth, Andre. The debts of the Ori royal family are so profound that should they declare bankruptcy, it would precipitate economic collapse in over half the nations. Consequently, they cannot afford to ignore the insurrection within Ori, unless the new king can earn their trust by assuming the entirety of Delta's debts. However, doing so would render him a puppet of foreign powers. Can you endure such an outcome? I handed him his sword, patting his shoulder, urging him to walk with me toward the encampment. You certainly cannot tolerate or accept this. So once you declare war on the Delta royal family, it amounts to declaring war on the world. Indebtedness is not merely a necessity for the Delta royal family. It is a means of self-preservation in their dire circumstances. Though this tactic may be foolish, it proves effective. They no longer care whether this nation can continue to develop or regain its former glory. They merely wish to cling to their current benefits, indifferent to the floods that may come after their demise. He grasped the sword, walking silently beside me for an extended period before asking, so you mentioned that the Delta royal family in the spring of next year. I have made you a promise, and I shall fulfill it. This is the miracle I offer you. I will ensure the Delta royal family vanishes from this world, and then Ori will descend into chaos. At that juncture, you can secure the support of other nations as a warlord in tumultuous times, ultimately seizing control of all Ori. Then I would still be a puppet. If a puppet possesses the strength to rebel, who can command him to remain merely a puppet? That, my friend, depends on you. I turned to him with a smile, and the moon had risen, illuminating his eyes. Were it not for your air of mystery that compels me to remain cautious, I would truly desire to consider you a friend and mentor. He sighed, saying, Yet I do not even know your name, nor do I comprehend your true intentions. You have pointed me toward a path filled with uncertainty, yet I find myself unable to resist following it. You are like a devil tempting me from the depths of hell. We had arrived at a location near the eastern wall of the village, where the faint glow of lights from the Ashley household and the flickering flames of the mercenaries' bonfires below the city could be seen. The light in the darkness always brings solace. And at that moment, with the weather slightly cool and the air fresh, we conversed in a calm manner, something I had not experienced in quite some time. For just a fleeting moment, upon hearing the words, I truly wish to consider you a friend and mentor, a soft sentiment arose within me. Who does not yearn for a trustworthy friend? I may be the only person in this world aware of his true identity. This allowed him to reveal emotions before me that he could never disclose to others, those of dissatisfaction, yearning, ambition, and reminiscence of his ancestors. Such a peculiar relationship could easily lead him to regard me as a unique figure. Yet I could not reciprocate. Those who knew my identity were long dead. The dragon understood my past. Yet it was prepared to turn a blind eye to worldly matters once vengeance was fulfilled that I could not confide in anyone, and thus I could not trust anyone. Friendship and trust, to me, were but remnants of cherished memories from centuries past, and those beautiful recollections had ultimately morphed into indelible scars. I am called Aelmon. I paused, addressing him. Indeed, I am tempting you, yet I seek nothing from you. I am a mage. My pursuit is simply for greater magical power. Once you become enamored with magic, you will realize that worldly power and glory are but fleeting illusions. If you must know my precise objective, I have but one request. Speak, he said, regarding me earnestly, standing tall. I ask that after you attain the imperial throne of Ori, you place the misty forest under your protection, that I require the magic of the world tree located there. But that land lies under the aegis of Aiden, ever since the elves were driven from there by humans. Then I need you to incorporate that territory into the realm of Ori. However, you can now enter Aiden's territory and visit the world tree yourself. I have heard that the misty forest is no longer a forbidden land. Any traveler may freely journey there to pay homage to the legendary world tree. Are you familiar with Sardin Diggs? I interjected. The legendary Lich King, the one who sought to annihilate the world, that monster. He frowned, beginning to scrutinize me cautiously. My lips twitched slightly before I chuckled. There is no need to be so sensitive. Andre, I am a mage, and I understand the details better than you. Diggs was besieged because he had previously wrought too many tragedies and then sought to attain divinity through the magic of the world tree. But people feared that such a being achieving godhood would bring catastrophe to the world. Hence they sought to stop him. Yet I shrugged. I am merely a reasonably astute mage. Do you believe I could become another Diggs? I only require the magic from there to extend my life. Thus the power and glory you pursue are not what I desire. I merely wish for ample time to study magic. This shall be the lifelong pursuit of my existence. Chapter 54. The terminus of the wheels. To achieve this goal, I equally need your protection. The populace still harbors trepidation regarding the Lich King from 3 centuries past. In any event, they would not wish to witness anyone reawakening the power of the world tree. Thus, I will require your army's protection, at least to intimidate those who might attempt to thwart me. Allowing me to complete this endeavor in peace, I emphasized, once I succeed, I may even share with you the secret of eternal life. Do you not wish to establish a grand empire that endures through the ages until the very end of time and space? He clearly found my proposition compelling, yet after a moment of contemplation, he abruptly raised his head. This does not make sense. Why not seek the aid of the Aiden royal family instead of placing your hopes upon me? We both know that we lack a guaranteed chance of success. I could even perish unnoticed amidst the turmoil, like countless nameless soldiers. Such an investment entails excessive risk. Because behind the throne of the Aiden King, indeed, behind the thrones of other nations in the Western continent, lurks the shadow of a certain mage. The 4 mages of the Western continent have intertwined with these royal families for decades. I cannot persuade them to fulfill my desires. They are far more likely to eliminate me the moment I reveal my intentions. I maintained a calm demeanor, reluctantly disclosing certain truths to assuage his concerns. And most importantly, Andre, one of my mentors, was a devoted guardian of the White Camellia royal family. Assisting you is one of her wishes. I deliberately emphasized the word her rather than him. Andre's pupils constricted in shock for an instant, rendering him momentarily speechless. The Eternal One, the smiling Dinesha. I pronounced the name clearly, continuing to sense Andre's incredulous emotions. She has returned. During her time among mortals, she had a student, and then she vanished. That student passed down her legacy through generations, and I am the final descendant. Not long ago, I received her revelation. She hinted that she would seek vengeance for the White Camellia royal family, and I could once again assist the new monarch in ascending the throne. The ensuing chaos and the blood sacrificed shall all be offered to darkness, and you are the chosen one. This is impossible. That is merely a legend, he murmured. I carefully employed 4 terms capable of eliciting his associations: return, mortals, darkness, the chosen one. In the legends of the Western continent, there existed precedents of deities' projections descending to the mortal realm, only to be slain by humans. That unfortunate deity was a female named Taxis, associated with darkness. The mage who killed her projection was named Mage, who later fell into the abyss and became one of the 9 lords of the abyss, wielding power second only to that of the gods. When Taxis descended upon the world, she indeed left behind a legacy, albeit one that has since faded into the annals of history. Denisa is a dragon, traversing the mortal realm, undeniably treading upon the mundane. And as she offers up the chaos of war and the blood of the innocent to the darkness, indeed, the blood of humanity shall be sacrificed to me, their avenger. Could it be that the guardian of the White Mallow royal family is actually he? As I anticipated, diverted his thoughts toward that dark goddess. I quickly raised a finger to interrupt him. Do not speak it. I had said nothing. If that lady dwelling in the astral realm were to unleash her wrath, it would not be upon me. I see. He sighed deeply, overwhelmed with emotion, then raised his head with newfound confidence. So, you can be trusted, yes? Elmoon. I smiled and shrugged my shoulders. When the Delta royal family has, just as I foretold, been entirely obliterated by next spring, then perhaps you may grant me such trust. However, for now, I must return to dine. We shall part ways here and meet again tomorrow. With that, I turned to head toward Ashley's abode. I wished to linger no longer, lest he pose more inquiries to single lie demands an array of others to support it. I am acutely aware of this truth. Hey, AEL. He suddenly called out from behind me. I continued walking, glancing back. Do you read nightly novels? He shouted, brandishing his broadsword. They often say in those books, when one encounters another, the wheels of history begin to turn. I chuckled and waved to him before turning away. The wheels of history, you say? Huh. Indeed, they have begun to turn. I scoffed inwardly, but it is I who propels them, and their destination is an unfathomable abyss. As the night deepened, the chill intensified, and the moonlight grew ever brighter. The orcs, whose vision wanes in the dark, would not launch a surprise attack, so he could likely enjoy a peaceful slumber. Yet I had an important meeting to attend. With Pizzarian, the wizard would not take a liking to me. A mere apprentice, for no apparent reason, I must exhibit some distinction to pique his interest appropriately. This sorcerer focuses intensively on the study of magical theory, and I believe there is no one more proficient in this realm than I. After all, I have once delved into the essence of magic, and even crafted several notable spells. That I quickened my pace toward the little house overrun with foliage, and in the distance, I spied a figure by the door. At first, I assumed it was Ashley, but I soon noticed the person's hair. It was silver, gently swaying in the breeze, radiating a soft glow beneath the moonlight. It was Jenny. She did not see me. Merely seated on the wooden chair before the door, seemingly toying with the ivy leaves and thorny roses nearby. The dim light spilling from within illuminated half her silhouette. She had shed her armor, donning only a linen dress purchased for her by Ashley. The V-shaped neckline was loosely tied with fine thread, and beneath the hem, her fair and slender calves peeked out, crossed delicately beneath the chair. Her arms did not bear the bulkiness typical of many female warriors who wield swords, but retained the form befitting a young maiden, long and fair. The gentle curve of her shoulders cascaded down to her elongated fingertips, upon which rested a fragment of a withered rose. Chapter 55. Shattering a dream. The night was heavy, and the wilderness lay desolate. This wooden cabin sat on the outskirts of the village, distanced from the hubbub of the center. Its backdrop was an indistinct darkness, and amidst the profound weightiness, only the light spilling from the wooden door provided a warm hue. That yellowish light cast the lush leaves surrounding the door into a jewel-like brilliance, emerald hues emerging from the deep green, akin to the most exquisite work of an artist. And within this tableau was a girl clad in a long dress. This was the first time I had seen her thus adorned. Having shed her gleaming armor and unsheathed her sharp sword, her delicate ankles were no longer concealed beneath iron plating. She appeared so fragile after her recent illness that I could not help but slow my steps, as if walking any faster or louder would shatter this dreamlike scene. Yet, she ultimately spotted me just as I was nearing the door, rising in surprise and fluster, knocking over the chair, though she paid it no mind. An indescribable emotion surged from the depths of my heart. I once thought I would have to transform her into a death knight, believed she could not surmount that perilous threshold, and imagined she would henceforth be devoid of joy or curiosity, reduced to a mere killing machine. Yet, I had not anticipated her vitality to be so resilient. She had recovered. My old memories cautioned me against such elation. After all, she was the descendant of one who had betrayed me. Yet my new feelings compelled me to smile uncontrollably. Reason and emotion collided tumultuously within me, leaving me frozen in place until she dashed toward me, throwing herself heavily against me, causing me to stagger back a step, embracing me. In that fleeting moment, I was at a loss. All my thoughts dissipated into smoke by her gesture. Her bare arms encircled my neck, and I could feel their smoothness and warmth. Her cheek brushed against my ear, and I sensed the dampness and sound of her breath. Her youthful form pressed against me, and I felt her softness and warmth. My hands instinctively lifted slightly behind her, unsure whether to push her away or to remain still. Yet in the next moment, I felt warm liquid trickle into my collar, followed by a gentle kiss. Her slightly trembling lips brushed against my neck, warm and soft. It was as if I had been struck by a palm thunder, its force diminished 1,000-fold. A tingling sensation spread throughout my body. Such a kiss. How many years had it been since I had experienced one? I lowered my eyelids, and a voice within me sighed softly, wrapping my arms around her slender waist. All right, I'm right here. I gently patted her back, my gaze drifting into the distance, where the past and future lay in a tone I had not used in centuries. I whispered, I'm right here. I shall not abandon you. I will go nowhere. These words I had concealed in my heart for centuries. I once believed I would never utter them so easily again. Yet time ultimately cannot withstand longing. Indeed, something within me had broken free, gently surfacing from the depths of a dark, heavy sea, albeit just a little. I will not leave you, nor shall you depart from me. I miss your silver hair, your golden eyes. I long for your fragrant lips, your tender affection. I remain that little mage sitting by the roadside, and you are gradually coming into focus at the other end of the road. The place where we meet is a verdant meadow, where white flowers bloom year-round. We traverse every corner, savoring every kind of intimacy. I love you, yet you betrayed me, and so I told myself that I hated you. But now I suddenly realize, Milena Martial, I still love you. I have always been awake, always. Jenny murmured softly in my ear, pulling my chaotic thoughts back to reality. I cannot control my body, but I can hear and feel, since you helped me onto the horse. No one has ever done such things for me, cared for me in this way. Not even my father. I thought I would never awaken again, never see you. But thank the gods, I can hold you now. Her cheek pressed tightly against my neck. Thank you. Hey Yell. It rained the day before yesterday. You fed me medicine, then sat by my bedside, lost in thought. She did not continue, for I had gently pushed her away. Indeed, we must thank the gods. I raised my right hand to touch my forehead, then wiped away the moisture from the corner of my eye with my pinky, smiling as I grasped her hand. It is quite chilly outside. Your health is fragile. Let us return. She paused momentarily, then obediently lowered her head. There was a shadow of her ancestors upon her. Yet I could not discern whether my peculiar feelings toward her stemmed from nostalgia for the past or... I must calm myself before committing further errors. I attempted to release Jenny's hand, but she gently yet firmly entwined her fingers with mine. I sighed inwardly, no longer resisting her. Little girl, do you know that the one you have fallen for is not an angel, but a devil? When I bid farewell, Ashley's gaze appeared somewhat dimmed. She must have gleaned from her conversation with Jenny that she was not my sister. No one enjoys being deceived, even if it is unintentional. Compared to her, Jenny was beautiful and affluent, while Ashley was merely a destitute commoner. Thus, regardless of how composed she appeared at the dining table, it could not mask the fragility and timid self-doubt in her eyes. Like a withering flower beside a blooming white rose, yet she remained unaware that the little flower possesses its own beauty, a stubborn and solitary vitality. Such thoughts inexplicably surged within my mind. Thoughts I would typically not permit myself to entertain. Perhaps it was Jenny's embrace and kiss, or the reminiscence of bygone days that muddled my thoughts. I found myself, like an ordinary mortal, engulfed in a profound empathy for the world, while deeper within, I harbored thoughts of exacting revenge upon humanity itself. Yet, I could not afford to indulge such wayward musings, especially not before my imminent audience with Pizzarian. That a mind beset by emotions could lead me to folly, I must swiftly transform into the cold, composed Sartan Diggs, rather than remain as the current Al Moon. Chapter 56. Candlelit conversations. The night in the village of Guru Din felt desolate due to the onset of war. The townsfolk extinguished their lights early, leaving only the moon to illuminate the cobblestones. There was no curfew in the village. The sheer number of itinerant folk made it impossible to confine the petty vendors to one place. And moreover, there existed no necessity for such a measure. No one would be foolish enough to collude with the orcs, thereby inviting their own demise. A few intoxicated men staggered past me, their bodies reeking of alcohol and the remnants of food. Their breaths were heavy like that of beasts, their eyes fixated on the sparse passers-by. These were homeless souls, trapped here by the war, perpetually squandering their fortunes, only to collapse in the streets or alleys when their pockets ran dry. Much like abandoned hounds. Consequently, Ashley's residence had become a relatively safe haven. These displaced individuals would not venture near the military encampment by the city walls to plunder, and surely Andre would keep a vigilant watch over my abode. Yet tonight felt peculiar. There were particularly many such individuals on the streets, including a plump cook adorned in a white apron. She swayed drunkenly alongside several old drunks, muttering indistinct words, and after a few steps, retched messily at the roadside, an unsightly sight that I averted my gaze in disgust, quickening my pace along the more illuminated main road towards the village's administrative residence. A modest 3-story stone building at the entrance stood a guard clad in a half-leather uniform, leaning on his spear, awaiting my arrival. After I explained my purpose, he led me through the empty ground floor hall and up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The guard appeared somewhat lethargic. The spear that should have been held upright rested limply behind him, clattering against the steps with each movement. That I paused momentarily, creating space between us for the length of the spear, and casually inquired, "Is there a festival in town today? What the devil kind of festival could there be?" "On this cursed day, surrounded by those damned orcs," he muttered weakly, showing no sign of respect simply because I was a guest of the Mage. "Yet the streets are filled with inebriated individuals. Not all of them are vagrants. Some are local residents." I added, "Those decent locals should not be mingling with the drifters at this hour." At that moment, as we turned a corner on the staircase, he suddenly glanced back at me, with eyes devoid of life. His sockets were sunken, the whites of his eyes yellowed, and his lips cracked and dry, reminiscent of someone awakening from a hangover. In the dim light, he resembled a zombie risen from the grave. Who wouldn't he want to drink away their misfortunes? Only a wretch like me would be stuck with such a miserable duty, while the governor and those esteemed gentlemen have long retreated to their homes. "I remain here waiting for you." He coughed a few times, his voice emerging from his 30-something frame sounding like that of a decrepit elder. "I too wish to indulge in a hearty drink. This cursed weather drains everyone's energy, and yet we must contend with those wretched green-skinned fiends." A barrage of curses erupted from his lips, diminishing my interest in conversing with him. Without the mercenaries, relying solely on such fellows for the city's defense would surely spell doom. I wondered if the Mage had taken offense, banishing all the officials. Otherwise, I could hardly believe they would dare leave Pizzarian here alone, assigning only such a feeble guard to the gate. He led me to a wooden door on the 3rd floor, spoke not a word, and turned to drag his spear away. Moments later, I heard a dull thud followed by a groan of curses from the stairs. Presumably, that ailing fellow had tumbled down. To fall with such a spear in hand. "Let us hope he does not poke an eye out." From within, the voice of the great Pizzarian called out, "Mark Zasai?" "Yes, my lord. The valiant warrior has not arrived." Fearing it might be imprudent, I did not invite him. "He remains atop the city walls, safeguarding the villagers. A truly commendable individual. Please, come in." Thus, I pushed open the wooden door, producing a faint creak. Pizzarian was ensconced in a chair behind a large desk, surrounded by shelves laden with tomes. Evidently, the previous owner had been a scholar. 2 candles flickered upon the desk, yet their light scarcely illuminated the room. The elder's features were shrouded in shadow, but I could still discern his expression through the effect of true sight. He was scrutinizing me intently. That I respectfully lowered my gaze, refraining from meeting his eyes until he spoke. "You do not strike me as an apprentice. Your insight is keen." I replied, inclining my head, folding my hands before my belt, which concealed my spell-casting materials, and cautiously articulated, I am now capable of shedding the garb of an apprentice, donning an oak leaf robe, and possessing my own mage tower. However, my mentor still requires my counsel on certain aspects of his research, thus we continue to reside together. This revelation, as I anticipated, piqued his interest. He raised an eyebrow, gesturing for me to take a seat that I positioned myself on the wooden stool before the desk, my hands still folded upon my LAP. In that case, your knowledge must indeed surpass your years. Maximus is a renowned scholar. To provide him with valuable insight speaks to your qualifications for the oak leaf robe. He leaned forward slightly. Are these studies related to the contents of that scroll? No, merely some foundational research on magical theory. As you know, my mentor is enamored with theory rather than practicality, and his inquiries into the origins of the stars have consumed too much of his energy. I sighed. Thus, he was wounded by a despicable Neanderthal mage, and we failed to apprehend the culprit. A white-haired mage is not necessarily a Neanderthal, Pizarian smiled. Are you suggesting? I displayed a hint of surprise. Then it must be an elf? But elves cannot. Let us not delve into that matter today. He waved his hand with a smile. I would rather hear your insights on magical theory. Most young people today focus their attention on the practical applications and evolution of magic, rarely considering its origins. I chuckled inwardly. One of my objectives for the day had been achieved. The mage was now convinced of the identity of the assailant who had attacked Maximus, a dark elf. It seemed he had indeed heard of Melunian and had begun to harbor suspicions. Chapter 57. They were stolen. I happen to hold a different viewpoint, my lord, I boldly countered. I believe that practical application is the driving force behind the development of magic. While foundational theory serves as its cornerstone, both are indispensable. He smiled, a smile reflecting the tolerance of a senior towards the impertinence of a junior in academic discourse. Then please elaborate on your insights regarding foundational theory. Of course, if Maximus has requested you to keep any of your findings confidential, you may choose to remain silent. The following are solely my own perspectives, though my mentor appears to disagree. I revealed a slightly anxious yet excited expression. I am eager to share them in hopes of your guidance. I harbor no disrespect towards my mentor, but I truly believe his research has reached an impasse. He is attempting to discover a method to infinitely expand the sources of magical energy, thereby enhancing the potency of individual spells, which I believe is impossible. He encouraged me with his gaze, reminiscent of how certain mages had encouraged me when I was merely an apprentice centuries ago. In the eyes of mortal philosophers, all things in this world adhere to strict, discernible laws, such as to throw a stone, one must exert force. After exerting force, one feels hunger, leading to the need for sustenance. Dwarves refer to the force that propels living beings to act as kinetic energy, while we call it the life force. Regardless of the nomenclature, one principle remains. The energy from food is transformed into the energy that propels the stone. After consuming some food, one can throw the stone further. Pardon my lengthy narration. I am indeed somewhat nervous. I spread my hands in a gesture of genuine apology, smiling as a true low-tier mage might. In the realm of mortals, energy conservation is a prevailing notion. This has been the consensus for nearly a century. He chuckled. Proceed. Indeed, in the mortal realm, this holds true. Producing flame requires wood, water freezes at lower temperatures, and a red-hot iron piece submerged in water will cool while simultaneously raising the temperature of the water. However, in our domain, it is not so. I emphasized my tone, stating that in the realm of practitioners, energy has long been regarded as non-conservative. Yet for centuries, sorcerers have turned a blind eye to this phenomenon, becoming so accustomed to it that they perceive magical power as an entity distinct from any force in the mortal realm. Inherently non-conservative. I find it utterly impossible to concur with this perspective. What do you believe then? He inquired with keen interest. Our magical essence has been stolen, I uttered slowly, raising my right hand to point at the sky. Stolen. His smile dimmed slightly as he leaned forward once more, urging, continue. I secretly chuckled within. After centuries of accumulated knowledge, I had finally piqued his genuine interest. Take the fireball spell as an example. When we conjure a fireball, flames manifest from thin air, without the transformation of wood or coal. The flames are released, converting into heat and vanishing from this plane. But what is the cost? Aside from possessing a knack for mysticism and mastering incantations, we must concede that our essence is no different from that of mortals. We cannot summon flames through our own strength. We are merely harnessing the power of the stars, the celestial magic. So, when an increasing number of sorcerers draw magical power from the North Star and subsequently release it into this world, where does this energy, which does not belong to our realm, go? There is no evidence suggesting it returns to the North Star. Rather, there is evidence indicating it converges in one place, the World Tree. Pazarian interjected for the first time. At that moment, his eyes could scarcely conceal his admiration for me. Initially, he had merely wished to hear the thoughts of a low-tier sorcerer, perhaps out of a modicum of fondness, but now he regarded me as a worthy interlocutor. Indeed. The World Tree, I exclaimed, akin to an affirmed novice sorcerer. Pressing my right hand down emphatically, the World Tree incessantly gathers energy from all corners of the Western continent, those forces of life.it then offers them to the gods of the astral realm. This is a universally acknowledged fact. The prevailing theory posits that these life forces originate from the remnants of deceased beings across the continent. However, if that were true, the principle of energy conservation in the mortal world would contradict itself. If life forces are continuously dissipating, then the number of beings in this world should be diminishing. Yet, paradoxically, the diversity of life continues to burgeon, with populations soaring to thousands, even millions of times greater than they were millennia ago. Thus, what is being siphoned is not the life force, but rather the magical essence summoned by sorcerers from the North Star. Pazarian exhaled. The same thought occurred to me. Consequently, I have conceived a bold idea. I continued to dangle the next bait. If we were to destroy the World Tree, then our world would gradually be filled with the celestial magic summoned by sorcerers, and at that time, I leaned closer to him. Each sorcerer possessing sufficient power could potentially ascend to godhood within this plane. No, this is not the notion you should harbor, Mark Zasai. Pazarian straightened abruptly, his expression grave. You are blaspheming. I remained silent, fixing my gaze upon him until his countenance softened, and he sighed. Very well, young man. Those who have delved this deeply into the essence of magical power are indeed no longer shackled by mundane dogmas. However, I must offer you a word of caution. Abandon such perilous thoughts. He scrutinized me for a moment, seemingly moved by my unwillingness to yield, perhaps out of a sorcerer's pity for a promising talent, and continued in a hushed tone. Do you know who proposed the notion of energy conservation in the mortal realm? I shook my head in confusion. I only know it was suggested by an unknown sorcerer. Yet the tomes bear no record. Who could propose such a concept and remain obscure? In truth, every member of the secret society has heard that name. Pazarian chuckled softly. The most infamous necromancer in history, who was also one of the most powerful sorcerers of humanity, Sartan Diggs. Chapter 58. The Dust of History, Part 1. My face betrayed a perfectly timed expression of shock, and I instinctively whispered, "How could this be?" The elder was pleased with my astonished demeanor, chuckling as he shook his head. There is nothing impossible. The sorcerer who achieves great feats must possess an extraordinary intuition and profound understanding of foundational theory. Diggs's research far exceeds your own. But do you know why he was later hunted down by all the beings of the Western continent? Even the red dragons participated? His expression grew serious, as if he wished to pierce my soul with his words, compelling me to remember them forever. It is said that his actions openly violated the tenets of the secret society, and he harvested far too many lives across the Western continent. I inhaled deeply, calming my emotions, and replied slowly. This sentiment was peculiar to share a room harmoniously with a sorcerer, discussing an evil sorcerer from centuries past, who just so happened to be myself. Indeed, Pazarian sighed. I have conducted thorough research on that individual and am aware of many details from before he became a sorcerer. In truth, Sartan Diggs was not the villain that posterity imagines, harboring a desire to annihilate the world since his apprenticeship. Such evaluations are merely extensions of the profound hatred that later generations held for him. However, as a sorcerer pursuing truth, we must possess a clear understanding of him. Yet all the accessible records state otherwise. All of humanity's verifiable accounts. I lowered my head, speaking calmly. That individual aimed to destroy the world. He was born into darkness, concealing himself in the human realm for centuries, having long since sold his soul to some lord in the abyss. Do not trust what you see. Trust what you discern with your inner self. Pazarian pointed to his own mind. To become a great sorcerer, independent thought is equally vital. There is no pure evil in this world, nor pure good. All things possess duality. History books serve only to reflect the views of those who record them. It is quite easy to make people forget the truth. It seems you harbor a certain sympathy for that necromancer king, sir. I shifted my address, opting not to call him master, but rather sir. Any Western continent individual brainwashed into hating Sartan Diggs would naturally find no favor with someone defending him, and I certainly needed to play my part well. Sympathy is not quite the right word. He seemed unperturbed by my stance, smiling as he shook his head. I merely understand the real Diggs. In fact, you should also strive to have a correct understanding of him. Such a talented mind as yours is truly wasted bound by such narrow thoughts. If you don't mind, I tilted my head slightly, displaying a hint of interest. In truth, I genuinely wish to hear how this renowned sorcerer would objectively evaluate me, despite the fact that we had somewhat strayed from the topic. He initially resembled you and me, passionately engrossed in the study of magic. Probing the essence of magical powered in his era, the secret society was just emerging, and he was one of its council members. Through discussions with several high-ranking sorcerers of the time, his understanding of foundational theory deepened, ultimately achieving recognition as a sorcerer due to his accomplishments in life alteration. Do not be misled into thinking this was an easy feat. In fact, when he became a sorcerer, Diggs was already 123 years old, older than I am now. However, he subsequently transformed his body in his own way, rejuvenating himself with near-miraculous strength, and encountered the most significant woman in his life, Milena Martyr. I slowly clenched my hand, exhaling gently. At this point, Diggs was still a man who could be deemed worthy of respect. He shared a considerable amount of happy time with that Neanderthal noblewoman until one day he, like you and me, came to recognize the true nature of the source of magical power in this world. Thus, he too, like you, conceived the idea of ascending to godhood within this realm. However, the preparations for such ascension are protracted and arduous, even with his transformed body. He could not wait for that day, leading him to contemplate the dragon race. He sought out Antares, one of the last two remaining dragons in the world. At that time, the dragon was imprisoned in a lair by another dragon, the fire dragon Bacalas, to coerce the female dragon into mating with him, ensuring the continuation of the dragon lineage. Dragons are quite obstinate creatures. Diggs, seizing the opportunity while the fire dragon was absent, harnessed his sorcerer's power to liberate Antares, under the condition that the female dragon would share her prolonged life with him until he discovered a means to attain eternal life and godhood. Antares initially agreed, but later reneged upon gaining his freedom. At that moment, the fire dragon Bacalas arrived. Consequently, the mother dragon sought Diggs' assistance once more, promising to fulfill her vow once that irascible male was repelled. And astonishingly, Diggs acquiesced again. You see, at this juncture, the illustrious Sultan Diggs was still a man who believed in promises, even to the point of being deceived time and again. The alliance of a dragon and a sorcerer compelled Bacalas to abandon his intentions of re-imprisoning Antares. However, the mother dragon reneged once more. This time, it was a battle between a human and a colossal dragon. Regardless of how Diggs may have transformed later, this fact remains unblemished. He was the sole individual who survived an encounter with an enraged dragon and succeeded in obliterating Antares' wings. Indeed, this was a source of pride for humankind, and it was during this time that the name-earth dragon Antares became renowned. Yet, this confrontation exacted a heavy toll on Diggs. His modified body lay in ruins, with only a single dragon scale to escape with. At that time, the defense system among the secret factions on the Western continent was far from perfect. Numerous capable sorcerers coveted Diggs' research achievements and valuable magical artifacts. Thus, he could not return to his mage tower from the dragon's lair. Indeed, few knew the whereabouts of his tower, an enduring mystery to this day. Therefore, he opted for the most terrifying yet seemingly rational course of action. It is said that he forged a pact with a devil from the abyss. The devil granted him enough soul power to survive, with the stipulation that should he ever fail to ascend to divinity, his soul would become the devil's possession. A sorcerer's soul of such caliber could elevate a battered demon directly to a lord of the abyss. A testament to the foresight of that devil at the time. Chapter 59, The Dust of History, Part 2. Subsequently, Diggs continuously drew power from the depths of the abyss, growing even more formidable than before. However, this came at a cost. His newfound powers were imbued with a terrifying aura of darkness. Tyranny, greed, jealousy, and cruelty waged an unceasing battle against the good within him. This resulted in the emergence of two distinct personas, the exceedingly vicious Sultan Diggs and the original respected, promise-keeping Sultan Diggs. His capriciousness ultimately drove his beloved, Milena Martial, to the brink of despair, leading her to depart from him. Yet, before leaving, she vowed that she would continue to love him, and if he were to perish one day, she would follow him into the afterlife. This Diggs, the fickle Diggs, the conqueror of a dragon, the one who forged a pact with the devil, and the man who lost his greatest love, made a momentous decision. He resolved to renounce his pact with the devil, rejecting its aid, and sought to purify the malevolent traits within him through the magic of the world tree, intending to then destroy the world tree and ascend to godhood in this realm. Becoming a new deity with no threat to the celestial gods of the astral realm, as the most powerful sorcerer among humanity, he naturally possessed the capacity to dismiss that pact. Yet, he paid an unforeseen price here. We must mention the dark entity Takesis, and another legendary human sorcerer, Mage, who preceded Sultan Diggs. After the darkness, a projection of Takesis descended upon this plane, clashing with the sorcerer Raistlin at the time. Raistlin vanquished that divine projection, and in order to evade Takesis' vengeance, he sought refuge in the abyss under the protection of another deity, Paladin, ultimately becoming one of the 9 lords. Now, Sultan faced Raistlin, because all souls granted to the devil would be offered to its master. Raistlin, allowing him to gain even greater power and remain undefeated in the bloodshed of the abyss. The Lord of the Abyss, once a human sorcerer, Raistlin furiously reclaimed all the powers that the devil had bestowed upon Diggs, causing Diggs' body to revert instantly to the state it was in after battling the dragon. Mangled and on the brink of death, his soul teetering on the edge of the abyss, that moment. Grief over the departure of his beloved and the dread of mortality clouded Diggs' mind, prompting him to make a fateful decision, one that would etch a tragic memory into the minds of all on the Western continent for centuries. He unleashed his self-created legendary spell, Cloud of Pestilence, from the peak of the Myriad Mountains, claiming the lives of over 100,000 souls, and then fashioned his lich form from pure life energy. Thus, he became the world's nemesis. What followed, as chronicled by certain clandestine historical tomes, was a concerted effort by nearly all beings to hunt him down, while he sought to purify himself through the power of the world tree and ascend to divinity in the mortal realm. Milena Martial was summoned by the coalition to dismantle Diggs' will, and the elves occupying the misty forest relinquished their protection of Diggs under the threat of the fire dragon. Indeed, even now, people are perplexed as to why they chose to shield such an evil man. The human coalition, after an inexplicable initial hesitation, eventually mobilized against him in the misty forest. Ultimately, it was a mysterious human sorcerer who delivered the fatal blow, yet we know neither his name nor his visage. Only that he departed the battlefield with a heartbroken Milena, who, contrary to the expectations of many, did not choose to follow him into death, but instead became the second Marchioness of the Martial family. In summary, the subsequent events are rather peculiar, and I still endeavor to untangle those threads. I listened quietly as Pizarian recounted these tales, remaining still and refraining from interrupting him. His voice was aged and hoarse, imbued with a sense of antiquity in the dim candlelight. He was indeed familiar to me, familiar beyond my expectations. Scenes from the past danced before my eyes, accompanied by his words, like faded scrolls fluttering in the flickering flame. Yet those individuals remained as vivid as ever, their voices as clear as day. It felt as though I had merely experienced an extended dream, and upon awakening, I discovered warm morning light spilling through the white-framed window, illuminating the silver hair of Milena draped over me. I would turn to caress her cheek, kissing her forehead the moment she opened her eyes to smile at me, drawing her into my embrace. Pizarian had misstated one thing. Milena had never left me voluntarily, even during my most tempestuous moments when I nearly took her life on several occasions, her delicate neck clasped in my grip. She merely gazed at me in silence, tilting her head back against the cold stone wall, refusing to let tears flow from her eyes. With great difficulty, she uttered, "I love you, Sultan, I love you. Please do not kill me. For without you in the abyss, I would miss you." She repeated this until I returned from the brink of collapse, my humanity rekindled within me. During those days, she never abandoned me, though she bore the scars of countless tribulations. In those moments, I frequently awakened from my rage to find her suffocating in my grasp, and we would embrace and weep, as if the sunlight had lost its color. It was I who commanded her to leave. For I had resolved to reject the devil's pact, my mage tower becoming the battleground between myself and the legions of the abyss. I triumphed, yet emerged weakened, too feeble to confront Raistlin, driving myself to the brink of death. On that occasion, She did not betray me. She continued to love me. Until the final moment, as I attempted to share eternal life with her, she plunged a magical sword into my chest that on that night. Two individuals reminded me of her in two entirely different manners. Was this fate? Pizarian gazed at me for a long time, then said, "What shocked?" "No." I managed a smile. "I merely moved." He asserted with certainty, a smile breaking upon his face, just like I was in my youth. "You." I raised my head. "Me. Is that strange? Ha ha." His smile expanded, revealing more wrinkles. "When I was young, I was just like you. Clever, perceptive, eager to leave my mark on the annals of magical history. Thus, I desired to study Diggs. Yet, the more I learned about him, the less I could regard him as merely a symbol of evil in the secret histories that I discovered his joys and sorrows, his fleeting thoughts, and in the end, I even became enamored with his love story with Milena. Back then, I was still a young man. Chapter 60. The tormented individual Diggs was, in fact, a deeply conflicted individual, even after claiming the lives of millions. Even then, he committed great evils while occasionally performing minor acts of kindness. He could orchestrate the deaths of hundreds or thousands of soldiers encircling him without a hint of remorse, yet would also bestow coins upon a destitute family or even cure a blind old man. All without them knowing his true identity. That I believe he was inherently a good person, merely ensnared by malevolence. That I even ponder that he employed those scant acts of kindness as a subconscious reminder to himself not to completely succumb to darkness. Thus, after saying all this, I hope you will relinquish that notion of ascension to divinity. The desire to attain powers beyond your capability will almost inevitably lead to your descent into darkness. Raceland Magir was thus. And so too was Sarton Diggs. You were still young, with a plethora of lifestyles awaiting your choice. You could, like Diggs, seek out a beloved to cherish and delight. Such a pursuit could yield a considerable degree of happiness. Pizarian suppressed a smile and sighed. I once yearned for such a life. Yet here I am, feeling the weight of age. I had once envisioned accompanying him to the tomb of Deadless, retrieving my journal, and eliminating him along with his companions to reclaim my belongings and wealth. Departing with Andre. However, this evening, his words had afforded him a chance to survive. That I fell silent, gazing at Pizarian. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight, I had never contemplated that someone could understand me so profoundly, more than I understood myself. And I found myself engaged in the same pursuits as before, plotting to incite conflict across the continent, seeking vengeance against humanity, rendering millions homeless and bereaved, while simultaneously tending to Ashley's mother-esque gout. Feeling compassion for the young girl's insecurities at the dinner table, and rejoicing in Jenny's escape from peril, 3 centuries had passed, and I had assumed a new form, yet I remained unchanged. It was he who broke the silence again. I intended only to engage in light conversation, yet I find I have divulged so much. Few can maintain their composure while listening to such discourse. Should the day come when you part ways with Maximus, I would welcome you to my tower of Tob Frank. It has been quite some time since fresh blood and keen minds have graced its halls. I would be delighted to engage in such discussions with you regularly. Of course, once my mentor permits me to don the oak leaf robes. I humbly bowed my head, excitement coursing through me, knowing that I had achieved the second objective of this evening. The mage had successfully taken a liking to me. Now, I would pursue my third goal. Master Pizarian, I have an audacious request. Rising from my seat, I nervously clasped my hands together, holding my breath slightly, my cheeks flushing. If you and my mentor are to enter the tomb of Deadless, may I? It is fraught with danger, young man. He gently tapped the table with his finger. Deadless is known as the Emperor of Magic. Though he cannot wield power, he amassed numerous magical artifacts. Legend has it that his tomb was designed and constructed with the involvement of several mages. Once opened, a myriad of traps will be triggered. You must consider whether you wish to risk your life out of mere curiosity. To lose my thirst for truth would render my life dull and colorless. I promptly replied, as a member of the billions inhabiting the Western continent, to encounter you is an immense privilege. Thus, I present this bold request, because I truly do not wish to forfeit the opportunity to explore the magical mysteries of centuries past. I appreciate your bravery. Yet I fear you remain undeterred by the perilous notion that I have long deliberated this matter with your mentor, via owl-delivered messages that we do not seek the riches within the tomb, but rather the fabled Mage's Journal of Diggs. Just as the legend suggests, it contains methods to harness the power of the world tree, which I know is a significant temptation for you. Pazarian pressed his hands down, signaling for me to sit. However, because of this, you are indeed ill-suited to enter his tomb. My heart sank, yet I remained silent. Yet, since your mentor has shared this news with you, it implies he does not oppose your accompanying us into that perilous realm. Nevertheless, Mark Zashi, I still wish to prevent you from accessing the journal. This is not due to our unwillingness to let you wield its power, but rather to protect you from venturing too early down a perilous path. We shall destroy it, he emphasized, to prevent this secret from spreading to more ears. I comprehend your intentions, Master. I replied respectfully, with a hint of reluctance in my tone, yet it seems neither you nor my mentor possess the means to secure the journal. As you mentioned, the tomb of Emperor Daedalus is the culmination of the finest magical techniques of his time. Should this information inadvertently circulate, many others will strive to acquire it. He waved his hand with a smile. You need not concern yourself with that. You may not realize that a certain mage involved in the construction of Daedalus's tomb secretly entrusted part of the architectural plans to his disciple, which have since been passed down discreetly. Your mentor is a descendant of that lineage. Had he not sought to resolve an academic dilemma, I too would have been unaware of the precise means. It appeared Maximus indeed intended for that star-robed apprentice to accompany him into the tomb of Daedalus. Hence his ease in passing along this information. When Pazarian had departed for Gurudin, the owl had become inadequate for the task of delivering messages. The middle-aged man, possessing minimal magical prowess, would not harbor delusions about that journal. Low-tier mages could not master such high-level magic, let alone gaze upon it without feeling dizzy. However, in Pazarian's eyes, I was a different matter. I was clever, spirited, and ambitious. Whether out of a desire to nurture talent or a wariness of a mage harboring thoughts of destroying the world tree, he was reluctant to see me in the company of their expedition. Thus, I would have to adopt an alternative approach. Once I was certain he had obtained the means to enter the tomb of Daedalus from Maximus, I would have to eliminate Maximus before their meeting. This would both safeguard my identity and ensure he would require another powerful mage to assist him. A tomb deemed perilous even by mages could not be faced alone. Chapter 61. The sorrows of a grand mage. We had conversed for so long, yet none had broached the subject of the orc army outside the city. Pazarian likely possessed sufficient confidence to subdue the orc commander possessed by my dark spirit, while my confidence undoubtedly surpassed his. As long as I could close the distance to that fellow within 10 meters this moment, most matters had become clear, and I found no desire to linger here discussing the past with this old mage. Once a person's experiences become legend, it is others who relish the stories, while the individual scarcely dares to ponder them. Thus, I rose, inclined my head slightly to him, and crossed my right hand over my left chest. In that case, Master, I shall not intrude further. I hope you and my mentor find what you seek from the tomb of Emperor Daedalus and return safely. Pazarian paused, clearly taken aback by my decisive abandonment of my request. Before he could speak, I calmly added, one must know when to advance and when to retreat in order to endure in this world long enough to attain one's desires. I understand your expectations of me. I am not one to lack appreciation for opportunity. He regarded me anew, then sighed. Ah, young man, you never cease to astonish me. If only I had possessed such intellect at your age. He abruptly fell silent. But you are already a mage, I replied respectfully. There was a hint of discontent in Pazarian's tone, which surprised me. Being a mage is the pinnacle of honor achievable by a human sorcerer. Within the civilized realms of the terrestrial world, few beings could be compared to him, unless he sought secular power, royalty. Yet I knew that was not his desire, so he must lament over something else. Yes, I stated. You are already a mage. What more could satisfy him at such a station? Ah, that transcendence beyond humanity, divinity. Humanity. This is humanity, and no matter how noble, one can never escape the primal drives. Just as a pauper will forever harbor dreams of becoming an emperor, they merely hope to one day savor white bread and reside in a sufficiently warm dwelling. Yet once that goal is achieved, after a few years of stability, they will envy the affluent merchant class, their splendid garments and grand abodes. Once they become wealthy merchants, they will yearn to ascend to the privileged nobility. And once they achieve nobility, like a baron such as Jenny, a tantalizing staircase unfolds before them. Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke, up to King, and even Emperor. Such temptations permeate every corner of the human world, allowing humanity to proliferate and expand, becoming the rulers of the entire Western continent. Similarly, a mage yearns to transcend the confines of the human body to achieve godhood. This is only natural, yet the crux lies in whether one possesses the courage to take that step. Return to rest. Come to me after breakfast tomorrow that we shall investigate what the subhumans outside the city are truly plotting. Pizarian rose, carrying a candlestick from the table to the window, attempting to open it for fresh air. He was a sagacious individual, undoubtedly aware that his tone had revealed sentiments that should remain unexpressed. Outside, the night was as dark as ink. When I first arrived here, I could faintly hear the echo of drunken footsteps reverberating through the desolate streets. However, just moments ago, that sound had vanished, as if everyone had returned home to settle down. Pizarian opened the window, and a refreshing breeze swept in, prompting me to instinctively take a deep breath. Indeed, the air was cool. Yet it was mingled with the scent of the bustling village center, a blend of food and alcohol. After opening the window, Pizarian placed the candlestick on the windowsill, and a beam of light illuminated the area. But he then took a step back and slammed the window shut with such force that it sent the candlestick tumbling out. He then strode to the table and, with a swift motion of his wide robe sleeves, extinguished another candle that I instinctively recoiled, a three-note incantation nearly escaping my lips. But I was uncertain of his reasons for snuffing out the candle. But the most plausible explanation was that he intended to kill me. However, his subsequent actions clarified that I had merely overreacted, as he immediately turned his back to me and cautiously approached the window, peering down through the glass. His demeanor did not resemble that of a frail old man, but rather evoked the image of a robust warrior. He had undoubtedly transformed his body. There are numerous methods by which mages can extend their lifespans. These methods generally fall into two categories. One involves enhancing the body with potions to slightly increase vitality, extending life to around 180 years. The other, which I had previously employed, allows one to transcend humanity in a certain sense to attain a more prolonged existence, albeit at the cost of immense suffering. Do not go outside. Lock the door and come look, he said, his expression growing grave, one that he had never displayed, even while charging through the orc ranks. That I approached him only after confirming that he was not concealing a dagger or short sword. Following his gaze downward, I then felt a chill rise from my tailbone to my forehead. Every mage with a modicum of skill would enhance themselves with the spell True Sight, which not only sharpens vision but also reveals creatures invisible to mere mortals. At that moment, we both peered down with such keen sight. Beneath the three-story building, in the square, dozens of people swayed slightly, crowding the front entrance of the small building, gazing upward at our window, which had previously emitted light and sound. And further away, a few staggering figures approached, resembling the drunken souls I had encountered earlier, albeit in a more disheveled state. We looked down upon them, while they looked up at us. Thus, I easily discerned their eyes, pupils obscured by a layer of white film, merging with the scara, appearing ghastly pale against the dark night. Among those dozens of people, there were 4 or 5 figures constantly twitching, those crouched upon the ground. They were gathered around a corpse, or rather, a body on the verge of becoming one, as its limbs still convulsed, quietly and incessantly tearing out its entrails, shoulders heaving as they devoured. Yet the one being consumed emitted not a sound. Instead, the crunching grew increasingly distinct in the square. When conversing with Pizarian, I had mistaken that sound for the retching of drunkards. Chapter 62. Taking advantage of the fire. They are not zombies, Pizarian and I uttered simultaneously. For they still breathed, and their breaths were even more fervent than normal, an observation that did not escape our notice. They resembled individuals in a state of pathological frenzy, akin to the bloodthirsty allure of abyssal demons. Yet so many had succumbed to this condition at once, unless the gates of the abyss had opened to unleash hundreds of high-ranking demon kin into the material realm simultaneously. But the village, aside from these voiceless people, remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any cries of agony. This was not the scene of demons invading the world. I recalled the figures I had seen on my way here. Those I mistakenly assumed were drunks, along with the ailing guard at the entrance and the officials who had returned home early due to sudden illness on this war-torn night. It seemed they had already succumbed to this state, which had only now erupted. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. I confessed, uttering an unvarnished truth, that I had seen zombies, ghosts, and vengeful spirits, yet I had never encountered such a frenzy in humanity. The throng below continued to swell. Standing in the square, gazing vacantly upwards, seemingly oblivious to the possibility of entering the building through the closed door, should they truly wish to do so. In the distance, flickers of light appeared in the darkness. Those were the flames of the residential area. I surmised that some household's candle had gone awry due to the sudden affliction of its owner. igniting the dwelling that if left unchecked, the consequences could be dire. Most of the structures in the commoner district of Gurudin village were wooden. Should the flames spread, it would become uncontrollable. However, this was not the gravest concern. The most lethal threat would be if this affliction were to spread throughout the town, which would likely spell doom for the defending troops as well. And if this were a meticulously orchestrated plot by the orcs outside the city, Gurudin village might very well fall tonight. Suddenly, a dull thudding echoed through the corridor outside. The sound was accompanied by a series of clang noises, gradually approaching. I swiftly turned, taking a few steps to the door, and pried it open just a crack, just as I had suspected. It was the soldier who had brought me here. He hung his head, dragging his spear, attempting to ascend the stairs in an awkward manner at the corner. Yet I could not tell if it was due to the fall he had taken while escorting me that had broken his leg. But his left foot could never quite land on the next step, causing him to continually slip down the stairs. We needed to ascertain the nature of this affliction or magic, how it operated. And thus we required, if this fellow was a veritable gift from the gods, that I turned to Pisarion. Master, it's that guard. That he also? Should I bring him in? He nodded in agreement, then stepped away from the window to search for his rudimentary magical instruments behind the large desk. I immediately opened the door, momentarily setting aside my concerns about the village's situation and Jenny, and made my way down the corridor and down the stairs. The guard heard my voice and immediately lifted his head. His pale eyes seemed to see me, tracking my movements. Yet his left foot still failed to find the step. His calf had already bent at an L shape due to the fracture. That I halted 4 steps above him. Blowing forcefully in his direction, his movements intensified immediately, and he even raised both hands to drag the spear before him, attempting to attack me with the wooden shaft. Indeed, they were sensitive to sound, light, and the breath of the living, much like the lifeless undead. Yet this fellow, even when lucid, would hardly be a match for a healthy young man like myself, let alone in his current state of madness. I merely dodged a few of his slow, clumsy attacks, and his movements became too sluggish to keep up with his instincts. Seizing an opportunity, I grasped the end of the spear, exerted force with both hands, and wrenched the weapon away from him. The guard stumbled, crashing face first onto the stairs, his head landing directly at my feet. That I raised the spear and struck the back of his head with the wooden end. He immediately ceased struggling and fell unconscious. Thankfully, they could still be rendered unconscious. Then, grasping the spear in one hand and his collar in the other, I dragged him up the stairs. That I thought that if this fellow were to regain consciousness, he would likely never find his nose again. Upon returning to the room, Pisarion had already laid out several small components on the table and was gazing outside from the window. The residential area had lit up. Just as I had anticipated, the flames from the burning houses had ignited more dwellings, spreading the fire. Faint cries could be heard, followed by the deep, resonant sound of a horn. That I breathed a sigh of relief. That was the call of the defending troops atop the city walls, indicating that those within had yet to succumb to this dreadful affliction. Therefore, Jenny must also be safe. The chaos of fire and sound caused those who had been standing beneath our window to turn and move away. Yet a few stubborn souls remained, fixated on the scattered remnants of flesh upon the ground. The onset of this condition appeared to have a specific range, and we seemed to be situated at the center of the infection zone. Given that both Pisarion and I remained unscathed, it suggested that this magic, or rather this affliction, possessed a certain magical quality. It must operate through some magical medium and could not have formed naturally. Pisarion took some of his blood and placed it in a small glass vial, adding a minute amount of mithril powder. The still liquid blood emitted a faint green glow, indicating the presence of something harmful to the human species within. Mithril, aside from its utility in the crafting of magical artifacts, serves as an excellent poison tester. Though it does not react to all toxins, in this instance, it proved effective. This indicates that the poison originates from a biological source rather than a mineral one. At that moment, the light outside brightened slightly. A fireball was ignited atop the city wall. The soldiers guarding the city had long since fashioned numerous spheres from dry straw, doused them with pitch and palm oil, and intended to set them ablaze and roll them down to thwart the enemy as they attempted to scale the walls. Now, on either side of the city gate, such fireballs were being continuously hurled down, signaling that the orc army no longer cared about the diminishing visibility in the darkness and was forcefully trying to breach the city. Chapter 63. The Great War approaches. I was now utterly convinced that this was an Orcish ploy. They incited chaos within the village from the inside and then launched an assault while the defenders were preoccupied, attempting to seize the city walls in one fell swoop. But how did this malady erupt from within the village? It was absolutely inconceivable for orcs to infiltrate the city. Their green skin and grotesque faces were far too conspicuous for such a covert operation, if they had employed human spies. As I pondered this, Pizarian had already cast 2 spells on the guard, Dispel Darkness and Remove Madness. However, neither spell restored the man. His skin remained a ghastly grayish-white, even beginning to exhibit faint green splotches, resembling cadaveric lividity. Given that these dispelling spells had proven ineffective, it was now evident. This was a toxin catalyzed by magical energy. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Cadaveric lividity? I seemed to be onto something. When the orcs had besieged the city, they had previously used catapults to hurl corpses into the city. At that moment, I had found it curious why they chose such a provocative action rather than attempting a forceful assault before the defenders could react. However, I had attributed this to the Orcish customs and their somewhat lackluster strategy. Indeed, the orcs had a habit of executing prisoners prior to battle and throwing them into the enemy ranks as a show of force. Yet I had not anticipated that this time they harbored ulterior motives, deceiving even me. The issue must lie with those corpses. The more I thought, the clearer my reasoning became. If it were merely a show of force, why would they construct a catapult to launch them into the city? Would it not be more effective to pile the bodies beneath the walls where the defenders could see them but could not remove them? If they were not waiting for something, why had they only launched tentative attacks in the past few days, without a single large-scale assault on the city? After all, the longer they delayed, the more likely reinforcements elsewhere would encircle them. I had not expected that my own dark spirit could be so cunning. While I had previously regarded it as nothing more than a mindless, impulsive creature driven by primal instincts, I immediately recounted the events of the past few days to Pizarian. His expression mirrored mine, grave and solemn. A plague catalyzed by magical energy was indeed the most troublesome of afflictions. If it were merely a magical effect, there would always be a spell capable of counteracting it. But if it were bacteria catalyzed by magical energy, that was not something to be resolved in a short time. History had witnessed a disaster of this nature, a plague that claimed the lives of millions. The Black Death, once catalyzed by my own magic. Thus, I understood the terrifying predicament we faced if this affliction spread throughout the entire kingdom of Arai. I paused for a moment. Why was I concerned about such matters? Wasn't retribution against humanity precisely my intended goal? What, then, did that part of my dark spirit seek to accomplish? Had it too been deeply imprinted with my former thoughts, subsequently magnifying this notion through the most twisted and brutal traits? Now attempting to annihilate all life in the mortal realm as a means of vengeance, I could not fathom why. Upon contemplating these thoughts, I felt not exhilaration but a sense of confusion and trepidation rising within me. I was no longer the same Sartan who had been corrupted by the vile forces of hell. Indeed, I harbored a desire to inflict suffering upon the Clarions and Neanderthals, to see them displaced and bereaved. Yet, I had never contemplated turning the entire world into a barren wasteland. I was not one of the 9 lords of the abyss or their minions. And I loathed the idea of vast desolate plains, even more so the thought of being surrounded by foul, rotting corpses or eerie specters. What was more critical? How could I tolerate such a dangerous dark spirit usurping my rightful place, disrupting my plans, and preventing me from reclaiming my former power? I must defeat it, subjugate it, and then bend it to my will, rather than live in its shadow. The dark elven sorcerer Milun, Neon was already a threat. I could not allow for another potential danger to emerge. The cacophony of battle grew increasingly louder outside, the shouts of the human defenders mingling with the guttural roars of the orcs, indicating that the conflict had reached a fever pitch, somewhere atop the walls. A fireball had ignited and rolled down, crashing into the city that I surmised that the orcs had already breached that section. It was that orc's doing, the mysterious orc sorcerer. Pizarian swiftly gathered the components on the table, placing them into a lightweight wooden box, then seized his personal equipment, a wand topped with a ruby and a dagger hanging at his waist. Young man, I must now rush to the soldiers on the walls. Do you possess the courage to fight alongside me? The spark of valor shone anew in Pizarian's eyes. Reminiscent of the boldness he had displayed amidst the orc ranks, the image of the gentle elder vanished, replaced by that of a gallant warrior standing before me. I will follow your lead. I ceased to dwell on the perplexing issues, bending down to retrieve the spear from the ground, a smile gracing my lips. But if you do not mind, I hope we can depart from the east. The warrior who escorted you into the city earlier is currently responsible for the defense of the eastern wall. And a friend of mine is there as well. I trust in his abilities, and it should still be safe. The night was illuminated by moonlight and flames, the buildings lining the road casting flickering shadows upon the cobblestones. Pazarian and I traversed the path towards the eastern part of the village. Occasionally, sounds of pounding on doors and windows emanated from the residences, likely the infected villagers unable to escape. Instinctively attempting to break free, the road remained relatively calm, as most of the infected were drawn to the fierce clamor of battle at the city's edge, seeking to attack the defenders. My thoughts drifted to the mercenary clad in black cotton armor, named Thompson, whom I had encountered on my way here. He had remarked that if he were fortunate enough to emerge from Guru Din, he would seek my silver coin. That I wondered if he would be lucky enough to survive until I and Pazarian subdued the possessed orc commander. Chapter 64. A trap for the unwary. The further we ventured eastward, the denser the crowds became. The permanent population of Guru Din village was approximately 5,000, swelled by an influx of refugees due to the war, bringing the total close to 7,000 at this moment. About half of the villagers had succumbed to the magical plague, drawn towards the edges of the walls by the flames and the sounds of battle. Accompanied by a sorcerer, I had no reason to fear for my safety. However, the uninfected residents were not so fortunate. Many fell victim to their own kin, only to be dismembered and devoured by others who had gathered. The scene gruesome and unbearable. That I, in truth, Pazarian possessed a myriad of spells capable of eliminating those who had lost their sanity within the span of an hour. After all, given sufficient preparation, a sorcerer's high-level spells could wield the power to obliterate a city. Yet he had to consider these individuals. Even those afflicted still held a glimmer of hope for healing. He could not resort to casting a plane collapse or meteor swarm spell here. Such actions would render the defense of Guru Din village meaningless, transforming it into a desolate graveyard devoid of human life. Yet this horrific scene evoked thoughts of a notorious spell, one that existed only in the depths of the abyss and could only be wielded by high-ranking demons above the rank of Duke. The Feast of Gluttony. Demons differed from surface-world sorcerers. Resembling rather the warlocks of the mortal realm, sorcerers possessed an innate gift for the arcane, able to sense magical energy and wield spells once they comprehended the incantations. Conversely, warlocks inherently wielded the ability to use several spells without the need for incantations. However, this talent bore its own flaw. Warlocks could not cast spells through memory or recitation, and the types of magic available to them were generally limited to 2 or 3. Most demons possessed such abilities and had access to a wider array of spells. They were the favored children of the North Star, yet cast aside by the gods of the celestial realm. The Feast of Gluttony they employed could drive a certain group of beings to madness, causing them to devour one another, subsequently sacrificing their twisted souls, fueled by rage and brutality, to the demons, thereby enriching their wealth. Yet this spell could only affect specific populations, those who had made pacts with demons but were unable to fulfill them. My portion seems to possess this capability, and it is even more potent. It does not require the temptation of individuals to enter into contracts. It can achieve such effects through this method alone. Yet, I am plagued by a lingering question. As an entity endowed with wisdom, what purpose does it serve to instigate such slaughter? I brandished my spear and forcefully toppled a staggering individual who was lurching toward me from an alleyway, then leapt over another unfortunate soul who had fallen from a rooftop. His leg broken, yet persistently crawling in my direction. At last, I caught sight of Aishili's abode in the distance. The lights within still glimmered, suggesting that they were safe. I should be grateful that Aishili's residence is situated far from the densely populated center. Those beasts were left trailing behind us. Advancing at a sluggish pace, the remains cast aside that day lay scattered around the city walls, but the village's efficient sanitation system subsequently collected them, given the likelihood that these corpses belonged to warriors who had perished after venturing out on reconnaissance. They were gathered and sent to the town center for storage. However, it was the remnants of these warriors that precipitated this horrific contagion, if their souls could perceive the events unfolding in this moment. I shudder to think of their sentiments. Just then, a resounding crash echoed from beneath the northeastern city wall. With that dull sound of collapse, the roars of the orcs outside the village suddenly intensified, followed by their characteristic guttural language, rich in nasal tones. The city gate has been breached. Charge in. Pazarian and I came to an abrupt halt, shock reflected in each other's eyes. We had intended to assist atop the city walls. Yet we had not anticipated that in the mere span of several minutes since the orc assault commenced, the gate would be shattered. This was indeed the worst possible scenario. Human combat prowess could not hope to rival that of the orcs. And we were outnumbered. Inside the walls, over 1,000 individuals were afflicted with the plague. And all of this was due to our complacency. We had believed the walls sturdy enough, robust enough to withstand until tomorrow. Allowing Pizarian to leisurely cast his spells and deliver a devastating blow to the orc forces, we had assumed that orcs were still the same marauding brigands of yore, lacking in cunning and tactics, and that we could await reinforcements to encircle them. Yet I, as a mage and a reincarnated being, as one who prides himself on being a sagacious avenger, as one who has surveyed the entirety of the situation from the outset, had failed to alter a single aspect. This was undoubtedly the greatest disgrace of my existence. Defeated by that dark will within myself, with no justification to offer that I should have awakened to the realities of this world. Rather than wallowing in nostalgic reminiscences of past powers, this is no longer the era of 300 years ago, the time when I could roam the world unchallenged. The orcs have established the Timac Orc Empire. Dark elves have seen the rise of a formidable sorcerer. Goblins have trained fearsome wolf riders. Merfolk have constructed an underwater realm larger than the surface world, and those once merely skilled in hammering iron have even devised devices that extend mortal vision for hundreds of meters. I have read about them in books, yet I have never truly grasped their significance. Until this moment, the cacophony of battle cries has imparted a lesson I shall not soon forget. We must proceed to the city walls. Young man, Pizarian, this impulsive and warlike mage, exclaimed, casting a series of spells upon himself, magical lights igniting sequentially around him. Let us teach those orcs a lesson. He must be driven nearly mad by the previous sense of helplessness. A mage who would not even entertain the thought of entering the king's tent could not bear to act against those afflicted by the plague who sought his life. No, we cannot remain atop the walls, I replied hastily, sprinting forward, with the equally quick-footed mage beside me. We must gather the defending troops on the walls and allow the orcs to enter the city. Do you comprehend the implications of what you were suggesting? If the orcs breach the city, every villager will be slaughtered. They are as good as dead already. I shouted emphatically. If we do not allow the orcs to enter, I hardly believe you alone can penetrate to that orc sorcerer's side. And if they do break through, those who have lost their sanity care not whether you are orc or human. In the chaos of war, is not confusion the best cover? We must eliminate that orc sorcerer. We must. I gritted my teeth as I uttered the final words, and then I spotted Jenny, clad in the attire of a swordswoman, emerging from an increasingly close residence, clutching my willow wand and cursed sword. Cautiously surveying her surroundings, behind her trailed the young girl Aishili and her mother. Chapter 65. Atop the City Walls, Part 1. Heavens, this is truly a headache. Jenny would undoubtedly refuse to abandon the two of them, and I could not command her to disregard them in front of the mage Pizarian. Perhaps I could take them to Andre's subordinates and see if they have the fortune to survive until we repel the orcs. I discarded the spear, swiftly equipping myself with the wand and sword, and continued onward with Pizarian towards the city walls. The situation was dire, the light dim, and thus Pizarian did not notice the unnatural expression on Jenny's face. After dinner, I had already reminded her to remember her new identity, Mark Zashi's lover, a noble lady who had run away from home to meet him. Jenny seemed to quite like this new identity, fully accepting my previous reasoning that my mentor has had numerous enemies, thus I must conceal my identity. She would accompany Aishili and her mother, who was less mobile, to join us at the walls, while we would first seek to gather Andre's forces and find an opportunity to eliminate that orc. The fierce battle atop the walls raged on, although nearly half of the battlements had fallen. This segment of defense still held under Andre's command, despite many orcs having already scaled the walls and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Bodies and severed limbs continually plummeted from the walls, one even striking my foot, a grotesque orc head, its jaws clenching a human hand. Fearing that Andre might lose his composure in such tumult and reveal our plans, I persuaded Pizarian to provide support below while I drew my sword and dashed up the walls myself. But just as I stepped onto the final stair, I beheld a Kabu orc wielding a bronze battle axe, trampling over a pile of corpses at the wall's base, using his axe to pin a mercenary's neck between the battlements. With one hand gripping the bricks of the wall, he huffed as he prepared to vault over. The mercenary's throat was nearly severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, yet he still managed to raise his hand and plunge a dagger into the orc's eye socket. But the green-skinned creature merely let out a wretched howl, showing no signs of halting. Instead, it crushed the human's face beneath its foot and swung its axe toward me, having cast several auxiliary spells on my way. My movements were now even swifter. Before its axe could descend, I ducked and leapt aside, simultaneously dragging my sword across its protruding belly. The cursed blade's keen edge immediately eviscerated it, spilling innards like a mass of decaying rope, which it then stomped upon. The orc's body plummeted back down from whence it came, crashing onto two orc soldiers who were attempting to climb, inciting a flurry of enraged orcish curses from below. Nearby, a bloodied human soldier burst from the throng of chaos, rushing to fill the gap, but upon seeing me, he bellowed, "You again, noble lord. This is no place for you." His face was smeared with blood, his features distorted in the flickering light of the flames, yet I recognized him instantly by his voice. It was Johnny. "Mind your own head," I shouted amidst the din of battle, swinging my sword toward his head. An orc beside him was poised to smash him into a bloody pulp with a spiked hammer, but my strike severed the orc's arm without mercy, the bronze hammer clanging to the ground beside Johnny. Johnny's mouth fell open, yet he did not hesitate. He immediately lunged sideways, forcefully colliding with the stinking orc that towered over him, driving his sword into the creature's ribs and yanking it back. Hot blood sprayed forth, dousing the face of a mercenary who was locked in combat with another orc. The unfortunate man lost his sight, not having the chance to wipe the blood from his face before the orc he was grappling with kicked him down and knelt on his face, splattering a gruesome mixture of red and white brain matter. "You bastard, John!" Johnny exclaimed, wrenching his sword from the orc's body. Only to witness this scene unfold, he roared and leapt onto the orc's back, driving the blade deep into its cervical spine with both hands. More orcs were attempting to scale the walls, treading upon the fallen bodies, and such fierce combat transpired at every meter of the battlements. I had no intention of becoming embroiled in a prolonged struggle. I swiftly cast a grease spell upon the section of the wall beside me, causing a cascade of orcs attempting to climb to tumble down, alleviating some of the pressure. "Take me to find Andre. We must retreat." I grasped the frenzied Johnny by the collar, lifting him from atop the orc. "Lead me to him. He is just ahead." Johnny, grasping the collar of my shirt, shook me back and forth until I was liberated from that frenzied state. Drawing forth the sword, now cracked and slightly bent, he led me through the chaos of howling men and beasts, declaring, "I owe you a life. Who would have thought you were a warrior too?" The air around us was filled with deafening battle cries, the splattering of blood and flesh, the acrid scent of burnt corpses, and the relentless assault of lethal weapons. One careless moment could see an orc vaulting over the battlements, a few nearly colliding with me. I stole a glance into the distance. The orc battalion was advancing toward the breached city gates. Two banners surged toward the already shattered entrance. One belonged to the Timac orc army, while the other was that of the cab orcs. That brute intended to enter the city. We had to hasten our pace and eliminate it while the interior remained in disarray. After dispatching 3 more orcs, I finally laid eyes on Andre that moment. He was locked in combat with an orc warrior wielding dual swords, his armor tattered, yet fortunately not pierced in any vital areas. The hulking green figure, though impaired in vision in the darkness, compensated with powerful and swift swordplay. Its assault was fierce and relentless, starkly different from the ordinary orc warriors we had encountered previously. Upon closer inspection, the deep crimson brand on its forehead flickered in the firelight, marking it as an orc centurion. Despite Andre's masterful swordsmanship, he struggled to gain the upper hand in such a brief span. Meanwhile, the man beside him, Thompson clad in black cotton armor, was preoccupied with fending off 2 orc warriors brandishing flails, unable to offer assistance. Chapter 66. On the City Wall, Part 2. Yet the gravest peril was that, ensnared by the orc brute, 2 more orcs roared as they clambered up the city wall. Johnny raised his misshapen sword and shouted to me, "Hey, I'll take the one on the left. You handle the injured one on the right." And then I had no time to entertain his ramblings. Just as he turned to confirm I understood, I had already completed the incantation for Ice Spike, using the still wet blood on his back armor. Swiftly raising my right hand, a chill manifested before my palm, surprising him as he instinctively prepared to blink. In the fleeting moment his upper eyelid met his lower, it rapidly burgeoned into a thick ice spike. Spinning furiously, and in the instant he gaped and opened his eyes, it shot forth with a resounding bang. The 2 orcs, who had just found their footing on the battlements, were immediately blasted with 2 ghastly wounds. And like fallen leaves, they were thrust from the wall by the force. The massive ice spikes shattered upon penetrating their bodies, ripping away even more flesh and blood, leaving behind a gaping wound the size of a head. While smaller ice shards indiscriminately struck the orc soldiers still climbing, Johnny, startled, leapt away from me as if he had seen a ghost, exclaiming, "What the hell is that?" But I had no time to respond. After a brief pause to concentrate, I bellowed to the beleaguered Andre, "Match his strength." He had noticed me the moment the two orcs were hurled from the battlement, and as a seasoned warrior, he understood my intent. Thus, when the orc centurion swung down with both swords once more, he did not evade but steadied himself, using the broad spine of his hefty sword to deflect the strike, sparks flying as it met the blow. The green-skinned brute let out a low growl, seemingly mocking Andre's audacity, as it gradually pressed the blade down toward the human warrior beneath it, utterly oblivious to the fact that its two subordinates had just been sent flying. "Now's our chance," Andre roared. No sooner had his words left his mouth than my magic missile was unleashed. The glowing orb of energy stood out distinctly against the night, and in an instant, the orc's grotesque face erupted into a spray of blood and gore, splattering Andre in the process. I imagined he would never wish to indulge in a meaty broth again. That he wiped his face and leapt up to assist Thompson in dealing with the two troublesome flail-wielding orcs, before pulling me back to the other side of the wall and shouting, "What are you doing up here? Retreat! Gather everyone for a withdrawal," I urged, waving my hand vigorously. "Let the orc leader in. The mage can take them down. He's right below the wall. Then let him come up here and deal with them." The very word retreat seemed to provoke him. He pounded his chest with his left hand, bellowing, "We've fought for an hour, and now we must withdraw. So many brothers have already perished on this wall. Let him come up here and eliminate those orcs. Don't let him hide behind." He glanced at Johnny, who stood frozen, mouth agape, staring at me, before delivering a sharp kick to him. "If you're still alive, get back to fighting." Johnny, jolted back to reality by the kick, regarded me incredulously for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the willow-wood staff on my back, before seizing his sword and plunging into the fray, shouting, "Damn it, a mage. I've seen a living mage." I could understand Andre's sentiment. Many warriors from his lost sword mercenary group had perished here, and he was loath to abandon this position. However, Pizzarian could not unleash high-level spells like Meteor Swarm or Plane Collapse, which could obliterate hundreds of orcs in one fell swoop. Such spells required time to prepare, and the safety of the mage could not be guaranteed atop the wall. Moreover, due to the lengthy preparation, and with our target being the orc controlling the cursed plague, the enemy would have ample time to sense the impending cataclysm and relocate across the vast plains. Only by drawing them into the village, surrounded by walls and teeming with frenzied crowds, could we corner them, allowing us to concentrate our forces and ambush the source of their power at the moment they entered the city. Yet the orc banners were drawing ever closer to the city gates, where the defenders risked collapse and retreat at any moment. I could only convey the situation to him in the most succinct terms. Before Andre could respond, Thompson, clad in black armor, called out after dispatching an orc with a swift strike. "Yes, right, sir. The gate has been breached. Holding our ground now would be merely courting death. You lead the others to safety. I'll hold these green skins with the Fong squad." I cast a scrutinizing glance at him. This young man, whom I had encountered on the road, his demeanor dark, had requested I retain a silver coin for him until he could claim it alive. Yet here he was, volunteering to undertake this nearly suicidal task, a testament to Andre's leadership. It seemed I had indeed chosen the right person. Andre regarded me once more, resolute, and with a firm pat on Thompson's shoulder, spoke solemnly in the bloodstained night air, "Promise me you won't die." Thompson, his black hair tousled, looked up with a rare smile, nodding toward me. "He owes me a silver coin. Until I collect that, I won't die." Andre shook his shoulder once, then released him, running along the wall and calling out, "Edgeblade! Fong, rally to the gate. Follow me. Fong squad, take over the defense." The mercenaries immediately sprang into chaotic action, and Johnny, who turned out to be the commander of the Edgeblade squad, wielded his longsword, shouting, "Edgeblade, follow me." After a brief pause, he continued, "Will, take John's place, lead Fong's squad, and get moving." It dawned on me that the John who had just perished due to the orc's blood obscuring his vision was indeed the commander of the Fong squad. I exchanged a glance with Johnny, who also cast a fleeting look my way before swiftly redirecting his focus elsewhere. Chapter 67. Rogo Talifus. The orc warriors had surged into the city gates, where the defending soldiers were making their final stand. Although the narrow confines of the gate limited the orc's numerical advantage, their formidable individual combat prowess caused the human defenders to falter. Andre had gathered over 60 men, his mercenaries and other warriors temporarily under his command. Upon our arrival at the foot of the wall, Pizarian was constructing a magical array above. An abundance of precious magical materials was being scattered into the air, materials worth enough to feed 3,000 cab orcs for 2 years. Positioned over 300 meters from the gates, scattered buildings, supplies, flickering flames, and the bodies of men and beasts lay in between, providing cover for Pizarian. Another layer of assurance came from these warriors, even a mage, while preparing a legendary spell, might be rendered momentarily inert, thus relying on them to fend off the orcs and the maddened villagers. A pentagram composed of mithril powder, moonstone powder, and unicorn horn powder had been inscribed upon the ground, with sturdy sapphires placed atop each of its 5 points, ensuring that the magical energy would not dissipate, and under Pizarian's mental influence, it began to resonate with the North Star high above. The sorcerer elevated his wand, standing at the center of the pentagram, his gaze fixed upon the void, commencing the recitation of a spell that spanned 344 musical notes, taking 26 minutes to articulate. The legendary incantation of dimensional collapse. From this moment forth, he would be undisturbed, impervious to attack, devoid of self-awareness, and incapable of moving an inch. We must intercept the regular troops of the cab orcs and the mac orcs at the city gates, ensuring that they experience an overwhelming sense of entrapment at the very instant the spell nears completion, rendering them utterly devoid of escape until they are obliterated by the forces unleashed in the wake of the dimensional collapse. Ashley and her daughter, this pair of the most fortunate commoners in the entire village, found themselves ensnared in the midst of it all, while Jenny departed from them to join me as we slipped into the shadows. We approached the rear door of the nearest house to Ashley's, forcefully kicking it open. The male occupant, who had been rapping on the wooden door, immediately stumbled backward, disoriented and lunging toward us. Without hesitation, I swung my sword, severing his head from his shoulders, sending his body sprawling backward. Blood gushed forth from his neck, saturating the ground beneath us. Jenny, attempting to close the rear door behind me, was suddenly confronted by a slender figure emerging from the adjacent kitchen, likely the lady of the house. Clutching a small kitchen knife, her movements were not swift, yet the short distance nearly allowed that blade to pierce Jenny's throat. Years of training instilled in Jenny a reflexive response. She sidestepped, drew her sword, and struck. Yet the blade halted just shy of the woman's neck. I witnessed the hesitation in the woman's eyes. Despite the knowledge that these individuals had lost all rationality, she was still reluctant to take the lives of these innocents. The woman, however, exhibited no such hesitation, fiercely lunging towards Jenny with her knife aimed at her chest. Jenny, gripping her sword with both hands, retreated in accordance with the woman's advance until her back pressed against the wall, with nowhere left to escape. Kill her, I whispered urgently, yet refrained from intervening. What I required was a warrior capable of safeguarding my safety, not a damsel lost in her own sentiments. She glanced at me, biting her lip, and ultimately delivered a fierce kick to the woman's abdomen with her ironclad boot, pushing her back 2 steps. Then, she leveled her sword, directing it at the woman. The latter, in a fit of irrationality, lunged once more, offering her heart to the blade. I swiftly reached out, encircling Jenny's waist, pulling her away just before the woman's heart was pierced, blood gushing from the wound and splattering onto Jenny. I was uncertain how this magically catalyzed plague spread, yet bodily fluids were undoubtedly a significant conduit, despite her being shielded by the magic of the Antares shield. Next time, do not hesitate, I whispered into her ear, for your next moment of indecision could very well seal our fate. Jenny's hair bore a refreshing scent, while her neck emanated the unique fragrance of youth. This aroma temporarily masked the metallic tang of blood in the room, spreading alongside her awkward nod. Yet, within that fragrance, I detected an unusual scent, our backs pressed against the wardrobe of this household, its door ajar due to the tumult of our earlier skirmish. From the crack of the wardrobe door, a whiff of blood wafted forth. The senses of mages are typically astutely heightened, cultivated through prolonged communion with the celestial magics. Thus, upon catching that scent, I promptly pushed Jenny aside, thrusting my sword into the wardrobe without a moment's hesitation. The thin wooden panel yielded effortlessly to my enchanted blade, and the instant my sword made contact with the figure within, even if it merely grazed them, the blood coursing through their veins would erupt forth as if severed from an artery. Yet, to my astonishment, the individual within evaded my strike. I felt the blade connect with nothingness. I swiftly withdrew it, plunging it in once more, only to strike air yet again. Although I lacked the extensive training Jenny possessed, my physique, honed by the celestial magics and enhanced by pharmacological improvements, was invariably superior to that of an ordinary person. Yet at this moment, I had failed to land a single hit on that individual, who remained concealed within the cramped confines of the wardrobe. It was only after the second attempt that the figure inside could no longer contain themselves, letting out a cry. Ah! It was a conscious voice, a child's voice. I yanked the wardrobe door open, and my dark vision revealed the scene within. A 7- or 8-year-old boy, blood streaming from his arm, evidence of a scratch, likely inflicted by his father or mother. He cowered atop a pile of tattered clothing. A sickly green household fairy perched upon his shoulder. On the wooden panel behind his head were 2 distinct imprints, marks left by my magical blade. This child's fortune was remarkable, having narrowly escaped my 2 strikes. Even in such a confined space. In an instant, I discerned his name, Rogallo Talifus. Ashley had once mentioned to me, when the household fairy hid her coins, a young boy from the neighboring home, Rogallo Talifus. She claimed he could see peculiar little beings pilfering coins from his home, while those around him regarded him as a strange child. This indicated that he possessed a strong affinity for the arcane. A formidable gift. He could perceive magical entities like household fairies. This also elucidated why he had sought refuge within the wardrobe, unharmed, because the plague seemed ineffective against those endowed with magic or under its protection. I had initially intended to infiltrate this house, situated over 100 meters from the main thoroughfare leading to the city gates, to provide assistance to the defenders through magic under the cover of shadows. Yet unexpectedly, I had saved this young lad's life. Chapter 68. At the city gates, Part 1. I sensed an inexplicable disquiet, yet the nature of that feeling eluded clear articulation that I resolved to set it aside. Striding to the window and pushing the wooden shutters open just enough to peer outside, the distant battle raged fiercely and bloodily. The orc warriors were predominantly robust individuals. Even the strongest human soldiers barely matched their most ordinary counterparts. Many of the orcs wielded heavy copper weapons like maces, flails, and spiked clubs. A blow from such a weapon would result in a gruesome demise, with skulls shattered and brains splattered. However, the human soldiers had no avenue of retreat. They understood that even in fleeing, they could not escape the fate of a city under siege. Thus their resolve was unwavering to this moment. Approximately 7 minutes had elapsed, leaving 19 minutes until Pizarion's spell could be cast. The regular army of Guru Din had formed an attacking formation, attempting to repel the orcs surging through the city gates with their long spears. Yet, those green-skinned creatures, in a fit of rage, charged forth, hurling their weapons into the ranks of the human defenders. Even when impaled by long spears, they persisted with terrifying vitality, taking down 2 or 3 of their foes. The human shield-bearers and sword-wielders, under the command of a nearby officer, flanked the orc horde. Attacking their flank, however, as they approached, 2 or 3 men were sent flying into the air as if crashing against a reef. There stood an orc warrior clad entirely in bronze armor, swinging 2 iron hammers, effortlessly cleaving through the ranks, causing blood to spatter everywhere. Draped in a dark red cloak, with a plume of the same hue billowing from his helmet, his grotesque visage was momentarily rendered formidable. Behind him stood orc soldiers of even finer equipment than the cab orcs, their skin a deep green. These were the soldiers of the Timac Orc Empire. He spotted the human commander issuing orders and, rallying his troops, charged into the ranks of the human shield-bearers with ferocity. The human commander, realizing his intent, exhibited no signs of retreat. Instead, he raised his sword high, urging his soldiers to advance. Yet, these soldiers could not halt the onslaught of the bronze captain, who bellowed with rage, wielding his twin hammers to carve a bloody path. His imposing figure reminiscent of the titans of ancient lore, surging toward the commander like a shadow. I immediately drove my wand forcefully into the earthen floor of the room, my right hand retrieving a pinch of sulfur from my belt, rapidly reciting an incantation that a fiery radiance coalesced at the tip of my index finger, transforming into a dazzling point that illuminated the entire room. At that moment, the orc had already swung his hammers at the commander, who deftly evaded to the side, while 2 of his spearmen thrust their weapons toward the orc. Yet, the movements of the orc captain were unexpectedly agile. He seemed to anticipate the commander's dodge. Pivoting to the side, the 2 spears missed their mark, while the iron hammers descended upon the commander's head. It was then that I unleashed my spell. The concentrated brilliance I had harnessed erupted forth as a fiery red line. Propelled by the vigorous tremor of my wand, the enhancement from the wand doubled the range of the scorching ray spell compared to casting it unaided, and in an instant, The ray pierced through the orc captain's sturdy bronze armor, continuing on to penetrate the bodies of 6 Timac orc soldiers behind him. The metal struck by the scorching ray melted into liquid, cascading across the once cool, smooth surface of the armor like water. The searing copper liquid splattered backward due to the ferocious lunge of the orc captain, encased within the bronze armor. However, prior to that, his heart had already been pierced by my magic, and his massive form lost control, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust at that very moment. The 6 orc soldiers behind him met their demise as well, significantly alleviating the pressure on the shield and sword troops, who then charged forward with shouts to seal the breach. The human commander immediately turned his gaze in my direction. Yet, the houses concealed in shadows and the flickering silhouettes cast by the flames rendered it impossible for him to discern my exact position. Consequently, he averted his eyes and commanded his soldiers to advance once more. Nevertheless, this small victory could not halt the orc onslaught. An ever-increasing number of orc warriors surged through the city gates, their bodies impaled upon the spears of the pikemen. The deaths of these orc warriors did not signify the end of the threat. An imposing figure that left a profound impression on me emerged in the archway of the city gate. He was slender, his skin a ghastly green, with coarse, dark hair braided into tiny plaits cascading down the back of his head, and his eyes glowed with an eerie crimson hue. The orc commander, now possessed by my malevolent spirit, transformed into an orc shaman, that he was still far from me. I could only rely on the eye of truth to discern his visage before he was obscured by the orc soldiers encircling him. However, upon his appearance at the city gate, a faint green ethereal glow suddenly emanated from the orc warriors who had already perished on the spear tips. This ghostly light was visible only to me, and I alone understood its significance. Grotesque pale green specters rose from the corpses, gracefully gliding through the ranks of pikemen, lunging towards the human soldiers behind. The moment a living being was touched by these undead, vitality was swiftly siphoned away, as if a rapid plague silently spread among the masses. Dozens of soldiers at the front collapsed in an instant. This seemed to be the limit of the number of undead the shaman could summon. Those specters, upon touching the living, generated even more of their kind, causing the human soldiers' formation to disintegrate in the face of this terrifying and mysterious power, while the orcs quickly filled the vacated ground, creating more corpses and bloodshed at this moment. There were still 10 minutes until Pizarian could cast his spell, but judging by the current situation of the human soldiers, it seemed unlikely they would endure for even that long before the orcs stormed into the village. Behind them, a horde of civilians, infected by the magical plague, had already charged forward, weaponizing their teeth and limbs to flank the orcs. Should these orcs breach the city, Pizarian's spell would be rendered futile, for dimensional collapse was originally a siege magic. Its area of effect locked around the vicinity of the city gates, unalterable before its completion. Chapter 69, At the City Gate, Part 2. Thus, I was compelled to confront the orc shaman, a part of myself in a certain sense. Even if I could not wield the spell to utterly purify the undead, I had to instill some confidence in the retreating human soldiers, enabling them to delay for a while longer. Granting the mage those invaluable final minutes, I drew a small deer-hide pouch, roughly the size of half a fist, from my belt, pushed the window open a fraction more, and hurled it with force, landing it on an open patch over 20 meters away. Then, I cast another spell upon the human commander, Phantom Voice. Instantly, my voice resonated in his ear. On the ground 20 meters behind you lies a deer-hide pouch. Retrieve it, by whatever means necessary, and scatter its contents near those orc armies. I shall aid you. I am Pizarian's apprentice, the one who just saved you. The man, upon hearing my whisper, turned in bewilderment, glancing towards me. Fortunately, he quickly made a decision, turning to run towards me and, illuminated by the flames, spotted the deer-hide pouch on the ground that he weighted in his hand, tossed it to a nearby guard, and acquired a hand crossbow from him. The guard, upon receiving his orders, dashed into the fray of battling humans and orcs, and with the momentum of his run, hurled the pouch into the air. This small object did not attract much attention until the human commander raised his crossbow and loosed an arrow. The pouch burst upon impact, scattering moonstone powder in a flurry that cascaded down to IT. This moment, I held my wand and recited the 16-syllable incantation, ultimately completing the spell. That it was as if a sun had suddenly ignited above the crowd. The moonstone powder erupted in an unviewable brilliance, The sudden white light compelled every living creature to instinctively shut their eyes. Every falling leaf on the ground became vividly distinct in that fleeting moment. Yet, this white light was not merely brilliance to the undead. The sunburst spell inherently inflicted paralysis and damage upon dark beings, causing them to emit silent howls beneath the radiance, abandoning their instinctual pursuit of life force to scatter in search of shadowy refuge. The commander, having anticipated this, merely paused momentarily at the sight of the spell's effect before bellowing once more, urging his soldiers to charge forward. Push forward. We have the mage Pazarian. However, unlike him, I did not share in the jubilation. Upon completing the spell, I hastily cast Dark Immunity upon myself. Almost the instant this spell was completed, a thunderous roar reverberated in my ears. An invisible torrent of chaotic mental energy surged forth from the city gate, crashing against my consciousness. If my awareness had form, it would have resembled a slab of melted butter, specifically that which had been left in a gale, now liquefied, rippled by the onslaught of this spiritual force. After casting 2 spells, the orc shaman finally detected my presence. At this moment, he unleashed a mental shockwave upon me, akin to how he had previously confronted Pazarian, wielding the same formidable mental force. Fortunately, I had fortified myself with dark immunity, mitigating much of the distortion emanating from his malevolent essence. Nonetheless, even so, I could no longer concentrate my mental energy to cast further spells. The magical power I had inherited from my past life equated merely to half of what I once possessed. 1/4 had been expended to reshape this current body's soul, while the other quarter was shared with the malevolent spirit. Thus, my current mental capacity was far from comparable to Pazarian's, merely matching that of the orc shaman. However, he now resembled a wizard, capable of instinctively casting several spells, while I had to rely on the incantations inscribed in my spellbook, placing me at a disadvantage without higher-tier spells. The orc shaman seemed to sense that the resistance emanating from my mental realm was not as potent as it had been against Pazarian, and thus, the mental shockwaves continued to bombard me. My head throbbed painfully, feeling as though countless sharp blades were slicing through my mental sea, my eyes and eardrums swelling as if they might burst. Suddenly, something pressed against my back. Through the thin summer fabric, I could feel a small, warm hand, that of a child. The tumultuous onslaught in my mind was instantly quelled, as if doused with cold water. I had no time to ponder the reason behind this. I grasped my wand tightly and unleashed my most frequently used spell, Rainbow Burst. A spectrum of colors erupted from the darkness, transforming into a vivid thread in the night, mercilessly piercing through several orc warriors guarding the orc shaman. They barely had time to scream before dissolving into colorful motes, while the one behind them, in a panic, attempted to evade but was still struck by the residual light, his left arm vanishing in an instant, blood gushing forth from the wound. The excruciating pain caused him to clumsily topple from the seat raised by the orc soldiers, rendering him incapable of unleashing further mental shockwaves against me, allowing me to seize the moment to cast another spell, Claw of the Wind Spirit. Centered around the orc shaman, a whirlwind erupted, enveloping countless tiny transparent claws that mercilessly sliced at the exposed bodies of the orc warriors within its radius, leaving hundreds of small wounds on their skin. Despite the robust orcs not being overly concerned by these minor injuries, their eyes were not as resilient as their bones. The fragile vitreous humor was quickly pierced by those tiny claws, bursting like a water-filled pouch, leaving behind 2 bloodied sockets where their eyes once resided. The consecutive spells finally allowed the human defenders to stabilize their formation once more, and both sides found themselves at an impasse. It was only then that I turned to see the small figure behind me, the little one named Rogeo Talifus, who had pulled me from the shaman's mental assault. Chapter 70. The one in the shadows. The shaman's earlier mental shock did not affect only me. Jenny and the little boy behind me were equally impacted. Yet I am shrouded in a protective enchantment, while Jenny is under the sanctuary of Antari's shield. The most vulnerable among us ought to be that child. Yet, the reality stands in stark contrast. There he is, with a small hand pressed against my waist, standing there unharmed, while Jenny's lip is stained with blood from the shock that I turned to glance at him, and he looked up at me in return. His pale skin and lips, tinged with the pallor of blood loss, framed a face devoid of any trace of panic, his light blue eyes shimmering in the darkness, even brighter than the flames outside. He likely does not wish to harm you, Moon, Jenny observed as she witnessed the child pressing his hand against my side, unable to push him away due to the excruciating pain in her head. until my interruption of the sorcerer's incantation. I know. I waved my hand to reassure her, lowering my head to inquire. Child, how did you manage this? He stared at me blankly for a moment before a sudden smile broke across his face. And he shook his head. The child was peculiarly enigmatic, yet I discerned no malice in him. Thus, I chose to disregard him and turned back to survey the situation at the city gate, instructing Jenny to keep an eye on him in the back entrance. There were 4 minutes remaining before Pizzarian completed his spell, when the anomaly manifested, centered around the archway of the city gate. Small stones and clods of earth began to levitate within a radius of over 100 meters, as if bubbles were rising in water. Everyone felt their bodies lighten considerably. The metal armor they wore seemed to transform into leather, and their metal weapons into mere wooden implements. The very fabric of space began to distort before their eyes, akin to the shimmering heat waves of summer rendering the scenery elusive. Yet, this was not the most astonishing phenomenon. What truly left an indelible mark on their memories was the realization that many found their thrusting blades and swords inexplicably vanishing into thin air, only for the tips to re-emerge from the void several meters away, piercing the flesh of an unsuspecting foe. Others found their fists disappearing as they swung outward, as if their arms had entered an unseen passage, only to feel the impact of their fists upon their adversaries' bodies. But this was not the worst of it. The direst scenario arose when one struck out at an opponent only to find their own heart delivering a crushing blow to their fist. This was the harbinger of the legendary spell Dimensional Collapse nearing completion. The spatial integrity within the spell's radius began to waver, intertwining 3-dimensional space with 4-dimensional realms. As fragments of the latter emerged, held in a precarious balance by the magical effect, the gravitational and distortive forces between the 2 dimensions would ultimately lead to a temporal anomaly, culminating in the annihilation of this 3-dimensional space under the strain of dimensional distortion. Our greatest concern was this moment, whether the sorcerer would realize he was ensnared within an exceedingly perilous magical domain and attempt to flee. However, the orcs had already surged a considerable distance inside the city gates, embroiled in chaotic combat with the human forces. Surrounding them were thousands of plague-infected, frenzied humans. Even if they wished to escape through the city gates, their retreat would be obstructed by the thousands of orc soldiers outside. We had constructed a trap, and this fellow had unwittingly stumbled into it. And no matter how cunningly he behaved, he could not outsmart beings of superior intellect. The sorcerer furiously wielded his remaining arm, disregarding me to urge his soldiers to retreat beyond the city gates. Yet the Timac orcs, stripped of their centurion's command, did not heed his orders. Most were bewildered by the events unfolding. They were loath to relinquish the imminent victory and the easily accessible provisions and ironware within the village. Driven by anger and resentment, they exacerbated the already chaotic scene, while a handful of wargs and lizard folk angrily turned their weapons against their fellow orcs. This was a perfect scenario. Previously, it had merged with me, requiring the power of the world tree for its destruction. Now, it had taken 300 years to extricate itself, yet could be obliterated by a single legendary spell. Aside from my inability to subdue it for my own purposes, everything was rather favorable. Something uncontrollable ought to be eradicated. I absolutely loathed the feeling of events spiraling beyond my grasp. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The stones and clods that had been levitating suddenly trembled slightly, and then fell to the ground like raindrops. In the next moment, these small objects rebounded into the air, only to descend once more. This cycle repeated 3 or 4 times until they ultimately hovered in mid-air. It was as though an invisible force was at play within the magical sphere, tugging at it, attempting to disperse it. I realized that a situation I had long feared had come to pass. The sorcerer's casting was being disrupted at this moment. Only 2 or 3 minutes remained until the spell's completion, and those deranged humans should not have been able to breach the defenses of dozens of mercenaries. What could have gone awry? Jenny's startled cry from the back door answered my inquiry. She peered through the crack and urgently called to me. Heavens! A Barto demon! My heart lurched as I swiftly crossed over the 2 corpses on the ground, wrenching open the back door to eye in the distance. A colossal creature with crimson skin, twin horns atop its head, a forked tail, and a pair of mutated membranous wings was attacking a group of frenzied humans amid the mercenaries. Standing 3 meters tall, its powerful limbs claimed a life with every swing, and glowing red spots would occasionally flicker across its form, manifestations of its seething fury, just as one would feel rage when abruptly cast from the comfort of a bed into the abyss. So too would a demon summoned from the depths of hell feel a similar wrath upon being thrust into what they deemed a disgustingly empty surface world. But who summoned this Barto demon? The last time I encountered that creature, it claimed to have been summoned by the dark elf sorcerer Melunian, which meant that the dark elf sorcerer who had stolen my magic had arrived here. Chapter 71. Love at First Sight. I scarcely had time to contemplate this alarming development when the situation on Pizzarian's end had reached an exceedingly perilous juncture. The Barto demon once again cleaved through the mercenaries surrounding it with its razor-sharp claws, then raised its hands above its head, straightened its body, and struck down with tremendous force. The pentagram beside the sorcerer erupted in dazzling blue light, generating a protective shield that withstood the impact. A ripple emanated from the point of contact, swiftly spreading across the pentagram below, the tremor sending lines composed of mithril powder, moonstone dust, and unicorn horn powder swirling into a cloud of dust. Some areas becoming indistinct, on the verge of disruption. The interruption of the magical array's lines would sever the connection to the North Star, and at that moment, the sorcerer would suffer a terrible backlash of magical energy, force enough to inflict grievous harm, leaving him on the brink of death. Even if it would not be immediate, if only a few dozen more breaths remained, the spell would be completed. However, the demon raised its hands once more, roaring in the language of demons, its crimson membranous wings suddenly flaring. An inferno of red flames ignited around its body, instantly incinerating several mercenaries and frantic villagers who dared to approach. This was the demon's innate magic, hellfire, a flame hotter than any human-made magical fire. The shield dimmed further under the assault of the flames and the onslaught. Behind us, the orcs outside the window had nearly retreated from the city gates, about to escape Pizzarian's spell range. With no alternatives left, I hastily cast a comprehend languages spell upon myself and gently tapped Jenny on the shoulder. Do you remember how we dealt with such a creature last time? The demon raised its hands once more. The glow of the pentagram beneath Pizzarian had dimmed to nearly imperceptible levels. At that moment, I strode forth, positioning my long staff before my chest as a knight would with a lance that I recited a 14-syllable incantation, striving to maintain my focus to complete the spell while in motion. An invisible force coalesced at the tip of my wand upon the completion of my incantation. The blue gem I had just embedded in the groove at the wand's apex amplified the spell's potency, and I could feel a massive force field beginning to swirl and roar 10 meters ahead of me, ruthlessly hurling any frenzied villager who dared obstruct my path aside. Pizzarian had once cast a similar spell in the same manner, the Siege Hammer, and I executed it once more in kind. I bellowed in the demon's tongue, "I am your true enemy. May the light of heaven shine upon you, Barto demon." The fiery figure turned back in anger to gaze at me, yet in the very instant it was about to speak, it was propelled away by an overwhelming force. The swirling force field tore through its sturdy hide upon contact, and the demon's blood splattered into the air, eliciting a chorus of horrified wails from the onlookers. For the malevolent blood possessed an extraordinary corrosive quality, surpassing even the effects of the acid splash spell. The moment its body hit the ground, I swiftly cast another spell, Lunaria's Light, which paralyzed dark creatures. Radiance from the first layer of heaven, Mount Lunaria, was summoned and shot forth in a spiraling arc, causing the demon's body to stiffen instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Andre, concealed among the crowd, swung his sword intending to cleave the demon in two, when suddenly a sharp, commanding female voice pierced the air beside him. "Get back." Jenny Martial, the Neanderthal knight, heir of the Martial lineage, and bearer of the shield of Antares, leapt from Andre's side, twisting midair, her waist coiling, arm bending, and struck. Just as we had practiced, at the moment her sword descended, I bestowed upon the already formidable swordswoman, endowed with bear's endurance, cat's grace, and ox's might, the spell opportune strike. The steel sword traced a brilliant arc in the air, piercing through the neck of the Barto demon like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding crack, the enormous head tumbled to the ground, and the dark crimson blood shot skyward. Yet Jenny did not falter. She advanced to the demon's head, aimed her steel sword at one of its eyes, and pressed down with force. This time, it was finally dead for good. Compared to our first encounter with the Barto demon, Jenny now exuded an unexpected calm. She did not tremble with anxiety as she had before. Nor was she bitten by that head, and she did not erupt into jubilant cheers as she once had. She coolly withdrew her longsword, flicked the blade to shake off the blood upon it, and then turned to me with a smile. Andre, witnessing all of this, bore a rare expression of dazed disbelief. I, too, am a man. I have known youth. Thus, I understood what he was experiencing at that moment. Just as I had felt upon first laying eyes on Milena Martial, I surmised that he had fallen in love with Jenny Martial. This was indeed a good thing that I shifted my gaze from Andre and approached Jenny. Brushing a strand of silver hair from her cheek in the flickering firelight, whispering softly enough for Andre to hear, "Good girl." Jenny's face flushed with a mix of shyness and happiness, equally visible to Andre. Having fought across countless battlefields, Andre had surely never encountered a girl like Jenny. She was noble-born, gentle and courteous, modest yet not haughty, beautiful with a lethal prowess. If she were to be likened to a flower, she would undoubtedly be a white rose with sharp thorns. Such a girl was precisely the partner he longed for, worthy of his noble lineage while serving as his ally, and most crucially, Jenny's stunning blow earlier. I believed any man would be profoundly impressed and would remember forever a girl who could slay a high-ranking demon with a single strike. Alas, it seemed that Jenny's affections lay with me. Not him, but I understood the hearts of these young people. If he could entrust a part of his heart to Jenny, it would be as if it were handed over to me that I could wield greater influence over this scion of royalty. By any means necessary. Chapter 72. Dimensional collapse. Spell. Our actions were rather intimate, and Andre discerned the unusual nature of our relationship. The virtuous fellow's eyes reflected a mixture of loss and sorrow. And he swiftly turned, brandishing his sword to cleave down a villager who attempted to assault the wizard's shield. Meanwhile, the mercenaries stationed on the city wall had nearly all perished. The orcs began to leap onto the battlements, excitedly roaring as they charged downward. Behind us, the panicked villagers grew in number, employing their teeth and limbs as weapons, recklessly charging against the mercenaries' encirclement. The situation was dire, with no escape in sight. Yet we had no need to flee. Pizarian had completed his final incantation. His voice surged to a thundering crescendo, as if a celestial angel descended from the heights of the astral paradise, reciting the incantation alongside him in the lofty firmament, a powerful resonance echoing through the realms. It was as if the gods of the astral plane accompanied him with the sound of thunder, each tremor imbued with a terrifying might. The chaotic melee of humans and orcs froze in bewilderment. All heads turned skyward, yet above them, there were only stars. The real transformation occurred around them. Centered in the doorway of the city gate, a dazzling light erupted, within which countless objects twisted and danced, forming a spectacle nearly beyond comprehension for the human mind. The moment one's gaze touched that brilliance, a torrent of information cascaded into consciousness. At the instant the spell took effect, everything within a 100-meter radius would vanish from this plane, and all that had transpired upon this land would be revealed in an instant. From the moment this dimension emerged from chaos, to the first sprouting of plants, to the cries of animals, to the rise of intelligent beings establishing their civilizations, through the rise and fall of countless dynasties, to the construction of this city gate, millennia, millions of years, even billions of years of history flashed before the eyes of the onlookers, flooding their minds with frenetic intensity. Though this vision lasted less than a second, it felt as if a millennium had passed. As the light blazed forth, it abruptly extinguished, plunging the area into profound darkness. This was the utmost blackness, the primal chaos, where neither time nor space existed, and all physical and magical laws ceased to apply. In that void, the once living humans, orcs, gnolls, and lizard folk vanished without a sound, not even a single cry escaping their lips. Some fortunate souls on the periphery of this space might have merely lost an arm or a leg. Yet, at the stumps, no wounds were visible, because in a certain sense, those severed limbs still existed. Merely in fragments of another dimension, they would forever feel the sensations of those limbs in that alternate realm, yet would be incapable of controlling them again. The clamor of battle and chaos abruptly ceased. The frenzied villagers halted their movements, exchanging bewildered glances, only to panic and flee upon spotting the nearby orc warriors. They had broken free from the thrall of that demonic contagion, regaining their sanity. Indeed, some brave civilians began to band together with the human soldiers to resist the orcs storming into the city. The area that had once been the city gate now lay in eerie silence. Those who ventured too close to that region in the heat of battle were mercilessly consumed. This dark domain proved far more effective than the former city gate. The orcs outside could no longer break through from that direction, and even those who had leaped from the battlements fell one after another. Yet my spirits did not rise with this turn of events, for when I cast a glance at the battlements, I was struck by the sight of one orc's head exploding in a grotesque manner. It seemed as though this condition could spread. Following the detonation of his head, the heads of 3 adjacent orcs exploded in a similar fashion, showering the area in a crimson mist. It was as if an unseen force leaped between them, only ceasing after jumping onto the 5th orc. That orc, who had been roaring and attempting to descend the wall, suddenly halted, lifting its gaze with a look of rage and defiance directed at me and the still-dazed Pazarian. The creature was drenched in blood, not from the battlefield's chaos, but rather, blood gushed from its facial orifices, staining its entire body. I had no doubt that this creature had expelled a significant portion of its blood. Yet it stood upright, showing no signs of weakness. Then it let out a shrill cry, and the orc warriors surrounding it quickly surged down the wall, not into the village, but outwards towards the wilderness. That was it. The creature was not dead. It must have possessed another orc at the moment the spell took effect. Yet that orc could not withstand such a powerful will, and its head was shattered in an instant by pure mental force. It then continued to select a series of unfortunate hosts, until it settled upon this one that could just barely endure. Such leaps must have taken a heavy toll on it, for it did not dare to charge the few dozen meters to strike down the still-stunned Pazarian amidst the chaos. If it had, I would have been powerless to stop it. My memory of spells had nearly been exhausted. I swiftly picked up a leaf from the ground and hastily invoked the spell Eye of the Crow. The sable raven extended its wings in silence, soaring into the sky with remarkable speed, relying on its keen eyesight to locate that singular point of interest amidst the dark expanse of the wilderness, the individual being hastily carried on the back of a robust orc centurion. The orcs were indeed in full retreat. This was neither a trap nor a conspiracy. We needed to capitalize on our advantage, and it would be best if I could capture that individual. Chapter 73. The Man in White, Part 1. The mage emerged from his stupor a few minutes later, and we swiftly assembled a group. Mostly mercenaries under Andre's command. At least 100 regular human soldiers had perished due to Pazarian's plane collapse, taking the orcs with them. Yet this seemed to have little effect on the human commander at the city gate. He appeared intent on gathering forces to pursue the enemy, but higher-ranking human officials were nearly all trapped within the village due to the effects of that magical plague, leaving the battlefield devoid of any officer capable of issuing commands. However, much like the defense of a city, pursuing a fleeing enemy does not necessitate an overwhelming force. Moreover, our target was merely the nearly lifeless individual. A group of 30 or so could charge into the retreating orc ranks, supplemented by additional pursuit units, which would suffice. In reality, our current situation was far from secure, since the one who summoned the Barto demon had yet to be located. However, after his initial failure, he seemed to have ceased all activity. Perhaps wary of the mage's regained consciousness and power, pursuing the enemy beyond the city walls would allow us to escape this convoluted environment and devise further plans after dealing with that individual. In truth, I already harbored a faint inkling in my mind, though the reality of it saddened me. During the earlier battle, the mercenary ranks had been scattered by the Barto demon and those frenzied individuals. Yet Ailey and her mother had miraculously emerged unharmed, merely bearing a few minor scrapes. I summoned 2 mercenaries, a man and a woman, to escort them and the child known as Rogeo Talifus back to their home. The once lush ivy and climbing vines adorning the house's exterior had been torn asunder by the madman, and even the windows lay shattered. Had they been inside just moments ago, the consequences would have been dire. I slung my long-handled wand across my back and drew my cursed sword, leaping down from the city wall alongside those 30 or so individuals using a thick rope. The ground below was saturated with blood, intermingled with slippery entrails, severed limbs, and corpses. I nearly lost my footing as I slid. Yet those seasoned mercenaries sprinted across the blood-soaked earth, occasionally delivering a finishing blow to any orcs still groaning in agony. Pazarian's spell had nearly sent those green-skinned brutes into a state of terror, and the death of their leader had stripped them of their courage. Today's orcs were no longer the fearsome and resilient warriors of centuries past, but rather a rabble dulled by harsh conditions. They could be fearless when the odds favored them, yet would scatter in disarray upon defeat. Pursuing the fleeing enemy across the dark plains was hardly befitting of a mage's station. Thus, Pazarian remained atop the city wall, bestowing upon us the group spell, Wind Swiftness, and the protective divine body, to mitigate physical harm. If all went well, we could intercept that individual en route. Then I could utilize certain small components I carried to reclaim a portion of that malevolent spirit. Of course, Without Pizzarian's notice, our steps were light and agile as we raced across the moonlit plain beyond the city. The scattered orcs discarded their armor and weapons, collapsing one after another beneath the blades of the pursuing human soldiers. The further we ran, the greater the number of orcs we encountered. An orc warrior ahead turned in panic, glancing back only to find our bloodthirsty faces, and his fear intensified. He exerted all his strength to escape us. Yet we closed the distance. Thanks to the effects of wind swiftness, we outpaced him like rabbits, and soon Johnny caught up to the fellow. However, Johnny merely flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth, before sprinting past 3 orc bodies. The orc momentarily froze, utterly bewildered as to why these fierce humans were racing alongside him. My ravens I forged ahead, the great raven locking onto the positions of those orcs, circling overhead. Yet they seemed to possess some means of maintaining a speed nearly equal to ours, leaving us no time to clear the minor orc skirmishers from our path. At that moment, clouds began to gather in the night sky, a gentle breeze stirring across the plain, which soon intensified, ushering in more clouds. It was the end of a typically rainy summer month, and it appeared that rain was about to fall at this very moment. My aerial view dimmed considerably. Those orcs were escorting the hunched figure, now nearing the edge of the forest at the plain's end. Once they slipped into the woods, locating them amidst the approaching tempest would prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, numerous orcs hindered their progress. Some orc warriors already outside the city were the first to retreat upon hearing the order. Arriving at the forest's edge ahead of the others, the juncture between the plain and the woods was marked by a once shallow river, but consecutive days of rain had swollen its waters, allowing passage only at a few shallow bends and over a massive fallen tree. The orc warriors congregated chaotically at this point, occasionally pushing one another down the riverbank, while the remaining orcs roared and cursed as they fought for the shallow spots to cross. My ravens, I could see that several of the orc guards even raised their weapons, mercilessly cleaving down those who obstructed their passage. Yet dozens of orcs crowded atop the massive fallen tree. Far too many for their small number to clear. We had but a few minutes to reach that location, and it appeared they too required a few minutes to traverse that log bridge. We were locked in a race against time. Just then, the first raindrop fell, striking the tip of my nose. A chill akin to a slender silver needle pricked me, causing me to frown slightly. For in that instant, my ravens, I caught sight of a sudden flash of light just across the log bridge, towards the woods. It resembled a thin bolt of lightning darting between the trees, and then it vanished without a sound. However, moments later, that faint glow reappeared, this time closer to the head of the log bridge, as if the one wielding that flash of light was approaching. Chapter 74. The Man in White, Part 2. No, that was not lightning. It resembled more the reflection of metal, yet in such weather. With a nearly invisible moon, even the brightest metal would not reflect such an effect, bright enough for my raven's eye to discern it clearly from dozens of meters above. There must be another reason for it. I concentrated my focus once more, urging the great raven to fly lower and closer. That moment, the flash ignited for a third time. I finally discerned what it was. It was a sword. An exceedingly ordinary iron sword. This sword was wielded by an individual who strode calmly through the chaos of orcs in the woods. Whenever an orc attempted to attack him, the sword in his hand transformed into a bolt of lightning, flashing through the darkness, and then the orc would clutch their throat and fall lifelessly to the ground without hesitation. This individual's attire was peculiar, so strange that I found no one in my centuries of memory who resembled him. He wore a robe of purest white, yet it was not of the priestly style. The garment was light and supple, billowing gracefully with his movements, akin to a wisp of cloud. His hairstyle, my ravens, I could only vaguely discern, was a mass of black hair tied behind his head, with a few strands cascading from his forehead. This man walked through the retreating orc ranks with an air of calmness, devoid of any semblance of panic, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. It was precisely for this reason that I felt a profound shock at his martial prowess. The orcs were robust, even in their current retreat. This fact could not be denied. Andre and Jenny were no slouches with their swords. Yet even they could not cleanly dispatch an orc warrior with a single strike, let alone this individual, who moved with a serenity that was reminiscent of cutting petals from branches by the roadside. Before him, the orcs appeared as the most gentle and harmless of rabbits. Anyone who dared impede his path would find themselves struck down beneath his lightning-like blade, after delivering 5 swift thrusts. This individual finally reached the head of the log bridge. However, the orcs had filled the bridge, tumultuously surging towards him. Yet he did not halt his advance. Instead, He angled his sword at his side with his right hand, and as he stepped forward with his left foot, he deftly flicked the blade upward. No longer was it a mere flicker of lightning, but a torrent of luminous brilliance as the fleeting light shimmered through the air. It illuminated the surface of the water beneath the rickety bridge. Yet, it was this very flash that caused a sudden eruption of crimson mist upon the bridge. Those dozens of individuals who had crowded upon it were instantaneously transformed into a grotesque amalgamation of blood and flesh, while their armor shattered into minuscule fragments, sending a great splash across the river. A bolt of lightning cleaved through my mind. I abruptly recognized who this individual was, who, other than he, possessed a power that could rival that of magic. He was the teacher spoken of by Dini Shah, the one known as Simon Treasure. The orcs at the far end of the bridge fell into a hushed silence, no one daring to set foot upon that precarious path. Even the few orc warriors escorting the possessed individual stood frozen at the bridge's edge, helplessly watching as he stepped onto the decayed wood and approached us, for the orcs before him had been utterly dispatched by a single stroke, leaving them to confront an empty bridge. Yet the mere presence of that man upon the bridge instilled a paralyzing fear, preventing anyone from advancing a single step to this moment. We had reached the bridge's threshold, and the mercenaries, along with Jenny, were just in time to witness his final strike. The shock they felt was far more profound than my own, especially given their shared status as warriors that at last. I could see him clearly within a 10-meter radius. Once a part of me, now cast aside, he glared at the man leisurely traversing the bridge with a mixture of rage and resentment, then abruptly turned to face us. His blood-stained eyes widened, honing in on me. Indeed, at this moment of unprecedented proximity, he sensed my essence that I could deceive the sorcerers, but not the fragment of myself. He had shared my magical essence for 3 centuries. A sensation he was all too familiar with. His gaze was filled with surprise, confusion, and anger, yet suddenly devoid of the previous defiance. The mercenary warriors, holding an overwhelming numerical advantage, swiftly subdued a few of his guards. Adhering to my earlier command not to slay him, strangely, he remained eerily quiet, kneeling in the muddy ground, watching me without a word, offering no resistance. The rain intensified, soaking my robe, clinging uncomfortably to my form. Cautiously, I approached him, pressing my cursed magic sword against his throat, before retrieving a ruby ring from my belt, a trinket salvaged from the remnants of the road demon. Locking eyes with him, I bit into my ring finger, smearing the blood upon the ring's ruby surface. The downpour was heavy, nearly washing the blood away, prompting me to hastily clasp the ring in my palm. He observed my actions and then, in a deep orcish voice, spoke a phrase in the common tongue. "It is truly you." I had never anticipated such a tone and expression to emanate from a Cabra orc, especially one I had always regarded as a mere peculiar entity. Momentarily taken aback, I whispered, audible only to the two of us, "What do you truly seek?" The sound of rain drowned out my voice, and most of the mercenary warriors had shifted their focus to the man descending the bridge, rendering our exchange inaudible to all. After a moment of glaring at me with fierce intensity, he seemed to shed his anger, leaving only an expression of fatigue and helplessness, much like a genuine human. "I wish to summon you, to call forth the soul of Sartan. Yet, I did not expect you to have been revived and no longer in need of me." His words left me momentarily stunned. I was at a loss for how to proceed, whether to question further or to eliminate him. Was he truly attempting to summon me, to resurrect me? This being, composed entirely of pure malevolence. Chapter 75. The Man in White, Part 3. Kill me, for between us and those like us, only one can exist. He closed his eyes, falling silent, leaning his body forward. The sharp edge of the magic sword immediately sank into the flesh of his throat. Only I could decipher his meaning. Between us, those like us. Perhaps the other 2 fragments of magic had undergone a similar transformation, achieving sentience of their own. Each believed itself to be the heir of Sartan, and sought to grant me rebirth. This individual, I was suddenly uncertain whether to withdraw my magic sword or to plunge it deeper. I began to comprehend his motives for instigating this war. The village of Guru Din, which 700 years ago did not bear this name. Back then, it was called Plague Howl Town, one of the 2 entrances connecting the realm of the living to the abyss. Following the demise of the dark entity Taxis, the sorcerer Raislin Majeri escaped through this passage to the abyss to evade the goddess's vengeance, sealing the gateway permanently. Subsequently, the area was shrouded in forest, only to be transformed into a new settlement called Guru Din Village centuries later. This individual seemingly possessed a method to reopen that passage. Thus he sought to establish a connection with the abyss, attempting to summon my soul that might wander within. Yet, the means to unlock the gates of hell remained beyond my grasp, for in that fleeting moment of hesitation, he suddenly leaned forward again, causing the blade to pierce through his neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, yet little cascaded to the ground, most absorbed by the magic sword. Upon realizing the sword's anomaly, his eyes widened in shock, and an intense fury ignited within them. With his last ounce of strength, he raised his hand, attempting to grasp me, only to be mercilessly kicked away. In that instant of his self-inflicted demise, I grasped his intentions. The desire to summon my soul was indeed genuine. However, as a being forged from evil, how could he willingly perish for my sake? I had initially intended to capture his soul fragments within the ruby of the ring after slaying him. Preserving them for future use, he must have discerned my plan, cunningly ensnaring me into believing he had relinquished his will to live, coaxing me to act in accordance with my original intent. Yet he was a part of me. If he could transfer from one orc to another, surely he possessed the means to reattach himself to me. Blood, such a substance, serves as the finest conduit for this kind of magic. He awaited my approach to his frail, nearly immobile body, ready to splatter his blood upon me and reattach himself. However, the sword in my hand, that cursed magic sword, housed a vengeful spirit. That spirit, as it had in the past, ruthlessly siphoned every vestige of vitality from his body, naturally including the remnants of his strength post-battle. The swirl of black mist surged with the blood across the blade, eventually settling, permeating into the steel's texture. It had been absorbed into the sword's edge, yet it remained uncertain whether it was the fiery spirit that consumed it or if it had replaced the child's resentful wraith. That I sheathed the sword, rising to my feet and shaking off the rainwater. Addressing the surrounding warriors in a low voice, I declared, "He is dead." The mercenaries appeared incredulous that such a provocateur of war could perish so easily. Yet fortunately, the man had descended the bridge, casting a glance our way as he passed by in silence. This immediately drew their attention. After a brief hesitation, Andre called out to him through the downpour, "Sir, thank you for helping us slay those orcs." The man slightly turned his head, regarding him. "I merely detest having obstacles in my path." His command of the common tongue was impeccable. Andre, seemingly intrigued by this unbelievably powerful warrior, called out again, "Where are you headed?" "It's raining. I believe you could join us in returning to the village for a warm, dry room to rest." He finally paused, contemplating for a moment. Yet as a smile broke upon Andre's face, he resumed his stride. "I apologize. I am in search of something." He left us with that single remark before hastily departing. Such swiftness appeared rather peculiar. He moved as if he were slowly walking, yet his entire being resembled a phantom, vanishing into the distance within mere breaths. That manner of movement diverged entirely from any magic I had previously known. Only after he had disappeared from our sight did Jenny murmur in a puzzled tone, "Did you notice? His clothes are dry." We were nearly rendered speechless. In such torrential rain, his attire indeed appeared clean and dry. Even his shoes seemed to be pristine white boots, devoid of any blemish. The magic sword in my hand trembled slightly. Two souls began to entwine within the blade. My emotions mirrored that sword. Unable to find tranquility, the emergence of such an individual in the Western continent left me uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane, even transformed into the Sart end of my past life. I could not be certain of my ability to defeat him unscathed. The individual possesses a strange and formidable power, and I find myself utterly inexperienced in confronting such an adversary. I can only hope that he will not become my enemy in the future, and that he truly embodies the indifference to worldly affairs as Dinisha described. Yet, what could such a powerful being be in search of? What compels him to remain in constant motion? As these thoughts traversed my mind, I began to walk toward the village alongside the mercenaries. The human soldiers pursuing us only arrived at this juncture, scattering into small squads as they chased into the woods, seemingly intent on exterminating the orcs. Meanwhile, I needed to return to the village to report to Pizarian about our circumstances, and then attend to other matters. The figure lurking in the shadows. Chapter 76. The Tomb of the Gods at this hour. Dawn should have broken. However, the rain clouds lingered in the sky, obscuring the rising sun, and the rain only intensified, showing no signs of abating. As we approached the city, a distant view revealed that the fires of war had been extinguished. as if nothing had transpired that night. Yet, upon entering the city, the groans of the wounded and the cries of the grieving echoed around us, devoid of any joy that typically follows a victory in battle. Pizarian stood at a parapet of the city wall, a few city guards stationed behind him. The officials here must have felt a sense of relief that the mage had not perished in the chaos, for they promptly dispatched several soldiers to ensure his safety once he was located. Nonetheless, the mage appeared to disdain being disturbed. He stood alone amidst the torrential rain, his black robes soaked through. Resembling a statue, immobile and solemn, that it was only when I ascended the ramparts, guided by a mercenary, and approached him that his eyes shifted, exhaling a breath of white mist from his chest. I have already slain him, I informed him, though I am left with some uncertainties. Such a powerful sorcerer should not have been a mere unknown prior to this, and certain energies surrounding him bear an uncanny resemblance to that of the mage who attacked my mentor. Furthermore, the sudden summoning of that Barto demon raises my suspicions regarding a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. There are times when I ponder whether the advent of magic in this world can truly be considered a boon. Pizarian sighed, offering no response to my musings, but abruptly shifting the topic. Look at that void at the city gate. May I inquire if you know what it signifies? The terminus of time and space. The dissolution of all laws, I replied, momentarily taken aback. No, it is not merely the end of time and space. It is, in fact, the inception of both. Pizarian's gaze bore into my eyes through the rain as he spoke. Are you familiar with the vast void at the northernmost tip of Arafast? The fabled tomb of the gods, the terminus of the void. Of course, I am aware. It is a chasm that spans a quarter of the size of Arif. I began, only to halt, my expression shifting. A thought flashed through my mind. I seemed to grasp what he was alluding to. Pizarian observed my countenance, laughing in the rain. The raindrops coursed down his face, following the crevices formed by his smile, which was not the warm, amiable grin of yore, but rather a somewhat familiar expression, a smile I had seen in my former life. On the face of Sartan Diggs, that it was a smile that hinted at transcending the mundane. Perhaps you have yet to witness the great void with your own eyes. But I have. The secret council has long prohibited mortals from entering, citing the presence of unfathomable dark forces. Yet that is not the truth. There exists no dark power there. The void itself is simply a space born from the collapse of a legendary spell. Regarding the great void, I recalled having witnessed it during my memories inherited from Sartan. Yet it was only at this moment, upon seeing the space created by the legendary spell of plane collapse, that I could connect the two. The term Great Void is somewhat misleading. It ought to be referred to as the Great Void Sphere, for that space resembles a sphere floating above the ground, half concealed beneath the earth, the other half exposed to the air. The surface area of that space, the intersection of the sphere and the terrestrial ground, was vast enough to encompass a quarter of the territory of the Airy Kingdom, while the volume above it could easily accommodate the population of 10 Airy Kingdoms. Yet, it was only now, under Pizarian's guidance, that I discerned the nature of this great void bore a striking resemblance to the void created by the collapse of the plane. Can you even fathom what kind of sorcerer could wield such a spell to create an area of this magnitude? He laughed once more. While I furrowed my brow, Pizarian seemed to be teetering on the brink of madness. Powerful mages typically maintain clarity and composure. Yet, after casting a legendary spell, they often succumb to a mild euphoria, much like mortals who, overwhelmed by fatigue, experience inexplicable impulses. During such moments, mages may lose their usual tranquility until their minds recover from the extreme exhaustion. At that moment, we stood in the downpour, listening as Pizarian continued with an increasingly excited tone. No, that is not the result of a spell. That area has always existed as it is. Time has transformed it into the current Great Void. It will spread. You know why the realm we inhabit is called a plane? It is because the entire world consists of layers of energy membranes. The material realm lies at the center, the astral plane at the top, and the abyssal hell below. Once a hole is pierced in this membrane of the material world using magic, that hole will gradually expand under the tension of this plane. Even if it expands slowly, in a few millennia, it could create a wondrous area akin to the Great Void. In that instant, I was left speechless, as a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, mirroring my shock. Previously, I had never had the opportunity to obtain the incantation for plane collapse, and thus my understanding was confined to textual accounts. However, I had never anticipated that the effects of this magic could be so terrifying. How many mages had employed this spell since humankind mastered it? How many voids, those plain holes Pizzarian referred to, had been created? It dawned on me that our world was already riddled with vulnerabilities. Its demise could be foreseeable within a few tens of thousands of years. Yet, then why would you employ this spell? The meteor fall spell is even more effective than plain collapse. Why did you choose to use it? I inquired, furrowing my brow while gesturing to Jenny, who was approaching from a distance. To remain where she was. Do you recall what I told you last night? If I had possessed your intellect in my youth, I would not have squandered nearly a century of my life, wasted in the futile pursuit of magical research, he declared. His eyes sparkling with fervor, raising his hands high. Instead, I would have focused my efforts on rejuvenating this world. Are you not aspiring to ascend to godhood like Sardan? I slowly shifted my hands backward, ready to draw the cursed magic sword at any moment. This elder was perilously dangerous. I could not discern his intentions as I would with an ordinary person. I had to guard against him silencing me after uttering such words. I am not so selfish as he. What I seek is for the sake of this world, a realm transcending the existence of all beings within this plane. Chapter 77. The grave digger. He continued to speak loudly in the rain, as if he had finally found an audience to confide in. This only heightened my vigilance. The gods of the astral realm have long feared that the denizens of the abyss would acquire powers to rival their own, thus perpetually inciting the seven lords of the abyss to engage in relentless warfare, participating in the infamous blood war. So, how could they stand idly by as the voids in the world above expand? I estimate that when approximately 1/10 of the entire world is consumed by this void, an unprecedented collapse will occur in this plane. The energy of the material world will plummet into the abyss, granting those demons and devils, those undead beings, unprecedented power, sufficient to forcibly breach the barrier between the abyss and the astral realm, annihilating the deities they have loathed for millennia. They will never allow such a thing to transpire. Therefore, they will reshape the world above through this void, and at that time, a brand new world will emerge, wherein all beings shall be recreated, commencing a new cycle of civilization. And you will seek refuge in the abyss before that, only to become the sovereign of the new world. I fell silent for a moment, gently flicking my trembling magic sword with my ring finger. No, child, I do not wish to be a sovereign. Pizzarian gazed into my eyes, as if attempting to discern my true intentions. Individuals like us have devoted our lives solely to the pursuit of magic. I do not crave power. I merely wish to save magic, to grant it at least one more cycle of civilization. I furrowed my brow in confusion. The magic of this world has now reached an unprecedented level of power. Behold, we can even annihilate an entire plane with this legendary sorcery, and it is said that we can vanquish the avatars of deities. Furthermore, given ample preparation time, one could obliterate a city with the mere mana of an individual. Yet, is this true power? No. It is a misguided path. Presently, magic is wielded by but a select few, and among this elite, even fewer are inclined towards a mundane existence. Thus, one observes that in the Western continent, commoners scarcely acknowledge the existence of sorcerers. Yet another formidable force, an entity dubbed science, has emerged, cultivated by those dwarves and some astute mortals. Science, I repeated softly, then chuckled lightly. I have heard of such a thing. It is merely a trick of the mortals. It is said that dwarves can craft devices that allow mortals to see distant landscapes. Yet how can such trivial contrivances be deemed powerful? Look, even a clever child like you lacks sufficient clarity of understanding. Pizzarian chuckled as well. You reside in the north, while I dwell in the south, where one of the largest enclaves of dwarves exists. People only know that dwarves create some intriguing trinkets, but how many are aware that what they are currently researching cannot merely be described as trinkets? They are forging firearms. For the first time, I felt like an ignorant mortal. It seemed that 3 centuries of slumber had caused me to miss far too much, and once again, reality proved to me. This world is no longer the world of yore. That is a device capable of launching iron projectiles over 100 meters with the aid of alchemical agents. Mortals wielding it can inflict harm on their enemies from 100 meters away. Akin to sorcerers, the dwarves appear to be enamored with this invention. When I departed the south, they were feverishly manufacturing these firearms. I surmise that in a few decades, the wars among the nations of the Western continent will transform into a different form. Perhaps knights will withdraw from the battlefield, and even swordsmen will no longer be the primary force, but rather those wielding these firearms. They will attack enemies from a distance like sorcerers, yet they will be thousands upon thousands of such sorcerers. Imagine. If a sorcerer were to face thousands of such foes, what could even a sorcerer of my caliber do? And the dwarves will undoubtedly not be content with merely these firearms. They shall continue to devise even more lethal weapons. I can envision a day when a colossal device, capable of demolishing city walls with a single shot, will emerge in the hands of mortals. And this will herald the demise of sorcerers, the end of magic. More tragically, the alchemical agents used to craft these firearms are precisely those refined by sorcerers. Certain theories are derived from the repeated magical experiments conducted by sorcerers. We have become the architects of our own graves. The grave diggers of magic. I was indeed taken aback, rendered speechless. I understood those dwarfs. I comprehended their intellect and the fervor with which that race pursued forging and metallurgy. That persistent dedication inherited from their legendary creator, the god of smithing, Paladin. Should this dedication be channeled down a perilous path, perhaps as Pazarian suggested, it would indeed entomb magic, when all mortals cease to revere magic due to the power known as science. Even believing they can challenge our order with such means, and they may indeed be able to, what shall we do? Should we silently withdraw from the stage of history, or should we extinguish this seed that could elevate human civilization to unprecedented heights? This force seems akin to the magic that emerged in this world thousands of years ago. An emerging power of great potency, no individual can quash it alone. Unless the entire race of dwarves were eradicated from the mortal realm, and absolute authority were imposed over this science. Perhaps then, the demise of magic could be postponed by centuries, even millennia. However, the creator of the dwarves, the god of smithing Paladin, would certainly not remain idle. We are ultimately powerless. It is precisely for this reason that Pazarian would utter such words as, "Can the emergence of magic in this world truly be deemed a good thing?" And this sorcerer appears to have made his choice. His choice is to drag the entire world down with science. He no longer wishes to wait for the inevitable decay to unfold over millennia. He is presently endeavoring to wield the spell of plain collapse, leaving behind terrifying voids. Attempting to hasten that final moment. I have come to understand why he is so eager to accompany Maxim to the Tomb of Daedalus in search of my manuscript. Perhaps he does not wish to destroy it, nor bury the secret that elevated sorcerers to divinity, but rather seeks to extract the secret of immortality from my manuscript. Until the day of annihilation, this old man is like a gardener sowing death, traversing the lands of the Western continent, inflicting wound after wound upon this world, seeking to save the magic he is enamored with, while dooming an entire realm. Chapter 78. The Sorcerer's Dilemma. In that moment, I found myself at a loss for words. The sorcerer's actions were utterly insane. Yet I could indeed comprehend his terror. The minuscule number of sorcerers spent millennia developing magic to its current state, while the dwarves might only require a few more centuries to empower the mortals of this world with abilities equal to those of sorcerers. This technology is developing at an explosive rate, because the collective responsible for this technology consists of not dozens or hundreds of sorcerers, but tens of thousands, even millions of humans. This science is evolving in a manner unprecedented in history. Meanwhile, magic has entered a dead end. It can never again develop explosively as science does. It can only continue to progress slowly and steadily, adhering to the patterns of the past millions of years, until one day, it is utterly eradicated. Thus, I stood there in a daze for a moment longer, then asked him, "But why reveal this secret to me?" Pazarian shook his robes, shaking off the accumulated rainwater, and smiled at me. "Because I believe you possess talent, child. I require a companion, and you have demonstrated your wisdom to me by night and your courage just now. You are worthy of sharing my secret. Most importantly, you are still young. You worry that in my current unstable state, I might reveal my secret to you, then kill you to silence you. Ha ha. You need not think so. In truth, this is no longer a secret. The other 3 sorcerers of the Secret Council have acknowledged this notion and pledged their utmost support to assist me in accomplishing this grand endeavor. And you, a young man equally obsessed with magic, shall become my assistant and successor." A bittersweet smile appeared on his face. "I am aware that now is not the ideal moment to disclose all this to you. However, you will understand in time that my present mental state is akin to that of a mortal after a slight intoxication, fully aware of what I am saying, yet eager to unburden my heart. Now I ask you, do you wish to join us? To sacrifice everything for magic, even if it means the destruction of the world?" I furrowed my brow, hesitating to respond. The proposition was far too sudden, according to a sorcerer's composed demeanor, even in a dazed state after casting a spell. One should not so readily present such a colossal temptation to a lowly sorcerer like myself. Becoming a core member of the secret council, even as his assistant, is a glory that nearly all sorcerers of the Western continent dare not even dream of. Yet he was too eager, too urgent, almost unnaturally so, even under the pretext of mental disorientation. I was not without experience. Indeed, sorcerers can be somewhat impulsive at times. Yet this was far beyond the norm. Pizarian continued, if you are concerned about your family in the mundane world, then do not forget, they have become strangers to you. Moreover, our plan will take over 100 years to realize. By that time, the so-called family will hold no significance for you. He was not wrong. Every sorcerer possesses a true name. Once that true name is known by other sorcerers, their spells become entirely ineffective against an adversary who knows their most profound secret. This true name is the first name bestowed upon a sorcerer by their parents at birth. This name will be known by many and spread far and wide. To counteract this terrifying predicament, sorcerers crafted a secret elixir, a potion capable of erasing human memories. Every apprentice mage, upon their initiation, receives this potion from their mentor, subsequently dedicating considerable time to erasing their existence from the memories of their kin. Alas, these unfortunate souls will simultaneously forget all their life experiences due to the potion's profound side effects. Akin to being reborn into this world, that a heart devoid of hardness cannot ascend to the status of a competent mage, and without a transcendent will, one cannot hope to become a great mage. Pizarian possesses both qualities, yet he has ventured too far. Nevertheless, I cannot refuse him at this moment. It seems he is far more complex than I had imagined. I can no longer perceive him as merely a simple, impulsive old mage. What he is currently orchestrating is even more terrifying than the schemes I devised centuries ago. Thus, I loosened my grip on the hilt of my sword at my waist, took a small step back, and bowed to him with a gesture customary among mages. It is an honor, Master Pizarian, that I swear to devote all that I am to the arcane arts until the world's end. I glimpsed him through the strands of my hair, and a fleeting glimmer of joy, swift and subtle, passed through Pizarian's eyes. Yet, it was not the kind of joy one would deem normal. Soon, I shall bestow upon you a gift that you cannot refuse. My child, that it will be sufficient to match your intellect and spiritual strength, granting you access to a spell that a star-robed mage would typically command. Similarly, should your wisdom one day enable you to wield a legendary spell, it will ultimately belong to you. But before we proceed, we must address a pressing matter. He suddenly turned, pointing towards Aishalie's abode, that person who summoned the demon. It seems he too has discerned this fact. That girl, who once shared a roof with me and extended her hand in my moment of weakness, is also the one who, through some means, sent the orc's corpse to the town center, allowing the plague to erupt on a grand scale, and who, during Pizarian's incantations, summoned a demon in an attempt to obliterate the mage. She exhibited an uncanny composure when the demon appeared, her expression cold and unyielding. Concealed amongst mercenaries and the chaotic crowd, had it not been for the effect of my true sight, I would undoubtedly have overlooked her unusual demeanor at that moment. Chapter 79, Betrayal. Yet she could not evade my gaze while casting the summoning spell. A faint red glow emanated from her hand, and even under the fire's illumination, I could discern that it was the radiance of magic. However, like the dark elf mage we encountered previously, she neither employed casting materials nor recited incantations. She summoned the malevolent entity using a stored spell. After the battle, I discreetly instructed 2 mercenaries to escort her back to her former residence while I pursued the orc shaman. This young girl, no, more likely a humanoid puppet, believed she was concealing her true nature flawlessly, yet both Pizarian and I had already sensed her anomaly. She must be that dark elf mage, Milunian's other puppet. This dark elf lady seemingly harbors a grudge against Pizarian, one so deep that it seeks to annihilate him. The most plausible deduction is that Milunian has dispatched at least 2 puppets to infiltrate Gurudin, awaiting Pizarian's arrival. However, one was slain by Denisha during the journey, while the other successfully approached me, seemingly mistaking me for a low-ranking mage within Pizarian's faction, attempting to acquire more detailed information through me. Yet I must have disappointed her. If I were that dark elf mage, I certainly would not rely solely on 2 puppets to eliminate a mage. That northern woman must have a more elaborate plan. So, what could it be? Suddenly, I recalled the Timak orc army that had appeared outside the city days prior. I now had ample reason to believe this was Milunian's handiwork. Yet the elves have always harbored animosity towards the orcs. How could these dark elves now set aside their grievances to ally with those green-skinned beings against humanity? These thoughts flashed through my mind like lightning, yet my heart gradually relaxed due to these deductions. I had previously feared this was a conspiracy against me, but it no longer appeared to be the case. Few in this world are aware of my existence. I can remain hidden in the shadows, observing the struggles among the powerful of the Western continent, and then seek out what I desire. Pazarian wishes to bring about the world's destruction. However, I do not share such intentions, even though I too am apprehensive of the terrifying concept of technology. Every mage is not a fool. Those who can become mages are certainly capable of excelling in other fields, provided they are willing. Many foundational theories of technology, as Pazarian claims, are built upon the research and accumulation of mages. Thus I share a similar confidence. Given ample time, I too could become a mage in this domain of technology. Pazarian's fears are peculiar. So peculiar that they seem entirely unbefitting for a wise mage. My intuition suggests that his actions are driven by more than mere personal will, yet I cannot discern a clear thread. At that moment, Pazarian shook his robe and stepped into the puddles on the wall as he descended towards the city. I gestured for Jenny to follow us, then spoke in a tone of urgent trepidation from behind him. Master, have you possibly misconstrued something? Since my arrival, I have resided there, and the household's occupants are a gravely ill single mother and a teenage girl. I have never discovered. I have already had multiple dealings with them. Zashi, the mage interjected, they are but magical constructs, capable of thought, creations of that dark elf queen. That woman has somehow learned this long-lost art and improved upon it. As a result, many of her minions now roam the Western continent, secretly hunting low-ranking mages, siphoning their magic, which then coalesces within that dark elf. The Joint Council has issued her 3 warnings, and now she has dared to extend her greedy hand into my domain. I will ensure she fully experiences the wrath of a mage. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed, and the depths of the intrigue were even more astounding that I no longer doubted that this woman had obtained my journal or its copy, because the method of absorbing magic was once an immature concept in my mind, which I had documented in my journal, laden with numerous secret phrases and allegories, and now it had been deciphered by her. How is this possible? Magical constructs, thinking magical constructs, is this not the creation of Sartan Diggs? How could that northern woman possess such technology? I asked him, astonished. Or has his journal fallen into her hands? That is merely a copy, my child. Malunian has survived for over 200 years, in comparison to the elves' long lives. She is still in her prime. If that were indeed a completed journal of Diggs, believe me, she would now possess abilities rivaling those of the late Lich King. Pazarian muttered, this is why I must find the journal, to obliterate some of the dangerous spells within, and then employ other magical techniques that may aid our great cause to transform this world, ultimately to destroy it, ensuring that no ambitious individual can wield such power. Ambitious individuals. I chuckled silently at the term. If I were once an ambitious individual, I certainly no longer deserve that title now. Before these 4 mad mages led by Pazarian, a light still shone in Aishley's house. 2 mercenaries, a man and a woman, leaned against the door, teasing one another in hushed tones, holding wooden cups that likely contained the apple cider Aishley had once purchased for me. Alas, Aishley, this girl, who had elicited a faint sense of pity and affection within me, was, it seems, a magical puppet. Just as my heart began to waver with cracks of hope, yearning to believe in some semblance of goodness, I was once again deceived. Jenny, having sensed the unusual atmosphere, hurried to catch up with me and whispered in my ear, Moo. Mark, what is the matter? Chapter 80. Unleashing Power. Aishley. She is a magical puppet created by an enemy of Master Pazarian. Moreover, she is our foe. I endeavored to speak these words devoid of emotion, then beckoned the 2 mercenaries over as they became aware of our presence. Outside, the rain poured heavily, and their bodies remained dry and warm. Thus, these 2 fellows were even less inclined to plunge into the downpour and muddy themselves. However, we lingered in the darkness not fully illuminated by the house's light, refusing to advance, and I gestured for them to hush. Finally, the 2 mercenaries grasped that something was amiss as they beheld me, having undoubtedly made a profound impression upon the soldiers under Andre's command during the 2 battles I fought atop and below the city. Cautiously, they peered into the house, setting down the blankets they carried and tiptoeing towards us. Is there anything unusual inside? I inquired softly of the male mercenary. This individual, seemingly aware of Pazarian's identity and cognizant of my own status as a mage, appeared somewhat apprehensive. He retracted the usual nonchalance of mercenaries, wiping the rain from his face, glancing at the glum expression of the mage within the abode, and then addressing me with deference, said, "Captain Andre had just passed by here en route to the village hall to report on the battle, instructing us to ensure their safety, because they are your friends. Since then, they have not left the room." He paused before adding, "There has been no unusual noise, nor have they departed. My lord, is there something amiss? You have done well." I nodded to him, then turned to Pizzarian. "Master, what do you intend to do?" However, the female mercenary cautiously interrupted. "No, I believe I heard groans." Shortly after Captain Andre left, the male mercenary admonished her in a hushed tone. "Fini, do not jest before the two lords. It is indeed true. Just a moment ago, a flush of crimson spread across the woman's face as she shot him a defiant glare, then added, "It was not my voice. I can hear it. It seems to be the voice of that little boy in the room." The man forcefully pulled her back a step, then awkwardly explained to me, "My lord, we were merely, after fighting all night, one needs to unwind, but they truly have not left this house. I had no interest in the private lives of these two. Instead," I recalled Pizzarian's words, magical puppets drawing psychic energy from that dark elf mage. The child was a natural-born sorcerer, endowed with an unexpectedly formidable spiritual power. He had once aided me during the orc sorcerer's psychic assault, which is why I had rescued him from the chaos. If I were that magical puppet, I would certainly seize such a prime opportunity. I began to regret allowing that child to stay with the mother and daughter. To my mind, if Eiley were that puppet, the woman might indeed be an innocent. Perhaps Eiley had somehow taken possession of this room, rendering the woman unable to move or speak. That it would not be surprising for such a talented and ruthlessly cold woman to do something to that child. Just then, Jenny, still behind me, whispered, "Could it be a mistake? That girl, she hardly seems like such a person. She often visited my room when I was unable to move and listened to my ramblings. Even washing my dirty clothes, those filthy clothes, not everyone can tolerate. If she were a common girl, it would be normal, but to suggest she is one of those kinds of people. Let us take a look. Everything will become clear." Pizzarian waved his hand and strode forward. At that moment, we all heard a piercing scream emanating from a distant room. A woman's voice, sharp and shrill, piercing through the sound of the heavy rain, startling each of us. It was Eiley. I had never anticipated that such a seemingly frail girl could produce such a deafening scream, akin to being subjected to the spell of dissection, experiencing pain beyond what mortals could endure, yet maintaining acute awareness. Instinctively, I quickened my pace, surpassing Pizzarian, who was hindered by age, and rushed into the house, unsheathing my magical sword. The door to Eiley's mother's room was ajar, revealing the shadows of figures moving inside. Meanwhile, the girl's anguished cries persisted and grew ever more shrill, rivaling the spell's scream. We, drenched from the rain, kicked open the door, only to witness a scene far beyond our imaginations. Rogeo stood on the floor beside the bed, while Eiley rested one hand on his forehead. Yet at that moment, her palm seemed firmly affixed to the boy's brow by some unseen force, no matter how she twisted and wailed. Even striking the seated mother until she was bruised, she could not break free. It appeared she sought to absorb the child's psychic energy, yet the boy seemed to employ some method that plunged her into excruciating torment. Rogeo's eyes were vacant, as if lost in contemplation, yet both Pizzarian and I sensed an unusual aura. It felt as though a delicate hand brushed against the sea of our thoughts, causing certain spells within my mind to become unstable. This sensation was familiar. It was akin to enduring the psychic shock spell. However, this impact was exceedingly faint and gentle, far from capable of inflicting harm. Rather, it resembled a mage expending their psychic energy to the utmost. And the source of this power was that child, a force field composed of psychic energy radiating from his body, seemingly merely an overflow of power that could not be contained. Just how terrifying must the strength within his sea of thoughts be? Chapter 81. I am a mage. Sorcerers are a unique group endowed with one or more innate spells, the number of which inversely correlates with their potency. Some sorcerers can wield a dozen spells that require incantations from mages, yet their effectiveness is lamentably weak. Conversely, other sorcerers may only ever master a single spell, yet its power far exceeds the imagination of mages. The innate magic of sorcerers reveals itself upon birth, manifesting its consciousness. However, this child, having lived here for several years, seems never to have displayed any innate magical talent. His parents, both artisans, would unlikely have consciously concealed the truth of their child being a sorcerer. Thus, it appears this little fellow has truly never exhibited any distinctive traits. This suggests that the child may indeed belong to the exceedingly rare category of sorcerers, those capable of wielding only a single spell. The magic possessed by such sorcerers is often rare and peculiar, yet like other sorcerers, it is initially invoked instinctively during the early years before being consciously mastered. What, then, could his spell be, and how formidable is his psychic power? For even the mere overflow has reached a level akin to that of a master. What effects might an innate spell cast forth from such psychic strength produce? At this moment, Pizarian, standing beside me, gazed at the child and involuntarily uttered a soft exclamation. Incomprehensible. Indeed, it was unfathomable. Such psychic power should not exist in the prime material plane. Even the avatars of former deities, according to the accounts of that fallen abyss lord, Shrethlin, possess psychic powers merely commensurate with a legendary mage. Yet the child's psychic strength even surpasses that of a deity's avatar. In comparison, I, at my peak, when I fancied myself a demigod, appeared as insignificant as an ant. I only attempted to absorb the spiritual energy of such an individual. I could easily envision the consequences that it would be akin to a hapless mortal being transported to the astral plane, a realm inhabited solely by gods, by the spell banishment. There, composed purely of energy, his body would be torn asunder in an instant, and his soul would be devoured by the tumultuous sea of energy, unless he were a being of psychic power rivaling that of a deity's avatar. Should this child possess divine power, I have no doubt he could create a small world of his own. That moment, Eileen's cries began to diminish, her movements growing sluggish. The hand she had placed on Rogeo's forehead began to loosen, and after emitting a tremulous moan, it fell to the ground. She lifted her head, gazing at us with bewilderment, her eyes filled with panic, her flaxen hair cascading over her shoulders and chest, as if she were once again the girl I had first encountered. Then, like a frightened rabbit, she retreated, her feet kicking against the ground, until she found herself beside the mother she had just battered, clinging to her tightly, burying her head in the woman's embrace, trembling as she asked, "Who are you? Why are you in my home?" The woman's eyes were vacant. Unable even to respond, I was taken aback, and then felt a gentle tug at my heart. She was a magical puppet. That woman could not possibly be her mother. Yet Rogeo's psychic sea seemed to have damaged a part of her memory, causing her to mistake the false recollections of living alongside this mother for genuine impressions. Now, this mentally confused magical puppet had transformed into a true young girl. In both behavior and thought, she had become the Eileen I once knew. We, perhaps, need not kill her after all, Jenny whispered softly to herself, attempting to approach the girl. However, the girl recoiled like a startled puppy, squeezing desperately into the crevice between the chair and the walled that moment. A peculiar transformation began to unfold upon her. First her skin turned pallid, then her eyes widened, and soon a pair of human ears began to sprout upwards, growing until they reached a third of their intended size. Finally, the color of her hair faded, transforming into the purest silver to female dark elf. Gradually, faint spots appeared on her face, deepening until her entire visage was obscured by those brown patches, rendering her likeness to that of a dying old woman. Cracks began to form on her neck, as if the rubber had lost its elasticity and split under the scorching sun. That a strange fragrance wafted through the air, an aroma of the infused nymph, spices, and magical materials within her. The spell that summoned the demon must have drained her of an excessive amount of magical energy, compounded by Rogeo's impact on her psyche, leaving her unable to maintain the integrity of her puppet form. At this juncture, it seemed unnecessary to personally eliminate her. This was no mere disguise. Awaiting her fate would be a loss of mobility, yet her consciousness would remain alert, enduring for years or even decades until her magic was depleted. This was a torment more dreadful than death itself. The boy stood still, suddenly looking up at me. His eyes were clear and bright, as if he had merely engaged in a trivial matter moments before that. He then approached me, extending his hand to grasp the damp hem of my garment. His gesture seemed so natural, as though I were destined to be his guardian or father, and he had merely exchanged pleasantries with a playmate before dutifully returning. Not a soul even considered stopping him. Once again, we locked eyes as we had in that house, but at this moment, I could no longer regard him as a child gifted with mystical talents. He was no child, he was a monster. Pizarian furrowed his brow and leaned down, softly calling out to him, "Child, what is your name?" Yet the boy merely glanced at the teacher before retreating behind me, allowing the rainwater from my robe to soak his thin cloak, like an ordinary person who had been frightened. I turned to Pizarian, shrugging my shoulders in a gesture of helplessness that I truly did not understand why this little fellow clung to me so. After all, I had nearly taken his life with 2 swords. Then let him accompany you. A wondrous little being, Pizarian chuckled, patting my shoulder before glancing at the corner where Ailey cowered, her face marred by grotesque and horrifying cracks, and then turned to leave the room. The sky began to brighten at last. Yet the torrential rain persisted. The summer moon had come to an end, and today marked the first day of autumn. I am a mage. I once possessed a modest 2-story wizard's tower along the shores of Gurudin. Descending the slope on the opposite side of the cliff where I stood, the green grass there must perpetually bloom with white flowers, was a path neither bustling nor remote. Approximately every 2 or 3 days, travelers from the distant city of Odd Rocks would pass through. Among them were wandering bards, bringing tales from afar, itinerant merchants, delivering the bone powder and coal I lacked. Occasionally, if fortune favored, I could procure some mithril or moonstone. Of course, most were merely ordinary travelers. They donned coarse linen coats, their expressions wary and hurried, ever on guard against magical creatures that might leap from the grass or goblins and cabbages that roamed in packs to rob humans. As the sun began to set, the evening breeze would stir. One fateful morning, I walked that path in the morning breeze, departing from that way of life that I had once believed that one day, after extricating myself from that initial state of Navi chaos, I would find happiness. I would become a wise master or a well-traveled wanderer. Yet now, as I confronted the ruins outside my abode, I could no longer see the white flowers. Perhaps one day, I would long for the morning sunlight and the briny sea breeze along the shores of Gurudin. However, at this moment, I must press on until I conclude this journey. Chapter 82. Conspiracy. The Tamira province and the Bodigan province are separated by a mountain range, the Chelsea Highlands. The Weiler River originates from this mountain range, dividing the Kingdom of Auri into northern and southern halves. Travelers often say that the Chelsea Ridge and the Weiler River mark the boundary between the north and south of Auri. Once crossed, one enters another world. The springs and autumns of Auri are exceedingly brief. Though each lasts 90 days, after the midpoint of autumn, the leaves of the trees have already faded. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced in the northern Tamira province, after crossing the Weiler River and arriving at the edge of the Chelsea Highlands. I experienced this sensation for the first time. Towering elms supported a lush canopy, their green leaves transforming into pale yellows, cascading to the forest floor like a vast golden carpet. That moment, a massive moon hung high in the velvet night sky, surrounded by scattered stars, their light casting a silvery sheen over the entire forest. I sat alone beneath a grand elm, my back against its rough trunk, holding a brass-edged spellbook. This was a gift from Pizarian, containing numerous simple yet practical spells. Although some of the incantations overlapped with those in my previous tome, it nonetheless equipped me with many new insights. The process of memorizing new spells is a torment for a mage. When inscribing unfamiliar magic into one's mind, dizziness and nausea are often inevitable. I was striving to adapt quickly, to claim these formidable spells as my own. In the distance, the mercenaries had lit a campfire, the flickering flames casting an orange hue upon their faces. These typically crude and boorish fellows were now remarkably subdued, even their usual banter reduced to hushed tones. This was not solely due to my presence, but also because of the carriage parked further away. Pizarian was resting inside. That legendary spellcaster had expended considerable energy, even after 6 days. He had yet to fully recover from his mental fatigue. I once again furrowed my brow, attempting to memorize the spell hypnosis. Andre approached, stepping over fallen leaves. Jenny, sitting not far from me, attempting to communicate with the child, merely glanced my way before ceasing her efforts. The bearded nobleman settled beside me, leaning against the tree trunk in a relaxed manner, stretching his limbs before turning to inquire, "How can you see anything in this darkness?" A mage always has his ways. I picked up a resilient dried leaf, wedging it between the pages of my spell book, closed it, and smiled at him before adopting a more serious demeanor, lowering my voice. "When do you plan to depart?" "That is precisely what I was about to ask you." Andre leaned closer, feigning casual conversation. "Do you know what you are asking? You want me to kill a mage, to slay someone I have only heard of in whispers. Are you afraid?" I chuckled softly. "A master is seated in the carriage across from us, and you have the assistance and scheming of another star-robed mage. By all accounts, You have encountered a figure second only to dragons and the avatars of deities in the Western continent. What is there to fear? But I have never done such, something I have no confidence in. Moreover, my brothers, their lives are as precious as mine. I suddenly grasped his sleeve. Within it lay a small vial of pink liquid, my spoils from that star-robed apprentice, capable of rendering a mage's tongue numb, preventing them from casting spells. I will say this one last time. Take the master's insignia, find something at the location I indicated, then approach Maximus, gain his trust, and add this vial of debris blood to his food. He will immediately become a powerless wretch. Then, whether you sacrifice your brothers or hire some idle rogues from the roadside, kill him, set the scene, return to me. I whispered fiercely, because of your hesitation and so-called emotions. I have already tolerated you wasting an entire day that if Pizzarian does not see Maximus dead before he arrives, I will be exposed. And you, are you prepared to bear the wrath of a mage? Have you firmly resolved to abandon the ideal of rebuilding the Auri Empire? He was taken aback by my rare tone of severity. Though he knew I was a mage, he could not fully accept being reprimanded by someone who appeared to be just over 20. He glared at me in anger, attempting to free himself from my grip. Yet I returned his glare mercilessly, my eyes, enhanced by the spell True Sight, glowing faintly due to my heightened concentration. We silently stared into each other's eyes in the dark for a moment, before he finally turned away in exasperation and stood up. Tomorrow morning, we shall depart, but you had best come up with a satisfactory excuse for that master tonight. He spoke in a low voice, then let out a hum, striding away while kicking aside the fallen leaves. Hey, I called after him. His face, still marked by evident anger, turned back to me, and I promptly tossed him a small object. He instinctively caught it in midair, illuminated by the moonlight. Unfolding his hand, he found a delicate golden copper ring, a lucky charm, a trinket I crafted myself. May you return safely. Regardless, I do not wish to lose you now, I remarked, shrugging my shoulders before lowering my gaze back to my book. Through the strands of hair falling over my forehead, I observed his expression, complex and intriguing in that fleeting moment. In truth, this fellow possesses a rather rich emotional depth. I stifled a chuckle within. He regarded me for a moment, my face shrouded in the shadows of the trees, obscuring my expression, before turning once more to walk away. Jenny, with a look of concern, glanced back at me, as if hesitating to speak. She must have felt that her current actions diverged greatly from her previous ideals, no longer a fervent crusade against evil, but rather entangled with lies and deceptions far beyond her comprehension. Yet, I could not let her know of my endeavors, at least not until I recovered my journal. Chapter 83. The Eavesdropper. The process of memorizing new spells can be a torment for a mage. Engraving unfamiliar magic into one's mind invariably induces dizziness and nausea. I was striving to adapt, eager to claim these formidable spells as my own. In the distance, the mercenaries had kindled a campfire, the flickering flames casting an orange glow upon their faces. These ordinarily boorish individuals had grown surprisingly subdued, even their banter reduced to hushed tones. This was not solely due to my presence. The carriage further away contributed as well. Pizzarian was resting inside. That legendary spellcaster had expended considerable energy, and even after 6 days, he had yet to fully recover from his mental fatigue. I furrowed my brow, attempting once more to memorize the spell hypnosis. Andre approached, treading on the crisp leaves. Jenny, seated not far from me, cast a brief glance in my direction before allowing him to continue. The royal descendant, adorned with a thick beard, settled comfortably against the tree trunk, stretching lazily before inquiring, "How can you see in such darkness?" A mage always has his methods. I picked up a resilient dried leaf and tucked it between the pages of my book, closing the tome with a smile before adopting a more serious demeanor, lowering my voice. "When do you plan to depart?" "I was just about to ask you the same thing." Andre leaned in closer, feigning casual conversation. "Do you realize what you are asking of me? You want me to kill a mage, to slay a figure I have only heard of in whispers. Are you feeling apprehensive?" I chuckled softly. "A master is seated in the carriage across from us, and you have another star-robed mage assisting you. By all accounts, you have encountered one of the most formidable individuals in the West, second only to dragons and divine incarnations. What do you have to fear?" "But I have never done anything like this." "I have no certainty whatsoever. Moreover, my brothers, their lives are as precious as my own." I abruptly seized his sleeve, revealing a small vial of pink liquid hidden within, my spoils from that star-robed apprentice, capable of numbing a mage's tongue and preventing them from casting spells. I will say this one last time. Take the master's token, find something at the location I indicated, then approach Maximus to gain his trust. Afterward, add this vial of debris blood to his food. He will become a powerless husk incapable of sorcery, and I do not care whether you sacrifice your brothers or hire some idle rogues from the streets. Kill him. Set the scene. Return to me. I whispered fiercely. Your hesitation and so-called emotions have already cost us a day's time. If Pizzarian encounters Maximus before he is slain, I will be exposed. And you? Are you prepared to endure the wrath of a master? Have you resolved to abandon the dream of reconstructing the Empire of Ori? He was taken aback by my rare stern tone. Despite knowing I was a mage, he struggled to accept being chastised by one who appeared no older than 20. Thus, he glared at me, attempting to extricate his hand from my grasp. I met his gaze with equal intensity, my eyes, enhanced by the spell true sight, glowing faintly due to my heightened concentration. We maintained a silent stare in the darkness for a moment, before he finally turned his head in frustration and stood up. Tomorrow morning, we will depart. But you had better come up with a satisfactory excuse for that master tonight, he muttered, letting out a huff as he kicked aside the leaves and strode away. Hey, I called after him. His face still bore the marks of anger as he turned back, and I swiftly tossed him a small object. He caught it reflexively, illuminated by the moonlight. Unfolding his hand, he discovered a delicate golden copper ring, a lucky charm. A trinket I crafted myself. May you return safely. Regardless, I do not wish to lose you now. I shrugged and returned to my book. Through the strands of hair falling over my forehead, I caught a glimpse of his expression, complex and intriguing in that fleeting moment. In truth, this fellow possesses a rather rich emotional depth that I stifled a chuckle within that he regarded me for a moment, my face shrouded in the shadows of the trees, obscuring my expression, before turning once more to walk away. Jenny, with a look of concern, glanced back at me, as if hesitating to speak. She must have felt that her current actions diverged greatly from her previous ideals. No longer a fervent crusade against evil, but rather entangled with lies and deceptions far beyond her comprehension. Yet, I could not let her know of my endeavors, at least not until I recovered my journal. The memory spell left me dizzy, and my mouth felt parched as I tucked the tome into my robe and made my way alone to the riverbank, seeking a refreshing drink. Navigating through a thicket of yellowing bushes, I pushed aside several branches and finally beheld the small river shimmering with silver light beneath the moon. However, I halted behind the branches, cautiously parting the elm limbs laden with yellow leaves, concealing my presence in the shadows, for there stood two individuals on the riverbank, one clad in a coarse cloak issued by the mercenary group. The other donned in a vest of leather armor that I discerned their faces in the moonlight. The man in leather was a familiar acquaintance, Johnny. The cloaked figure, however, was less familiar. Yet, I recognized him as a member of the mercenary group, who seemed to have been frequently seen in Johnny's company of late. That moment, they were engaged in hushed conversation, and I stood merely a little over 10 meters away. What compelled me to remain hidden was their peculiar demeanor. They glanced around furtively while whispering, their behavior suggesting anything but casual chatter. The refinement of my senses, honed by the star of the northern pole, allowed me to catch snippets of their dialogue, although I could not grasp every word. Enough was clear for me to understand the general content. Have you not noticed? Andre has changed, ever since that mage appeared by his side. It was Johnny's voice. The cloaked individual murmured something indistinctly, seemingly in disagreement, prompting Johnny's voice to rise slightly in agitation. Trust a mage? Those sorcerers are most keen on concocting poisons or creating monsters. They have never been our kind. This has strayed from our original purpose. The other person whispered again, but Andre is still Andre. I still trust him. What can we do? Chapter 84. The Tempter. As he flipped the blade of his sword for the fourth time, continuing to polish the now gleaming edge, I tossed a silver coin into the darkness. The metallic piece chimed melodiously in the air, and Thompson, without lifting his gaze, reached out to catch it. You are fortunate to have left Guru Din alive. I emerged slowly from my hiding place, hands tucked within the sleeves of my robe. We wagered a silver coin, and now I present it to you. May it bring you luck in the future. Unlike those unfortunate souls who perished in battle, their corpses mingling with orcs, denied even a proper burial. He slowly raised his eyes to meet mine. The whites marred with blood vessels, reminiscent of an Arctic wolf. Then, for the first time in days, he spoke, his voice hoarse and dull. Are you attempting to provoke me, mage? How unfortunate that you would think so. I approached him and settled onto a stone by the fire. extending my hands to bask in the warmth of the flames, before turning to him with a faint smile. I had thought that our previous wager had drawn us closer, yet you utter such sorrowful words. As a friend, I merely wish to share some of your burdens, and to impart certain truths that may assist in rekindling your spirit. He fixed me with those fearsome eyes for a moment. Falling silent, I was by John's side when he fell in battle. Truth be told, he need not have perished. It was merely a matter of human factors, though human does not refer to beastmen, I said slowly. You ought to inquire further with Johnny. No. Even if you were to question him, he would remain tight-lipped. But at the very least, you could ask him, do you harbor any guilt over John's death? And perhaps then you may begin to comprehend certain matters. The sound of the sword being sharpened finally ceased. His complexion paling under the reflected light, veins bulging on the back of his hand gripping the hilt, as he hissed like a cornered beast. What did you say? Johnny wishes to abandon this mercenary band, to take some of his comrades with him. Yet you and John are bound to continue following Andre. When the opinions of the three influential elders cannot align, sacrifices must be made. Consider this, if both you and John were to fall. When Johnny departs from here, he would achieve his desire, taking with him a cadre of well-trained mercenaries, beguiled by his honeyed words. I picked up small twigs from the ground, tossing them into the dying embers of the campfire. I have gleaned from the mercenaries that you and Johnny have never seen eye to eye, nor exchanged many words. John acted as a buffer between you, and even such a person could lose his life due to Johnny's misstep in battle. What then, do you think, is the reason for Johnny wanting you to lead your Fong squad in a desperate stand at the walls? Do you have any proof? He suppressed his rage, asking me in a low voice, exact evidence. Evidence? I chuckled. I am not a judge of the Oryx tribunal. What need have I for evidence? Andre is still unaware of this matter, and I just happened to overhear Johnny conspiring with Will by the riverbank. If you intend to confront Andre or Johnny directly, then I must worry whether your grief has clouded your judgment. In truth, I suggest you verify this matter with Will. He seems not yet fully aligned with Johnny. Of course, this is contingent upon ensuring he does not betray you to Johnny. Thompson clutched the silver coin, his expression shifting like shadows. The campfire had dwindled to a pile of dark red embers, flickering in the night breeze. I withdrew my hands from the fire, tucking them into my sleeves, exhaling in relief. The conditions for casting the enchant human spell are indeed stringent, requiring the caster to be in a state of considerable emotional instability. Utilizing a medium imbued with unstable positive energy, such as the flames before me, nevertheless, I successfully executed the spell I had only recently committed to memory, compelling him to lean over the altered silver coin. The spell's effect pleased me greatly. Thompson, filled with dejected fury, rose with his sword, pacing like a wounded beast ensnared in a trap, before suddenly turning, exclaiming, I will kill him. No, Thompson, resorting to blades is not the solution should you slay him. Your team will fracture further due to this vendetta. His death would only sow discontent among those already restless, potentially leading to even worse outcomes than if he were alive. I stood alongside him, pressing down on his sword hand. Tomorrow, you will accompany Andre to eliminate an evil sorcerer. Then you may discover a more prudent course of action. A fellow traveler of that sorcerer, I offer you this counsel. To guard against unforeseen misfortune when you seek to deliver the final blow. This warning is, unless you are absolutely resolute in your intent to kill, do not attempt to slay a sorcerer, especially a high-ranking one, for when a magician truly dies, in that fleeting moment of losing consciousness, all the magic stored within them erupts forth. The one standing closest will be utterly obliterated. I hope you do not act rashly out of bloodlust, but if others covet the honor of killing an evil sorcerer, you might let them indulge in that desire. He halted at my words, glancing at me through the moonlight and shadows of the trees, before saying, But why do you assist Andre? No, you must have some ulterior motive. I can trust no one anymore. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from uttering such words as I trust no one, I said, observing him with a sigh. Believe me, that feeling is most unpleasant. My ancestors had close ties with your commander as forebears. Thus my sole wish is to aid him in becoming the person he aspires to be. Though our ideologies differ, there is truly no need for conflict. Having said this, I turned to depart from the extinguished campfire, while Thompson slipped into a tent on the inner side of the camp, perhaps to confirm something before making a decision. Yet I held no concern that he would impulsively confront Johnny. From the moment I first met him, I recognized him as a person of steady temperament. Now, fueled by my magic, his thirst for vengeance intensified. and I was further convinced he would refrain from any foolish actions that might alert Johnny. Some individuals become recklessly driven by their hatred, while others grow more composed. Thompson undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. I saw my own reflection in him. Chapter 85. The Avenger. As dawn broke, the weaver birds began their cheerful chirping amidst the woods. The air was imbued with the crispness and freshness of early autumn, and I felt as though I were filled with this delightful essence, lifting my spirits considerably. The camp was still shrouded in slumber, with a few weary sentinels nearly succumbing to sleep. I tread softly over the fallen leaves, passing by them as a few mercenaries glanced up at me warily before lowering their eyelids once more. I smiled at them gently, whispering, "Take a little rest. I seem unable to sleep." Their faces expressed gratitude, yet they stubbornly shook their heads. That a young mercenary, appearing no older than 16 or 17, glanced toward Andre's quarters and shrugged. In that case, the commander would not let us off lightly. He then wiped his face with dew from the spear he had rubbed against, but his expression grew even wearier. Thus, I maneuvered past several snoring comrades, brushing aside a newly spun spiderweb, glistening with dew, and approached Pizzarian's grand cart, lightly tapping on the wooden window, murmuring, "Master, it is I." The window creaked open a crack, revealing the old mage's sharply defined visage. He had not descended from his cart for 2 consecutive days, receiving meals through others. His face bore signs of fatigue, likely a consequence of the memory spells he had been casting. Legendary spells differ from ordinary ones, requiring not only considerable time but also immense mental fortitude. Regular magic can be swiftly and safely imprinted into one's consciousness after sufficient familiarity, yet legendary spells cannot be reliably memorized due to the overwhelming power contained within their incantations. A novice may require hundreds of attempts to fully etch them into memory. In as gentle a tone as possible, I said, "There is a matter upon which I seek your counsel. Recently, a magical puppet has reappeared in Guru Den. This raises my concerns regarding my teacher's current predicament. I fear that more dangerous entities may take advantage of this situation. You know, despite the strict limitations imposed by the Secret Council on the infighting among mages, that woman from the north seems unyielding to our regulations. If you wish to set out at once, then do so, my child." He gently interrupted, though I could discern the impatience and weariness in his voice. I quickly responded, "No, I shall remain here to accompany you. Those mercenaries know not what a mage requires or despises. I cannot leave you alone among them. However, I believe it would be prudent to have Andre, the valiant warrior, lead his trusted comrades there. I can provide them with a token." "Then proceed as you see fit. Is there anything else?" I fell silent, offering him a respectful bow, prompting him to close the wooden window. Pizzarian appeared somewhat peculiar. I took a few steps back, furrowing my brow. He seemed to be preparing some kind of spell, one that appeared to be even more exhausting than recalling legendary magic. The air inside his cart bore a faint scent of blood and sulfur, mingled with the odor of charcoal and other substances. As he departed from Guru Ding, he boarded the carriage with a sizable trunk, seemingly filled with the magical components he had gathered from that village. Yet, what manner of sorcery necessitated such extensive preparation, exhausting him to this extent? And what was the source of that sickly scent? At that moment, a rustling sound of crushed leaves reached my ears from behind, and I turned abruptly to find it was Andre. His eyes bore traces of bloodshot, and his complexion was pallid, as if he had not slept a wink throughout the night. I plucked a charming crimson berry from a nearby thorny bush and popped it into my mouth, then addressed him. "You can set off shortly. Take Thompson and Johnny with you. I wish for no missteps in your endeavor." He regarded me, hesitating to speak, once again donning that indecisive demeanor. I sighed, shifting my body to bask in the warmth of the sunlight filtering through the trees, then shrugged. "What troubles you now? The person we are to kill is innocent. Merely to protect your identity, we must take his life." He stood against the morning light, his face faintly illuminated by its glow. "I wonder, if we begin with this, what further actions might we undertake in the future?" I met his gaze, and he held mine. However, the increasingly bright sunlight ultimately pained his eyes, compelling him to lower his head. The new sun gradually ascended in the forest behind me, stirring a heat within my heart. "In the future, we will ensnare more innocents, extinguish more lives, simply because they obstruct your path to the throne, or are poised to become obstacles. Weigh the triviality of this moral quandary against the crown of Ori for yourself. Remember this. The rise of one general is often paved with the bones of many. Yet, if you wish to persist in being that noble mercenary captain, the one who kneels before the nobility of the Ori kingdom, the one who bows before the Delta royal family. You may choose to depart with your knights at once." Having uttered these words, I turned away in anger, leaving a swirl of fallen leaves in my wake. My patience with Andre had nearly reached its limit, were it not for his royal lineage and the regard I held for Denisha, the guardian of the White Mallow royal family. I would have preferred, as I initially intended, for Jenny to become my envisioned northern king. Our brief quarrel had not drawn much attention, save for Jenny. She seemed to have just returned from the river. Encountering my furious expression, the girl was taken aback, clutching her towel, and asked, "What happened?" I turned and sat beneath the tree where I had cast my memory spell the previous night, gazing distantly at Andre's silhouette still standing in the woods, and murmured, "Sometimes I truly wish you were a man." She paused, then slowly lowered her towel. "Why do you say that all of a sudden?" "Because then you would achieve far greater accomplishments than that fellow Andre." I genuinely questioned whether he is even a man. Is that truly the only reason? Her countenance suddenly dimmed, and she approached Rogeo, who was still asleep, bending down to remove the leaves stuck in his hair. Turning her back to me, I abruptly realized my anger had led me to speak thoughtlessly. I recalled that on our journey to Guru Ding, she had just begun to share her unpleasant memories with me. In truth, it is all because I am a girl. This girl had recently expressed her affection for me, and now I wished her to become a man merely for that reason. The thoughts of a young girl are always so intricate, easily ensnared by mere words, which is quite vexing. But at this moment, I had no desire to comfort a naive girl awakening to her feelings, so I fell silent, continuing to watch Andre from afar until I saw him draw his longsword from his waist, brandish it, then sheath it again before turning to leave the glade. Subsequently, he began to loudly rouse the mercenaries from their slumber, and I vaguely heard the names Thompson and Johnny. They took approximately 10 minutes to distribute their tasks and confirm the personnel remaining behind, after which Andre mounted his horse alongside 6 others. Throughout the entire process, he did not cast a single glance in my direction. However, another, Thompson, glanced back at me from afar as he rode, his eyes filled with repressed resentment. And in that moment, I finally discovered something to bring me a semblance of joy. Chapter 86. The Moonlight Valley. Our party traversed the edge of the Chelsea mountain range, slowly making our way through the autumn-kissed landscape of Tamira. The autumn sun, yellowing leaves, and the crisp air brought delight to nearly everyone, save for the Mage Pizzarian, who appeared increasingly unwell. A throaty cough emanated from the carriage, yet he forbade me from approaching to investigate. I sat atop my horse, estimating Andre's progress, when I felt a slight itch on the inside of my thigh. Thankfully, it was no longer the sweltering summer. I was not drenched in sweat. Otherwise, the chafed skin would have been an exasperating discomfort. The mercenaries regarded this journey as a leisurely expedition. Thanks to my insistence on slowing our pace due to the mage's ailment, they did not have to endure the usual grueling schedule of traveling day and night, but instead journeyed by day and rested early at night. That I could distinctly sense their spirits lifting. This newfound ease endeared me to these rough men, with even 2 or 3 female mercenaries casting flirtatious glances my way. Thus, when yet another woman directed her gaze at me, Jenny let her silver hair fall, which cascaded like moonlight, causing the woman to turn away in annoyance. The air filled with low, amused chuckles, and the acting captain of the mercenary group, a man named Kaiser, seized the opportunity to gallop over to my side, his expression grave as he indicated a distant ridge that spanned our path. "My lord, that is the Moonlight Valley. I suggest we rest early tonight or hasten our pace now. The terrain there is treacherous, and we must cross it while visibility is good. However, if we continue at our current speed, we shall reach the foothills at dusk." He paused, his expression wavering, then continued, "There are ominous tales surrounding that valley. You are a mage. Perhaps you do not concern yourself with such rumors, but the brothers here are but ordinary men who have never seen much of the world. Speak freely." I replied with a gentle smile, raising my hand. "Perhaps I can alleviate some of your concerns. The legends claim it is a place of evil that drives men mad." My smile seemed to ease his tension, allowing him to stammer out, "Many people, myself included, of course, have heard whispers that those who spend the night there become mentally unstable, as if they encounter unspeakable horrors. The warrior should not be daunted by such tales. Yet, oh, is that so?" My expression turned serious. "Tell me all the rumors you have heard. I am intrigued." My earnest demeanor seemed to put him at ease, and he no longer hesitated, becoming increasingly fluent in his recounting. I heard it from a friend. His captain was quite audacious, choosing to camp within the Moonlight Valley. Many in his group were anxious about the stories. Yet the captain dismissed them. He was the type who believed that mages are mere fables, and stubbornly adhered to his decision. Nevertheless, he eventually assigned 8 men to take turns keeping watch. My friend was among them. When night fell completely, all was calm. Until, quite unfortunately, my friend's horse was startled for some reason and broke free. Bolting away, he chased after it, pursuing it beyond the valley. When he returned with the horse, the camp remained eerily tranquil, yet that tranquility was profoundly unsettling. Over 30 men in the group had awoken, or rather, they were merely awake. They sat around the extinguished campfire, as they had before sleeping, yet the fire had long since died out, holding stones or sticks in their hands, chewing away as if they were feasting on roasted meat. But of course, what they had in their mouths were merely stones and wood, not real flesh. In the end, their teeth and lips were mangled. Their faces a gruesome mess, yet they continued to gnaw, devouring their own lips and tongues. As he recounted this, he gazed toward the distant ridge, shivering slightly in the still warm autumn day. Even more bizarre was that these men, undeterred by pain, chewed on their own flesh, all the while wearing expressions of bliss and contentment, as if they were fixated on something in a particular direction. Yet when my friend looked over, he found nothing there. He was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Then, according to him, he felt something gently touch him, prompting him to leap onto his horse and flee, shouting all the while. The mercenary group in question is quite renowned, though you may not have heard of them. Their name is Stellar Mercenaries. Despite their small numbers, each member is a warrior forged in the crucible of blades and blood. However, when he returned with his men during the day, those 30 or so individuals had become like dazed souls, wandering the valley like the living dead. When called upon, they merely smiled vacantly, resembling 3 or 4-year-old children. That it wasn't long before they succumbed to infections from their facial wounds. You see, this is but one of many such tales. After listening to him, I fell into a long silence. This situation is indeed peculiar, at least from a mortal's perspective. Yet for me, it has morphed into a temptation. The mysteries of this world are manifold. Even after exhausting hundreds of years in my previous life, I could not unravel them all. Thus, I truly wish to uncover the truth behind it. However, upon witnessing the fear etched on his face, I suspect my influence is insufficient to persuade them to accompany me to that fabled perilous place, akin to the warriors of the Morningstar Mercenary Corps. Kaisa observed my expression. Choosing not to speak further, it seems Andre had likely instructed him to consult me on all matters, and he executed the leader's command admirably. After my black steed nimbly leaped over a shallow pit in the road, I remarked, "Then let us camp outside the Moonlight Valley tonight." Chapter 87. Autumn Reveries. He paused briefly, then exhaled with relief. Just then, a youthful voice broke the air. I never imagined a master mage would fear such tales believed only by the ignorant. I turned slightly to glance at the speaker, a young man appearing to be in his early 20s. Exuding the fiery spirit and rebelliousness of youth, my interactions with the mercenary warriors had been limited to a few high-ranking members, so it was only natural for some of the younger ones to express discontent at my sudden presence beside Andre, especially since I appeared not much older than they. Kaisa swiftly reprimanded him, but the young man wore an air of indifference. I turned my attention back to the distant mountain range, for my time is precious and my energy limited. He truly did not merit my distraction. As we drew closer to the mountains, an unusual sensation intensified that it felt as if a certain aura permeated the air, one that transcended the realms of sight, touch, taste, and sound. In other words, it was my sensitivity to magical energy. The accumulation of magical power in wizards and sorcerers far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. The former, due to prolonged communication with the North Star, the latter a divine gift. Thus, I could employ the spell magic detection to locate them. However, even so, without magical enhancement, a practitioner cannot ascertain a person's identity solely through sensation. For even as a mage, the magical energy dissipating from the body is incredibly minute. Otherwise, the mages would have long depleted their strength in such a manner. Yet now, the air was thick with a familiar scent, causing even Rogeo, seated beside me on the cart laden with weapons and armor, to grow slightly restless. He emerged from his previous lethargy, sitting upright and gazing toward the Moonlight Valley. Jenny rode up beside me, handing me her water flask, asking, "What's the matter?" I glanced at her, smiling inwardly, delighted that she had managed to shake off the distress my casual words had caused 2 days prior. It seems there is something intriguing ahead. Our luck appears to be quite favorable. That phrase sounds familiar. Jenny suddenly laughed, a sweet expression gracing her face. Do you remember? When we first ventured to Yorksun and you spotted that enchanted sword, you said the same, our luck is good. I returned her smile, choosing not to speak further. It seems that girls in love possess a remarkable ability. They can perfectly overlook aspects of a situation that do not concern them, selecting threads of memory to weave themselves into either joyful or sorrowful recollections. Although I had never explicitly acknowledged my acceptance of her feelings since that embrace, nor had I outright rejected them, she had indeed become more openly tethered to my heart. Even Rogeo, the young boy I had brought along, was under her nurturing care. As if she were a mother, I have experienced the fragrance of such affection and savored the essence of happiness. Thus I am reluctant to plunge into this emotional entanglement so easily. For one day, I will depart from her, or she from me, whether in spirit or in body. The towering trees lining the roadside rustled in the autumn breeze, resembling giants nodding in our direction. Leaves danced in the wind, carpeting the seldom trodden path, only to be trampled by hooves. These sights, under the vast azure sky of autumn, kindled a long-forgotten sense of tranquility within me. In truth, I have been diligently restraining myself from contemplating one particular matter. Jenny. This girl is increasingly capable of evoking a soft tenderness amidst the carnage. The mountains appeared deceptively close, yet it took us an entire afternoon to reach them. The autumn moon descended early, and as we selected a grassy glade encircled by a stream to set up camp, the sun had already dipped beyond the distant hills that a chill crept through the air as the mercenaries busied themselves erecting tents and kindling a fire. Meanwhile, a few young men tasked with vigilance ventured to the stream, poking at the clear, shallow waters with their spear shafts, hoping to catch a plump fish. Their antics irked several young female warriors who were drawing water downstream, as the stirred sediment forced them to trek upstream for their supply. This scene was one of lively commotion, and behind this grassy expanse, where the two mountain ranges dipped, lay the Moonlight Valley, a vast valley encompassing a wide plain, a necessary passage through the Chelsea Mountains. As twilight deepened, the bonfire blazed brightly. Ultimately, the mercenaries managed to catch a few fish, a handful of unfortunate rabbits, and even a snake that had unexpectedly leapt from the grass, only to be crushed beneath the foot of a female warrior. They always found a way to concoct fragrant, delicious meals using these provisions alongside their rations. I stood apart by the stream, inhaling the savory aromas of cooking food while fixating on the Moonlight Valley, whether it was an illusion or not. I couldn't shake the feeling that since nightfall, the valley seemed to radiate light. Such luminosity, at this distance, would elude the perception of mortals. Yet I speculated that if someone with keen eyesight were to stand hundreds of meters away, they might discern this area, distinctly brighter than its surroundings. However, to perceive the valley clearly from such a distance is taxing, even with the effects of my true sight. Thus, I surmised that the valley's name likely originated from a mage, one who mastered the spell Crow's Eye. This mage sent a great crow soaring through the sky. Inadvertently discovering this extraordinary valley, my ability to detect this faint change in light from such proximity stems from countless nights spent gazing at the stars, discerning the subtle glimmers of certain celestial bodies. This unusual brightness, coupled with the surrounding magical resonance, led me to a conclusion. The Moonlight Valley may not be composed of ordinary soil and stone beneath its surface layer. There could very well exist a vein of moonstone lying just below the ground. Yet, why has such an easily accessible vein remained unnoticed and undisturbed for so long? Chapter 88. At this moment, the mercenaries' dinner was ready. The main dish consisted of a thick stew made from rabbit meat, fish, and coarse flatbreads, while the unfortunate snake was skinned and skewered over the fire, resembling a long loaf of bread. The autumn woods were never lacking in sweet berries, which the female warriors had collected during the camp setup. Serving as a delightful side dish, I was ravenous, consuming 2 bowls of the hearty stew, which included a rabbit's hind leg. Jenny seemed particularly intrigued by the roasted snake meat, as it was something she had never tasted before. Naturally, there were eager male mercenaries offering her the delicacies, which sparked displeasure among a few female warriors. As for Rogeo, the quiet child, he merely sipped water and nibbled on some bread, much like a pious hermit. I had been attempting to discern what innate magical talent this child possessed. Surely, the spells conjured from such immense mental strength must be formidable. Yet even in that perilous moment when I nearly took his life, he had not wielded any magic. only using his profound mental power to rescue me during the mental shock inflicted by the orc shaman. A vague sense of foreboding gnaws at my heart. The talent he possesses is something unprecedented in this world. Capable of utterly transforming humanity's understanding of magic, Pizzarian remains ensconced alone within the carriage. Had I not caught a glimpse of his arm reaching out when a mercenary brought him sustenance, I might have doubted his very existence. Yet, even so, the fact that an elderly man has gone 10 consecutive days without a single physiological release does little to inspire optimism regarding his health. The night deepens, and the chill grows more pronounced. The weary mercenaries retire early after dinner, yet 2 or 3 couples within the ranks still indulge in soft, sultry moans that ignite the imaginations of many. The sound reverberates through the tranquil woods, causing a certain unease in Jenny's demeanor that I cast a glance at the slumbering Rogeo, draping my cloak around me as I rise. Sorcerers typically require little sleep. And having already committed a few forgotten spells to memory, I find myself rather bored. Most importantly, I possess a youthful body that has yet to experience the pleasures of intimacy with a woman. The memories of my past life, coupled with the physiological innocence of my current existence, stir a reaction within me in response to those low, enticing sounds. I can no longer remain seated beside Jenny. To my surprise, she too stands up alongside me. Is it possible that she cannot endure those tantalizing sounds either? We walk slowly through the moonlit forest, enveloped in silence. The occasional rustle of small creatures passing by is but a whisper compared to the rhythm of our own heartbeats. Something feels amiss within me tonight. Those desires I have long suppressed surge forth like a deluge, repeatedly battering my defenses on several occasions, when Jenny sidesteps a vine on the ground to draw closer to me. The faint fragrance of her feminine essence ignites an urge to encircle her waist. What has come over me? I certainly do not wish for anything to transpire between us at this moment. Should that occur, how could I possibly maintain the self-control necessary to regard Jenny as a crucial piece in my intricate game, especially given the uniqueness of her lineage, just as she draws near once more? Her hair brushing against my nose. I am nearly compelled to reach out when an unusual sound echoes from afar. It is as though a bucket of cold water has been splashed upon my head, jolting me from my reverie. In that moment, I realize that we have unknowingly traversed a considerable stretch of woodland, arriving at the entrance to the moonlit valley. Yet we have yet to emerge from the thicket, allowing us to observe 4 figures ahead, 3 men and a woman, young members of the mercenary group. 2 of them seem familiar. One is the girl who had been staring at me earlier, and the other is the brash young man who had spoken unkindly to me. They stand at the entrance to the valley, engaged in a heated discussion, prompting me to gesture for Jenny to halt. Leaning in to listen. Apparently, they are debating whether to enter the valley. I finally comprehend why the young man, named Pangruli, has displayed such overt hostility towards me. The flirtatious female mercenary who had attempted to curry favor with me this afternoon is indeed his companion. Named Lola. At this moment, he wishes to venture into the valley with 2 other men, one named Perry and the other Barrow, to explore its depths. However, his female companion opposes their proposal, insisting they return to camp to report to Kaiser. The name Pangruli is a quintessential Aiden name, and the distinct pride and stubbornness characteristic of the Aiden people are evident in him as he grows impatient, raising his voice to reprimand his companion. You must witness this moment, my entrance into the valley, so that you may understand what a cowardly and feeble man you have been enamored with these past days. The girl named Lola immediately bristles with anger, her hand resting on the hilt of her slender sword, as she turns to leave the trio. Yet the 3 men reach out in unison, pulling her back. Nevertheless, Lola is no ordinary commoner. She is a warrior who has slain orcs. Even as they tug her back, she continues to resist. Pangruli seems reluctant to exert undue force against her, and thus the 3 men continue to grapple with her as they make their way toward the valley. I hesitate for a moment, then pat Jenny on the shoulder, signaling her that we too should follow. I find myself quite intrigued by this valley, since there are 4 individuals ahead of us to pave the way. I see no reason to squander this splendid opportunity. After all, sleep eludes me. As we step out of the thicket, the argument among the 4 appears to have subsided. Lola follows them into the valley, her face awash with incredulity. It is not a visage of horror, but rather one akin to discovering a hidden treasure or a crystal castle. Jenny and I, concealed by the sparse trees in the darkness, also approach the entrance to the valley. Upon rounding a low hill blanketed in yellow grass, a broad plain unfolds before us. What lies ahead utterly astounds me. How can such a place exist? Chapter 89. The candy house before me is not the landscape I had envisioned. An expanse of yellow-green grass, jagged rocks, and solitary ancient trees. Instead, I behold a verdant plain, adorned with candy-like round stones, lush green shrubs, and delightful red berries. Just over 100 meters ahead, a quaint little house nestles within a cluster of vibrant green leaves. The house boasts a crimson roof, creamy white walls, and brown windows. Its rounded, charming design reminiscent of a fairy tale dwelling for little sprites, like a colossal mushroom. I exhale softly, rendered speechless by the enchanting scene before me. I have witnessed the ravages of war, betrayal, and slaughter. I have stood before opulent palaces and traversed dark, foreboding dungeons, yet I have never encountered such a dreamlike and wondrous place, one that seems to inhabit the dreams of every child. The four individuals ahead of me share my silence, cautiously treading upon the grass, not out of fear of an ambush, but rather out of a desire not to disturb the ethereal tranquility that envelopes this poetic landscape. The woman named Lola inadvertently steps upon a round stone, and she gasps softly, for the stone does not hurt her foot, but rather crumbles into several pieces. She bends down to collect the fragments, and the four of them emit soft sounds of curiosity, as though they have stumbled upon something peculiar. I glance down at my own feet. Not far ahead lies a yellow-brown stone. I bend down to pick it up. It feels surprisingly light. Not like a typical stone. As I press my fingers into its surface, they sink slightly, as though Jenny takes it from my hand without hesitation, bringing it to her lips and gently licking it with her tongue. The sight of her pink tongue ignites a warmth within me. But before I can articulate my thoughts, she exclaims, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Oh my, Ire, this is an apple candy." I take the stone from her hand, bringing it to my own lips for a tentative taste. It is indeed apple candy. The sweetness is exquisite, accompanied by a subtle hint of apple fragrance. What manner of individual resides here, lavish enough to scatter candy upon the ground? Such luxurious apple candy is typically reserved for the nobility, a delicacy that commands a price of 3 oricans per kilogram. The mercenaries, clearly unfamiliar with such indulgences, are entranced by the flavor, sweeter than honey and more delectable than apples, bending down like children to collect the candy as they make their way toward the house. A meandering, gentle stream lies between them and the dwelling, its waters shimmering silver under the moonlight. Yet the silvery glow is not particularly bright, as though the water absorbs the moonlight's radiance rather than reflecting it. A surge of curiosity wells within me, compelling me to approach and discover what flows within that stream. Thus, I naturally take Jenny's hand. She appears to be hesitating, torn between the allure of the candy and the pride of her noble lineage. Unwilling to appear as eager as the unsophisticated mercenaries at this moment, the four have reached the stream's edge, bending down to scoop up handfuls of water to taste, their exclamations of delight echoing as they lean in to drink deeply. Their actions only heighten my curiosity, and I quicken my pace, pulling Jenny along to the stream, yet they show no surprise at our arrival. Completely captivated by whatever lies within the water, the stream exudes a rich fragrance, intoxicating to the senses from several paces away. I leaned in for a closer look. Oh my, what flowed within was not mere clear water, but a milky white milkshake. Within this stream of milkshake, translucent fish languidly swam. Unable to resist the temptation any longer, Jenny gracefully bent down and effortlessly scooped one up, then without hesitation took a bite out of its body. There was no splatter of blood, nor the repugnant stench of fish. What emerged was still of a semi-transparent substance. It was a cherry jellyfish. Good heavens, this was nothing short of a fairyland. If given the choice, I would wish to remain in such a place for eternity. Ceasing to roam about, thoughts of vengeance or ascension to divinity seemed utterly mundane in the face of such dreamlike scenery. Not far off stood a quaint mushroom-like cottage, surely brimming with further surprises awaiting us, for I could already scent the intoxicating aroma wafting over with the evening breeze. The 6 of us stepped into the milkshake stream almost simultaneously, hastening toward that abode. Much like children eager to tear open the wrapping of gifts bestowed by their parents, I had thought the candy pebbles in the milkshake stream had already delivered sufficient astonishment. Yet the house once again tested the limits of my psyche, for that vibrant red roof was crafted from cookies drenched in jam. The milky white exterior walls were formed from large blocks of toffee, and the brown windows were made of a rare delicacy from the western continent, a confection known as chocolate, with a hint of bitterness. As for the glass upon the windows, I surmised it was crafted from honey. Inside, silence reigned supreme. The sliver of rationality that remained amidst my excitement halted my steps, pulling Ginny's hand and granting the opportunity to enter to the mercenaries. The brown door, made of cookies, creaked open. Inside was empty, yet a warm glow flickered from the fireplace in the living room. This seemed to be the only reasonable aspect of this house. Flames danced in the toffee-built hearth, while honey trickled down the walls. Vanishing upon touching the cookie-floored, in the center of the living room stood a long dining table, lavishly adorned with sumptuous fare, succulent lamb chops, a sizzling roast pig, cherry milkshakes nestled in candy cups, quivering jelly, enticing strawberries, and golden, crispy roasted almonds. This was a feast worthy of a royal banquet. The 4 mercenaries had not uttered a word to me since they laid eyes on me, and at this moment, they seemed to have lost all semblance of reason, lunging toward the dining table and ravenously devouring the food. Chairs made of cookie could be broken off and eaten, the tablecloth could be rolled up and consumed. And even bending down to lick the floor brought delightful tremors of joy. My mind felt ensconced in a barrier, behind which lay boundless joy and wonder, yet beyond that veil seemed to lurk something else I could not grasp. A voice within me urged, indulge, revel in the experience, forget the bloodshed and darkness, forget the pain and discomfort, remain here forever, immersed in bliss. I felt as if an invisible force compelled me to step toward the dining table. Meanwhile, Jenny, attempting to break free from my grasp, leaped into the midst of those 4 gluttonous figures. Yet, I sensed something was amiss. The scene before me was far too exquisite, too marvelous for belief that I turned to gaze at the flames in the hearth. Striving to shake off the allure of that dining table, the flames licked the top of the hearth. Honey continually dripped down, seeping into the cookie floor. Beside me, Jenny was speaking to me in a voice almost dreamlike. Al, let go of me. Let me go. But I remained fixated on the flames, my brow furrowing in concentration, when suddenly a thought struck me like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the veil. This fire in the hearth was so vigorous. The melted honey flowed so abundantly, yet why was there not a single trace of damage on the walls? The flames in the hearth were so fierce. The room was not spacious, yet why did it feel as temperate as the outside? Devoid of any stifling heat, and most crucially, how could there be a river of milkshake? How could there be jellyfish? How could there be a cookie house? Sweat began to beat upon my forehead. The lost reason rushing back into my consciousness with a resounding clarity. The scene before me, warm flames, delectable food, and sweet floors, seemed to ebb away like a receding tide, replaced by a harrowing sight. The 4 mercenaries were now huddled over a massive stone, ecstatically feasting, and what they were stuffing into their mouths were not delicacies, but centipedes, scorpions, earthworms, and maggots crawling all over the stone. Their faces were grotesque, lips torn and bloodied as they tore into the flesh with merciless teeth, swallowing those repulsive creatures whole. The dreamlike facade shattered, revealing a terrifying truth. Jenny beside me was still struggling to escape my grasp, lunging toward the swarm of insects, but I resolutely yanked her back, pulling her away swiftly. Just behind us, the river of milkshake now flowed with not fragrant liquid, but putrid stagnant water. I steeled myself, forcing my mind away from the horrifying notion of what Jenny had just fished from that foul water, and drew forth my wand, swiftly casting a spell upon her. Darkness immunity. A pale light flickered upon her. Yet her state remained unchanged. This magic had no effect against this entity, if not the allure of dark creatures. Then what was it? I attempted another spell. Resist enchantment. A ghostly blue light flashed, and Jenny's struggling ceased abruptly. Then, facing the 4 bloodied visages, she suddenly shrieked, "What is this?" I pulled her back, retreating until we reached an expanse of sparse, wild grass, where I coldly remarked, "They have fallen under the control of an exceedingly unfriendly entity, of which we know nothing." Indeed, this was a dread-inducing presence. Had it not been for my extraordinary mental fortitude, I might have been among those 4 as well. The rumors spoken by Kaisha were indeed true. This valley harbored a terrifying entity, one that could achieve such effects merely through the seduction of the mind. The magical effect of Feast of Gluttony, a spell wielded only by high-ranking demons of the abyss. Moreover, the Antares' shield upon Jenny was entirely unresponsive. This artifact only defended against overtly harmful external disturbances. Silence enveloped us. Even the wind was absent. The sound of the 4 chewing echoed from afar, rendering Jenny's complexion pale. Sword in hand, she scanned the surroundings warily, but the enemy was not visible to her. I concentrated, gradually extending my mental power. At last, near the 4, I sensed an aberrant presence. In the long span of my several centuries of memory, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge, though the mysteries of the universe are inexhaustible. In the realm of magical research, I can indeed claim the title of master. Yet at this moment, as I sensed that peculiar fluctuation, I was genuinely taken aback, for this entity was of a type I had never encountered. It did not resemble a living being, but rather a spell effect, a mass of magical energy coalescing in one place, moving in an extraordinarily orderly manner. However, this effect surpassed any spell in precision. It seemed to have attained a perfect state of self-balance, maintaining its magical energy without dispersing. Even seizing additional mental power, it hovered around the four like a living entity, showing little reaction to our movements, or perhaps it simply had not yet realized we had regained our senses. My mental power could only vaguely perceive it. Even the effect of true sight could not reveal its true form. Thus, I cautiously employed another spell, the one I had appropriated from that apprentice, magic detection. My mental acuity sharpened with this spell. Yet the magical energy contained within this entire moonstone vein interfered with its effect. Therefore, I could only faintly discern a dark mist slowly swirling around the four. This mist had divided into four tendrils, probing into their skulls, and under the influence of the spell, a faint silvery mental energy flowed unceasingly into the mist form. It was absorbing human mental energy. No wonder those mercenaries who spent the night here had turned into idiots. Yet as I reached this conclusion, the four mercenaries suddenly ceased their actions, faces contorted in extreme agony as they began to wail. That sound reverberated off the valley's rocky walls, echoing back, as if dozens of people were screaming simultaneously, clear enough to be heard even from hundreds of paces away. Simultaneously, the mist expanded suddenly, the mental energy it absorbed shifting from a pale red to a bright crimson, and then to a darkened maroon. The dark crimson entity appeared to possess a life of its own, writhing and contorting within the tendrils, yet unable to escape the grim fate of being extracted from its corporeal form. It seemed to emit a silent, anguished scream, ultimately transforming into a distorted visage from which emerged one colossal, blood-red eye after another, like bubbles rising to the surface of water. This was a soul, and I couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. What manner of existence was this? In the realm of mysticism, the soul is a profoundly enigmatic entity. Although it may transform into a vengeful spirit or ghost due to resentment or certain peculiar conditions, there exists an inviolable axiom. Souls are immortal unless bound by a contract. In other words, one can dispel a vengeful spirit or ghost through magic, yet one does not truly extinguish its essence. Rather, one merely banishes it to the depths of the abyss, where it continues to exist in this world. Only devils or demons possess the capacity to obliterate or consume souls. However, even they must forge a contract to claim a living being's soul. Should one enter into a pact with a devil or demon and subsequently fail to uphold it, then that entity may assume dominion over the soul, either to wield it or to devour it. This is a rule established by the celestial deities, designed to safeguard the beings of this world from being arbitrarily annihilated by more powerful entities. Yet the being before me utterly subverted this immutable law. It extracted the soul from a human body without any form of contractual agreement, and then proceeded to consume it. The duration of this soul-consuming act was alarmingly brief. Once the four vibrant crimson souls were drawn into its being, a shimmering silver light emanated from the mercenaries. A sight that appeared dreamlike and enchanting, yet ominously signified that these four individuals would forever remain as mindless husks, devoid of any hope of regaining their consciousness. It then retracted its tendrils, hovering in place for a moment before swaying towards us. The magical energy within this valley grew increasingly unstable, as though this entity and the valley were inextricably linked, with each of its movements resonating throughout the entire vein of ore. A myriad of fragmented information surged through my mind in that instant, as I sought to uncover any relevant knowledge amidst the chaotic sea of thought. That it was neither a ghost, nor a vengeful spirit, nor even a devil or demon. That it resembled a creation of sorcery. Yet what kind of sorcerer could wield such power? To conjure a living magical entity? This was not mere creation, it was the very act of crafting a soul. My enchanted sword at my side sensed this threat, trembling slightly. A flash of insight surged through my mind. Could this entity, like the malevolent traits imprisoned within my sword, also be a product of accumulated magical energy? This entire moonstone vein, the ancient moonstone vein that lay exposed to the surface, bathing year after year in the radiance of the North Star, an obscure name suddenly leapt into my consciousness. May. I never anticipated encountering something so inconspicuous. Merely mentioned in the most ancient of tomes, in this place, the legend spoke of how, just as stagnant water, after a prolonged period, gives rise to life, and soil, when accumulated over time, fosters the growth of plants, if magical energy were to gather in one location long enough, merging in a certain manner with a soul that had never been possessed by a mundane body, it would give rise to a being known as Mage. Such beings, in their nascent form, lack physicality, awareness, and even the moral concepts recognized by the mundane world. They indiscriminately consume the spiritual essence and souls of all living beings, amalgamating memories and emotions, ultimately forming their own unique personalities. Once they have grown sufficiently powerful, they begin to coalesce into a recognizable form, perhaps assuming the shape of a human, or a goat, or even an elm tree, or a rock, whatever their desires dictate. Throughout the long history of humanity, such existences have seemingly manifested only once, recorded in that ancient tome. That I considered myself exceedingly fortunate to witness this being, rarer than a dragon in the annals of human history, provided, of course, that we could emerge from this ordeal unscathed. Chapter 91. The Shadow of the Valley. Yet it seemed that some were less fortunate. The anguished cries of the 4 mercenaries were amplified by the valley's unique topography, carrying into our encampment. The sentinels, still lucid in the early hours of the night, roused the others from their slumber. Aside from a few individuals guarding the cart, approximately 30 mercenaries brandished their weapons and charged into the valley. Perhaps sensing my anomaly, the entity had concentrated its full attention on us. Thus, these men were not ensnared by its beguiling influence. They beheld the horrifying sight of 4 mercenaries, their faces grotesquely mangled and dazed. Meanwhile, Jenny and I stood a mere dozen meters away, on high alert, weapons drawn, casting visibly hostile glances in the direction of the fort. And indeed, it was a scene ripe for misunderstanding. The acting captain, Kaisa, bellowed from a distance, his voice laced with shock and rage. "Mark, what have you done to them?" His words seemed to stir the entity. It quivered slightly before expanding once more, extending additional tendrils composed of dark, nebulous mist, like a startled beast. The mortals could not perceive the entity's presence, yet they regarded me as their adversary. After a moment's hesitation, they hastened towards me, perilously close to the being. I had yet to devise a strategy for confronting this strange entity, but it had already been provoked by their approach, rendering it increasingly volatile. Thus, I turned and commanded forcefully, "Fall back." Perhaps it was the mystery and authority inherent in my role as a sorcerer that dissuaded them. Indeed, the mercenaries hesitated, some exchanging bewildered glances. They must have perceived that my wariness and solemnity were not directed at them, but rather at an unseen threat beyond their comprehension. What transpired next validated their suspicions, just as they drew nearer to the entity. Tendrils of mist shot forth like arrows, lightly grazing their heads before retracting with lightning speed. That it seemed to have grown impatient with the illusion that had ensnared their wills. Or perhaps the vivid mirage could only be employed for a limited duration. Yet this effect did not achieve its intended outcome. The stronger the will, the more resilient the soul. The souls of those with robust mental fortitude proved exceedingly resistant to such an attack. They were merely drawn slightly out of their bodies, only to struggle and retreat. Nevertheless, the foremost mercenaries, including Kaisa, momentarily faltered, discarding their weapons to clutch their heads and cry out in anguish. The others, now seized by panic, halted and glanced around, yet found no tangible foe to strike with their blades. "The legend is true. There are demons in this valley," they shouted, wildly slashing their weapons in all directions, attempting to pull their comrades back. Yet they could not sever the invisible tendrils of magical energy. At that moment, I recalled Kaisa's words, that we might traverse this valley by day. This implied that this entity feared intense illumination. Thus, I raised my staff, scattering a vast cloud of moonstone dust into the air, and cast the spell Solar Flare. The abundant magical energy, coupled with the inherent potency of the subterranean moonstone vein, yielded effects beyond my wildest imaginings. Like a celestial paradise descending upon the valley, a blinding radiance flooded the space, more dazzling than the summer sun, bathing the world in a brilliant, crystalline glow. The shape of the entity nearly vanished within this luminescence. It emitted a tremor, seemingly a manifestation of pain, before contracting into a dense mass, dissipating like smoke into the earth. My heart soared with elation. This indeed proved effective, yet I could not allow it to pose a threat from the depths below. And thus I stepped forward, Striking the ground forcefully with the base of my staff. As my robes billowed, I uttered another incantation. The earth around where it had burrowed erupted with fissures resembling a spider's web, from which dark crimson flames surged forth, rising like spear-like pillars. Magic, hellfire. At last, the entity was genuinely harmed. I sensed the magical vortex that constituted it destabilizing, fragmenting into 3 chaotic currents on the verge of collapse. It was driven from the earth, unleashing a mental shockwave akin to that of a subdued entity from my sword. Before lunging towards me to this moment, the mercenaries broke free from their stupor. Yet all they beheld was my rapid incantation of a powerful spell they had never witnessed before, leaving them awestruck by a force they believed should not be wielded by mere mortals. They once again made a grave miscalculation, rushing towards me as if I were their savior. The fastest among them was a woman who, in her haste, extended her hand, seemingly believing that such an act would draw her closer and offer her solace. However, this did not save her life. Rather, it sealed her fate. I witnessed her bravely positioning herself between me and the wraith, only to see that very wraith transform into a swirling mass of black mist. Lunging at her, the wraith, composed of magical energy, lacked a definite form, thus it did not alter the woman's movements. She maintained her running stance, yet a look of terror and anguish spread across her face. The spell, magical detection, remained effective. Thus, through the wraith's form, I glimpsed the woman's soul. At that moment, it appeared akin to boiling magma, twisting and quaking within her body, bubbling forth a series of vibrant red eyes. The creature attempted to siphon her soul, striving to seize control of her body, yet it was repeatedly repelled by the mental force within her. Nevertheless, it still managed to exert a tenuous control over her, propelling her towards me at an alarming speed. While extending a dagger towards my side, I stood my ground, unflinching, as I prepared my next spell, for Ginny had already leapt forward, colliding fiercely with her. The gleaming tip of her sword protruding from the woman's side, droplets of blood still quivering upon it. This girl's heart, after all, was not steadfast enough. She had severed the tendons in the woman's sword arm without taking her life. The shield of Antares erupted with a sudden brilliance upon contact with the wraith. Harnessing the final efficacy of magical detection, I saw the wraith bounce away from the woman as if struck by a ball. Behind her stood the mercenaries, who had rushed forward but were momentarily stunned by the turn of events, while Ginny, who transformed into a fierce mother leopard once battle commenced, shouted to them, "Do not approach. It has gone to your side." She emphasized the word "it," her voice resounding across the vast plain. Kaisha, having just escaped the torment of nearly losing her soul, was the first to regain her senses, then shouted to halt the panicking warriors. The wraith, now bereft of its anchor, sought to burrow underground once more. Yet at that moment, my spell had reached completion. A blue arc of electricity shot forth from the tip of my willow wand, striking the wraith with a crack. The spell, Thunderclap, an incantation of formidable lethality against dark creatures. The lightning illuminated the night for a fleeting moment, marking my last opportunity to perceive the wraith's true form. The magical energy that constituted it finally lost its balance under the precise strike of my spell, collapsing and fracturing into 2 separate entities. However, at that moment, the effect of magical detection dissipated, and I was once again limited to sensing it solely through mental power. Fortunately, the wraith's presence had grown exceedingly faint. I could barely discern the 2 fragmented parts swiftly retreating, vanishing into the earth. The plains remained eerily silent, save for the distant murmurs of the 4 disoriented individuals and the pained whimpers of the mercenary whose tendons had been severed. It seemed the wraith dared not trouble us further, and I had no desire to pursue it. A strike potent enough to reduce a warhorse to cinders had failed to eradicate it completely, and I was unwilling to take any further risks. My sole intention was to vacate this valley as swiftly as possible, to distance myself until dawn, when I would cross this place with utmost haste. In truth, both Ginny and I had already succumbed to the wraith's influence while traversing the forest. An identical agitation, an overwhelming desire to delve into the valley, were its creations. The expressions of the mercenaries mirrored confusion and bewilderment throughout. It appeared as though I was the sole performer in this spectacle, casting spells they had never witnessed, dazzling in their effects, directed at the void of air and the silent plain. Had it not been for a few among them genuinely feeling the agony of nearly having their souls extracted, witnessing the electric arc striking something in the air, they would surely have deemed this a conspiracy against them. I lowered my wand and began to retreat slowly towards the direction where the wraith had vanished, just as Kaisha approached, beckoning 2 warriors to assist the unconscious mercenary in Jenny's embrace, and with a slightly hoarse voice asked me, Master, what is happening? There exists an evil presence here. I have just repelled it, I replied, casting him a glance, not allowing his panic to evoke any disdain within me. I had witnessed the courage of these mercenaries in Garudin, warriors who remained undaunted even in the face of orcs. Yet this entity, shrouded in mystery, was too enigmatic for them to confront, leaving them entirely reliant on the Mage's power. Should the day come when my magic falters entirely, I suspect I would find myself no calmer than he. Stay close to me. Do not stray. We must slowly exit this valley, I instructed him quietly. He immediately obeyed my command, and the mercenaries exhibited a look towards me unlike any seen before, one of reassurance following fear. Fervent yet respectful, we carefully retreated from the valley. All was quiet. Then, with heightened vigilance, we exited the valley, traversing the low hills adorned with wild grass. Still, all remained quiet. Finally, we exhaled in relief and gazed ahead, only to find ourselves back at the very valley we had just left. We had walked in again. Chapter 92. No escape. This was still an illusion. We had yet to find our way out. The moonlight above was gentle, yet I felt a bone-chilling cold. This illusion differed from the previous dreamlike candy house. I remained on high alert, yet still fell into its grasp. I did not perceive even the slightest hint of irrationality. My eyes were enhanced with the constant eye of truth, sharpening my vision and allowing me to discern magical traps or the illogical aspects of illusions more easily. However, it seemed to have lost its efficacy at this moment, providing me not even the slightest assistance. What manner of magic constituted this illusion? Or was it merely a product of raw magical or mental energy? The mercenaries could no longer maintain their tenuous calm. A palpable atmosphere of fear spread among them. Kaisha issued a loud command for everyone to be on guard, then quietly inquired, "Master, what is happening?" This marked the second time he had referred to me as Master that night. These individuals regarded me, their sole spellcaster, as their last hope. I could not afford to display any wavering or fear in such a moment. Thus, I picked up a half-green leaf from the ground, silently tore it into the shape of a bird, and then plucked a hair from my head, tying it to the hole representing the bird's eye. The mercenaries remained silent throughout, observing my actions. This was likely the first time they had witnessed a mage casting magic at such close range, yet I would wager that they felt no sense of novelty in their hearts. Only fear that a large raven materialized from my hand under their watchful gazes. However, this time, it appeared somewhat listless. It circled slowly above their heads, causing the mercenaries to regard it with trepidation, slightly bowing, before it let out a low croak and soared into the sky. The leaf was nearly withered, significantly diminishing the potency of the Raven's Eye spell. Had it not been for the valley's rich magical energy due to the moonstone vein, I could not have assured that this half-dried leaf could sustain the spell. Yet I should feel fortunate that it was not a winter shrouded in flying snow. Otherwise, I would have found no medium to cast this magic. The aerial view aligned with my vision, and I took a moment to acclimate to it. The nearly circular valley came into full view beneath the Raven's sight, and I gradually discerned its entirety. This was a plain, intersected by a nearly dried-up waterway. No, not a waterway, merely an elongated, S-shaped trench. The trench divided the valley into two sections, with two massive stones standing on either side. One was the stone that the four mercenaries had used as a table, while the other was on our left, on this side of the trench, embraced by the river's curved arc. Ascending further, the yellow-green hills surrounding the valley also came into view. If I could rise just a bit higher, I would be able to see the landscape beyond the hills, to understand the current state of this valley. The large raven flapped its wings, rising a few more meters. However, an unexpected occurrence took place. In that instant, it suddenly returned to its previous height. This magical creature encountered a situation akin to ours. It flapped its wings vigorously, feeling no substantial obstruction, yet no matter how hard it strove, its vision remained confined within the bounds of the valley. Unable to expand even the slightest bit, my heart sank once more, and a stronger urge surged within me, a desire to retrieve my notes from the tomb of Deadless. If I could once again possess the powerful spells contained therein, be it astral projection, imprisoned space, or command death, I could easily resolve the situation with that creature. Chapter 93. The Antlered Envoy. Yet I am no longer the Sartan of old. I must extricate myself from some semblance of a remembered state. A mage's strength is not solely derived from his ability to wield potent magic. Rather, it is his sagacious mind and composed heart that empower him to judiciously combine spells and discern the essence of things. In the past, I had been a mage for so long that I gradually began to rely on my formidable magical power, forsaking the intellect that once allowed me to conquer foes. I have always held the conviction that a mere illusion, no matter how rare the creature, could never completely beguile a mage of my caliber. No form of magic, no matter how arcane, is devoid of flaws. Since my true eye cannot detect any anomalies within this valley, it is evident that the situation here is not merely the result of magical prowess. That I surmise that there exists something akin to an alchemical array within this valley. Only such a construct could create a grand and nearly perfect illusion. I even harbor doubts as to whether this valley resembles its original state. Just as the illusion of the candy house concealed a barren wilderness, should this valley mask a bustling city behind its facade? I would not be the least bit surprised. Illusions arise when the caster influences the mental faculties of the subject, conjuring virtual sensations of touch, sound, taste, and smell within their minds. However, extreme stimuli can liberate them from such illusions, be it death or the severance of their soul. Yet by that point, they likely would not care whether they remained ensnared in the illusion that I once employed an alchemical array while subduing the magic sword in the town of Yorksun, and Pizzarian also utilized an array during the collapse of dimensions. The commonality among these arrays lies in their possession of one or several vulnerable components, such as the stones or gems placed atop the 5 points of a pentagram. These objects' structural integrity ensures that the summoned magic from the North Star does not leak out, but should one of them be removed, the array would collapse, much like the human eye, one of the most fragile parts of the body. This critical component capable of dismantling the entire array is referred to as the alchemical eye. I am certain that this valley harbors such a part, and I must locate and destroy it to escape this illusion. I extracted a fragment of moonstone and embedded it into the recess at the tip of my wand, casting a light spell. The magical enhancement from the moonstone vein intensified the luminosity of the spell, bathing a considerable area around us in a gentle glow, at least providing a modicum of reassurance to the mercenaries. I then spoke to them with utmost seriousness, informing them that we had fallen into an illusion crafted by a malevolent entity. Emphasizing, do not trust anything that defies the bounds of reason. As I witnessed their astonishment at the radiance emanating from my wand, I added, except for my magic. This was the extent of my assistance to them. If they could not endure alongside me until the end and perished in this illusion, I could only lament that it was indeed the tragedy of mere mortals. But scarcely had my words settled when one mercenary gasped, pointing towards the darkness at our side, that I immediately directed my gaze there. Unbeknownst to me, a humanoid creature had emerged, this being stood at least 2 meters tall, its body cloaked in dark red fur. Devoid of any clothing, its lower half was obscured by a dense tuft of hair, beneath which were 2 robust, backward bent legs akin to those of a goat. It approached us, step by step, illuminated by the moonstone's glow, 2 powerful arms and fingers akin to those of a human. Yet, its hands and forearms were encased in a hard shell, adorned with sharp, protruding spines that appeared to be formidable and lethal weapons. Upon glimpsing its uniquely shaped head, I discerned its identity. Who else could possess a visage resembling that of a deer and sport a pair of exceedingly curled antlers but the celestial creature known as the Antlered One? Dwelling in the celestial paradise mountain, at this moment, this gentle and harmless being seemed incensed by our presence. It exhaled a cloud of hot air from its towering nostrils, its muscles quivering as it advanced. The spines on its forearms raised, as if preparing to charge and pierce us through. Yet, in truth, the terror instilled by this tangible creature paled in comparison to the unfathomable void, leading the warriors to swiftly regroup into a defensive formation after their initial shock. Brandishing swords and confronting the celestial being, the Antlered One appeared hesitant, halting its advance a dozen meters away from the mercenaries, instead pounding the ground vigorously with its hooves, lowering its head as though gathering strength for an onslaught. They remained in this standoff for several moments, the Antlered One still indecisive. However, all could sense the tremors of the earth beneath them, a testament to the creature's formidable strength, akin to that of a 6-horned yak towering over 3 meters tall. We should spread out and encircle it. For such a behemoth, Kaisa whispered beside me, his voice tinged with newfound confidence, a confidence born from confronting a tangible creature. I in their eyes, this being, capable of being harmed by blades, represented a valid outlet for their fears and anxieties. I understood that they needed a victory, however trivial, one that could not alter the grand scheme, to bolster their resolve to persevere. The mercenaries ahead had already readied their spears, while others, wielding round shields and short swords, eagerly awaited my command. They would execute their maneuver as they had countless times before, flanking the creature from both sides, inflicting wound after wound as the spear wielders engaged the monster, until it succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. Yet, I continued to observe the antlered one, shaking my head as I said, "You need not go to such lengths." Subsequently, I brandished my wand, parting the mercenaries before me, stepping forth from their ranks. The warriors gasped, and even Jenny rushed out, reaching for me. "Moo, Mark, what are you doing?" But I halted her motion, resolutely advancing. Undeterred, she followed suit, declaring, "I will not let you face this alone." Something stirred within me at her words, yet I dismissed it. Striding forward over a distance of more than 10 meters, I stood before the antlered one at that moment. I was merely 2 meters away, within its striking range, yet it refrained from attacking. This creature fixed its gaze upon me, issuing a menacing growl while exhaling its hot breath upon my face. Jenny, sword in hand, stood ready to leap into action, just as we had done in the past. The mercenaries lagged behind, still weighing whether to risk abandoning their strategy of patience for me. Not that I was their leader. Andre. As I faced the creature, enduring its intimidation and the heat of its breath, I maintained eye contact for several seconds before breaking into a smile. I then extended my hand, tapping the tips of its unruly antlers with my wand. It continued to shake its head, and nothing transpired. So, I forcefully swept my wand downward, exclaiming, "Vanish, illusion!" My wand effortlessly pierced through its form, slicing into the at that moment. The antlered one's body suddenly became indistinct, dissolving into a shimmering veil of light, disappearing entirely. An illusion, a remarkably lifelike mirage. Yet, illusions are always fraught with flaws, particularly when they become weakened after sustaining damage. They are no longer capable of exerting the same powerful control over the mind. The celestial beings inhabit the Paradise Mountain, suffused with light and warmth. Thus they radiate a glow. In my past life, during battles within my mage tower against the demons of the abyss, I had summoned numerous powerful celestial beings using the celestial convergence spell. Thus I possessed a clear recollection of them. The antlered one had concealed itself within the darkness since its appearance, blending seamlessly with the creatures of this dimension. This was its first flaw. The antlered one, a gentle creature, possesses another characteristic. Its antlers can dispel illusions upon contact. Yet, when I lifted my wand and touched its antlers, there was no effect. This blatant flaw revealed its true nature. Once the sea of thought becomes lucid, it can no longer be deceived, and thus the illusion dissipates. I turned to the mercenaries, their faces etched with disbelief, shrugged, and then walked toward them, facing away from the direction in which the antlered one had vanished. In their shock, these warriors seemed to grapple with a sense of shame for their previous actions, loosening their grips on their weapons. Their expressions awkward. As Kaisar approached, he called out to me from a distance, "Master." Just now he spread his hands, appearing somewhat flustered, took a deep breath, and then suddenly widened his eyes, shouting, "Beware behind you." Chapter 94. The alchemical eye. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, and before Jenny could react, I had already spun around abruptly, thrusting my wand fiercely into the seemingly empty night sky. In an instant, a dazzling explosion of blue and white sparks erupted, and then a form, ensconced in crackling electricity, materialized before me, a swirling mass of black mist, adorned with tentacle-like appendages resembling those of an octopus. At that moment, it hovered above my head, its tentacles quivering as if to ensnare me. In anticipation, I unleashed the tremor shock spell I had prepared on my wand, causing its form to convulse in paralysis. The violent blue-white currents crackled ominously, rendering it utterly immobile, leaving it to tremble uncontrollably. Jenny swiftly raised her longsword, finally able to discern the entity's form. Intending to lend me her aid, I immediately cautioned and dissuaded her. Most mortals are unaware that lightning conjured by magic is a formidable force, capable of affecting the human body through most metals and certain materials, with a potency rivaling that of a direct hit from the spell itself. Should her steel sword make contact with those blue-white currents, even under the protection of Antari's shield, she would endure grave harm. Although Jenny was oblivious to these arcane mysteries, she wisely heeded my warning and relinquished her weapon, The duration of the tremor shock was, in truth, rather brief, lasting only about 4 to 5 seconds. Just before the mercenaries could rush in, the spell's effects dissipated. The entity vanished almost instantaneously into the air, making no attempt to strike me again, and IT must have suffered significantly from my assault. To the extent that the very space around us began to exhibit strange distortions, the formerly silver moon in the zenith became indistinct, and large swathes of colorful mist began to materialize, only to vanish in an instant. Numerous peculiar beings, predominantly celestial entities, began to manifest around us, roaring in outrage. Yet, we no longer feared them, for each of us understood that these were merely illusions incapable of inflicting tangible harm. The entities seemed to lack the strength to maintain such a flawless illusion any longer. With the mercenaries, I advanced purposefully, using my wand to dissipate the illusions ahead of us time and again. Distorted human faces, twisted in rage, appeared within the space, most likely the souls of those consumed by the entity, attempting to break free during its moment of weakness, only to dissipate one by one into the void. The creature was undoubtedly struggling to maintain its corporeal form from collapsing. Utterly incapable of launching another attack against me, I observed a peculiar phenomenon. Despite the surrounding space being exceedingly unstable, 2 locations nearby remained tranquil, bathed in the same silver moonlight as before. These were the positions of 2 massive stones, one previously used by the 4 mercenaries as a table laden with sumptuous food, while the other echoed it across the winding riverbank. If my deductions were correct, these 2 stones ought to be the alchemical eyes of this perfect illusion that I had sensed something amiss when I first beheld them through the Raven's Eye spell. They were positioned across an S-shaped ditch, right in the heart of this valley. From a high vantage, their arrangement appeared too orderly to be a natural occurrence. Yet, mortals could only observe this valley from the ground, entirely oblivious to its anomalies. Chapter 95. The true form. As we drew closer to the alchemical eye, the illusions became increasingly frequent. Aside from the furious celestial beings and the wailing human souls, inaudible whispers began to pervade the space. All the illusions in this realm were manifestations of the entity's will, indicating that it was now in a state of panic, possibly even pleading for mercy. IT could no longer conjure a tangible form to assault us, relying solely on manipulating human emotions and perceptions, inciting self-harm. However, when faced with a mage, one who also specialized in the realm of mental prowess, its most formidable weapon lost its efficacy. We were but a few steps away from the massive stone, and the surrounding space finally began to twist like boiling water. Strange, pleading tones started to echo in my ears, yet we could not comprehend that language. It was neither the common tongue nor any dialect of the earthly realms. It resembled an aria, replete with soaring modulations and intricate flourishes, with certain phrases demanding the utterance of 6 different pitches simultaneously. Though I could not decipher the meaning behind those words, I recognized the language. Just as the malevolent tongue of demons could instill terror in mortals merely by being heard, the melodious and soaring language now resonating in our ears was the celestial tongue of the astral realm. I gestured for the mercenaries to halt and cast the comprehend languages spell upon myself. The magical effect instantly allowed me to grasp the meanings within those utterances, yet the content was far from what I had anticipated. The voice was not pleading for mercy, but rather issuing threats. The nature of the threats was profoundly surprising. Halt your steps, mortals. How dare you harm me? In the name of darkness, in the names of the gods, I shall bring calamity upon you. I am the will of darkness. Halt your steps. How could this entity speak such words? Spirits typically possess no independent thoughts. Their perception of the world derives solely from the memories contained within the souls they consume. If it had merely absorbed the memories of beasts, it might have evolved into a monstrous creature. If it had absorbed only the memories of birds, it could have coalesced into a bird. If it had absorbed solely the memories of mortals, it might have become a human, one akin to a sorcerer, yet far more powerful. However, whose memories could impart such speech? I had previously harbored doubts regarding the celestial beings manifested in this illusion. These entities should not exist within mortal memories, as they would possess knowledge of secrets only the most exceptional mages could wield. Yet this entity seemed intimately familiar with them, some even of a type I had never encountered, but this was not the time for my musings. Even if I wished to unravel these peculiarities, it would have to wait until I subdued it. Thus, I waved vigorously at the massive stone, commanding, "Move it." Fueled by anger born of fear, the mercenaries surged forward, employing spears, arms, and their bodies to pry the stone. Attempting to shift it from its original position, the creatures clinging to the stone scrambled in panic, and the entity could no longer remain passive. It re-emerged in a cloud of black mist, cursing us in the celestial tongue, seeking to pounce upon the mercenaries. Yet, I engaged it in battle through magic from the periphery of the crowd, the amplified magical power from the moonstone vein causing the entity to wail and retreat. Repelled time and again by my strikes. After several confrontations, the stone was finally pushed a few paces away by the mercenaries. Simultaneously, the entire world began to transform. The surrounding scenery appeared to melt, like a wall of cream being eroded by intense heat. The landscape twisted even more severely, cascading like water from the void. The alchemical I was thoroughly destroyed. The collapsing illusion was entirely eradicated, and the surroundings fell abruptly silent, when the true scene beyond the illusion lay before us in its entirety. Nearly everyone ceased their movements, forgetting to breathe, for the reality revealed after the illusion was even more astonishing than the illusion itself. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in translucent white moonstone blocks. They reflected the moonlight while also emanating a soft, milky glow due to the accumulation of magical energy illuminating the entire night sky. Not a single ordinary rock could be found among these moonstones. Even the massive stone we had pushed aside turned out to be a colossal crystal of moonstone. I had initially presumed that beneath the surface soil and stone of this valley lay a vein of moonstone, but I had not anticipated it to be an exposed mine. That I finally understood why this entity had cloaked the entire valley in illusion. It did not wish for anyone to discover the valley's secret. This immense treasure. Should humanity uncover this valley, mining teams would swarm, and the integrity of the vein would suffer irreparable damage, which would spell disaster for the entity. It seemed that all its actions stemmed from instinct, devoid of any malevolence. This moment, I also sensed the magical energy within the valley rapidly diminishing. It appeared that this alchemical array not only produced illusions, but also gathered the magical energy of the vein here, nurturing the entity's growth. My interest in it intensified. I yearned to understand how this being had come into existence and to uncover who had devised such an exquisite array, so sophisticated that I had never encountered its like before. The enchantment ceased to fluctuate once it approached the levels expected near a vein of moonstone, yet it remained slightly elevated beyond the norm, suggesting that this magical array had not entirely lost its efficacy. This indicates that a crucial element remains undiscovered. However, that is no longer of paramount importance. I could easily locate the spirit that no longer posed a significant threat to me and extract all the knowledge I sought from it. I began to concentrate my mental energy, attempting to communicate in celestial with it while the spell of linguistic comprehension was still in effect. Yet, that language was inherently unsuitable for human use. Many of its terms could only be articulated through the collaboration of several individuals. Thus, I selected a few succinct phrases I could master. Appear before me. I guarantee your safety. I asked question. Chapter 96. The ultimatum. The mercenaries found my peculiar utterances quite intriguing, yet they presently lacked the time to scrutinize me. As they hurriedly gathered the fragments scattered on the ground, stuffing them into every pocket they possessed, even the most ignorant peasant recognized that moonstone was a gem believed to bring good fortune. Useful not only for adornments, but also capable of being fashioned to encase candle flames, thereby radiating twice the brightness of the flame itself. Caesar initially attempted to dissuade them, but upon observing my lack of objection, he divided the 30-odd individuals into two groups, one to remain vigilant, the other to collect the stones from the ground. However, they soon realized their efforts were futile, for there were always more lustrous stones drawing their attention, prompting them to discard what they held. Mercenaries, after all, are mercenaries. They hustle for wealth and have no reason to overlook such a splendid opportunity. Hence, I found myself wishing that Thompson would let Johnny perish. Otherwise, he truly possessed the capability to lead a considerable number of people away from Andre. My clumsy attempts at celestial yielded no response. The valley lay silent and empty, as the spirit seemed to have vanished without a trace. It sought to extinguish my interest through silence, but I had my own methods at such a juncture. Reasoning was not a wise choice. Violence was far more appropriate. Personally, I did not favor Pizzarian's style of spellcasting. He preferred to employ spells of overwhelming force and immense destruction to resolve issues, whereas I inclined towards subtler means, such as cunning plots. Yet, in this moment, I was compelled to unleash the destructive force befitting a mage to compel the spirit to reveal itself. As it remained unresponsive, and with an abundance of moonstone beneath me, I had ample time to slowly craft a magical array capable of instilling profound fear within it. I needn't even utilize powdered moonstone to inscribe the pentagram. This natural formation, a perfect shape every mage aspires to achieve, was already beneath my feet. That I retrieved my spellbook from my robe and spent 10 minutes reacquainting myself with the spell Solar Flare. Subsequently, I selected a newly etched spell from my mental repository, Vibrational Interference. This spell was rarely used independently, as its effect was to amplify vibrations by tenfold. I leisurely completed the preparations for this spell and successfully recited the incantation, releasing no flames or radiant lights manifested, nor did any terrifying phenomena emerge. The sole evidence of the spell's efficacy was the pronounced amplification of the mercenaries' voices. Since sound waves too were magnified tenfold, I then invoked another spell, Siege Hammer. The spell's effect was imbued upon my wand, allowing me to unleash its power at will. I raised the wand vertically with my right hand and spoke once more in Celestial. Answer me. This time, the valley responded. A furious roar emanated from a distant rock face, subsequently intensified by my magic and further amplified by the peculiar terrain, causing dust to cascade from the cliffs. Even the mercenaries, engrossed in their frenzied collection of moonstone, were shaken by the sound. They all looked up, scanning for the source, while I smiled. This spirit, inheriting an inexplicable arrogance, dared to retort, "You shall be punished." One of my greatest aversions is being threatened. I detested immensely. Thus, I sealed my lips and struck the ground forcefully with my willow wand. The power of Siege Hammer immediately transmitted underground, filling the gaps within the already fragile moonstone vein with tremors. Typically, this spell merely causes the earth beneath to tremble enough to stir fallen leaves. However, in this instance, bolstered by the vein's magic and augmented by the flawless array of vibrational interference, the effect was far more profound than mere leaf rustling. As I struck down, the earth shuddered violently, as though a divine fist had struck the ground. It felt as if everyone stood upon a table, which at that moment was being vigorously shaken by a troll, forcing them to bend low to maintain their balance. A cloud of white dust suddenly surged from the valley floor. The powdered moonstone from the fissures, the surrounding rocky walls, composed of moonstone, emitted a dreadful roar, and large chunks of or crumbled from above, stirring even thicker clouds of dust. That I ceased my strike, standing upon the now loosened earth, and once again called out in Celestial, "Appear before me, or the valley shall be destroyed." Yet it responded with a curse in Celestial. This curse was difficult to articulate in the common tongue, composed of terms only the gods would utter when cursing the demons of the abyss. I struck the ground once more with my wand. This time, the tremor was even more forceful. The residual echoes of the previous shockwave, coupled with this new surge of power, unleashed the full destructive capacity of the spell. A network of spiderweb-like fissures radiated from our standing point, with several primary lines extending through the already unstable gaps in the moonstone towards the distant rock face, splitting it apart with tremendous force, revealing terrifying crevices. The airborne moonstone dust thickened, resembling a dense fog descending upon the valley, appearing even brighter under the moonlight. That I spoke continuously, raising my wand to cast another spell, then shouted to the mercenaries, "Close your eyes." The spell, recently committed to memory, Solar Flare, was unleashed amid the moonstone dust that filled the valley. The surrounding space transformed as if into the celestial realm. A brilliant light erupted within the valley, surging towards the night sky, eclipsing even the luminescent moon above. This brilliance penetrated every crevice of the valley. Each piece of moonstone resonated with the spell, striving to release the magic it contained. In that moment, I finally regained the sensation from my memories, the experience of wielding magic as the demigod mage Sultan Dix. A piercing, anguished wail accompanied a tumultuous and chaotic wave of spiritual energy that filled the valley. Suddenly, a mist far brighter than the surrounding light materialized in the air, darting about wildly, like a small sun navigating through the valley's radiance. Chapter 97. The Man in the Darkness. This was indeed the spirit. It was composed of magic, which exhibited certain properties akin to waves. The creature was forced from its hiding place by the effect of solar flare, and its own magic began to resonate under the spell's influence. Even emitting light, it was akin to a mortal being scorched by flames, leaping out of the fire only to discover the situation had worsened, for not only was its exterior ablaze, but now flames ignited within. The spirit flitted about me in a frenzy, yet it no longer lunged as it once did. It expressed its submission in this manner. There was no need for it to howl in Celestial. It was merely unable to articulate its pain. Resorting to this means to convey its suffering that I regarded it coldly, while the groans of mercenaries who had failed to shield their eyes filled my ears. However, this intensity of light would not inflict permanent harm upon their vision. They would merely endure a few days of redness and tears. Embarking on an unpleasant journey, yet I felt not an ounce of guilt for their plight. Had it been another hostile mage casting the spell, they would have long since lost their lives. As the spirit's movement slowed, I waved my wand, severing the connection between this spell and the North Star. Losing the resonance of the celestial body, the magic immediately lost its effect, and the valley plunged into darkness. For a fleeting moment, my eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden absence of light, gradually regaining clarity after several seconds. The magical essence constituting the spirit was now nearly fragmented. The two distinct structures previously split by my palm lightning spell now spun around each other, continuously maintaining their form to avoid disintegration. At this moment, it was exceedingly close to me, and I could effortlessly sense it with my mental faculties. However, the spell of linguistic proficiency is on the verge of losing its effectiveness, compelling me to seek the clearest information using the most succinct language. Fortunately, this mischievous spirit has come to understand the consequences of provoking a mage, and thus it responded to my inquiries in the best manner it could comprehend. Yet, certain nuances, such as hatred, conspiracy, and retribution, remained unexpressed due to the inadequacies of celestial language, rendering communication between us impossible. The sight of an individual conversing with the void in a disjointed, almost lyrical manner would elicit laughter in any context. Yet none of the mercenaries found it amusing. The legendary spell cast beneath the city of Garudin was conjured by Pizarian, and only Andranjani had witnessed my incantations. Consequently, the mercenaries seemed to regard me with a sense of mystery rather than the fear they held for Pizarian. I surmised that they perceived me more as a charlatan, one who dabbles in schemes, whispers in Anders' ear, concocts poisons, and prepares to inflict a pox on someone over the course of 3 weeks. However, after tonight, they ought to learn how to respect a mage. The effects of linguistic proficiency have finally waned. Leaving me standing in contemplation, this spirit first gained consciousness over a century ago, during which time the magical energies in this valley began to converge, becoming potent enough to nurture such a being. Yet, mere magical energy alone does not suffice to form a complete entity. A soul never occupied by mortals is also required. This definition from ancient texts is vague, but I surmise that the soul in question refers to one originating from the astral plane or the abyss. Based on the creatures this spirit manifested tonight, I am convinced its soul hails from the astral plane. This implies that the spirit's existence is no mere coincidence. It can almost be considered a magically crafted creature. There is another more astonishing revelation. According to its account, the individual who established this peculiar alchemical array recently passed through this very place, and even bestowed upon it the name Wayenta. This suggests that the enigmatic and powerful figure has transcended the confines of mortal existence, somehow acquiring the ability to achieve immortality. An answer beckons within my mind. I nearly utter the name once more, that name whose implications for me remain uncertain. He has never publicly engaged in any affairs of the Western continent, yet possesses the capacity to subtly influence the course of the entire world from the shadows. If Deniso were to eradicate the Delta royal family, this world would plunge into chaos, albeit with my involvement as a catalyst. That man undeniably stands as the principal instigator. His martial prowess and the abilities he inadvertently revealed are sufficient to instill dread within me, and I remain oblivious to how his future plans may affect my own. He once mentioned a quest for something. What could it be? Moreover, how to handle this spirit before me has become a matter that requires careful deliberation. While I could easily eliminate it, I cannot disregard the existence that looms behind it. Perhaps that man is merely driven by curiosity. Fascinated by this unique terrain and a peculiar fragment of a soul, he established this array and neglected it for over a century. Yet, what if he indeed harbors ulterior motives? At the very least, he has yet to display any hostility towards me, because the spirit revealed that it acts not under his command, and that he even persuaded the mother dragon, Antares, to abandon her vendetta against me. I have no desire to provoke animosity from this figure, pushing him into opposition against me. Thus, I hesitated for 3 minutes before commanding the mercenaries to return the massive stone to its original place. Indeed, it was a command. Despite their bewilderment, they swiftly executed my order. Such matters are indeed straightforward. When one possesses the qualifications and strength to lead a group, Such occurrences transpire naturally, without anyone seeking Kaiser's counsel. The entire colossal moonstone crystal was returned to its rightful position, yet the array did not reactivate as I had anticipated. Although the magical energy in the valley slightly replenished, it pales in comparison to its former potency. This array must have been tampered with during its construction. However, I am momentarily unable to grasp its intricacies. Yet, this is nearly all I can do for now. At least I have not scattered the spirit's essence and have even sacrificed 4 of my companion souls for it. Just remember my mercy in sparing your life. Chapter 98. The Master's request. As we departed the valley, each of us bore a considerable amount of moonstone fragments, our bodies dusted with a fine layer of moonstone powder. The mercenaries had struck it rich, with even the tip of my staff adorned by a stone the size of a fist. This moment, the moon had just reached its zenith, and the night still had a considerable duration ahead. The mercenaries on watch in the camp remained untroubled. Pizarion's carriage continued its customary silence, and that child remained in a deep slumber, as if eternally ensnared in the realm of dreams. After casting a series of spells and forcing myself to memorize solar flare in a brief span, I too felt utterly exhausted. Hence, after tidying my clothes and face, I rarely succumbed to sleep. Ignoring the mercenaries' excited whispers, my slumber was profound, and when I finally awoke, the morning light streamed through the gaps in the trees. I did not rise immediately, instead squinting slightly as I observed Jenny, like an elder sister, tending to Roger's face, while fetching breakfast served on large leaves from the mercenaries. Typically, I find the mercenaries' clamor irksome. Yet this morning felt different. The rare sensation of post-sleep languor allowed me to lie quietly for a while, before closing my eyes to ponder. My thoughts often abound, such as, how has Ender's progress fared? According to their itinerary, they should have located Maximus's residence by this morning. He resides on a hill adjacent to a small village, well known in the vicinity for his identity as an apothecary. He should have returned to report the unfortunate news to Pizarion after slaying that wizard. By the time they arrived, our mentor had already fallen victim to the malevolent sorcerer who had previously attacked him. And behind that sorcerer lies the influence of the dark elf mage, Melunian. Just as I contemplated this, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Opening my eyes, I found Jenny there, her face filled with apology as she gestured behind her. Moo. Master Pizarion requests your presence. This was indeed a novelty. He had finally broken his silence. My curiosity piqued regarding what transpired within that carriage. I promptly rose, accepted the damp towel Jenny offered to wipe my face, and walked towards the shaded carriage. A few mercenaries spotted me and immediately exclaimed, "Well done, sir." I understood they were expressing gratitude for my actions the previous night, and I returned their goodwill with a smile. In truth, whether gazed upon with fear or gratitude, both sensations are pleasant. However, the former is more practical for me, while the latter often conceals unexpected treachery and plots. Approaching the carriage, I lightly tapped on the wooden window. Furrowing my brow slightly, an unpleasant odor wafted from within, the mingling scents of blood, sulfur, animal pelts, and a variety of notoriously foul-smelling magical materials. Had I not learned that my master had summoned me, I would have suspected he had perished and been decomposing within the carriage for 2 to 3 days. The window opened with a creak, revealing Pizarion's remarkably haggard visage. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, his skin devoid of luster, and numerous brownish spots had formed upon it. His lips were cracked and pale, resembling a desiccated fish. He had his own methods for prolonging life. How could his health deteriorate to such an extent in merely a few days? Observing him now, it was difficult to reconcile him with the elder who had commanded the winds and horses beneath Geruden's city. "What is your command, master?" I inclined my head slightly. He turned his murky eyes towards me and, in a voice hoarse to the point of strangeness, whispered, "Give me your hand, child. As you can see, my condition is not promising. I require a potion to restore my health, and thus I need the blood of a healthy mage. I hope you can assist me." Blood? I hesitated momentarily. For a mage, blood is a substance that incites wariness, as most life-related magic requires blood as a medium, and a mage would never easily part with their hair, skin, or blood, much like how mages strive to conceal their true names. And now he seeks my blood. Pizarion sensed my apprehension. He sighed softly, saying, "I understand how unsettling this request is for you, child. As a mage, you certainly have your reasons to refuse me if that is the case." But before he could finish his sentence, I had already extended my arm through the window and smiled. "No, master. Please forgive my previous thoughts. I only wish for your swift recovery." It is important to note that I have long yearned to accompany you into the tomb of Deadless, to behold the magnificent achievements of our predecessors. Indeed, unreciprocated trust can often engender doubt alongside gratitude in the recipient's heart. However, when such trust is mingled with a touch of selfishness, it becomes far more reassuring than mere unadulterated faith. Pizarian, having discerned my intentions, exerted effort to lift his hand and grasp my wrist. His touch was exceedingly warm, bordering on scorching. He then tugged my wrist toward the interior of the carriage and, with a delicate dagger, made a small incision. Vivid crimson liquid flowed from the wound. Pooling into a shallow glass dish held in his other hand, as he performed these actions, I strained a glimpse into the carriage, yet the window was only ajar enough to allow my wrist to slip through. Preventing me from fully absorbing the scene within. My sole discovery was the intensified scent of arcane materials and the sight of an incomplete design etched onto a wooden board, a hexagram. After collecting my blood, Pizarian offered me a fleeting smile before hastily closing the window. I stared at the wooden frame for a moment, then turned away, revealing a smile. Yes, a smile that was heartfelt. Did this old fellow truly regard me as the star-clad apprentice Mark? Zashi? I could only imagine his current endeavors within the carriage, cautiously applying my fresh blood to the hexagram engraved board with his aged, dimming eyes, then consuming the remainder, swallowing it down. In the days prior, he had engaged in even more intricate and perilous preparations, the agony of which surely rivaled the torment of skinning the flesh from his bones. On that evening at the governor's estate in Garudin, he spoke truthfully. He indeed possessed an intricate understanding of the necromancer king, Sultan Diggs. This encompassed not only his life experiences and temperament, but also his mastery of magic. The hexagram is a totem revered by an exceedingly remote barbarian tribe in the western continent. Members of that tribe, through an ancient and mysterious lineage, gained incredible powers. They developed a unique system of esoteric spells, their terrifying secrets rivaling our necromantic arts. In a previous life, I had absorbed considerable wisdom from them for reasons unknown, crafting a perilous spell revolving around the hexagram. Now, Pizarian was preparing to enact this very magic. However, he had evidently not squandered over a century of his life. He had modified and perfected this spell, even substituting many of the required materials, rendering it impossible for me to recall it from the sense we had encountered during our time together. Were I Mark Zashi, I would undoubtedly still be enraptured by the grateful smile my master had bestowed upon me. Alas, I am merely an impostor. I am Mun, or rather, I am Sultan Diggs. I am the creator of that spell. And now, he wishes to apply this magic upon me. I certainly possess the means to make him regret such thoughts. The mercenaries were already packing up the camp in preparation for departure. Little Rogeo, having finished breakfast, climbed onto the wooden cart laden with weapons. Yet now, his gaze upon me held an air of curiosity. He even reached out, gently flicking the void behind me as I passed. As if there were an invisible string, this little fellow is indeed extraordinary. He can see. We traversed through the endless woods by the roadside for an entire morning, stopping at noon to partake of some sustenance. 3 meals a day are typically the privilege of the nobility. However, prolonged travel can be quite taxing, prompting Kaiser to introduce the notion of brunch. The 4 mercenaries lay on another cart, emitting distressing groans throughout the journey. I found myself wishing someone would swiftly end their suffering with a longsword, for the wounds upon their faces appeared to have become inflamed, with little hope of healing. Their plight seemed to evoke thoughts of another matter in Jenny. Thus, as was her custom, she rode up beside me and whispered, "Moo, I am reminded of Ashley." I exhaled softly. "What is it? Do you not find it peculiar, the things she did to us before, and those she did afterward?" She furrowed her brow. I have been unable to accept that she could be such a person. Her prior actions, even the most skilled of actors, could not perform so flawlessly. Know this, Moo, she aimed to deceive you. What sort of person could conceal themselves from you for so long? I shrugged. If you are seeking a definitive answer from me, I have none. Yet I share your doubts, and I shall uncover the truth. However, just as I intended to offer her comfort, Kaiser ahead abruptly halted the procession. One of the women among them appeared to have succumbed, and we must pause to bury her. The autumn afternoon is a fitting time for a funeral. The mournful autumn breeze and the withered yellow leaves easily evoke tears, yet the mercenaries displayed little sorrow, likely due to their accustomed nature to the cycles of life and death. After laying the woman to rest, we did not immediately resume our journey, for the other 3 appeared to be on the brink of death as well. Kaiser decided to rest in place, effectively waiting for them to pass. To place them in the not-yet-filled grave, we were situated by the roadside in a grove of white birch, with damp earth and thick yellow leaves, along with an abundance of vividly colored edible berries. The three individuals emitted intermittent wails, while the others engaged in hushed conversations. Several large crows flapped their wings, alighting on the branches above, their heads swiveling as if they sensed the scent of death. At that moment, a green, pointed head peeked out from a small hill across the road. Sparse, coarse hairs adorned the tip, and after a brief glimpse, it swiftly retreated. The mercenaries noticed this creature but paid it little mind, presumably a small goblin. A humanoid with green skin, a flat nose, and red eyes. These little beings prefer to swarm and attack solitary travelers, yet it would take divine intervention for them to muster the courage to assault a medium-sized mercenary group such as ours. Yet, moments later, the pointed head re-emerged, slowly revealing its eyes, as if peering at something this juncture. I realized my earlier assessment had been mistaken. This was a gremlin, not a goblin. Gremlins, like goblins, are humanoid but possess a significantly higher intelligence. Even able to speak simple common tongue, their appearance is more pleasing than that of goblins, standing half the height of an adult human, with green skin, pointed ears, and sharp noses, their hind legs curved like those of a dog. In truth, they are more closely related to satyrs or minotaurs than goblins are to humans. This gremlin possessed cat-like slit pupils, staring intently at us before darting back into hiding. The mercenaries did not regard these humanoids as equals. Distracted by the loss of their comrade, they picked up loose earth or stones and hurled them, striking the creature. Thud, ouch, the sounds of rocks hitting its head and the gremlin's pained cries. The assailants erupted into laughter, momentarily dispelling the subtle sorrow that lingered in the camp. Yet the gremlin did not flee as anticipated. Instead, it leaped forth and stood atop the hill that was draped in a tattered cloth, so filthy that its original color was indecipherable, with a grass rope tied around its waist, from which hung a wooden stick that I noted that a nail had been driven into the stick, rendering it a makeshift morning star. Adorning its chest was a white brooch, approximately the length of a human hand, seemingly crafted from bone. The fellow seemed to be regretting his momentary impulse at this very moment, while the mercenaries, having witnessed his earlier blustering bravado, erupted into laughter once more. One of them called out loudly, "Hey, shorty, what do you want?" The goblin, noticing that we had no intention of rushing to chase him away, instantly regained some composure. With his green, pointed claws, he adjusted the wooden staff at his waist and squeaked, "I by the mountains, under the trees, for a lifetime. You occupy my territory. I am a goblin, a general." The mercenaries paused for a moment, then burst into uproarious laughter. Even Jenny displayed a rare, joyful grin. The little creature, indignant at our insolence yet too timid to reclaim his territory, stomped his foot in anger and turned his head towards the slope behind him, shouting, "Soldiers, come, teach these humans a lesson." At this, several individuals sobered up. While goblins were not particularly fearsome, a dozen of them could still pose a headache, meaning a few would have to disrupt their rest to deal with them. However, this goblin general called out several times before his army slowly appeared over the hill. It was a troop of one. Another goblin, with a yellowish hue to its skin, seemed not yet fully grown. It was even shorter than the first, wearing a tunic fashioned from tree bark, its skin marred and seeping yellow-green pus. This creature clutched a wooden stick, a nondescript, unsharpened piece of wood, peeking timidly from behind. The first goblin proudly raised his club and pointed it at us. The little one blinked in confusion, shook his head, and then retreated a step. Turned out that this creature had yet to learn the common tongue. It could not comprehend the goblin general's words. At this moment, the mercenaries erupted into laughter once again. The green-faced mountain goblin turned a darker shade of green and yelled back. Then the little fellow blinked again, took a step back, tilting his sack, and kicked the mountain goblin off the slope, then clapped his hands and laughed in a voice even louder than ours. Goblins, being the mischievous little creatures they are, often delight in the misfortunes of others. Even if someone meets their end 2 seconds before them, they exhibit a remarkable sense of humor and will cackle at the unfortunate soul. The mountain goblin tumbled down clumsily, and upon regaining his senses, found himself in the middle of the road, just a few steps from us, and quickly screamed as he scrambled back up, grappling with the little goblin. Everyone laughed heartily at the antics of these two, and even I began to find it amusing. Yet amid the humor, I felt a twinge of confusion. What could embolden these typically timid goblins to linger so bravely? Attempting to reclaim their territory, I chuckled and shook my head, only to be captivated by an object lying in the middle of the road, the bone trinket that had been pinned to the chest of the goblin general. Chapter 100. The goblin's conspiracy. Now it lay in the dust of the roadway, yet retained its luster. The pale hue was not that of bone, but rather appeared to be a precious, translucent mineral. It had been polished into an elongated, conical shape, one end intricately carved with beautiful, elaborate patterns, seemingly depicting a bird. Such a delicate item was certainly beyond the means of a goblin. Perhaps he had merely stumbled upon it. Intrigued by the unique material, I stood and walked over to pick it up. Just then, the goblin general peeked out from beneath his soldier, immediately shouting, "Treasure, mine, mine." But I paid him no heed and returned to my previous position. The goblin general was truly enraged this time. He shoved aside his soldier and began to wave his stick and shout. Yet he dared not approach us. Jenny approached with curiosity, asking, "Moo, what did you find?" I toyed with the small object in my hand, shrugging. "I don't know. It's quite an odd little thing." Its material was indeed peculiar. Most gemstones resonate with magical energies. Yet this one felt cold, as if it were an insulator against magic. Its sheen was warm and translucent, yet it did not resemble any gem I recognized. I sensed that a fascinating story lay hidden behind it. Thus, I raised my voice and asked the goblin, "Where did you get this?" The goblin general stared intently at the brooch I held, then suddenly turned around and wiggled his backside at me, a common gesture of mutual insult among them. Then, as if forgetting that I had taken the brooch, he burst into laughter, with the little one joining in. The two of them cackled and scurried down the hill. The mercenaries, baffled by their antics, were eager to see what could possibly capture the interest of a mage like myself. But I quickly tucked the brooch into my sleeve and stood up. Just then, a strange sound echoed from behind the hill. Puff, puff, splash, splash. The noise grew louder, accompanied by the goblin's gleeful cackles. Moments later, the two little creatures reappeared on the slope, now holding something wrapped in broad strips of tree bark, an oval object, from which a translucent liquid continuously dripped. The liquid seemed almost alive, stretching into fine strands before suddenly snapping back up, only to fall again slowly. The goblin general descended the slope, approaching the roadside with glee, shouting, "Revenge," cackling fear. He then hurled the bark-wrapped object with force, causing it to land with a splat before us. The liquid contained within splattered everywhere upon impact. Yet in the next moment, the scattered tendrils quickly retracted like tentacles, while the concealed portion beneath the bark sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Lunging toward the face of the nearest mercenary, a scream erupted, a muffled sound akin to a face submerged in water. At last, we saw the creature's true form. It was a slime. A dangerous and troublesome organism. It possessed a corrosive strength far surpassing the acidic solutions concocted in a mage's laboratory. Its body was composed of a semi-liquid substance, capable of rapidly dividing into two distinct entities even if cut in half. Drawing nutrients from its prey to grow and thrive, these little beings typically lazed about in shallow waters, shielded by the currents, but when hungry or startled, they exhibited an extreme aggressiveness. Somehow, these two goblins had managed to wrap it in tree bark and bring it here like a tame beast, directing it to attack us. The mercenaries had heard of such troublesome creatures and knew how to deal with them. Dousing them with copious amounts of cold water would cause them to retract from their prey. However, at that moment, we were by the roadside, and finding enough water was no easy task. A few mercenaries splashed drinking water from their water skins onto the unfortunate fellow's face, but it proved utterly ineffective. The flesh of his face was rapidly corroded beyond recognition by the translucent slime, his eyeballs nearly falling from their sockets, revealing ghastly nostrils, a truly horrific sight. The only silver lining was that the mercenary finally lost consciousness after his eyes were reduced to bloody mush. The slime began probing its clear tendrils into his nostrils and eye sockets, its body turning dark red. I shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go capture those two goblins." At that moment, the others snapped out of their stupor and lunged toward the two goblins who were still clapping and laughing. Meanwhile, I swiftly drew some magical powder from a hidden compartment in my sleeve and cautiously approached the mercenary's side, sprinkling it over the slime. A pungent cloud of smoke immediately billowed from the creature, causing it to tremble like boiling water and slide off the mercenary's face, taking with it a large portion of flesh. Within 4 seconds, the slime had transformed into a disgusting puddle of blood and gore. When I turned to check on the mercenaries, I found them all standing in shock on the slope across the road. The faces of the two goblins were pressed into the mud, squeaking pitifully, yet no one paid them any mind. Even Jenny had her hand on her sword hilt, frozen in a pose as if she had suddenly halted her charge. As the autumn wind rustled the fallen leaves around us, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. A metallic scent permeated the air, seemingly emanating from the position just below the slope across the road. I realized that something unusual was occurring, something sufficient to leave these warriors, who had not been intimidated by the orc horde, stunned and bewildered. Thus, I slowly walked behind them and peered down the slope, my expression shifting to one of gravity as I tightened my grip on my wand. Chapter 101. You would never wish to hear this answer. The slope inclined downward and then spread into a vast plain. Above the plain, the landscape is adorned with knee-high, withered grasses undulating like waves in the autumn breeze. Yet, at the center of this meadow, an enormous creature has overpowered a vast area. A colossal, viscous slime, roughly the size of 2 buildings. This behemoth sprawls its semi-transparent body across the grassland, resembling a gelatinous mass. However, within this gelatin, a plethora of impurities is intermingled: shards of armor, remnants of swords, indigestible clumps of earth and stone, and various bottles and jars, their original forms nearly indistinguishable. Beneath its form lies a patch of darkened grass, akin to the smoldering remnants of wild vegetation scorched by flames. Most astonishingly, this creature possesses a head. Typically, slimes are no larger than a human head, as they lack the independent brains found in other species. Instead, their cognitive material is dispersed throughout their bodies, flowing with their viscous forms. This limitation inhibits complex thought, forcing them to react instinctively to external stimuli. Such constraints also affect their size, should a slime grow too large. The flow of its substance cannot sustain the speed of thought, resulting in division, a common method of reproduction among slimes. Yet, this particular specimen has developed a head, one that clearly reveals the pulsating brain matter within. Although this head is merely the size of a human cranium, it is insufficient relative to its massive form, indicating that this creature has entered a new life stage, an exceedingly rare phase within the slime community. Known as the royal form. In layman's terms, this is a slime king. I suspect that the great prophecy I once invoked in my previous life has once again come into play. I have encountered 2 exceedingly rare beings in just a few days, a succubus and a slime king. This rare encounter must signify something profound, and I choose to believe it heralds a favorable outcome. At this moment, the immense slime king lies quietly upon the meadow, its semi-liquid form slowly flowing outward, only to retract when it becomes thin enough to nearly form a membrane. Portions obstructed by grass stems and rocks remain outside its mass, transforming into the diminutive slimes often found in the hands of goblins. What on earth is that? A slime? Kaisa murmurs incredulously beside me, instinctively taking a step back. Though the creature is a considerable distance away, its colossal presence instills a sense of unease, akin to the way one might feel at the sight of a cow, yet be startled by the sight of an ant of similar size. However, I step forward, descending the earthen slope and approaching the desolate grassland. Master, you. Kaisa attempts to dissuade me, but Jenny follows closely behind. This scene mirrors that fateful night when we faced the antlered creature, yet this time, the mercenaries, after a moment's hesitation, decide to accompany us. Kaisa prudently instructs several more cautious warriors to return and safeguard Pizzarian, and they flee back as if granted clemency. Meanwhile, the 2 goblins, tightly bound, are left beside the now unconscious soldier. The mercenaries possess their methods of ensuring these little creatures are trapped, and they will undoubtedly regret crossing our path and foolishly provoking our ire. Master, is this an illusion as well? Kaisa inquires as he walks beside me. I shrug and smile. How could it be? There is no other succubus here. His expression suddenly darkens. Then, you intend to? Just curiosity. This creature seems off. I must examine it closely. Curiosity? You truly are. You mages are something else. Judging by his demeanor, he appears to regret allowing the warriors to follow us. We traverse the thick, withered grass, drawing closer to the malevolent entity beneath the afternoon sun. It does indeed seem peculiar. Part of its body, that head, and the vast expanse behind it, undulates slightly in the sunlight, resembling a pot of boiling water. Moreover, its location raises further concerns that I have observed during my journey. There are no water sources nearby, and slimes are creatures that dwell near water. Given their unique semi-liquid composition, Prolonged deprivation of moisture will ultimately lead to their evaporation under the sun. That a slime king should possess its own territory, reigning supreme over a specific body of water. Yet, why does it find itself in such a barren expanse? Its condition appears lethargic, as if it has suffered a grievous blow, though I cannot discern any visible signs of damage. I halt several dozen meters away, taking precautions to ensure my safety. Any closer, and the overwhelming stench emanating from its form would unsettle my stomach. At that moment, the slime senses my presence, slowly rotating its head to meet my gaze in a heart-stopping moment. At that instant, 6 pairs, 12 enormous green eyes emerge from its vacant visage, fixating on me for a brief moment before swiftly vanishing back into its translucent form. This is my first encounter with the eyes of a slime king. One I shall never forget. In that fleeting moment, I was taken aback, as I suddenly associated its countenance with something I had witnessed a few nights prior: the souls of living humans. Those souls, existing within the flesh of the living, also bore such eyes. This recollection brings to mind a folk tale. Certain ignorant village women would warn their children to steer clear of slimes and never harm them, for they are the manifestations of souls unable to enter hell or heaven after death, they would say. Reflecting on those words now, I cannot help but feel their truth. The multitude of eyes that suddenly appeared on the slime king closely resemble those of the departed souls. As for their color, a ghostly hue, akin to the shade of green displayed in its eyes. Yet, after our shared gaze, the slime king turns its head again, revealing those eerie eyes, this time focusing on Ginny beside me. In an instant, its body contracts, doubling in height, akin to the earlier small creature that had leapt onto the mercenary's face. This reaction interrupts my thoughts, and almost instantly, a translucent tendril shoots forth like a bolt of lightning, reaching towards Ginny's face before she has the chance to register her surprise. That a ripple-like, transparent wave materializes between Ginny and the tendril. The air emits a dull thud as an invisible force field blocks the attack, causing the tendril to retract swiftly. The mercenaries, startled by this sudden assault, retreat 3 or 4 steps, yet I remain motionless, firmly grasping Ginny's hand to ensure she does not reflexively leap out of the protective barrier of my defender's shield. However, the slime king does not relent. It swiftly launches another tendril at Ginny, attempting to pull her closer. Yet, the power of magic obstructs it, leaving the creature incapable of doing more than provoking ripples upon the surface of the invisible shield. While the small stone I hold as a medium remains entirely unscathed, the creature's strength soon begins to wane. It should not be this way, yet it appears to be afflicted by some strange malady, rendering it incapable of executing a more menacing assault. Its tendril drags along the grass before slowly retracting, becoming fragmented and dispersed into individual entities, ordinary slimes that can only survive by instinct. Those 2 goblins must have gleaned the small creature that attacked us from its vicinity. Yet, how could those goblins approach it unscathed, while Ginny became its target? Moreover, this assault appears to be driven by a profound hatred towards her. Now, the slime king, in a state of exhaustion, relaxes its form, even shifting slightly, as if hoping to draw closer to Ginny and me. However, this motion causes the quivering portion atop its form to flow downward. The moment this part touches the surrounding grass, a surge of blue-white flames erupts at the junction, exuding searing heat. The slime king hastily flails its body, using its translucent tendrils to smother the flames. The tendrils quickly dry out from the intense heat, yet it recklessly envelopes its entire form around the flames, encasing them within its mass. In an instant, the blue-white flames create a void in its body, quickly filling the space with thick black smoke. However, deprived of oxygen, the fire quickly extinguishes, and it gradually lowers its form back to the scorched earth. All of this transpires in a blur, swiftly enough that I barely manage to pull Ginny back 2 steps, intent on vacating the area to avoid a potential wildfire. Yet now, a profound realization dawned upon me, illuminating the reason behind the charred earth lying beneath the slime king. It had ignited flames more than once, only to extinguish them by searing its own flesh to prevent the inferno from spreading into a wildfire. The faintly bubbling section atop its body was the source of such extreme heat that it ignited the surrounding wild grasses, tormenting it in the process. This intangible flame, an unyielding blaze, an enduring fire of extreme temperatures, I understood to whom this flame belonged. My heart felt as though it were grasped by an invisible hand. Tightening suddenly, it was the flame of the dragon, The dragon's breath of the fire dragon Bacalas. I abruptly lifted my gaze to the sky and swiftly turned to survey my surroundings. After confirming that all was as it should be, I grasped Jenny's hand and hastened towards our encampment. Nestled beneath a grove of white birches, it was far more concealed than this vast open plain. The mercenaries were perplexed by my sudden panic, and even Jenny behind me inquired, "What is it, Moo? What have you discovered?" What had I discovered? I certainly would not reveal to Jenny that the Slime King's attack was provoked by the Antares shield she bore, which emanated the essence of dragons. It seemed that the slime had been singed by the breath of the fire dragon Bacalas and brought to this location. Thus, upon sensing the dragon's aura emanating from Jenny, it had attacked her. The duration of the dragon's breath lingered for approximately 6 to 7 hours. The dragon's breath upon the Slime King had yet to extinguish, and the fire dragon was likely still in our vicinity. Damn it! How could this wretched fate lead me to this place, to encounter the most perilous creature on the western continent? Who, indeed, had meddled with my grand prophecy, causing my destiny to veer so starkly from its intended course? Just as I returned to the woods, lamenting my misfortune and preparing to command the mercenaries to swiftly bury the bodies of the other 4, to execute the 2 goblins, and to leave this place post-haste, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from the western horizon. The sound was piercing, rolling towards us like a tangible force, scattering the sparse clouds from the sky. Then a gentle breeze emerged, chillingly caressing my face, a breeze propelled by the sonic waves of a dragon's roar. If there exists any creature, aside from human mages, capable of influencing the lofty realms above, it could only be a dragon. This dragon's roar nearly petrified everyone present. Any soul, even those who had never laid eyes upon such a creature, could discern the extreme peril encapsulated within that sound, a danger so profound that it elicited a look of fear from me, a mage who was deemed fearless in their eyes. "Master, what is that?" Kaisa gazed at the clear sky to the west, questioning me. You would not wish to hear the answer. I furrowed my brow, slowly retreating beside Pizzarian's cart. "It is a dragon." The mage finally drew back the window, uttering these words. Chapter 102, The Cataclysmic Calamity. Dragon, a term widely known among humanity. In fact, over 1,000 years ago, this realm was one where dragons coexisted with mortals. However, during the era of the unified Baan Empire established by the Neanderthals, dragons were gradually erased from this world by some mysterious force, leaving only 2 survivors, the earth dragon Antares and the fire dragon Bacalas. At this moment, the fire dragon roared from the west, forcing even Pizzarian to abandon his detached demeanor. I imagined he had never beheld the true form of a dragon. His heart must have been a tumultuous blend of fear and curiosity. Yet, I understood the temperament of this fire dragon all too well. It harbored an almost visceral hatred for all living beings, particularly humans. Although for some undeniable reason it could not eradicate humanity with its overwhelming power, it would not hesitate to obliterate dozens of vermin on a whim. Dragons, in their haughty nature, rarely emitted roars. Such behavior was deemed disgraceful among their kind. However, within that recent prolonged roar lay an immense fury and shock. And I could scarcely fathom who, aside from the long-vanished Sartan, Digus, or the earth dragon Antares, could evoke such emotions within him. Just after that roar faded, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from the western forest, akin to 100 thunderclaps shattering the sky, sending shockwaves that made eardrums throb painfully. Then, a massive grayish-yellow mushroom cloud ascended, its fiery core shifting from bright orange-yellow to deep crimson, swelling and rolling skyward. Following that, rings of white smoke spiraled from the base of the mushroom cloud. I knew it was the violent shockwave and searing heat compressing the air, stirring up the dust from the earth below. Approximately 9 seconds later, a fierce gust of hot wind surged towards us, reminiscent of the scorching winds that blow during the hottest summer months. The earth trembled, leaves cascaded down. The crowd fell silent in terror. Even the warhorses stood frozen, unable to neigh. Such terrifying power. I could only recall having experienced it when battling alongside Antares. That was the dragon language spell of the fire dragon Bacalas, a spell known as the Cataclysmic Calamity. I still remembered the scene after he unleashed this spell. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, the trunks of colossal trees were instantly carbonized, collapsing like a wave of darkness outward. That force even shattered the legendary magic absolute defense shield I had conjured, nearly tearing my body asunder. Had it not been for Antares, whose defensive capabilities far surpassed those of the fire dragon, coming to my aid in time, I likely would not be standing here now. Once again, I beheld this chilling force, and what kind of adversary could compel him to unleash such magic, to incite such wrath? The western forest ignited, thick smoke billowing towards the heavens. The mage urged us in a hoarse, somewhat panicked voice. We must leave this place. That is the fire dragon Bacalis. The mercenaries had all heard the terrifying legends of dragons. And the distant inferno, swirling smoke, and the colossal mushroom cloud reaffirmed for them that the monstrous entity of lore was indeed far more fearsome than they had ever imagined. They hesitated not a moment to spur their mounts into action. Urging them from their state of panic, they then hurriedly buried the other 4 mercenaries, perhaps still barely alive as for the 2 goblins. They seized the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. Their dull minds only afforded them the singular benefit of being largely oblivious to the marrow-deep terror. Yet the people possessed no inclination to pursue them. All were fixated on fleeing this place. Perhaps the dragon, after vanquishing its foe with its terrifying magic, would come here, perhaps in its rage. It would annihilate us as well. Though a mage capable of wielding legendary spells was a being that even the avatars of the gods would regard with caution, the currently weakened Pizzarian offered us no semblance of safety. Just as we were about to mount our steeds, another astonishing event unfolded. A grayish-red streak shot forth from the swelling mushroom cloud, arcing across the azure sky, almost simultaneously with this slender line. A longer dragon's roar resounded, but this was no furious roar. It was a lament. The red object at the end of the slender line crashed down into the distant forest, raising a cloud of grayish-white dust that appeared to be the body of the fire dragon Bacalis. He had been cast aside, hurled through the air for hundreds of meters. My right foot rested in the stirrup, hands poised on the saddle, frozen in the act of mounting. However, this motion halted here, as I was rendered immobile by sheer astonishment. If any creature could deliver such an attack, it could only be Antares, who had yet to lose her wings. Yet the fire dragon stood as the undisputed ruler of the skies in this realm. But who could withstand the cataclysmic calamity and emerge unscathed, even possessing the strength to defeat Bacalis in midair? Pizzarian likewise gazed at the western sky, murmuring, "By the gods, how is this possible? How is this possible?" My sole direct confrontation with Bacalis had been for the sake of that female dragon. Thereafter, we had scarcely interacted until I began to coalesce my demigod form and nearly ascended to divinity. At that time, I had likely finally attained the power to compel his subservience, yet I never had the opportunity to test it. But at this moment, it seemed Bacalis' adversary had reached the pinnacle of my former strength, the realm of the demigod. Moreover, it was not magic that he employed, but rather some form of physical force that propelled him away. This almost miraculous scene once again evoked that name in my mind, filling my chest with a complex array of emotions. Why? Why must such a being exist in the Western continent? Why do such individuals constantly surround me, deliberately or inadvertently influencing my fate, and causing me to feel such resentment and apprehension at this moment? Why, having once possessed similar power, must I now merely observe their duel from a distance, alongside a group of mortals trembling with fear, desperately trying to flee this area? Why must the once feared lord of the undead, Sultan Diggs, now live in obscurity, barely surviving under the threat of some master, pretending to be insignificant? The urging voices of Jenny and the mercenaries momentarily faded into the void. I felt a long-lost emotion, a feeling that only surged through me in my youth, one that ignited my blood and filled my heart with fervor. But it was only at this moment that I realized, apart from vengeance, there existed another yearning within me. This desire, hidden in the veins of every human, is known as the thirst for knowledge, for acquisition, for possession. Whether it be the possession of time, space, power, or emotions, it may be buried deep beneath the sands of time and memory, but it is never extinguished. It is awakened at certain moments, causing ripples in my heart, which had been as still as a placid lake, just as I had done after slaying the black-robed apprentice at the last refuge. Declaring my former title, Sultan Diggs, it became clear that my heart had always been filled with the desire for my name to be known once more. I longed for a day, not far in the future, to proclaim to all on the Western continent, I, Sultan Diggs, have returned. At this moment, my heart seemed to finally feel fulfilled, not solely with the hunger for revenge, but also with the thirst for the arcane mysteries that once compelled me to explore endlessly, the desire to transcend, to disdain, to touch the sublime. This is who I truly am. I murmured to myself within, feeling as though I had returned to the realm of reality. The calls around me grew clearer. Jenny was gently tapping my shoulder, and the mercenaries had already mounted their steeds, awaiting my command. Pizarian waved to me from the half-open carriage window. "Mount up, Mark. Mount up and let us leave this place." That old fellow must have thought I was petrified with fear, but perhaps this was for the best. Regarding that specter, I had dismissed them with the excuse that it was a fearsome ghost. Even Ginny was led to believe so. This conveniently conveyed to Pizarian that I was not a man of inscrutable intentions. You see. Encountering a legendary dragon still left me in a state of shock. Thus, should he wish to act upon me in the future, he may let his guard down, for I am merely an apprentice of magic. However, I shall not remain an apprentice forever. Shortly after reclaiming my mage's ledger, Sultan Diggs shall once again reign over this world, wielding the sword of vengeance, with a slight exertion of my hands. I turned and mounted my horse, then shouted as I galloped away. The western sky was already thick with smoke, spreading towards us with the wind. The fire dragon Bacalas had fallen silent. I could not even see him take to the skies. I did not know if this mightiest creature of the western continent had been so easily slain, nor did I comprehend the cause of such a fierce conflict between these two beings. How would Denisa react if she knew her last kin had been slain by that man? Chapter 103. Pursuit of the dragon. Our party, consisting of more than 30 individuals, along with a cart drawn by 2 large horses, sped forward. Aside from myself, no one in the group seemed to know who possessed the power to defeat a dragon, and it is likely that no more than 3 people in the entire western continent were privy to this secret. Yet, a question lingered in my mind. What was the nature of that slime king? A dragon would not be so bored as to capture a slime king dwelling in the depths of water and bring it to the wilderness to witness its slow movement, especially not the fire dragon Bacalas. His actions must have some ulterior motive, yet I found it impossible to connect that man, the fire dragon, and the slime king. There must be a pivotal point, a key that could clarify the situation. Yet I could never grasp it. Something was missing. We galloped along the road for about 5 minutes when a mercenary on lookout duty suddenly warned us in a voice just audible enough. "Beware, on the right. It seems something is approaching. No, it cannot be human." My heart tightened as I turned to look in the direction he indicated. That it was indeed not human. To our right lay a vast expanse of barren grassland, beyond which stood a dense forest. Smoke was rising ominously from the forest, enveloped in flames. The apocalypse spell had ignited the inferno, perhaps during the autumn moon. Thus, it was evident that a forest fire would rage on for quite some time, until the woods were reduced to ash. Within that right-side forest, it appeared a creature was rapidly approaching us, moving at a speed rivaling that of our steeds. Some thinner trees along its path were being uprooted with tremendous force, marking its route towards us, a direct line. Just seconds after the mercenary raised the alarm, the creature burst forth from the thicket into the open grassland. To my astonishment, it was a person. No, rather, a being that merely possessed a human appearance. He moved with an incredible speed, allowing me only a fleeting glimpse of his hair, a fiery red mane, reminiscent of the fire dragon Bacalas. Undoubtedly, this was the human form of the fire dragon. The dragon had not perished. He had transformed into human shape, relinquishing his aerial advantage, his wings seemingly injured to the extent that he could no longer fly, resorting to human form to evade his pursuers. Upon reaching the plain, he paused momentarily, seemingly uneasy in the open terrain devoid of cover, and without hesitation, he turned and retreated back into the forest, never once casting a glance at our group of over 30. Before we could even exhale in relief, another figure soon followed. Unlike the fire dragon, this individual did not burst forth from the forest, but rather adjusted his direction to continue the pursuit. His manner of movement was entirely distinct from that of the fire dragon. Almost to the point of being polar opposites, he moved with an almost silent grace, the only evidence of his presence being a fleeting white figure amongst the trees, accompanied by the glimmer of a blade that flashed like a thin bolt of lightning. This individual was pursuing the dragon with such ferocity, forcing it to abandon its draconic pride and assume human form. Yet the mercenaries remained unaware that this figure in the forest was the same person they encountered at the conclusion of the Battle of Gurudin. After all, his demeanor that night had resembled that of a normal human. Many mages could indeed eradicate dozens of orcs single-handedly. The existence of mages was shrouded in mystery, and the mercenaries would not concern themselves with whether the extraordinary abilities he displayed belonged to magic. They could not discern such nuances. Likewise, few would believe that the fiery-haired human was, in fact, a dragon, just as they did not believe in the existence of those unseen fairies that only mortals could not perceive. These two figures, one fleeing and the other in pursuit, graced our vision for less than 10 seconds before vanishing once more into the dense woods. We were left in a state of alarm, gradually slowing our pace. It seemed that the targets of those two were not us, and there was no need for us to continue our flight. But what exactly was happening? Pizarian summoned me from the cart, and I slowed my horse to approach him. Does that white-clad figure resemble the one you encountered on the night of the Battle of Gurudin? Very much so, I replied softly, but could they possibly be the same person? I lowered my voice further amidst the sound of hoofbeats, whispering that as a dragon transformed into human form, the individual from that night, just as I later mentioned to you, demonstrated remarkable combat prowess. Yet I do not believe he could defeat a dragon. My explanation seemed to alleviate Pizarian's suspicions. He had indeed believed I was concealing something from him since that night. I certainly would not disclose the true identity of that orc shaman or his real intentions for attacking Gurudin. I deflected his inquiries with the excuse that that fellow had taken his own life before my very eyes, a claim that the surrounding mercenaries could corroborate. That I suspected that it was then that he began to harbor certain thoughts about me. At that moment, a sudden explosion erupted in the direction the two figures had retreated, an airburst caused by an overwhelming force, followed by a cloud of dust rising into the sky. It merely appears that they have grown increasingly distant from us, drifting further away, as if another chasm separates us, that very chasm that stirs unrest within my heart. This shocking episode, which now seems utterly unrelated to us, appears to have concluded just like that. As we return to our previous pace of progress, the mercenaries, after a moment of shock and fear, began to vocally speculate about the identities of those two individuals, inquiring whether I possessed any insider knowledge. But I merely smiled and remained silent. We had traversed for 2 days, and vast expanses of farmland began to unfold alongside the roadside. The wheat in the fields awaited harvest, golden ears swaying like waves in the autumn breeze. This reminded me of a legend circulating in the northern reaches of the western continent. People would liken the windswayed, plump wheat to wolves in motion, believing that a wise wolf named Hello guarded the fields. When angered, it would consume the wheat, resulting in a poor harvest year. Yet, I lacked the inclination to admire such a beautiful sight. For we were nearing the residence of Maximus. Just another hour or two of travel would lead us to the village, from whence we would turn towards the Mage's tower. The closer I drew to that village, the more unsettled I became. Had Andre successfully dealt with Maximus? Why had he not sent word to me? As I could faintly glimpse the rooftops of the village ahead, a flatbed cart appeared on the road, approaching us. Such carts were commonplace in the countryside, often serving as mobile shops, bringing salt, needles, spices, and trinkets to one village after another, while transporting local specialties and the absurd tales that circulated among the rural folk. The mercenaries ahead inquired of the cart's owner, a man named Lawrence, about news from the village, and he informed me that a significant event had transpired. Several outsiders were suspected by the villagers of having killed a highly respected old apothecary residing nearby, and were now besieged on the hill where the old apothecary once lived. Another beautiful young woman with chestnut hair accompanying him revealed that the villagers planned to stealthily ascend the hill tonight after a standoff lasting a day and night, intending to capture them in one fell swoop. This news immediately dispelled the gloom in my heart. Maximus had been slain, and quite excellently at that. As for the siege, I was not at all surprised, being a mage. Maximus would undoubtedly unleash all the magic he had ever known upon his demise. Such a tremendous uproar and dazzling display would certainly attract the attention of many villagers, given Andre's character. He would not resort to carving a bloody path through the enraged villagers, so this outcome seemed entirely warranted. That fellow had remarkable patience. Was he waiting for our arrival only to have me clean up this mess? Upon learning that their leader was besieged, the mercenaries shouted to quicken their pace, eager to show those country bumpkins a thing or two. Pizarian exchanged a meaningful glance with me upon hearing this news. He was beginning to doubt me, yet I felt no concern if Andre had indeed completed all that I suggested. Even a master would have no grounds for reproach. The shadows of the village's slate-gray houses began to emerge from the golden foliage. Yet barely a soul could be seen moving about. Instead, a cacophony of angry shouts emanated from further back in the village. Maximus's residence must lie in that direction. Hooves kicked up great clouds of dust as we galloped towards the village. Chickens and ducks scattered in fright, while a few weary elders and timid women in the sparse houses hastily shut their doors and windows, peeking at us, the intruders, through the cracks, just around a bend. A frail man leaped down from a tree and dashed up a small slope, scrambling atop the roof of a wooden house before vanishing from our sight. The terrain of this village undulated. With many houses constructed against the hills, I surmised that the fellow intended to take a shortcut to raise the alarm. Chapter 104. The True and False Jenny. Yet we continued to ride along the rugged path, following the sounds, and after another slight incline, we beheld the crowd of villagers. There appeared to be over 100 of them, gathered around a small hillock. They were genuine common folk, wielding nothing more than scythes, pitchforks, and wooden clubs. The path leading up the hillock was blocked by firewood and hay, with some individuals hauling more kindling to the base of the hill, seemingly preparing for an arson assault. Andre had departed with 6 individuals, yet there still remained 6 at the hillock, 5 men and 1 woman. Behind them lay a heap of ruins, from which the remnants of what was once a modest house could still be discerned. The woman was bound to a charred doorframe, likely the reason the villagers hesitated to charge forward. As the sound of our hooves echoed behind them, it seemed the villagers had just received word. They had no time to organize a defensive formation with their pitchforks and clubs before the professional warriors surged forth on horseback, scattering their ranks. A few brave souls attempted to unseat the riders with their forks. Yet in a single charge, they were effortlessly toppled to the ground by the mercenaries, who utilized the momentum of their steeds and their long spears. These mercenaries, once perceived as fearsome adversaries, swiftly encircled the villagers who had previously surrounded Andre. Driving their horses to and fro, shouting loudly, and brandishing swords, transforming the once furious farmers into a state of panic, the burly elder stepped forth from the crowd, shaking his pitchfork in indignation as he bellowed, "What are you doing? This is the land of Viscount Stephen Martell, governed by the laws of the Kingdom of Ori, and I am the constable here, Robert Lance. We are in pursuit of the brigands who have slain a respected elder." "How dare you? Do you wish to find yourselves on the gallows?" The term pursuit seemed to elicit laughter from some of the mercenaries. The villagers' scythes and clubs hardly evoked any sense of authority befitting a constable, leading them to believe that this elder had lost his wits and was attempting to intimidate them with such rhetoric. However, Jenny and I did not find it amusing. Instead, we exchanged a glance of surprise. Stephen Martell. Could this not be the name of Jenny's father, the head of the Martell family? Jenny had once informed me that her father was a baron, the lowest tier among the 5 ranks of nobility in the Kingdom of Ori. Yet, in the mere months since Jenny had left home, had he truly been elevated to a count, ascending 3 ranks and acquiring the authority to appoint local constables? Moreover, the Martell family's fief lay in the Bodigan province. How could he possibly be appointing a constable in the Tamira province? We exchanged knowing glances, our eyes reflecting a shared sense of confusion. Thus, I urged my horse forward, halting the mercenaries, and addressed Kaiser, saying, "Let him speak." The mercenaries exchanged glances but ultimately lowered their raised weapons, merely encircling the cowering villagers with cold stares. This, however, left the elder at a loss for words. The mercenaries were a fearless lot. Those who feared the gallows would never take up arms to battle brigands and beasts. He licked his dry lips, standing there dumbfounded, until Jenny rode up to him. She lowered her hood, instantly provoking a murmur among the villagers. After all, Neanderthals were rarely seen, and I surmised these villagers had only heard whispers of such names through various legends. "Please do not be afraid. I believe you may have misunderstood the situation with the individuals above," she said, surveying the warriors around her. "These mercenaries," she gestured toward them, "are honorable men. Just a fortnight ago, they valiantly participated in the defense of the Gurudin in the Bodigan province, repelling the invading orcs. They are safeguarding the people of Ori with their lives and blood, including you. Now, I kindly ask you to calm your emotions, as I have a few questions for you." In truth, this marked my first encounter with Jenny speaking in such a manner, an exceedingly cultured, noble yet unpretentious tone, one befitting only the well-educated aristocracy. The mercenaries seemed momentarily taken aback, struggling to reconcile the transformation of a young girl who had trailed after me into a poised and dignified noblewoman. Yet her tone indeed proved effective, at least calming the elder and the villagers somewhat. Among the ruffians, it was plausible to find such an elegant woman that he hesitated, then lowered his pitchfork, saying, "Then, please, ask your questions. Miss, forgive my impertinence, but my first question is, are you truly the constable appointed by Sir Stephen Martell?" The elder clearly bristled at this inquiry, yet he furrowed his brow and produced a copper circular badge from his tattered cloak, adorned with twin stars, a shield, and crossed swords. "I am indeed the sheriff appointed by Viscount Madier. This is my badge, which also serves as the family crest of the Madir lineage. Jenny turned her face towards me and gave a slight nod. Indeed, that was her family emblem. However, to my knowledge, my Lord Sheriff, the Madir, the Viscount's family estate is located in the province of Badagang. Why then would he appoint a sheriff in the province of Tamira? The last time I saw him, he was still a baron. You have met Lord Madir? The old man interrupted her, his eyes betraying a sense of distrust. Surely you are not unaware of the news. Lord Madir's daughter, Miss Jennifer Madir, was wed to Count Nania of the southwestern part of Tamira during the summer months. The Count bestowed a portion of his lands, including our village, upon Lord Madir, granting him the title of first-class Viscount. I sensed that Jenny did not fully grasp what the old man was saying, for I could see the profound shock etched upon her features. How absurd it was to hear of her own marriage from the lips of an elderly villager from a remote hamlet. Thus, I interjected, asking, "Are you certain that Miss Jennifer has married Count Nania, rather than merely being betrothed?" "I am absolutely certain," he retorted, jabbing the ground with his pitchfork in irritation, then proudly declared, "My son, Thompson, is a second-tier servant to the third son of Count Nania. He witnessed their wedding with his own eyes." "But I am Jennifer Madir," Jenny murmured in confusion. "Did you have a prior engagement with Count Nania?" I inched closer and whispered. "No," she replied quietly, "but my father did express such intentions to me. However, that count has already taken 6 wives, and he is old enough to be my grandfather. How could I possibly? But who is that woman? The one who married him? Unless," she raised her gaze to meet mine, "it was for our family's iron mine." "That must be the case," I sighed. "But we must first address the immediate problem at hand before contemplating your father's schemes, unless you can disperse those men over there." I gestured towards the increasingly impatient soldiers beside us, for they seemed quite eager to spill blood. The old man and the villagers perceived our astonishment. Yet their thoughts diverged from ours. They surely believed that the title of Viscount Stephen Madir had intimidated us, allowing their demeanor to relax further. The old sheriff interrupted my conversation with Jenny, exclaiming, "Then you may withdraw while we bring those 5 rogues to justice. And I shall overlook your attempt to assault the kingdom's sheriff." "No, Sheriff, I am the sole heiress of the Madir family, Jennifer Madir now, in my capacity as the first-in-line heir of the Madir estate. I command you to lift your siege. Once the safety of the 5 atop the mountain is ensured, I will explain this misunderstanding to you." Jenny took a deep breath, uttering these words as if striving to momentarily forget the shocking news. Then, she unscrewed the copper family crest from the tip of her sword and tossed it to the old man. "Whatever you have heard, it is all a misunderstanding. This emblem can attest to my identity now. You may leave." The old man paused, scrutinizing the badge in his hand. Then, to Jenny's astonishment, threw it back. "Little girl, do you think to deceive a kingdom's sheriff with such a trinket?" Jenny looked down at the emblem in confusion, only to discover that the insignia had become indistinct. This copper badge had been affixed to the sword's tip, which was at the end of the hilt. In battle, swordsmen often struck their foes with the blade's tip. And over time, the design would naturally become blurred and distorted due to the impacts, especially given the numerous fierce battles we had recently endured. Her clumsy ruse had been exposed, and the villagers behind the old man grew more relaxed. Even a young man who had attempted to resist, and was subsequently thrown to the ground, brandished his long-handled sickle, laughing derisively with a voice full of contempt. "If this girl is Miss Jennifer, then I must be a wizard." Chapter 105. The Eternal Flame. He resorted to an exceedingly vulgar term, "little brat." In truth, I often heard mercenaries use such language in jest, even among female warriors. Such banter was not uncommon. However, given the current circumstances, the nature of the insult was different. Jenny had likely never encountered such indignity before. She seemed momentarily at a loss for how to react. Unfortunately, this severe affront appeared to bolster the villagers' confidence to continue entangling themselves with us. Even the old sheriff showed no greater discomfort at the young man's words. He merely shrugged and fell silent. The mercenaries displayed anger upon their faces, yet I urged my horse forward, commanding them to cease their movements. From atop my black steed, I coldly regarded the young man, the eye of truth enhancing my gaze. Casting a dim, ghostly green hue in the sunlight, the young man defiantly met my stare, and for a moment, silence enveloped both groups. One must admit, it takes a certain bravery to hold one's head high under such scrutiny from someone like me. Alas, he had grown up in this remote village and, at the wrong time, uttered an ill-chosen remark, provoking the ire of one who should not be trifled with. I gathered my right hand within my robe, feeling a slick sensation at my fingertips. Then I addressed him. Retract your words and apologize to this lady. I turned my gaze to the old sheriff. Then I shall allow you to depart unscathed. The elder seemed to sense my restrained fury and cold gaze. His expression shifted to one of gravity, and he moved his lips, seemingly wishing to articulate something. Yet before he could speak, the young man repeated his earlier taunt. What I said was, if that little brat is Miss Jennifer, then I must be a wizard. Upon hearing his words, I smiled slightly and snapped my fingers with my right hand. A scent of sulfur wafted through the air, and in the next moment, a flame erupted violently around the young man, emitting a chilling whoosh. The spell, Eternal Flame, manifested itself as flames ignited from both within and around his body, scorching fiercely, offering him no chance to emit a scream of agony. I suppose I still consider myself a merciful individual, unwilling to bear the sound of his suffering. Heh! The black steed beneath me startled at the sudden blaze, whinnying as it attempted to retreat. Yet I firmly squeezed its belly, tightening the reins to keep it in place. The villagers had already recoiled a considerable distance in terror, with several sturdy village women crying out in fright at this supernatural display of power. The Eternal Flame spell is not merely destructive. It absorbs the life force of a living being, transforming it into a blazing inferno, impervious to low temperatures, ferocious winds, or rain and snow, burning for as long as 10 days. At this moment, I stood astride my horse before the still-posed figure of the man, who had become a human torch, inhaling the acrid scent while casting a cold, sweeping glance at the terrified villagers. Then locking my gaze once more on the old sheriff. Now, you may withdraw, Mr. Robert Lance. Such words carry far more weight than Jenny's gentle entreaties. The elder gazed at me with terror, his voice rent by fear as he shouted, "Everyone, flee, quickly depart from these demons." The crowd below the hill erupted in a chaotic rush, scattering in mere seconds. I released the reins, allowing the horse to retreat a few steps before realizing the mercenaries had also backed away. Leaving only myself and the torch standing in the center, I gestured to Kaiser. "Bring your captain here. Bring him to me." The distant figure of Pizzarian, who had been observing coldly from afar, uttered those words, his voice resonating clearly, as though he whispered directly into our ears. This was a spell, Phantom Echo. It seemed he had recovered quite well, enough to wield magic once more. Yet he appeared stubbornly convinced that Maxim's death was intrinsically linked to me. This attitude had been evident since he obtained my blood. I understood his intentions. He believed I could no longer escape his control, or rather, that my days were numbered. Thus, he no longer felt the need to conceal his disdain towards me. Caesar cast a glance at me, to which I responded with a smile and a casual wave of my hand. Let us proceed as instructed by the wizard Pizzarian. Thus, the mercenaries dismounted their steeds and ascended the mountain on foot. My gaze then shifted to Andre atop the slope. Thanks to the effect of the Eye of Truth, I could barely discern his expression, calm and composed, yet tinged with a subtle hint of regret. It appeared there was little for me to be concerned about. That I nodded distantly at Pizzarian, then offered him a smile. He had begun to suspect me without restraint, and there was no longer any need for me to feign a faade of innocent virtue before him. We both believed ourselves to hold the trump card, yet mine was undoubtedly more secure than his. Jenny had lingered behind me for quite some time before softly calling out, "Moo." I turned to her and asked, "What is it?" "You've changed," she said, her brow furrowed. "That man did not deserve death. Indeed, he did not deserve death. To insult a countess in such a manner. According to the laws of Ori, he should have faced castration." I chuckled lightly. "Yet do you not think that for a man? Being castrated is a fate worse than death itself. Moreover, his demise was swift. I assure you he felt not a shred of pain." Jenny glanced at the distant pillar of smoke emanating a foul stench, then turned her gaze back to me in silence. That I sighed, dismounted, and grasped the reins of her horse. "Very well, I concede. It is my mood that is lacking." I lowered my voice. I witnessed that dragon struggle with a formidable adversary on the road, which reminded me of my teacher. My teacher was also slain by that dragon, and I finally encountered it, yet found myself powerless, forced to flee in disgrace. I did not continue, for Jenny had already leapt from her horse and pressed her finger against my lips, silencing me. "I am sorry," she murmured. "I had no idea you harbored such emotions." I reached out to gently stroke her silvery hair and whispered, "I must apologize as well. You discovering that you have been impersonated is surely no easy burden." My actions were impulsive. You see, the human heart is indeed a curious thing. It can turn malevolent with a single utterance, yet soften again with but a few words that I knew that my rare display of tenderness had slightly eased Jenny's heart. This was the first time I had uttered the words, "I am sorry," to her. Not from the position of a bestower. I then redirected the conversation towards her, which caused her to once more wear a gentle melancholy. But what am I to do? My father previously opposed my traveling alone, and I have betrayed him. Now he has chosen another girl in my stead, marrying her to the Count of Narnia, and I. Do you regret it? Losing the status of a countess? I inquired softly. No, it is not that, she quickly denied, looking up at me. My heart already belongs elsewhere. Yet, I worry whether my father still acknowledges our bond that I do not wish to marry that old count, but I equally do not desire to lose my identity as a member of the Martial family. Moo. She grasped my hand, placing it over her heart, and said, I wish to go home. Home now? I was taken aback. I know this is not an opportune moment. You wish to explore the tomb of Deadless. But, she bit her lip, I hope you understand that familial duty holds the same weight in my heart as some other feelings. I do not wish to. Then let it be as you wish. Jenny. I had reined in my astonishment and quickly regained my composure. How foolish I had been. Why not allow her to temporarily depart from my side, once we entered the tomb of Deadless? At the critical juncture, certain truths about my identity would inevitably be revealed that I had previously been troubled about how to conceal this from Jenny. Yet now, was this not a gift bestowed upon me by the gods? She could return to the fief of Bodigan to seek her father's forgiveness, and regardless of the outcome, I would emerge from the tomb of Deadless and take her away again, marrying a count. Preposterous. How could I permit her, a woman who had inherited the shield of Antares, to live such a mundane existence? Her fate had long been intertwined with mine. She was taken aback by my candid promise. Her honeyed lips parting slightly as she gazed intently at me, before saying, No, Moo. Perhaps you misunderstand my intent. I am not one to shrink from danger, nor do I recoil at the threats that may lie within the royal tomb. But I did not allow her to continue. I interrupted her with an embrace. Go, for as you understand me, I also understand you that we all harbor certain attachments in our hearts, do we not? When I emerge from there, I promise I will seek you out immediately. Chapter 106. Dancer on the edge of a blade, she ceased her attempts to argue and, as I anticipated, fell into silence. In truth, I was well aware of her thoughts. The desire to return and reconcile with her father was indeed a significant reason, yet it was not the sole motive. My actions had diverged greatly from the Andre she had come to know. She was caught in a web of hesitation and conflict. Unable to resolve to leave me, the recent events seemed to have provided her with ample impetus, both the charred figure serving as a human torch and the news of her impending marriage to a count. Thus, I bestowed upon her the tenderness she craved, allowing her to depart as she wished. This would only deepen the turmoil within her heart, making it increasingly difficult for her to sever our bond in the future. Securing the letter was my first step, and this step could be swiftly realized. As long as I entered that tomb that I released her and turned my gaze back to the slope. Andre had descended. Covered in soot, he appeared unscathed. Yet, there was a flicker of restrained anger in his eyes. I knew the cause of it. Johnny was dead. He must have learned everything from Thompson, evidenced by the bruise around the latter's left eye. I smiled at him and shrugged my shoulders, and as he passed by me, he uttered, We need to have a serious talk. At your convenience, I replied quietly. The mercenaries behind him carried a bundle wrapped in tattered cloth, which appeared not overly burdensome. It would be the evidence of my innocence. Andre was to follow my instructions and locate the remnants of the dark elf puppet shattered by Nidisha, along with the short wand, somewhere along the road to Guru Din. They would then bring these items here, and after presenting the token as I had advised, earn Maxim's trust. After all, few mortals would be foolish enough to contemplate killing a wizard, and Andre's noble demeanor would certainly serve him well. After slaying Maxim, presenting the remnants of the dark elf puppet to Pizarian, just as they were currently doing, would make him understand how deeply my heart was wounded by his suspicions. The mercenaries might successfully slay a wizard with my assistance, yet they would not be fortunate enough to kill a wizard and then eliminate a puppet, only to frame it for the crime. Pizarian carefully examined the items presented by the mercenaries, and after a prolonged silence, he looked at me that I wore the appropriate expression, one imbued with a hint of sadness, yet also a touch of relief. Any gifted apprentice magician, suppressed by their mentor, ought to appear thus at such a moment. Then he wearily waved his hand, signaling for the mercenaries to withdraw and for me to approach. It seems As you wished, that you will accompany me into the tomb of Deadless, he remarked. Master, I would rather my mentor be safe and sound to offer you the warmest welcome than to enter there, I sighed. But I shall fulfill his last wish. Accompanying you into that treacherous place, and thereafter, I shall follow in your footsteps. However, your health, it is of no great concern, he replied, looking at me once more. Let them rest well tonight. We shall set out tomorrow. Today marks the 16th of the autumn moon. I must reach there before the 23rd. Should we miss this date, we would have to wait another 30 years. I remained silent, bowing in respect before departing. In truth, there was little trust between us, even in this moment of conversation, where both of us harbored ulterior motives. This feeling was rather peculiar, a thrilling sensation akin to walking on a razor's edge. The mercenaries had begun to establish camp upon the slope, while the child bound to the post was a farm girl. She had once served as Maxim's cook and had unfortunately been captured by Andre as a hostage. The mercenaries released her, and I hoped that the villagers would not be so foolish as to seek trouble with us. That Andre's tent had been pitched on the low hill behind, against the backdrop of Maxim's former residence. He was currently pacing back and forth there, awaiting my arrival. That I circumvented the busy mercenaries and approached him directly. I have arrived. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his mouth opening as if to say something. However, I did not grant him the opportunity to speak. I interjected, Do you wish to reprimand me? Or perhaps deliver a beating, Andre? I strode past him, making my way to a tent where we could not be seen by others. And turned to continue, Is it not a tad familiar, merely because I assisted you in dealing with matters you could not handle, clearing a scoundrel that obstructed our path, if your memory serves you well? You should recall that on the very morning you departed, amidst those woods, I uttered similar words to you. More innocent lives will be lost at your hands, simply because they happened to obstruct our advance. And now you present me with such a countenance. Right after you have slain an innocent old mage. TSK, his reputation among the villagers seems rather commendable. He must have healed many ailments and even assisted them in evading marauders. Yet you took his life. Andre, I emphasized, you took his life. Now, what right do you have to question me? He was at a loss for words, merely standing there, breathless, as leaves from the great tree fell upon his shoulders at that moment. Kaisar approached from a distance, sensing the tension between us. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, Master, that man, we cannot extinguish the flames upon him. They will naturally extinguish once he is reduced to ashes, I remarked. Glancing at the torch, the magical flames were nearing their end, and in a couple of hours, that skeletal frame would be nothing but scattered remains. Once those bones were turned to ash, the magic would indeed lose its potency. The mercenaries were attempting to remove it, yet the heat thwarted their efforts, nearly igniting a spear they used to prod it. Well then, I waved my hand, and he departed as if granted a reprieve. You see, Andre, oftentimes ruthless measures can garner absolute obedience from subordinates. I looked at the retreating Kaisar. At present, I believe Kaisar is more suited to lead a squad than Johnny, John, or even Thompson. Your future endeavors will transcend mere mercenary leadership. You are destined to command legions as Emperor Ori. You need only make decisions. How to execute those decisions is the responsibility of your subordinates. Will you then blame them for their underhanded methods when the time comes? Now, there are but 100 days remaining until I fulfill my promise to you. The eradication of the Delta royal family's power. Are you prepared? I fixed my gaze upon his eyes, asking slowly. I am weary. We locked eyes for a moment before he finally subdued the expression on his face. Sitting upon a nearby stone, I have never felt such fatigue, whether it was 3 days and nights riding without respite, or 2 days and nights of continuous battle. I have never felt this drained. I am aware. Andre, I softened my tone, sitting beside him on the stone as I had that fateful night. One day, when you learn of my past, you will realize I am, in fact, more fatigued than you, not physically. I gestured to my chest, but in spirit. We are alike. I have merely experienced more than you, learning to alleviate my burdens. He turned to me with a peculiar expression, and I could not help but chuckle. What? Do you mind my age? No. A mage's ways to appear younger than their actual years, just like Pizzarian. Does he not look nearly 200 years old? Then you never inquire about a mage's age, just as one should never ask a lady her age. I shook my head, gently patting the shoulder of this middle-aged man. At times, you evoke in me feelings of pity, or perhaps anger. I understand you now. Just as I understood my former self. For the sake of a certain goal in our hearts, we often force ourselves to undertake tasks we dread, only to regret and lament in the time that follows. If you possess the courage to relinquish that former dream amidst your regrets, you may spend ample time in self-contradiction and turmoil. Yet, Andre, can you forsake that dream of yours? Do not ponder it. Answer me now. With your first instinct. He paused, then shrugged, exhaling deeply. So, you see, you understand why I overstepped your authority to do this for you. It is merely those feelings within you that incite your anger, clouding your ability to think. Your compassion can indeed aid you in governing the realm better once you ascend as emperor. However, if you possess only compassion, devoid of a cold heart, believe me, you will not even have the chance to become emperor. I allowed my voice to turn serious. Andre, I even hope that in the future, when you realize I have become an impediment to you, you will drive a dagger into my heart from behind. He regarded me in silence, deep in thought. I again patted his shoulder and rose. Steel your heart, Andre. At least until you don that crown. I took a few steps before recalling another matter. Ginny will not accompany us to the tomb of Deadless. She must return home to resolve issues with her father. Quite troublesome matters. What can I do? Andre impulsively exclaimed, but he quickly recognized his outburst and awkwardly sat back down. To witness such an expression on the face of a man in his 30s was indeed remarkable. I could scarcely fathom how he commanded such a mercenary band and managed it so well, yet I feigned ignorance of his lapse, adopting a tone of feigned regret. Her father, the lord of this land, Baron Stephen Martyr, intends to marry her off to some earl from the Tamira province. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face. He was aware of Ginny's noble lineage, yet he had not anticipated that this young woman was already betrothed to an earl. He considered himself of exceedingly noble blood, yet he was still merely a commoner. I continued, and that earl is purportedly over 60 years old, with a rather unsavory reputation. Absurd, Andre interrupted. It is utterly ridiculous for someone like Miss Jenny to marry a dying man. He looked at me. Did you not voice any objections? I can see she seems to hold you in. And what good would objections do, Andre? I shrugged. Now, her father has allowed another woman to impersonate her, marrying that earl. However, such matters will inevitably be uncovered. When that time comes, the earl's wrath will descend upon the entire Martyr family, unless we possess power that instills fear in him. What can I do? After speaking, I turned to walk away, leaving him in a state of desolation. Humanity always requires a touch of levity, does it not? If donning a crown renders your life so monotonous and exhausting, Andre, then allow me to add another weight. Ginny Martyr. I traversed the mercenaries' camp, heading in the direction where Ginny was. A familiar figure appeared beside me. It was Thompson. He wore a grim expression and nodded in my direction. Though I know you must have your own designs, I still thank you. You did not deceive me. I merely prefer intelligent individuals like you. Was the scene before the old mage's death not resplendent? Fitting for the funeral of your dear friend. I smiled in response to his words that he regarded me in silence. Indeed, it seemed the members of this mercenary band had taken to silence recently, before turning and walking away. He too harbored grievances against me, yet it mattered not. As long as they remained loyal to Andre, I cared not whether they liked me. In truth, most of those in the camp would perish within the tomb of Deadless, while the survivors would meet their end in the battles to come, forgotten. Chaos was soon to descend, and a general success often comes at the cost of countless lives. Chapter 107. A gift. The night air was cool as water. I sat alone beneath an ancient tree on a hillside, cradling my enchanted sword. The initial turbulence within the blade had subsided, now reflecting a silvery sheen in the moonlight, the forged steel patterns on its surface appearing as clouds swirling slowly, sharp and fierce. Up to this point, it truly deserved the title of a magical sword. The conflict between my own malevolent traits and the fiery specters had quieted, resulting in a stalemate. Now, they lay dormant within the blade, no longer yearning to escape. Yet, this was insufficient. The dark aura emanating from the sword had grown excessively potent, to the point of recently clashing with Jenny's Antinara's shield. Whenever the full moon graces the night sky, as Jenny draws near, the armor she wears emits a faint luminescence, an instinctive reaction to the presence of the cursed sword, betraying a sense of unease that I must take action, much like now, suppressing its dark aura so that it does not become a burden when we breach the absolute barrier of the world tree. I took a small knife and reopened the wound from Pizzarian's bloodletting, furrowing my brow as I squeezed forth fresh blood to let it drip onto the blade. The two souls within the sword began to simmer with renewed vigor. enhancing its brilliance. That I then whispered a few incantations while sprinkling a prepared potion over it. A shimmering azure light immediately enveloped the blade, gradually contracting until it firmly subdued the boiling essence. At this moment, the cursed sword displayed merely the attributes of sharpening and blood-sucking, which, although trivial to me, rendered it worthy of the title divine weapon in the realm of mortals. Jenny was to return to her family alone, and I harbored little faith in the concept of kinship, particularly within noble households where familial ties are entangled with vested interests. I felt compelled to prepare something for her, to ensure she would not become an easy prey in her solitude. After all, she was to be one of the pivotal instruments in the realization of my ultimate purpose. This cursed sword was my first parting gift to her, and the second was a shirt I had at hand. It was a close-fitting undergarment made of Naima, light and smooth, designed to prevent iron armor from chafing the skin. I sheathed the temporarily subdued sword and took up the fragrant garment. On it, I would imbue a spell of absolute defense. This was the same magic that had protected me from Dinish's heavy blow after my deerfin shield had been shattered that fateful night. Though Jenny could not wear her armor to bed, she could don this intimate undergarment while she slept, and no mortal weapon could pierce it, unless that dragon took matters into its own claws. Yet, the spell's efficacy could only endure once. Thus, I had prepared 2 more gifts for her. One was a lucky ring I crafted by hand, and the other was a potion of a yellow-green hue I had concocted. This had saved Jenny's life in Gurudin and could momentarily endow her with the agility of a swift deer should she suffer grave harm. By the time I completed these preparations, the moon had ascended to its zenith, and the camp lay in hushed silence, save for the faint clinking of weapons as a few mercenaries kept watch. A diminutive figure approached me almost soundlessly, settling beside me against the great tree. It was that little fellow, Rogeo Talaphus. Logically, a naturally gifted sorcerer with such formidable mental prowess would require little sleep, yet he slumbered like an ordinary boy. Even more so as he sat. He tilted his head to gaze at me, his eyes sparkling under the moonlight. He then reached out a hand and gently tugged at an unseen thread, the connection between myself and Pizzarian that only those with substantial mental strength could perceive. I chuckled, ruffling his hair. "This is no game, little one." He looked back at me, his eyes clear and bright as the most serene night sky. I had long pondered why this boy ceased to speak. Ashley had mentioned that he once told his parents of encountering a household fairy, implying that he had been a typical boy capable of speech and laughter. Yet, something shifted after that fateful night when our paths crossed. I nearly took his life, yet he chose to assist me, forming an attachment to me. None of this could be easily explained. Much like my continued confusion regarding the nature of his innate magical talents, the child with such immense mental capacity surely possessed a unique destiny. However, I was currently unable to wield my past life's great prophecy to discern his fate. "What is your gift, child? Why have you stopped speaking?" I exhaled softly, murmuring. To my surprise, he responded earnestly, scrutinizing me before suddenly reaching for the cursed sword resting on my lap. The blade appeared somewhat heavy for him, requiring both hands to lift it to his knees. With one hand pressing against the scabbard and the other grasping the hilt, he seemed intent on drawing the blade. Alarmed, I quickly restrained his hands. The child was far too small, and the sword far too sharp. Should he inadvertently cut himself, it would drain him to a lifeless husk within 5 seconds, beyond even my ability to revive him. Yet, he cleverly tilted his knees, angling the hilt toward the ground. With a determined effort, he pulled the gleaming blade free. However, my fears materialized. The sword, under its own weight, began to slide from the scabbard, threatening to graze Rogeo's chest. Should it pass over him, a wound would surely mar his tender form, and the 2 souls within would eagerly feast upon his blood. At that moment, a branch, as thick as a child's arm, fell from above with a sharp crack, wedging itself between the child's chest and the blade. The cursed sword sliced through the branch, halting its advance only after embedding itself halfway through the wood. This little fellow was courting death. Had it not been for an owl startled from its perch above, dropping the branch fortuitously, he would now be a mere corpse. I swiftly reclaimed the sword from his grasp, sheathed it, and placed it well out of his reach, admonishing sternly, "Little one, are you seeking death? Such things are not toys for you." Yet, he exhibited no shame from my reprimand. Instead, he smiled at me, shrugging in a manner akin to an adult. Was he attempting to prove something to me? Perhaps his courage, or his fearlessness towards death, or a desire to be a warrior rather than a sorcerer? I could only inquire, "What is it you wish to convey to me? Can you write?" He nodded, This revelation surprised me. This child, born of humble origins, could read and write. Then you may convey your thoughts in writing, if you are unwilling to speak. He smiled again, shaking his head gently. I furrowed my brow in contemplation before asking, so, does this mean you can speak and write, but for some reason, you cannot do either? He nodded once more. Is it since the night we met? Another nod. So you are aware of your innate magical gift. A definitive affirmation. Does this magic pose a threat to me or those around me? He shook his head. One final question. Why do you follow me? After considering my query, he inched closer, tugging at my sleeve. This was his form of reply. Though I struggled to comprehend it, his mental strength was vast, overwhelming to the point of incredulity. He knew precisely what magical gift he possessed, yet was unable to articulate or inscribe it. What manner of being was he? He silently tugged at the thread linking me to Pizzarian once more, a thread visible only to those endowed with formidable mental strength. The master within the carriage had encountered some predicament, attempting to employ this magic against me. Yet, he had gravely underestimated me, believing I was merely a competent Oakleaf mage, unaware that I had possessed near-master-level mental strength since acquiring my first spark of magic. He would rue this decision for a lifetime, and my other ally was this very child, Rogeo. Talifus. My heart skipped a beat as I regarded him. You know I require your assistance? This time, he broke into a joyful smile. Akin to a child who had discovered a captivating new toy. I sat in silence for a moment, straightening my posture, and gazing into his eyes with an unprecedented seriousness. I declared, that you appear to be a genuine child. From this moment forth, I can no longer perceive you merely as a little one. I need your help, and it seems you seek something from me as well. If you are willing, we can forge a temporary alliance, much like that night in Gurudin. When you find yourself in need, within my capabilities, I shall stand as your support. Chapter 108. The oath under the starry sky. Uttering such words to a child seemed absurd in any regard. Yet I felt no trace of condescension in my heart. I awaited his response in quiet anticipation, and he, too, gazed at me, suddenly parting his lips. He opened his mouth, seemingly exhaling a breath, its sound resembling a sigh. Had I not been intently observing him, I would likely have overlooked it. Yet, at the moment the sound escaped his lips, the entire starry sky appeared to flicker. Indeed, the whole firmament twinkled, as if the celestial bodies above had simultaneously winked, only to quickly revert to their usual state. Even the magic of the North Star was momentarily severed from this realm, while the powers of countless stars pierced my mind like sharpened blades, leaving an indelible mark upon the sea of my consciousness. Astonished, I gasped, rendered speechless. Was this a celestial vow, to bind an oath with the stars as witnesses until the world's end, the fall of the celestial bodies, and the demise of the gods? How could he, a mere mortal mage inhabiting the material realm, forge such a pact reserved for deities? In my profound shock, I raised my hand to point at him. This boy, yet found myself at a loss for words. He smiled at me, turned, and scampered away, slipping into Jenny's tent in the distance. My mind was engulfed in a tumultuous chaos, more bewildering than any moment I had experienced in all my past lives. What manner of being was he? Even the planar projections of divine avatars could not accomplish such feats, could they? The boy seemed to have roused Jenny. She peeked out from her tent, lowered her voice, and called out from afar, "Moo! What's wrong?" I gazed at her for a while, struggling to suppress the shock within me, and waved my hand, forcing a smile. "I'm fine. You should get some sleep." Then, avoiding her gaze, I moved behind a large tree, seeking something, anything that would aid me in divination. My thoughts were in disarray, yet I wished to avoid further dealings with that overly enigmatic child. I needed a hint of direction for myself. Even if it were but a vague omen or a nebulous joy, I needed them to soothe my restless heart. However, this vicinity was a settlement of villagers, and I could not find a living creature at the moment. I was even less inclined to venture into the village to purchase a chicken or a sheep. Doing so would only invite more trouble from the irate villagers. I paced restlessly around the outskirts of the camp until a night watchman, hand on his sword, spotted me and hurried over. "Master, we've captured someone." "A person?" My eyes lit up. "What kind of person?" "A villager. He claims to be the brother of the man you killed this afternoon. He attempted to attack us with a pitchfork, but was apprehended." "Is anyone injured among you?" I inquired further. "Bernie was wounded in the thigh. It struck an artery, and we are currently applying pressure, but he seems on the brink of death. I wanted to ask for your help. Take me to him." I replied softly. The young man had been captured just meters from our dwelling on the outskirts of the camp. It was said he had been lurking in a patch of dry grass, silently springing up as the patrol passed, thrusting the pitchfork into Bernie's thigh, almost taking his life. Now, Bernie lay pale, blood gushing from his leg, the torn fabric pressing against the wound, yet still oozing blood bubbles, indicating a serious arterial injury. That I pulled 2 small glass vials from my robe sleeve and tossed them to another mercenary nearby. The larger one, sprinkle it on his wound. The smaller one, have him drink it. These potions would cause the surface of the wound to scab over rapidly. Whether he would survive the night despite his blood loss would depend on his luck. I then shifted my attention to the young man, bound tightly and lying on the ground. The furious mercenaries had beaten him severely. His eye socket was shattered, blood obscuring his vision. His mouth was unrecognizable. Lips split into 3 parts, and deep gashes marred his arms and thighs down to the bone. That he had not succumbed to unconsciousness was a testament to his resilience, much like his brother. Take Bernie away. I will handle this one. I instructed the mercenaries. Do not let anyone else approach until I've dealt with this. And do not disturb the others. They quickly complied and carried Bernie off. Treating such a grievous wound would require cleaning and stitching, and they would indeed be occupied for some time. That I then knelt, rolled up my sleeves, drew my small dagger, and tapped its cold blade against his cheek. Here to kill me? I swear to kill you, you demon, he growled low, like a cornered beast, his bloodshot eyes glaring at me as if they might pop out. If I were to restore your health and set you free now, would you still come to kill me? I asked softly. I swear by my ancestors, as long as I breathe, I will kill you. He spat blood-tainted saliva that landed at my feet. Consider this your final chance. Think carefully, must you kill me? He fell silent, staring at me in the moonlight, though I surmised his vision was now nearly blinded. Alas, you see, I am becoming increasingly merciful. I sighed, placing the dagger against his throat and covering his mouth with my left hand. I already knew this would be your answer. Stubbornness is not a virtue. Mortal. Then, with a slight pressure of my right hand, the sharp blade sliced through his skin, thin muscle, and then the blood vessels. His eyes widened as he gasped for breath under my gaze for a moment before he ceased to struggle. I felt a warm liquid in my palm covering his mouth. It could have been saliva or blood. I then tore open his outer garment, turning his body to face me, gripping the dagger with the reverse hold. I plunged it beneath his ribcage at the location of his stomach and pulled it downward. A wave of warmth surged forth. With a subtle rustling sound, the innards flowed from the gaping hole in his abdomen onto the grass, like a pile of still living matter, trembling briefly, before rapidly cooling in the autumn breeze. I pushed aside his body, furrowing my brow as I began to examine the omens. The practice of divining through entrails is ancient, yet with the flourishing of human society, it has nearly vanished. Even those who might still possess the skill typically use animal entrails. However, only human innards can yield the most precise omens. That boy had indeed shocked me tonight, and I needed to resort to this method to inquire about my future. Otherwise, I could not enter the tomb of Deadless with a peaceful mind, nor could I focus on the most crucial task I had yet to undertake. Yet the omens before me caused my brow to furrow. What was this situation? The innards on the ground were arranged in a manner I had never seen before. Had I not confirmed before his death that he was an ordinary villager, I might have believed that his entrails were growing in an inverted manner, the heart and intestines completely swapped, the kidneys and liver atop the heart, while a withered stick lay astonishingly threaded through these organs, as though it had always grown among them. This omen bore no discernible pattern. Not only did it lack any semblance of order, but it also seemed to warn me in some way. Do not attempt to pry into fate. I slowly stepped back and sat down on the grass. What was that, child? I lingered in thought for a moment before wearily raising my hand to cast a spell. Touch of the ghoul. A gray mist materialized from the void, enveloping the corpse and entrails, swiftly eroding them. Indeed, the pact I forged with that child seemed not entirely unfavorable. Yet, I disliked this sensation, this feeling of fate being beyond my control, governed by an unseen, formidable force, even if that power currently held benevolence towards me. I grasped a handful of dry grass from the ground, wiped my hands clean, and stood up. However, upon turning, I discovered Jenny standing not far from me, having approached unbeknownst to me. She regarded me with an expression of disbelief. Retreating slightly as I moved, it seemed she had witnessed the scene from earlier. I bending over to inspect the pool of entrails. It's not what you think, Jenny. I spread my arms and walked towards her. Yet she recoiled again. I halted, speaking softly. You know I am a mage. He was merely a dying mortal, and I used his innards for divination. In your eyes, I am also a mere mortal. She shook her head. You killed a man. No, that is not the point, but you also used him after killing him. But how does this differ from using a goat? I countered. Just as you slaughtered those orcs in Guru Din and some frenzied humans, what difference is there? No, I do not want to hear it. You always find a way to convince me. She covered her ears and stepped back, then looked at me. I am leaving tonight. I need time to think. I need time to determine if you are still the Ire I once liked. Moon, in that town of Yorksun, that ale, Moon, you promised me under the starlit sky, never to act against the principles of fairness and justice. Chapter 109, Ashley. Her words rendered me speechless. We exchanged glances for a moment, and then I shrugged my shoulders. Indeed, I have not compelled you to act against the tenets of fairness and justice if you must leave. At the very least, take those items beneath the tree outside the tent. I wish to spare you from any harm. There lies a sword that slices through iron as if it were mud. A shirt that can shield you from a single fatal blow. A potion that can momentarily alleviate your pain and restore your vigor. And a lucky ring. The ring, she murmured. The lucky ring. May my blessings guard you. Jenny, I sighed, let my robe sleeves fall, and turned away from her. This girl truly needed time, and so I would grant her that. Before encountering Milena in my past life, I had known several women and tasted loss, pain, in the ebb and flow of relationships. Thus, I understood better how to convey certain truths to them, whether through warmth or through suffering. This child had developed feelings for me during her first bloom of love, only to be torn between her ideals and the harsh realities of life. Yet, I knew that girls of her temperament often belonged to the more profound and passionate type. They frequently became the protagonists in tales of elopement, tragic love, or lifelong vigil. Therefore, I realized that I must allow space and time to reveal to her that her feelings for me were indeed far more intense than she could imagine, though this was not my desire. In the cold atmosphere of my family, spending time steeped in worry and pain should be sufficient to compel her to relinquish certain notions and begin to accept the true me. I ascended the small hill where Maxim's abode lay, watched as Jenny stood in place for a moment, then, as I suggested, retrieved the items I had left for her beneath the tree, glanced around, and upon ensuring she could no longer see me, found her horse, mounted it, and galloped away, ultimately vanishing into the night. At the very least, she should have taken a torch. I mused that I sat alone on the hillside for a while, feeling the autumn breeze grow chilly. Below lay our camp, and just 10 minutes prior, Jenny had poked her head out from a tent, asking, Moo, what's wrong? Now, it seemed only Rogeo remained, a mysterious little fellow who filled me with trepidation. And the others, whether it was Andre, Thompson, Kaiser, or Pizzarian, I suddenly realized that there seemed to be no one left to whom I could confide, not even to fabricate some heartfelt words, nor anyone who would unhesitatingly follow me into peril, synchronizing their efforts to sever the head of some demon. O North Star, please tell me. I raised my gaze to the twinkling lights above. What does this emotion I now feel signify? The evening wind began to stir once more. Leaves fell in greater numbers. Suddenly, I found the scent of blood on my hands rather unpleasant, so I scooped a handful of soil from the ground and began to meticulously and slowly rub my hands together, until every crevice of my fingernails and every line in my palms was filled with fine grains of dirt. Then, I plucked a blade of grass nearby and crushed it in my hands, just as I would when cleaning my frying pan while dwelling on the cliffs by the Guruding Sea. Thinking of my frying pan, I suddenly felt a pang of hunger, not for dry bread or salted fish, nor roasted meat or berries, but for a steaming hot fried egg, preferably accompanied by a slice of thin beef. Thus, I rose and made my way toward the village to At that moment. The moon began to lean slightly toward the east, the night still stretched long ahead, and the village had long since extinguished its lights. I spent 10 minutes walking to the outskirts of the village, arriving at a wooden house that stood weakly, before prying open its not-so-secure door with the dagger in my hand and stepping inside. The person within seemed startled awake by the faint sound, sitting up from a crude wooden bed, ready to scream, but I had already thrown a handful of fine sand into her face. Whispering, "Sleep now," as I had commanded, she immediately leaned against the wall and fell back into a peaceful slumber. This face seemed somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, it was the young cook who had been used as a hostage by Andre during the day. I sat beside her on her bed for a moment before washing my hands in a bucket within the room. This tiny house contained only a bed, a table, and a chair. Thankfully, there was also a cooking surface, upon which rested a frying pan. Utilizing my dark vision, I found 2 eggs and a piece of white lard in a small jar, then kindled a fire. The flames began to lick at the small pan. Melting a small piece of lard into a transparent liquid. As the lard began to smoke, I cracked the eggs into my hands, and the ensuing sizzle accompanied by the aroma of frying quickly filled the room. It felt delightful that I had salt for spellcasting hidden in my robe sleeves, which I sprinkled over the eggs before tilting the pan to flip them. The fragrance of fried eggs enveloped the room. Yet I suddenly felt a stark contrast to the emotions I had experienced on the hillside. The girl behind me inadvertently made a slight noise. What had seemed like a simple spell had merely been hypnotic in effect. She must have been roused by the scent of smoke and the clatter of the pan. However, she wisely refrained from shouting. Evidently, she had gained more than just a few copper coins from that old mage. "What are you doing?" she asked incredulously. It seemed the mercenaries had tied her to the post so tightly that it had injured her throat. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. I did not respond. I was preoccupied with extinguishing the fire and transferring the contents of the pan onto a plate. "You are frying eggs?" she asked again, still incredulous. "You did this just to fry eggs? Even villains need to eat, child." I set the plate down beside her bed, and she quickly tucked her feet back, retreating to the corner of the bed. I scrutinized her in the darkness. She was of a similar age to Ginny, yet lacked her beauty. With chestnut hair and a slightly elongated face, a few freckles dotted her cheeks. I suddenly felt disinterested. Sensing something was amiss, we locked gazes in the darkness for a moment, and I sighed, placing the plate of fried eggs beside her. In my time, a farmer could consume roughly 10 eggs in a year, spread across days deemed festive. It seemed I had squandered quite a few in one sitting. "Not here, nor in this manner," I remarked. She furrowed her brow in confusion but remained silent. "Eat it, then sleep quietly. Do not attempt any foolishness." I left a silver coin on her bed, rose, and pushed the door open to exit. The evening breeze was brisk, yet far more refreshing than the air within the house. I inhaled the autumn night air as I slowly made my way back to the camp along the path I had come. "Is this the kind of person you wish for me to be, Jenny?" I raised my hand to touch my nose. My appearance remained unchanged, yet I was no longer the person I once was. Ahead of me lay a sizable stone on the path, and I stepped to the right to avoid it. However, in that instant, my left arm suddenly felt a significant force, which quickly rendered it numb. This force caused my body to stagger forward a few steps, and within those brief seconds, my entire left arm was enveloped in a brilliant ice crystal. It was the magic of Ice Spike. I swiftly adjusted my body, and in the process of turning, I used my still functioning right hand to wipe a pinch of salt from my sleeve, then chanted a spell and waved my hand. A burst of light immediately shot forth from my palm. Aimed directly at the position of my assailant, the dull explosion reverberated as the earth beneath me erupted. My magic seemingly did not strike the person directly, but rather detonated at her feet. Yet, the shockwave produced by the explosion caused her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground, momentarily dazed. Only then did I feel the pain in my left arm, though the absolute defense imbued in my robe had absorbed the shrapnel effect of the ice spike. It could not mitigate the immense force of the impact. The magic had struck my left elbow directly. It now felt as if it were frozen, and even the slightest bend caused excruciating pain. I drew my dagger with my right hand and strode over. This little girl was indeed persistent. I had initially thought her merely a cook managing Maxim's provisions, yet I had discovered numerous familiar spell-casting materials within her dwelling. She turned out to be a rare individual with a talent for the arcane, albeit still just an apprentice capable of wielding Ice Spike. Yet, I had warned you not to attempt any foolishness. Why must you be so stubborn? As she regained consciousness and attempted to rise, my dagger was already poised at her throat. She froze in place, maintaining her stance with her right arm propped up, coldly gazing at me with her green eyes. Neither begging for mercy nor hurling curses, I prodded her chin with the blade, forcing her to raise her face, then inquired, "What is your name?" She seemed entirely oblivious to the agony inflicted upon her soft skin by the dagger's piercing. Defiantly locking her gaze onto mine, I shall in. My hand froze in place, and after a moment's pause, I uttered, "You are also called Aishali?" She did not grasp the implication of my words, yet remained resolutely lifted her chin. Allowing her blood to trickle down the blade of the dagger, I tilted my head to observe her, then gradually withdrew my dagger. "Why do you young ladies always behave like this?" I wished to avert my gaze from her eyes, which mirrored those of the Aishali from my memories. Wearily, I waved my hand. "Go on, do not let me see you again." She hesitated momentarily, then regarded me with suspicion, slowly rising to her feet and retreating a few paces. However, She did not depart immediately. Instead, she spoke with a chilling and furious tone. "Do not think I will be grateful to you. You vowed to kill me at the first opportunity, along with the mercenaries in that camp. I am already aware. Leave now, little girl." I sheathed my dagger into my belt and, without waiting for her response, gently massaged my left arm as I walked away. This was to be the final time, I assured myself. And then I cast those thoughts aside, determined never to recall them again. The young girl seemed to heed my counsel. This night passed without incident. By the time dawn broke, I had concocted the potion. Smearing half upon my left arm while consuming the other half, the wretched stench was unbearable. Andre glanced my way, and I met his gaze with a shrug. He understood what I intended to convey and turned his face away. Following Pizarion's instructions, we set forth towards the tomb of Deadless. Yet, he persistently refused to draw a detailed map, compelling the mercenaries to endure his rather lacking navigational skills over the ensuing days. Patiently explaining the differences between the march map and the general map, during the initial 2 days, I shared a flatbed cart with Rogeo. My left arm's injury rendered me unable to endure the jolting of a horse, particularly given my less than adept riding skills. Fortunately, the potion soon took effect, and the bruising on my left arm rapidly healed under the dual influence of the elixir and healing touch. I felt compelled to express gratitude to Caesar, for the magic of healing touch does not possess true healing abilities. Its principle lies in redistributing the inflicted injuries of the sufferer to a recipient, thereby alleviating one's pain. The loyal Caesar willingly volunteered to be my recipient, sharing my suffering, and, like me, endured the nausea of consuming the potion crafted from bat wings. Exuding a foul odor. I believe this fellow made a remarkably wise choice. I would repay his noble act at some future time, perhaps in a manner that far exceeds his expectations. The journey was uneventful. Except for the eradication of a bandit group composed of a dozen goblins, it seemed nothing could rouse the spirits of these mercenaries. Most had collected a considerable amount of moonstone from Moonlight Valley, the value of which was sufficient to secure their livelihoods for the remainder of their lives, had it not been for Andre's prestige maintaining this team. And had Johnny not been eliminated by me, I genuinely feared these individuals would scatter along the way on the evening of the 22nd day of the autumn moon, after several days of turbulence. We finally reached our destination. I gazed at the distant highlands overgrown with wild grass and exhaled a long breath of relief. Chapter 110. Wonders of Creation. That evening, while we made camp to rest, Pizarion stepped out of the carriage for the first time. Upon seeing him, I watched as he closed the door behind him with a swift motion, then moved several meters away with remarkable agility to cast a spell. The wooden carriage erupted into flames, quickly reduced to a pile of ashes within mere seconds. He appeared to be in excellent physical condition, no less than when I first encountered him atop the city walls of Gurudin. Yet his face remained haggard, even his white hair took on a pallid hue. Amidst the flames, I detected a familiar scent, gradually gaining insight into the situation. Those who become magicians are typically resolute individuals, and I had never before encountered someone as audacious as he, capable of inflicting such actions upon himself. The fire attracted the attention of the mercenaries. Yet the esteemed status of the magician deterred these rough individuals from openly gazing at him, resulting in them whispering among themselves from a distance, "I am glad to see your health restored, master." I bowed my head in respect, but he silently regarded me before turning his gaze toward the mountains cloaked in night. "Here lies the tomb of Emperor Deadless. Within, the masterpieces and engineering marvels of the era's foremost magicians await. Are you prepared?" The lingering scent of magical materials and potions clung to him, yet I discerned other strange fragrances within. Thus, I became increasingly cautious and respectful. I have heard tales of this emperor's tomb, yet I never anticipated finding it in the heart of Tamira. Such a conspicuous location, undiscovered until now, is truly a marvel. Pizarion revealed the first smile I had witnessed throughout our journey. "You find it conspicuous?" "No. Ha. The mountain ridge ahead does not actually exist. It is merely a colossal illusion conjured by ancient magicians using incomprehensible powers. A near-real mirage. Enter this tomb. We must first see through it, and then dismantle the structure of this magical formation." Pizarion seemed to be in high spirits, and I understood the source of his elation, that he believed that certain thoughts within him would soon materialize into reality. Thus he generously shared some magical secrets with me in that gentle tone. This reminded me of the night in Gurudin, when we engaged in an all-night conversation. I had developed a certain fondness for him that evening and vowed to grant him a chance at survival. I surmised that at that time, the healthy magician had yet to foresee the events that would transpire later, both of us, despite harboring secrets from one another, had indeed formed a genuine bond that night. It was only later that I learned this magician was a deranged world annihilator to achieve his goals. He utilized legendary spells to create one rift after another in this realm, at the cost of his own health. Legendary magic represents the pinnacle of mortal magic attainable by humankind. This form of magic differs from other advanced spells. Once a magician comprehends and memorizes a legendary spell, it leaves an indelible mark upon their mental sea, allowing for repeated casting without the need for further memorization. When faced with a magician wielding legendary magic, even the avatars of deities must feel trepidation. The fate of the dark after Taxus's planar projection serves as the best testament to this. However, the price of employing this magic is the depletion of the caster's natural life force. This latent harm does not manifest as external injuries or mental trauma. It accumulates gradually until one day it reaches a critical threshold, erupting in a singular moment. And Pizarian, this elder who has excessively wielded such dreadful power, suffered the repercussions of fate after the Battle of Gurudin. His health began to deteriorate rapidly, to the extent that he was compelled to undertake horrific actions to prolong his life temporarily. Subsequently casting a malicious gaze upon me that I understood his actions, yet could not accept them, that I had far too many unfinished tasks, and no one, nor any deity, had the right to strip my life from me once more. Lost in this moment of contemplation, I was jolted back to reality as Pizarian retrieved an object from his voluminous robe and handed it to me. It was an exquisite artifact I had never encountered before. Remarkably beautiful, its core comprised 2 circular sapphires, polished to a remarkable thinness. These sapphires were connected by a framework of golden threads, with hooks on either end the length of 2 fingers. Pizarian likely noticed the hint of surprise on my face. He smiled faintly and said, "This is a creation of those dwarves, an object to be worn upon the eyes. You reside in the north and are not well acquainted with matters of the south. In fact, this sort of item emerged over a decade ago, first invented by your teacher, Maximus." When he mentioned Maximus's name, he cast a glance in my direction that I responded with a mixture of sorrow and relief, like a proper heartbroken individual at that time. He likely had not yet encountered you. Otherwise, he would surely have mentioned such a talented young man to me. It had just rained that day, and Maximus and I were strolling in my courtyard. He happened to catch sight of a spiderweb draped over a branch. And on a whim, he approached to take a closer look. To his astonishment, he discovered that the intricate veins of the leaves were magnified through the droplets on the web. Even the fine hairs upon them were distinctly visible. I listened quietly as he recounted the past, and I realized that the bond between Pizarian and Maximus appeared to be more profound than I had initially imagined. So much so that even after a decade apart, Maximus could still confide in him the location of the Emperor Daedalus' tomb without hesitation. Yet, he must have begun to harbor doubts about me right after Andre's departure to that time. My worth had far surpassed the camaraderie he shared with Maximus, compelling him to play along and accompany me on my journey. Thus, his current buoyant mood was likely intertwined with the thought of avenging his old friend, while simultaneously reclaiming his own health. I refocused my attention on his words, though he remained lost in his recollections. Later, I followed his idea and had those dwarves forge something called glasses. I had intended to present them to him, but alas, before we could meet, he was already gone. "But, master, it seems I do not require these glasses," I murmured softly. "What you hold is quite different from those that enhance one's vision. The former is crafted from crystal, whereas this is designed to penetrate illusions." He pointed towards the distant, dark, towering mountain range, then donned another pair of glasses perched on his nose, looking rather comical. "This pair has been imbued with the spell light of heaven, enabling us to perceive sights beyond human capability. Now, try wearing them." I hesitated for a moment, then, as he instructed, placed the sapphire lenses upon my nose and gazed towards the mountain range. The dimmed vistas, now suffused with the sapphire's hue, took me by surprise. What appeared before my eyes was no longer the mundane mountain, but rather a range composed of vibrant colors. Those hues danced wildly against the backdrop of the inky night sky, reminiscent of paints splattered in water, then stirred by a fierce wind, threatening to erupt into a kaleidoscope of luminous dots that would dissipate into the night. Yet, they seemed restrained by an invisible force, forming the outline of the mountain in light, faithfully deceiving the eyes of countless adventurers for centuries, preventing them from ever locating the tomb of the buried emperor. The voice of Pizarian echoed in my ears. "Observe closely. discern the patterns. You may regard it as an alchemical array. Identify its weaknesses. Weaknesses. The mountain, composed of light, reminded me of another realm, the astral plane. It is said that at the pinnacle of the astral plane, where the gods reside, everything is constituted of light and heat, and the magic light of heaven, bestowed upon the lenses by Pizarian, allowed me to witness this awe-inspiring spectacle in my mortal form. I nearly forgot to breathe. Among the few high spells, second only to legendary magic, there exists one known as astral travel. It is the sole spell known to humanity capable of glimpsing the true visage of the heavens. Albeit at the cost of the caster's eternal demise, this spell projects a mage's soul into the astral plane, the dwelling of the gods, granting a fleeting glimpse, 1/10,000th of a second, to experience the unfathomable wonders of that realm, only to be obliterated by the wild forces of light and heat, resulting in the total annihilation of the soul. Historically, several renowned mages have chosen this nearly sacred death in their final moments, yet here I was, able to behold such sights with merely a pair of glasses. How fortunate I was! I endeavored to calm myself, yet I could still hear Pizarian's murmured reverence. Praise the gods! This sorcerer was, like me, overwhelmed by the miraculous vision. But where lay its weakness, or rather, the alchemical eye? I squinted, attempting to dim the brilliance in my vision, dim it further, and then I seemed to uncover something. Chapter 111. The illusion of reality. The colors of the light appeared to follow a discernible pattern. The apex of the mountain was a muted red, while its base approached a twilight purple. Transitional hues of blue, green, yellow, and orange blended in the middle, dividing into two large color blocks. These two blocks seemed originally intended to be calm and balanced, yet they currently interfered with one another, rendering the mountain unstable, as if on the brink of eruption. That I strained to identify this fluctuation of light while moving slowly, shifting my perspective, until, just as my eyes threatened to weep, I roughly pinpointed two locations, two spots at the base of the mountain. It seemed these 2 points emitted light, thereby forming the mountain silhouette. There are 2 locations, I stated. There should be 2 at the rear of the mountain as well, Pizarian interjected. This ought to be the alchemical eye of the illusion, if one may call it that. Now, record their positions. There lies my breakthrough into the tomb. Noting their positions proved a simple task. The areas where those 2 light sources resided were nearly devoid of vegetation, merely a patch of barren grass. I compared my surroundings and etched their locations into my memory. This is nothing short of a miracle, I exclaimed as I removed the sapphire glasses. Indeed, it is a miracle, Pizarian sighed as he settled upon a relatively clean stone. Those mages from centuries past achieved such feats. Yet we remain utterly ignorant of the composition of this illusion, unable to unearth even a fragment for study. This is undoubtedly not something constructed solely by human endeavor. My perspective aligned closely with Pizarian's, were it not for his dangerously ulterior motives towards me. I would have relished the opportunity to engage him in discussions of magical mysteries. However, fate has its own designs. Magic is not akin to the technology of the dwarves in the south. There has never been an evident pattern to be discerned, nor a universally applicable system. That it has evolved through the accumulated experiences of generations of distinguished mages, never having undergone a phase of accelerated development, much less a technological explosion. One thing is nearly certain. Contemporary mages possess far more profound mastery of magic than their predecessors. Thus, the radiant mountain before us stands as a peculiar example. How, during the era of Emperor Daedalus, a time devoid of spells like magical puppet, constant light, phantom weapon, and ultimate defense, was such a magical marvel constructed, one that remains unsolvable to this day. Surely, an enigmatic force must have aided them, intertwining with their magic to produce this spectacle. Could it be the deities? At that moment, Pizarian presented me with an item, a small scroll. This is a spell I exchanged with the sorcerer Emir from the kingdom of Aden, known as Emir's Disruption. You must have heard of its efficacy. It deconstructs all objects in the primary material plane, a spell that nearly rivals legendary magic. Tonight, endeavor to memorize it, and by tomorrow, we shall utilize it to breach this illusion. His tone no longer held the earlier hint of hesitation, prompting me to bow respectfully with the scroll in hand before turning away from him. Rogallo sat alone before the tent erected by the mercenaries, gazing towards the distant mountain. I hesitated briefly before joining him. The Emir's Disruption spell was the highest level magic I had acquired thus far. Its effective range was quite limited, capable of deconstructing an area no larger than a small round shield. However, It demanded an immense amount of mental energy and a lengthy incantation. Yet despite this, it had become the most renowned spell in nearly a century, earning the sorcerer Emir the title of Mage. As I unfurled the scroll, the writing on the parchment sprang to life. Each character seemed to possess a vitality of its own. Swirling and shifting before my eyes, I had to rely on my mental faculties to discern the underlying patterns, memorize them adeptly, and imprint them upon my mental it took me over an hour to successfully commit it to memory, after which a wave of dizziness and nausea washed over me, prompting me to rise swiftly and bend down to wretched in reality. I could have taken 2 or 3 days to familiarize myself with it, but time was indeed of the essence. During the process of memorizing this spell, I also uncovered another of Pazarian's subtle intentions. If I truly were the adequately gifted ordinary mage he presumed, this spell would consume a significant portion of my mental energy, rendering me incapable of recalling other formidable spells by that time. As we sought to breach the barrier tomorrow, I would once again become an apprentice able to cast only a pitiful 2 or 3 spells, which seemed to align perfectly with his desires. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as I stepped into the tent, illuminating the moonstone at the tip of my wand and opening my spell book. He wished to surprise me, and I, in turn, was determined to reciprocate. The night was spent amidst the soft snores of Rogeo and the faint discomfort wrought by memory magic. As dawn's light began to creep into the sky, I emerged from the tent and donned my sapphire glasses to gaze once more at the distant mountains. The morning light streamed in from the side, its brilliance appearing even more chaotic than the night before. Had I not recorded the locations of those 2 peculiar sites last night, it would have taken me hours to sort through the confusion now. Pazarian had once said that missing today would mean waiting another 30 years. It seemed that this illusion had not always appeared as it did now. It ought to have been more stable, more solid, even impervious to discovery of its weaknesses. After a brief period of preparation, we set forth, having taken the time to eat breakfast to ensure our stamina. The campsite was situated over an hour's journey from the mountain range. Upon the sun's full ascent above the horizon, we arrived at the mountain's base. This moment, the peak loomed even larger than when viewed from a distance, and looking up, I noticed a faint yellowish mist swirling about the summit. Before me lay a stretch of barren grassland, the wild grass no higher than my ankles, as if it had been deliberately trimmed. This grassy expanse was encircled by a cluster of stunted trees, as if some malevolent force at the mountain's foot had stifled the vigor of life, preventing them from flourishing. The mercenaries halted at Pazarian's command, positioned at the boundary between the woods and the grassland. He and I diverged, each proceeding toward opposite sides of the mountain's base. That I treaded upon the wild grass, slowly making my way toward the distant cliff. The chilly autumn breeze rendered the nearly vertical precipice a desolate shade of yellow, evoking a sense of desolation. Yet, the closer I approached that anticipated location, the lighter my steps became, as if an unseen force buoyed me, enabling me to stride effortlessly when I was merely a few meters from the cliff's base. I found that a gentle rise on my toes allowed me to leap several centimeters into the air. My robe billowed in the morning wind, fluttering like a dark cloud that refused to settle. However, an unsettling sensation accompanied this lightness, a slight nausea and anxiety akin to the feeling that followed the memorization of an unfamiliar spell. My insides felt as if they were adrift, compelling me to take deep breaths repeatedly to quell the discomfort. Through the sapphire lenses perched upon my nose, a deep purple radiance emerged. This luminescence at the base of the mountain appeared almost pitch black, an area the size of a person. If this mountain's illusion possessed an alchemical eye, it surely resided here. I slowed my pace once more, striving to extend my mental energy outward. Yet, no hint of danger pervaded the air. The only discernible presence was that of certain magical effects, spells still widely employed today, such as double fortification, solidification, and true touch. Any moderately accomplished mage of today could conjure such spells to fabricate an illusion that could deceive the mundane, like applying true touch to a piece of linen, making it feel like wood, followed by solidification to render it as hard as timber. However, the efficacy of a spell is always limited. The effect of true touch could never make a lake feel like a creamy surface, just as these spells, having been cast for centuries, could not endure for such an extended duration, especially upon such a vast mountain, unless aided by forces we have yet to comprehend. At that moment, I found myself standing beneath the cliff, a bare, Yellowish rock face extending above me for several meters, resembling an uninscribed monument. My body felt increasingly weightless, and as I reached out to touch the enigmatic rock face, it presented the most ordinary of sensations. I pressed my fingers against the surface, causing tiny particles of soil to detach and float away, not falling, but gently lifting from the rock, only to be whisked away by the wind, swirling around me. Had these merely been dust, I would not have been so astonished. Yet, what I observed were small stone fragments, akin to fingernail clippings. They had seemingly lost their weight, floating like feathers, undulating with the autumn breeze before being swept upward toward the summit. Chapter 112. You were courting death. I could not help but glance upward, and suddenly comprehended the origin of the yellowish mist I had glimpsed from afar atop the mountain range. It was not composed of water vapor, but rather this dispersing dust. I had never witnessed such a peculiar force. I could not even discern its nature. It was so gentle yet irresistible, and I found no means to combat or comprehend it. At this juncture, a mounted mercenary galloped over, stopping at a distance beyond the grassland. This was our appointed messenger. As arranged with Bizarian, we would simultaneously invoke the spell to ruthlessly dismantle this wondrous creation, revealing its true form. Before long, a low horn sounded from afar. My hearing was keener than that of the mercenary, and before he could sound the horn, I had already retreated 4 paces and began channeling the spell. Emir's disjunction bore no evident magical effects, manifesting as a nearly transparent orb of light, occasionally emitting a spark of electricity that vanished into nothingness. As I completed the incantation, the once erratic azure glow stabilized in my grasp, coalescing and aligning itself under my mental control. Poised for activation, I focused intently on a specific point upon the distant cliff and infused the spell with a mental impetus. It surged forth, slicing through the air like a fireball breaching a creamy wall, silently penetrating the faade without a whisper. Upon casting the spell, I immediately turned and departed, my steps light, as I swiftly exited the grassland and approached the mounted mercenary. The autumn wind remained cool, with occasional calls from wild beasts and birds in the distance. I stood there, gazing at the towering mountains until the autumn sun warmed my back to a scorching heat. Yet, there was no sign of activity. What could be amiss? I furrowed my brow, preparing to adjust my sapphire glasses once more to scrutinize the radiant illusion of the mountain range. Just then, I finally discerned an anomaly. The clouds atop the summit began to descend. They did not drift downwards, but rather fell. Like a cascade of yellowish earth, they unfurled from above, forming a curtain of soil. The descent was not overly slow, for I recognized that it consisted of small stones, soil fragments, and even twigs and dead leaves. Just as the mercenary raised his hand in astonishment to point at them, the debris crashed to the ground with a resounding clatter. It seemed that this impact caused the earth beneath us to tremble, and with the mountain as its epicenter, the ground sank at least a meter deep. The warhorse, sensing the disturbance, instinctively recoiled, and the mercenary had to shout to regain control of the reins. It appeared that the force binding them had been disrupted. Then, the mountain began to disintegrate. We had initially surmised that 4 points maintained this illusion, yet 2 remained stubbornly functional. This resulted in the mountain's disintegration occurring at a pace far slower than a typical landslide. Almost dreamlike, the earth and stones accumulated over the ages, along with the vegetation clinging to them, began to plummet, seeming as if constructed entirely of wooden blocks, colliding and fracturing in midair into smaller fragments. The dust generated by these collisions spread through the air, shimmering under the sunlight. Shimmering indeed. It was as if these were no ordinary stones, but rather mixed with silver powder or gemstone fragments. These clouds of dust detached from the mountainside in large clusters, cascading to the ground and transforming into a cerulean powder. The original vegetation and protruding stones began to flicker and fade, as if the spells imbued upon them were gradually losing their potency. As the earth and stones continued to fall, these visions flickered with increasing frequency. Finally, after more than 3 minutes of this surreal landslide, the magic that had clung to them utterly failed, revealing the mountain that concealed the tomb of Emperor Daedalus, a sight that would astonish even the gods. Before us stood a colossal sapphire, towering 200 meters high and nearly 300 meters in diameter, standing majestically in our line of sight. It sparkled brilliantly under the morning sun, its radiance nearly blinding. I had once envisioned this mountain harboring a fortress of bronze, a temple built of massive stones, or a mountain of bones piled high. Yet I could never have anticipated that beneath this veneer of earth and stone lay such an extraordinary existence. No, not earth and stone, The various magics sustaining the illusion have utterly lost their potency. Now, upon revisiting the remnants lying beneath the mountains, one discovers that they are, in fact, nothing but a heap of powdered sapphires, eroded from the surface of the massive stone by the relentless forces of wind and rain. But how was this feat accomplished? The sorcerers of the Iridian Empire constructed this marvel with unimaginable power, yet for what purpose? The existence of such a colossal sapphire would indeed account for the long-lasting magics that maintained this illusion, given sufficient time and magical energy. The mages of the Imperial era could have completed such a grand endeavor. However, if the sole intention was to create a furtively to conceal the tomb's location, why not simply construct a genuine mound of earth? Before I could find an answer to my inquiries, a thunderous sound echoed from afar. The immense sapphire fractured, as if a tremendous force had descended from the heavens, splitting its outer shell with a vertical seam. Subsequently, more minute fissures spread across its surface, resembling countless bolts of lightning coursing over the sapphire. The time it took for the sapphire to shatter was so brief that I merely blinked. And its surface was already adorned with a web of cracks. In that fleeting moment, a realization dawned upon me. The sapphire did not seem to be a solid, natural gem, but rather a creation of the mages forged through alchemy. The mysterious force generated by the 4 points we had disrupted prevented it from collapsing under its own weight, while simultaneously storing the spells imbued by the mages of the Imperial era, sustaining it until now. Yet, at this moment, lacking that support, the sapphire's exterior could no longer maintain its form and began to disintegrate under its own mass. Another question weighed on my mind. Such a vast sapphire, possessing a hollow structure, could have accommodated far more magic, enhancing its efficacy to the utmost. Given ample time, those Imperial mages could have transformed it into an impenetrable fortress. Yet why did it now merely project a fictional illusion? Devoid of any effective defensive measures, had I known from the outset that the structure beneath this mountain was of such design, I would never have foolishly approached it and attempted to cast a spell to dismantle it. As this thought crossed my mind, a colossal roar reverberated from the distance. The hardened fragments of sapphire rained down like droplets, and with this second disintegration, a plume of black smoke erupted from within the gem. Soaring skyward, I instinctively took a step back. Although I was quite far away, the sheer volume of that black mist was overwhelming, exerting an irresistible pressure even at this distance. The black mist seemed to possess a life of its own, swirling around before coming to a halt above us, obscuring the sunlight, resembling a vast cloud that had materialized out of thin air. It appeared to have its own consciousness, rotating languidly in the sky. I gazed at it intently, sensing that it basked in the sunlight, or perhaps reveled in this rare moment of freedom. If my deductions were correct, then another of my earlier questions could also find resolution. The sapphire shell served not only as a magical medium, but also as a magical prison, somehow confining this mist and compelling it to guard the Emperor's tomb. That moment, a singular eye materialized in the center of this high-altitude entity, a slit against the backdrop of the azure sky. It locked eyes with us from hundreds of meters away before swiftly closing again. Then, a voice akin to thunder resonated throughout the heavens. I have been cast out from my homeland, and imprisoned here for centuries. And now, you dare disturb my slumber. You seek your own demise. This voice thundered across the sky like a lightning strike, rendering the warhorse beneath the mercenary momentarily paralyzed with fear, as if it had become a statue, unable to move. Such a state had occurred before, when the fire dragon had emerged, yet this creature appeared to be even more perilous, more akin to a malevolent entity imbued with self-awareness rather than a mere beast. Reminiscent of the orc sorcerer I had slain in Gurudin, after its roar, it instantly contracted its form and emitted an even more piercing scream. This sound echoed as if hundreds of enraged souls were wailing, shaking the eardrums and leaving my mind reeling. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing this dreadful sound, an odd sensation welled up within me. I felt that I must have encountered this being before. Was it a remnant of the evil essence that accompanied my third magical power? No. If that were the case, I should have sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. Instead, while this entity evoked a sense of deja vu, it was not familiar enough to feel like a part of myself. What, then, was it? At that moment, the black mist suddenly plunged downward like an octopus, hurtling toward the position of Pizzarian and the mercenary company. They were on the other side of the mountain, while I remained at a distance. I took 3 seconds to contemplate whether to flee and temporarily evade this creature, or to approach them immediately. I then pulled the mercenary down from his mount and leapt onto the horse. However, This wretched beast had yet to recover from the earlier shock. No matter how I urged and struck it, it refused to budge, attempting to retreat instead, carrying me away from this area. I cursed in frustration and dismounted, sprinting towards Pizarian. I needed my tome, needed to enter the tomb of Emperor Daedalus. If I missed this opportunity, I feared I might never regain my power, and the dark elf sorceress from the north was lurking, bound to discover my presence sooner or later. The fire dragon had awakened from its slumber as well. It too would eventually find me and seek revenge. That I required strength to confront the chaos instigated by Denisa, to establish a mighty empire under my command, and only then could I fulfill my ambitions, whether to continue on the path to divinity or to exact vengeance upon those who had once betrayed me. I was certain I could subdue that entity. I could sense familiarity in its voice and form. I merely needed time and a calm mind to ponder. The several hundred meters ahead did not seem excessively distant. After traversing a few thickets and sustaining some scratches on my hands, I finally beheld the scene before me. The sorcerer had cast a dispel undead spell, creating a barrier around the people, much like he had done beneath the city of Garudin. However, the black mist swirled around them, as agile as a gust of wind. Though many of Pizarian's spells possessed exceptional lethality against such dark creatures, casting required time to incant. Thus, it had ample opportunity to evade those spells. As for the others that could be unleashed with merely 2 or 3 notes, they seemed entirely ineffective. After a few spells yielded minimal results against the mist, Pizarian ceased this futile endeavor. Sheltering himself and the others within the white barrier, loudly addressing the mist, "We harbor no deep-seated hatred towards you. On the contrary, we seem to have liberated you from some form of predicament. If you are a rational and intelligent being, you should express gratitude, not engage in this incessant pursuit." I believe this sorcerer possessed the means to repel it. He simply did not wish to expend excessive mental or magical energy before entering the tomb. There were more pressing matters at hand. In response to his words, the black mist indeed laughed as if it were a rational being, and with a voice resembling the collective wails of countless wronged souls, it howled. "When I was imprisoned here for the first 50 years, I swore to bestow upon my liberator all the power I could offer. During the second 50 years, I vowed to grant my liberator all the wealth I possessed. But in my third 50 years of confinement, I swear, I will kill those who released me and then exact revenge upon the entire world." Chapter 113, The Legion of Oaths. The words spoken by the mist were eerily familiar, instantly recalling a fairy tale to my mind, of a demon trapped in a bottle, denied redemption, who vowed to repay the one who freed it. Yet, its prayers went unanswered, until a fisherman inadvertently stumbled upon the bottle and released it. However, the enraged demon was determined to repay kindness with malice, and the fisherman, through cunning, tricked it back into the bottle, sealing it once more to this moment. It seemed we had unwittingly unleashed such a being. After uttering those words, the mist suddenly retreated to a distance of 100 meters from Pizarian, halting on the grass, and then began to boil. One after another, silhouettes began to emerge from the mist, coalescing into form. Those humanoid beings, comparable in height to ordinary humans, wield weapons and don armor that I can still vaguely discern. They emerge from the swirling mist, gradually manifesting upon the ground until they completely blanket the expanse of grassland before us. Just as they finish forming their ranks, the sky suddenly darkens. I look up. The sun appears to be obscured by something. A small black void emerges at the edge of the once mighty sun, which swiftly enlarges and expands, as though someone has taken a bite out of the solar orb. This is a solar eclipse. It is true. It is only when the eclipse approaches that the 4 pivotal points sustaining the sapphire barrier become unstable and visible. Yet this eclipse could not have come at a more inopportune moment, for in the distance, those warriors arrayed across the plain, a battalion of no fewer than 200, begin to emit a faint green luminescence amidst the deepening darkness. This glow can only signify one type of being, the undead. This is an army of the undead. Now, the black mist has entirely dissipated. It appears to have been coalesced from the collective consciousness of those 200 souls. I can now clearly perceive their forms. They are clad in exquisite armor, resplendent enough to rival that of a royal guard. In their hands, they wield slender swords and kite-shaped shields, upon which the insignia of the iris flower is faintly discernible. Moreover, each of them bears a longbow upon their backs. These armaments, like their corporeal forms, are composed of the same ethereal green glow. Yet, this is of little consequence. The undead need not rely on such weapons to vanquish their foes. A mere touch suffices to claim the lives of the living. And now, under the shadow of the eclipse, these beings, who inherently fear not the light of day, seem emboldened in their audacity. I find myself pausing beside a shrub, stripped bare of its leaves, scrutinizing the formation of the 200 with my true eye. And suddenly, I burst into laughter. Fortunately, they are undead, not specters or vengeful spirits. The latter are born of intense grudges or other factors, inherently possessing an extreme aggressiveness. The former, however, arise from unfulfilled duties from their mortal lives, obligations safeguarded by powerful oaths. But this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in these undead adorned with the iris flower, the undead bearing longbows, transformed from 200 elves who, upon death, were denied redemption for failing to fulfill their vows. Once bore another name 3 centuries ago, the Lich King Sultan Diggs, the elven guard belonging to Sultan Diggs, armed by him with a magical army, betrayed that demigod in the final moments, launching an assault alongside the human coalition against my Iris. Iris, the flower most cherished by Milena. Hence, I named them thus. They were meant to protect me alongside others at the periphery of the world tree until the evil within me was entirely purified, after which they would coalesce into a transcendent existence through the world tree's magic, becoming a new deity existing beneath the astral realm and above the abyss. However, they failed to uphold their pact with Sultan Diggs, neglecting to pledge their loyalty to the master who once basked in the radiance of the world tree. Thus, upon their demise, they could neither ascend to paradise nor descend into hell. They were eternally bound to the earth, enduring the torment of their bodies being gnawed by maggots, suffering the stench of decay, until their corporeal forms disintegrated into dust over time. Yet they must continue to exist in this world as undead, awaiting the day the gods fall and the stars collapse, when they may finally find release. Now, I behold them arrayed before me, their former grandeur undiminished, yet they have lost the noble elegance of the white elves, transforming into the dark beings that evoke fear and disdain. All must pay the price for their actions. My life has already dissipated once. Yet your mission is far from complete. These undead have been confined within the immense barrier by the masters of the empire, tasked with guarding the emperor's tomb. I ought to express my gratitude to my descendants. Had it not been for them, perhaps this army of the undead would have been systematically eradicated by the mages over centuries, or they might have inadvertently discovered a fragment of my magical essence and sworn fealty to it. In either scenario, I would likely not have benefited. The sun above has now been eclipsed by shadows to the extent of half its circumference, and the barrier of Pizarian stands out distinctly. I retrieve my wand from my back, holding it in hand, and slowly emerge from behind the shrub, walking directly between the ranks of the undead and the mercenaries, under the gaze of both sides. Andre seems to be calling me back to their side, his voice laced with genuine urgency. Pizarian remains silent. He must realize I am not one to court death foolishly. He knows I have my own intentions. I stride to the forefront of the formation, facing an especially tall elven undead, a mere 4 meters apart. Its visage contorts in fury at my presence, and it snarls lowly, raising its slender sword as if to summon the soldiers behind it to surge through my body and claim my life. Yet, I halt its actions with a single utterance. Orphan Lusher Istali Edrahis, Prince of the Third Epoch, Guardian of the Iris, follower of Sultan Diggs, do you still recognize me? I utter this name long forgotten for over a century. A name it likely thought lost to memory that I witnessed the flickering flame within its eye momentarily freeze, before it surges with renewed fervor. Who are you? How dare you utter such a name before me? I gaze at it in silence. Then, as when I first encountered that pixie upon the earth, awaken a certain essence within my soul, a breath of a covenant. Dishonorable traitor, do you remember your oath? I raise my wand and proclaim loudly. The essence of the oath inscribed within my soul bursting forth, rippling around us. The betrayer before me recoils as if still possessing a corporeal form, and then rasps, You are, Sultan, you have returned. How is this possible? But in the next instant, it erupts in rage once more. We are not the traitors. You are, you wicked sorcerer. We fulfilled our oath. Why must we become undead and suffer this torment? It lunges forward like a beast, unleashing such a roar, and the undead behind it echo with their own thunderous howls. Yet my heart is filled with another revelation. Indeed, matters are not as I had envisioned. I have long pondered why my guard betrayed me. Why those human monarchs with whom I had made pacts turned against me. Why those elves renowned for their solemn oaths forsook me. And most crucially, Why my dearly beloved Milena Martial would betray me. I have imagined numerous times that there existed a force that seduced them, misleading them into making erroneous choices at the final juncture, for that pixie had once told me that rumors were spread at the last moment, claiming I had become a puppet of some abyssal lord, that I was no longer the Sultan Diggs of old. This entity must possess immense power, powerful enough to instill fear in those bound by covenant, rendering them unafraid of becoming undead and suffering daily agony, capable of persuading Milena to trust him and deliver a fatal weapon into my body. Yet who is this being, with such formidable power? It is impossible that I remain oblivious to its existence. Moreover, in the tomes of the Western continent chronicling the 3 centuries since my demise, I have never encountered any trace of this figure, the sorcerer who, alongside Milena, ended my life, seemingly appeared from thin air in that moment and vanished just as mysteriously as for me. Reputed to have perished at the hands of that sorcerer, I have never glimpsed his visage. No, I have never discovered the existence of such a person by my side. There was always only Milena. I realized I might glean some fragment of truth from the undead's words, so I slow my pace, almost articulating each word as I inquire. You claim you never betrayed me. Then why did you abandon your protection at the crucial moment, instead guiding the human traitors to my presence? When Milena, that Neanderthal knight, and a certain sorcerer attempted to take my life, why did you stand idly by? Chapter 114. The countenance of the past. That is because the undead roars in fury, attempting to respond to my inquiry. However, just as it is about to reveal the truths I long for, its features suddenly contort and blur, as if an invisible force is trying to crush its form and choke its throat. The latter half of its statement is stifled within its mouth, and despite several attempts to voice its words, it remains unable to convey its message to me. That a fleeting chill coursed through my heart. It seemed to signify yet another oath, an oath whose potency rivaled the blood pact forged between us and them. This vow, however, obstructed its utterance of the truth from that fateful day, a truth that even our covenant's strength could not contest. My mind fell into a state of chaos, yet I soon found my voice. If you have not breached your vow, then why have you become a wraith? You must ask yourself, Sartan. It roared once more. Yet again its subsequent words were stifled by the might of the oath. At that moment, its form began to flicker. Though it was a wraith, it remained bound by the constraints of the vow. As it attempted to defy the oath twice, some force threatened to unravel its very soul. Thus, I relinquished my desire to extract the truth from it, for the information I had gleaned brought an unexpected sense of relief, regardless of the forces that bound and deceived them. At least, they did not seem to have genuinely betrayed me. Likewise, Milena, the one I held dear, appeared not to have truly forsaken me either. I wished to savor this fleeting moment of joy, even temporarily abandoning my pursuit of answers, fearing that further words from them might ignite once more the flames of fury within me. The days ahead were long. With my journal in hand, I had ample time to unravel this mystery. Yet now, I needed them to once again heed my command. Thus, I softened my tone and approached the wraith. This would convey my sincerity, for if it took a single step forward and extended its hand, it could claim my life. Orphan, it seems a misunderstanding has arisen between us. I believed you to have betrayed me, while you believed you fulfilled your vow, yet here we stand in this dire state. But please, recognize the truth before you. I am a being reborn of the soul, and you, in your current form, are a wraith. The oath we forged in the sight of the gods has exerted its power, not to annihilate my soul, but to subject you to this suffering. I gazed into the decaying visage of the wraith, where flames danced in its eyes, and continued. Yet regardless of your anger and grievances, I too share in this sentiment. I seek the one who has sown discord between our noble friendship. You have one final opportunity to escape your current plight, to ascend to heaven or descend to hell, or to choose to become human once more. That is, to continue following me and fulfill your original promise. Having uttered these words, I awaited their response in silence. The army of wraiths seemed to possess a unified consciousness, standing like their silent commander, Orphan, who eventually lifted his head. No, Sardan has rejected me. I frowned. I perceive that you are not the entirety of your former self. We can indeed aid you in achieving your desires. However, as a fragmented soul, can you truly offer us redemption in our final hour? We have existed in this wraith form for nearly 3 centuries, and we understand souls. Yonder lies the absence of something fundamental within yours. I understood. Indeed, my soul lacked certain elements. Aside from the malevolent traits I suppressed within the cursed sword, there were also two other powers tethered to it. The conditions of the pact forged by our mutual souls and bloodlines were indeed stringent, and I comprehended their concerns. However, at that moment, the wraith spoke again. But when you regain power sufficient to match your former identity, Sartan, you may seek us in the subterranean fortress of the elves. Only then shall we become your allies once more. Forgive our actions, it emphasized through gritted teeth, for you have indeed betrayed us. Now, should you wish to enter the Emperor's tomb, you may command us to withdraw. We are bound by a pact with those mages to guard his tomb. Yet, if it is your command, then due to the potency of our blood pact, we can depart at once. I yearned to voice my thoughts, but ultimately let out a sigh if what it claimed were true. Then he was indeed still my former captain, the elven prince, the loyal and steadfast orphan lusher Isterli Edrihis. Once he made up his mind, it was difficult to alter, especially since they stubbornly believed I had erred. Thus, I took a step back and declared loudly, "Then now, I command you to leave this place." An uproar erupted around me, as the wraith warriors swiftly coalesced into a swirling mist, sweeping across the sky, gliding past the sun, now merely a faint crescent, and vanishing into the distance. That I turned to face Pizarian. He had dispelled the protective spell against the wraiths and leaned on his staff. Observing me, I was uncertain whether he had overheard my exchange with the wraiths through some spell, yet I trusted he remained unaware, for the astonishment and wariness in his gaze suggested otherwise. But if he were to discover my true identity, things would not be so simple, and I felt no need to explain anything to him. At this juncture, no explanation could foster trust between us. All he could do was continue on his path, for the time he had left in his life was dwindling. Long-term use of legendary spells had drained his vitality by the time we departed from Guru Din. His condition was already on the brink of collapse. No, it must have been during the journey. Before setting forth, he had scavenged a plethora of magical materials from the dilapidated village, hoping to heal himself, only to discover his health had deteriorated beyond salvage along the way. Thus, he performed a procedure on himself, fueled by a willpower beyond ordinary imagination, transforming himself into a rudimentary being, akin to a magical puppet. This explained the foul stench and the metallic scent in the carriage those days. He sealed away the remnants of his vitality, and upon successful transformation, he took my blood, employing a spell I had devised, soul displacement. This spell required the blood of the subject as a medium, gradually establishing a stable connection between the two. Then, once both souls adapted to each other's bodies, the spell would be completed in a location imbued with potent magic. By that time, Pizarian would inhabit my youthful form, which he deemed wise, while my soul would be transferred to his. Soon to perished, I began to recall the fondness he had expressed during our lengthy discussions after entering Guru Din. That sentiment stemmed not only from genuine admiration for my knowledge, but also served as a foundation for his future existence. He could take me as his pupil, and at some future moment, when his vitality waned to an irretrievable state, he could save himself through my body. We exchanged glances for a moment, and then Pizarian called out from a distance, "Did you defeat them?" Mark Zaysa, "Yes, I have persuaded them to retreat and promised us entry to this tomb." "Then, will you come over now? Join us?" he inquired. I hesitated for a moment, then cautiously approached him. "Of course, master. I shall forever follow in your footsteps." We organized our ranks and advanced toward the collapsed sapphire. The mercenaries must have rejoiced at their decision not to leave midway, otherwise, they would have only acquired moonstone instead of the readily available sapphires at their feet. Some even removed their shirts to wrap the items representing gold. Neither Pizarian nor I stopped them, nor did Andrade. We even granted each individual a few minutes to fill their packs before we continued onward, for the three of us understood this was likely their last chance to possess these precious gems. The tomb of Deadless was vastly different from the graves these mercenaries may have plundered before. It represented fears and deaths far beyond their comprehension. Thus, we did not mind pausing briefly to indulge in the last traces of joy for most of them before they departed from this world. As we neared the location of the former ridge, the fragments of sapphire beneath our feet accumulated higher. When we finally reached the base of that ridge, we gazed down into a massive pit, a pit with a diameter of 200 meters. A colossal chasm reflecting a metallic sheen. It resembled a giant chalice crafted from the astral metal by the gods, buried deep within the earth. The only access to that dark abyss was a spiraling staircase along the smooth metallic walls, although the staircase was wide enough for three to walk side by side. Its enormous diameter rendered it perilously narrow, as if one could easily plummet from the iron walls and be shattered to pieces. Chapter 115. The power of Bond. I detected a certain fervor in Andre's eyes. An emotion bordering on fanaticism. I am acutely aware of the thoughts occupying his mind at this moment. Behold, this is the tomb of that emperor, the sepulchre of deadless, the resting place of his ancestors. That man once commanded an empire that spanned half of the western continent. He possessed the capacity to undertake such a monumental endeavor, to forge a grave of steel and iron for himself in the afterlife. With these emotions weighing upon him, he and the mercenaries first ascended the initial flight of stairs, a staircase devoid of railings, although its width could comfortably accommodate 3 individuals walking side by side. We dismounted our steeds, proceeding one by one along the wall. Few have ventured to such a perilous location, especially one that descends vertically into an abyss of darkness, concealing unknown and terrifying monstrosities. I had once attempted to locate the alchemical eye that I had shattered, which had supported an entire sapphire shield. However, it lay buried beneath the shards of gemstones, and Pizarian seemed to lack the patience to join me in unraveling that mystery. Thus, we silently entertained the same thought. Once I acquired what I sought, I would have ample time to seek it out and study it. We descended the staircase in silence, gradually discerning something unusual beneath our feet. I had initially assumed that these walls and steps were forged of iron. Yet, as my foot made contact, a different sensation washed over me. The sound upon contact was not the dull clang of iron, but rather a soft whisper, akin to treading upon a thick carpet. I was clad in leather shoes, while Andre wore greaves reinforced with iron. Yet even those armored boots made nary a sound. Resembling the gentle tread upon a wooden floor, I furrowed my brow, drew my dagger from my waist, and, as we walked, made a decisive scratch along the remarkably smooth wall, leaving not a trace. I once again thrust the dagger against the wall with force, and was met with a sharp crack. The blade shattered. This is not iron, Pizarian remarked from behind me, but something far more resilient. I refuse to believe this is a creation of the imperial era. I did not turn around, but instead plucked the fragmented blade from atop Rogeo's head, continuing, just as I do not believe they possessed the capability to create that which we have destroyed. The power they wielded seems entirely distinct from the magic I am acquainted with. They must have received aid from others, be they human or divine. Do you think the ancient mages were necessarily less powerful than the modern ones? Pizarian appeared intrigued by the discussion. Setting aside our personal grievances, he was indeed a respectable scholar. I suspect you are alluding to the Neanderthal Empire. I chuckled. You will tell me that the people of the Bond Empire possessed powers that exceeded those of any era before or after. Yet, I do not believe that to be magic. It remains a force beyond the realm of magic. It seems you have delved into this subject. Then, provide an example. His voice was hoarse, accompanied by a dull cough. I surmised that even his augmented body was nearing its limits. He attempted to divert his focus, engaging me in discussions on topics of mutual interest. For instance, the war between the Bond Emperor and the Dragonkin, I stated, with the assistance of some formidable force. The Bond Emperor nearly vanquished all the dragons on the western continent, then marched upon their lairs, the isolated island of Glesia, suspended above the Dazerite Ocean. The Bond Emperor's army wielded some powerful weapon that annihilated 28 dragons in a single strike. Historical accounts describe that weapon as follows. It breathes fire, yet produces no smoke. Its power is limitless. In an instant, fierce winds arise, clouds churn. The sun seems to sway in the sky, casting down vast amounts of dust and stones. The earth suffers from scorching and trembles incessantly. The dragons are seared by the intense heat, while other creatures collapse lifelessly. Flames surge and roll. Trees fall in rows as if beset by a forest fire. Dense tongues of fire rain down like a sudden storm from all directions. Thousands of war chariots are obliterated. The corpses of the fallen are rendered unrecognizable by the dreadful heat, like charred trunks. Never before had we witnessed such a terrifying weapon. You see, we all understand that magic cannot achieve such effects. Some extraordinary mages may, at a great cost, slay a single dragon, but to obliterate 28 dragons in one fell swoop. No, that cannot possibly be the power of magic. Your historical acumen is astonishing, Mark, he chuckled, followed by a few more coughs. However, that era is far removed from us. Historical records often exaggerate the achievements of emperors, deifying them, if we are to consider the true circumstances of that time. It was certainly not as such. I would rather believe that even the gods began to fear the power of these ancient dragons and thus obliterated them from this realm. They were After all, creatures that had emerged from the abyss. But if the Baan Emperor's strength was bestowed by the gods, why then did he later endeavor to construct the Tower of Arrogance, seeking to ascend to the heavens and challenge the gods? I replied, the Baan Emperor was no fool. Later records state that this emperor grew overly confident in his power, attempting to breach the heavens to annihilate the deities. However, Master, anyone with a modicum of common sense understands that one does not ascend to the heavens merely by standing at a high point. If a tower could serve as a staircase, why not venture to the Himalayas? They seem even higher. If the power granted by the gods could indeed obliterate the gods, then the gods would be woefully foolish. Indeed, this was a dialogue between two mages, recounting the hidden history of the Western continent. Our voices echoed in the peculiar terrain surrounding us, amplified, allowing all the mercenaries to eavesdrop on our conversation. Many cast curious glances forward or backward, then began to listen more intently. So, what power do you believe it to be? Pazarian's smile faded, his tone becoming as grave as that fateful night in Gurudin. It is precisely this power. I tapped the wall beside me. Master, the capital of the Baan Empire, along with the Tower of Arrogance that was later destroyed by the Light Angel, lies just to the south. I then sealed my lips, choosing not to speak further. For to articulate the thoughts churning within me would seem utterly incredible and far too bizarre, even to myself. The mage fell silent for a moment, then hesitated. Are you suggesting those dwarves? At that moment, Andre halted ahead of us. After a brief pause, a few dull thuds echoed. Here, the path is obstructed. He intoned that I furrowed my brow and maneuvered past the 6 individuals in front of Rogeo. Indeed, the way was blocked. An obstruction of transparent, lift-like apparatus had sealed the path. This contraption appeared to have emerged on the Western continent decades prior, predominantly employed by the affluent and noble classes. They crafted small chambers framed in sturdy wood, encased in glass, then affixed them to the exterior of castles or high-rises, operated by human power. Not only did it facilitate the transport of food and small items, but it also allowed one to admire the scenery outside during heavy snowfall. Yet I had never encountered such a thing before. Shatter it, I commanded, for through the transparent glass, I could discern that the lift continued downward. I have tried, Andre replied, raising his longsword once more and striking the ground. Yet apart from a sharp crack, the transparent exterior bore no marks. He shrugged. Neither the morning star nor the spiked mace proved effective. I leaned closer to examine the lift. There were no ropes utilized for its ascent or descent. It merely hung there, solitary, suspended within the passage that encompassed these stairs, halting before us. Only magic will suffice, I sighed, turning to Pazarian, who stood not far away, and shrugged my shoulders. Master, the Emir disintegration spell has drained too much of my mental energy. I lack suitable spells to employ. Pazarian, fully aware that I was deceiving him, nonetheless found himself without recourse. With a somber expression, he approached, and I assisted him slightly. Mind your health, Master. I imagined he was yearning to employ the soul displacement spell upon me as swiftly as possible. The spell he cast was known as spatial projection, a high-level incantation. Its effect folded the space before the lift with that behind it, creating a rudimentary passage that allowed us to traverse the obstruction in a single step. This passage would not endure for long, and after the mercenaries swiftly crossed, it promptly sealed. However, an astonishing event transpired. Just as we stood beyond the lift, it abruptly shattered into countless tiny crystalline fragments, cascading down like rain, until, much later, faint sounds of impact echoed from below. This subterranean cavern appears to be at least 100 meters deep. Thus far, the air we have been breathing remains relatively fresh. However, I am uncertain whether we will find breathable air as we delve deeper underground. Pazarian and I possess our own means. The spell Eva's Kiss enables the caster to breathe freely in deep waters. I might even be able to memorize it in the moment for Kaisar and Andre, bestowing this enchantment upon them. As for the others, they can only pray for the favor of fate. The long staircase has left us utterly fatigued, both physically and psychologically. As we reached the midpoint of this cavern, the eclipse in the sky finally came to an end. The light of the sun once again filtered in, thus expanding our field of vision. In the depths ahead, it seemed that faint inscriptions were etched into the walls that I cannot fathom what kind of force could leave such marks upon these hard surfaces. Yet, as we approached closer, I discerned them clearly. They were inscribed in the language common among the upper echelons of Neanderthal nobility during the era of the Baan Empire. Praise to the Lord of the Void, the god of eternal slumber. You shall awaken and embrace the world. I furrowed my brow. What manner of being is this Lord of the Void, God of eternal slumber? Why have I never heard of it before? And these inscriptions, they are indeed inscribed in Neanderthal script. Does this miraculous creation truly bear a connection to the Bon Empire? Or did the Emperor of Bon once wield such power? I exchanged a glance with Pizarian. And within each other's eyes, we recognized astonishment. Considering our master's physical condition, it took us 2 hours to traverse this passageway. Looking up, the sky had shrunk to a mere fingernail size, casting only a weak glow. I refrained from using my wand for illumination and instead instructed the mercenaries to light torches. This serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to ascertain whether the air here is unfit for human respiration. If so, the torches would flicker feebly or even extinguish. Secondly, certain perilous creatures have a penchant for attacking bright targets. At the end of the staircase lay a pool of water, where a dozen torches blazed fiercely. Tearing through the darkness, it seemed there existed some ingenious ventilation system, allowing the depths of over 100 meters to retain fresh air, even exuding a slight chill. The walls here were no longer of that peculiar material, but had been adorned externally with a layer of marble, upon which fierce beastly reliefs and oddly attired figures were carved, each a quintessential representation of the Bon Empire's artistry. It appeared that this was not a tomb deliberately constructed by Emperor Daedalus, but rather, he had discovered this relic from the Bon Empire and subsequently repurposed it into his own sepulchre. The entrance to the inner chamber should be upon the wall. We groped our way along the reliefs. Maximus had previously mentioned to Pizarian that, due to certain historical ties, he retained some information regarding the tomb of Emperor Daedalus. However, judging by the expression on my master's face, it seemed that Maximus's information bore little resemblance to the actual conditions here. The water beneath our feet gurgled, my leather shoes now thoroughly soaked, the chill creeping into my toes with discomfort. The expressions of the mercenaries ahead reflected caution and confusion, resembling a procession of mourners at the bottom of a pit, or a group of souls destined to descend into the abyss of hell. Chapter 116. Daedalus. We spent an hour meticulously exploring every crack and pattern on the stone wall, ultimately discovering an anomaly at the eye of a griffin relief. A mercenary, while probing, inadvertently pressed upon the protruding stone, and a dull grinding sound echoed as the stone bearing the griffin insignia slowly ascended, revealing a passageway behind it, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. We never anticipated that the path to the tomb would be uncovered so easily, and for a moment, we exchanged glances in disbelief. That I leaned closer to Pizarian and whispered, "Master, you once told me that you have information from Maximus regarding this tomb. If you know anything at this moment, I believe it would be prudent for you to share it with me. Surely you have noticed that this place is far more intricate than we assumed. It may very well be a force with which we are unfamiliar." He turned to regard me in the dim light, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing his lips. "Maximus? That is not a name you should utter." "Apprentice." After a moment's hesitation, the mercenaries began to cautiously file into the passage. I watched as they gradually vanished into the darkness, then turned back to Pizarian, finally saying, "Indeed, I am weary of this charade. My esteemed master." "Yes, I am not Apprentice Mark Zashi. We are merely a band of fellows enamored with wealth and women." After that Mark was dispatched by a dark elf's puppet. May he find joy in the heavens. "We obtained the secret missive intended for you. You must have long suspected what followed, but we truly desire only the riches contained herein. As for that tome of Sartan, it is not something I can claim. The only benefit it has brought me is perhaps hastening my liberation from this world. Therefore, I hereby extend to you a renewed invitation to join us in this tomb. You shall acquire your tome, and we shall procure our riches. As for what transpires after we leave, we will not disseminate the knowledge of your possession of that artifact. And you should not attempt to eliminate us. I am aware of your current frail condition, and you know I am no mere apprentice. If mutual slaughter is unnecessary, I hope we can remain temporary allies. Let us proceed." Pizarian unexpectedly interrupted my words, displaying an unexpected decisiveness. In truth, he had likely already comprehended the matters I spoke of. Given that his body seemed on the verge of collapse, he was indeed disinclined to engage in idle conversation with me. I grasped Rogeo's arm tightly, following him into the narrow passageway, and then his voice echoed ahead. "My information is not comprehensive. I merely know a few key points. There is indeed considerable wealth within Daedalus's tomb. You may take it. However, the Emperor's remains are housed within a colossal crystal sarcophagus to ensure his eternal preservation. It is imbued with numerous enchantments from the imperial era, adorned with gemstones imbued with potent magic. I require your assistance to open it and retrieve that tome within. Additionally, within the tomb, there are said to be formidable magical constructs. They will ensure the Emperor's slumber is undisturbed. Without my permission, none of you must, under any circumstances, touch anything inside, even if it is a heap of gold. Any reckless action may very well cost you your lives, especially you mortals. Then he fell silent, no longer speaking. I raised an eyebrow. Is that all? What else would you like to know? I chuckled softly in the darkness, falling silent as I allowed Rogeo to grip my robe tightly, ensuring he would not be dragged into a corner by some lurking danger when my attention faltered. The walls of this passage remained of the same rough-hewn stone. Yet I suspected that, like the exterior, they were constructed anew atop a wall made of that peculiar material. After walking for about 10 minutes inside, the leading mercenary halted, emitting an incredulous exclamation from a distance. I quickened my pace to join him, and suddenly, the view before me opened up into a realm of light. The passage culminated at a precipice, and we now stood at its edge, with a chasm yawning below us, revealing an expanse that was vast beyond imagination. If the mountain above had already left me astounded, the structure here defied all connection to reality, for from my estimation, this space was at least the size of an entire village of Gurudin. And this was no naturally formed underground hollow. It seemed to be a perfect semicircle, with a high dome above adorned with countless twinkling lights, a 5-pointed star surrounded by evenly spaced circular luminescent spots, as though its radiance illuminated the entire world. Below, a silvery liquid flowed languidly. This silvery substance reflected the light from the dome, rendering this immense space as bright as day, even more luminous than daylight. There were no columns to support this cavern. How could it possibly remain uncollapsed? And the liquid at the bottom appeared to be surging upward rapidly, as if upon our opening the stone door, some mechanism within had been triggered, causing this substance to begin flowing forth from a drainage outlet. It was at least 100 meters deep beneath our precipice, equivalent to the height of 3 6-story Aden cathedrals stacked atop one another. Yet even so, I discerned what that silvery liquid truly was, and was taken aback that it was that which I had named mercury, the very liquid that emits noxious vapors. This moment, it rapidly spread across the bottom space, surging upward with great speed. As the mercury ascended, enormous stones also began to rise beneath. From our elevated vantage point, we could clearly discern the contours formed by the stones, which astonishingly resembled the shape of the Western continent. Raising my gaze to the ceiling above, I beheld points of light emanating a dazzling brilliance, seemingly infused with some arcane force. Suddenly, a thought struck me. This appeared to be a symbol, emblematic of the starry sky, the ocean, and the land. Even in death, that sovereign remained unwilling to relinquish his ambition of conquering the Western continent. Thus, through some miraculous power, he constructed a miniature world beneath the earth, a diminutive version of the Western continent. The mercury surged upward with remarkable speed, halting only when it reached the level of the cliff upon which we stood. All others, even Master Pizzarian, exhibited profound curiosity towards this unprecedented liquid metal. When I first refined it, I harbored a misconception, believing this luminous substance to be of extreme heat, akin to molten iron. Yet, in reality, it was cold and slippery, reminiscent of incompletely solidified cream. This vast expanse of water soon settled into stillness. A mercenary attempted to plunge his longsword into it, only to retract swiftly, gently brushing the blade with his fingers, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is cool. This is mercury," I intoned gravely. "Its vapors are highly toxic. Do not inhale them." "But how do we cross?" Andre furrowed his brow, stirring the beautiful liquid beneath his feet with his longsword before tossing a small dagger from his belt into it. We presumed that the iron weapon would sink, yet it floated atop the surface, much like a piece of wood on water. I understood that this seemingly liquid substance was, in fact, denser than iron. Were it not for its toxicity, we might have ventured to tread upon it, provided we maintained our balance and did not fall in. However, at this moment, I found myself at a loss. Perhaps I could conjure a large block of floating ice with magic, but where would we go once we stood upon it? This space was exceedingly vast. Yet apart from the rocky formation of the Western continent, there seemed to be no other location that could harbor the crystal coffin of that emperor. Yet, in the next instant, a transformation occurred in the distance. The land crafted from rock, a circumference of approximately 200 meters, suddenly illuminated with a gentle yellow-green glow. The light gracefully spread across the gray-black surface of the rocks, gradually solidifying into innumerable tiny components: trees, rivers, houses, and castles. These miniature entities cascaded down the mountains of rock, ultimately forming a vividly lifelike map of the western continent. Before we could marvel at this sight, a white light suddenly appeared above the western continent. This luminescence twisted and swayed, eventually coalescing into a humanoid figure, an individual 10 times the size of an ordinary human. He possessed flowing golden hair and a thick beard, with cold brown eyes and a visage as sharp as a blade. Clad in a black velvet uniform adorned with a row of resplendent badges, he wore a golden crown upon his head. Almost everyone gazed at Andre in astonishment, for the figure in the distance bore an uncanny resemblance to their mercenary captain, Emperor Daedalus. Was this an illusion conjured by his magic? I turned to look at Andre. At that moment, he was so taken aback that he could scarcely speak, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his lips trembling as if he were about to step into that sea of mercury. The other mercenaries appeared equally awestruck by this imposing figure, with several female warriors unable to restrain themselves. Dropping to one knee in reverence of the dominator of the Western continent from over a century ago. Chapter 117. The mysterious power. This was the effect of magic. This apparition was imbued with a spell akin to enchantment, instilling in the impudent intruders an instinctive fear and reverence. In the next moment, a voice echoed throughout the space. What audacious and impudent beings dare to disturb my slumber? The apparition appeared to come alive, slowly surveying the crowd before fixing its gaze upon Pizarian. Are you their master? This entity seemed to possess its own consciousness. Yet Pizarian murmured to me, the selection of subjects for the spell is based on the strength of each individual's mental fortitude. The prowess of the mages from the Imperial Age is indeed formidable. Pizarian did not respond to the apparition's query, but instead bellowed to the mercenaries, stand up. This is but an illusion, not a tangible existence. However, the specter immediately furrowed its brow and retorted sharply, how dare you question my authority? No sooner had the words left its mouth than a spark erupted from the location of the Malika Mountains on the western continent. I scarcely had time to comprehend the nature of the spell or to conjure a protective shield for Pizarian before his body was struck by an invisible, colossal force, sending him hurtling backward with a resounding crash. My heart raced, and I quickly cast a spell, summoning a deerfiend shield for myself, then turned to see my master collide against the wall. His robe appeared to have already been imbued with some protective magic. Yet even so, blood trickled from his lips, and his left arm seemed to have been violently fractured, bent at an unnatural L shape. Fortunately, his body, transformed into a magical puppet, did not possess a keen sense of touch. Thus, he soon regained his footing with the aid of 2 mercenaries, standing tall like he had on that fateful day before the gates of Garudin, his hair and beard billowing as he roared, causing a series of magical lights to flicker around him, shaking off the mercenary support and striding toward my side. The Emperor's apparition flickered momentarily due to the previous assault, yet soon regained its composure, still speaking with a voice filled with wrath. You shall pay for your arrogance, insolent one. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by the magic of my master. Countless fireballs, each the size of a thumb, erupted forth, followed by a dozen swirling azure orbs. After unleashing these 2 spells, my master's form transformed into a cascade of iridescent light, resembling the hues of my nails before casting rainbow. Subsequently, a colorful figure burst forth from his body, sprouting wings, wearing a feathered crown, and wielding a rainbow staff, launching itself like a true beam of light toward the Emperor's figure, now 100 meters away. Enraged, my master employed his exceptional rapid-fire technique, unleashing 3 highly destructive spells within the time frame. It would take an ordinary person to recite a single incantation, including a 9th-level spell, Prismatic Doppelganger, just shy of legendary status. Immediately, a tremendous fireball erupted upon the Emperor's apparition, torn asunder by the gusting winds, and ultimately enveloped by the rapidly enlarging figure, first shrinking into a brilliant point of light, then exploding outward, as if a miniature sun had been conjured within this space. Everyone shielded their eyes from the blinding brilliance, the white light washing over the entire area, not merely illuminating, but possessing the power to cleanse the dark entities. However, when we finally opened our eyes again, we discovered the Emperor's figure had once again coalesced, yet this time, it flickered erratically, and even the words it uttered were distorted. What audacious, impudent beings dare to disturb my slumber? It began to repeat this phrase over and over, gradually fading until it vanished completely. Along with it, the vegetation, rivers, and houses that had clung to the rocks dissipated, and I finally noticed that beneath its feet, where sparks had previously erupted, countless blue embers began to shimmer. Shortly after its disappearance, these embers abruptly released a billow of thick smoke, accompanied by a deafening explosion that sent debris flying into the air. Then silence reigned and Andre's expression morphed into one of peculiarity. I surmised that anyone witnessing the obliteration of their ancestor's apparition would likely wear a similar countenance. I approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and softly remarked, it was merely an illusion. He turned to me, replying quietly, after all, it was his illusion. The entrance lies just there. Nearby, my master quaffed a potion. His brow furrowed as if struggling to adapt to the peculiar taste, gesturing toward the distance, where a cave entrance had revealed itself, concealed beneath the rock, following the recent explosion. You ought to do something, he continued. I sighed and approached the edge of the cliff, retrieving some salt from my robe sleeve, preparing for a spell. Now that my identity had been made clear, I no longer needed to feign being that inept apprentice. I had witnessed his power firsthand. He indeed possessed the capability to eradicate us all here. It seemed that to eliminate him, I would need to rely on that method, the one he believed to be infallible. A massive, thick block of ice began to take shape beneath our feet. This spell was known as Bridge of Ice, typically employed over gentler streams, forming a bridge of solid ice across the surface of the water. The only obstacle we faced was the considerable distance separating us from the floating island of rocks, where the transparent ice extended only halfway before coming to a halt. This was the extent of the spell's power. However, this was of little concern. We first reached the end of the ice bridge, then severed it, and with blades in hand, we sliced through the mercury that led us to the edge of the floating island. At which point we dared to take a deep breath. It seemed we finally had the opportunity to meticulously investigate the source of that mysterious power. The attack that had just sent Pizarian flying did not resemble any magic I was familiar with. It was swift and fierce, forsaking the inevitable dazzling visual effects typically accompanying magical assaults, rendering it even more unpredictable. I found myself deeply enamored with this enigmatic force. The mercenaries behind me had not yet leapt from the floating ice. I pulled Rogeo to the side of the gaping hole, immediately catching a familiar whiff of sulfur. Under the illumination of the luminous specks overhead, everything on the ground was rendered distinctly visible. Sharp-edged fragments that were anything but stone, vibrant strands that sparkled with faint sparks, and exquisitely crafted metallic tubes, both smooth inside and out. These items were densely scattered near the opening, appearing mystically under the pale glow emanating from below. I crouched down, cautiously extending a finger towards the blue flame, attempting to touch it. However, an unsettling sense of danger surged from my spine to my brain, as if some instinct was urgently warning me. Retreat. I abruptly withdrew my hand, abandoning the perilous thought that had crossed my mind. I realized I resembled a mere mortal who had unwittingly wandered into a wizard's chamber, whether it be the crystalline test tubes or glass crucibles, or the vividly colored magical potions and bizarre magical creatures. They would undoubtedly evoke immense curiosity. Yet, should they err in their interactions with these items, the consequence could be disfigurement, madness, or even death. Now, I stood before a similarly wondrous power, utterly ignorant of it, with a single misstep potentially leading to a far more tragic outcome. Pizarian approached me from behind, glanced at me, and softly remarked, "Once I obtain that manuscript, you will have ample time to study these curiosities. For now, let us proceed." The fragrance emanating from him grew increasingly potent, likely due to the earlier impact that had caused a portion of his body to rupture, releasing the spices and magical materials contained within. I could only hope he could endure until he helped me acquire my manuscript. Beneath the significant gash lay another passageway, yet this was not the origin of that passage. It appeared the entrance was not located in the center of the floating island, but rather at some point along the cliff where we had previously stood. Nevertheless, we continued to leap down. Several unfortunate souls twisted their ankles from the 3-meter drop, likely still reeling from the shock of the earlier battle. Regardless, this was a far better outcome than I had anticipated. At least no one had yet perished. We journeyed deeper along this passage, its stone walls adorned with an exceedingly rare luminescent moss. The faces of my companions took on an eerie hue, and amidst the strange atmosphere, Rogeo appeared surprisingly calm. Following my instructions, he gently grasped the hem of my garment with his slender hand, quietly walking beside me, reminiscent of our strolls along leaf-strewn paths or overgrown meadows. I observed the greenish tint on his profile. A sense of tranquility washed over me. This passage seemed relatively short, though it could also be a result of our mid-journey entrance. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, the front line of our group halted. A mercenary shouted from the front, "Dead end. Nothing ahead." A dead end. I furrowed my brow and approached. Indeed, before me lay a true dead end. Two grotesque statues flanked the passage's end, separated by an exceptionally smooth wall. I attempted to cast a detection spell, but the results indicated that the stones forming this wall were at least several dozen meters thick. Chapter 118. To Andre, I scrutinized the statues closely, and a smile crept across my face. How amusing. To encounter such a near-extinct entity here. The statues stood a human's height, perched upon a 1-meter-high stone pedestal. Their heads resembled those of humans, bald crowns, slightly curved ears, hawk-like noses, and mouths revealing two hooked fangs. Yet their bodies were cloaked in feathers, with retracted magical wings, and each hand and foot bore curved claws, presenting a grotesque and terrifying visage, akin to a dreadful creature that had escaped from the abyss. Yet I knew these little beings were far more endearing than they appeared. Two gargoyles. Gargoyles flourished long before the era of the Bon Empire. They were indeed creatures that had emerged from the abyss. Or rather, they had been exiled from it. It was said that a certain lord of the abyss had attempted to create flying warriors to combat a skeletal dragon that roamed his territory. However, due to the failure of the magical experiment, the resulting warriors turned out to be weak and timid, and quite comical. Enraged, the lord banished these failed creations from his domain, exiling them from the abyss to the disgustingly clean surface world. Subsequently, these beings were tamed by mages due to their other traits and employed in specific capacities. However, they could not reproduce, thus gradually diminishing over time, until during the reign of the Bon Empire. They had become virtually unseen. They could transform into tangible statues while sleeping, retaining their master's commands, and upon being stimulated by external forces, such as an attempt to breach the barrier they guarded, they would awaken to convey messages. Given their frailty upon awakening, one robust adult could easily dispatch two lively gargoyles. Their presence here undoubtedly signified a particular mission. Perhaps that mission was to guard the path to the tomb. I turned to the mercenaries and called out, "Who is the virgin?" The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. I inquired once more, and this time they confirmed my query, erupting into laughter. A young man, his face flushed, was pushed forward, while several others playfully ruffled his hair, chuckling. "This fellow is a virgin, I assure you, master." I grinned, pulling over the burly man behind him. Creatures from the abyss do not favor the pure blood of virgins. Before the young man's smile could fade, I used a small dagger, missing its tip, to make a shallow cut on his wrist, collecting a handful of blood before releasing him. He, bewildered, asked, "Is this it? Would you prefer I drain you completely?" I retorted with a chuckle. Giving him a nudge back into the throng, he hurriedly slipped back, and I approached the gargoyles, smearing the blood across their mouths. The blood was swiftly absorbed, disappearing entirely. The two statues underwent a peculiar transformation. Color emerged on their forms. That common fiery red skin of abyssal creatures, and layers of accumulated dust fell from their bodies, as their wings unfurled slowly, and their limbs slightly bent, before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The two gargoyles yawned widely. Then, akin to startled hens, they flapped their wings and leapt skyward, incessantly crashing against the wall behind them while emitting a cacophony of shrill cries. "Tomb Raider! Intruder! Thief! Fraud!" I shrugged, stepping back a pace to avoid the dust kicked up by their flapping wings, and called out, "Silence, gargoyles!" Immediately, they ceased their antics, returning to their perches, eyes wide open as they regarded me, alternating their speech. "Tomb Raider! Thief! You may ask us 2 questions, and then you must leave." They then erupted into fits of laughter, only to abruptly halt, their bell-like eyes fixed upon me. I helplessly rubbed my forehead. Seemed the beings of the abyss were rather peculiar. Fortunately, they were not like the Bartu demons, impulsive, irritable, devoid of reason. Though these little creatures were timid, they were stubborn as could be. They had informed me that only 2 questions could be posed, and it seemed that was indeed the case. Otherwise, even if I were to dismantle them piece by piece, they would not utter another word. That was one reason these little beings had vanished so swiftly from the Western continent. Yet a question nagged at me. if the very purpose of this tomb was to ensure the emperor's remains remained undisturbed. Then, why construct those stairs on the massive outer wall? Why establish a passage at the bottom of the cave leading to that sea of mercury? Why place 2 gargoyles here? They seem more like sentinels awaiting someone. I cast a discreet glance at the impassive Andre and suddenly recalled a certain event on that fateful night in Gurudin. After I proposed entering his ancestor's tomb, he initially displayed extreme anger, only to suddenly regain his composure. I had thought his desire to restore his family's honor had suppressed some inner conscience. However, the events that followed, be it his hesitation before the assassination of Maximus or his fury upon discovering Johnny's death due to my actions, did not resemble the demeanor of someone capable of making such a calm decision in those circumstances. There must be a reason, something unknown to me, that compelled him to accept my proposal, which he has yet to disclose. Nonetheless, I turned towards the 2 gargoyles and posed the first question: how can we open the door behind you? The 2 little creatures paused for a moment before speaking in turn. It requires blood. The blood of royal descendants. Applied to the door. Their response confirmed a suspicion that had lingered in my mind. That Emperor Daedalus was indeed awaiting someone. If I were to speculate freely, my conclusion would be that he seemed to foresee the collapse of his empire after his death, and thus prepared something within this tomb for his descendants. To reconstruct an empire, Pizarian, upon hearing their reply, immediately coughed deeply in excitement, then parted the mercenaries to approach me, whispering, "Do not waste time. Let us shatter this door together." "Shatter," I exclaimed in astonishment. To break it in such a confined space. I cannot guarantee the safety of those behind us, immense wealth, or the lives of those mortals. He leaned closer, lowering his voice, exhaling the scent of spices. "You must make a choice." He seemed to be at the end of his patience. Yet, I smiled and took a step back. "No, master. We still have an ace up our sleeve. Allow me to reintroduce the leader of the King's Sword Mercenary Corps, and also the last living member of the White Mallow royal family of the Ori dynasty. His Highness Prince Andre Gers." My words did not invoke an uproar, but rather a profound silence. Those mercenaries were likely stunned by the revelation, for they should know my character. I have always been serious. Never one to jest in such moments. That a prince, a descendant of the legendary Emperor Daedalus, and they had lived alongside this prince for so long. They should indeed be rendered speechless in their sheer astonishment, especially in an era where even an audience with a baron is so difficult. Pizarian furrowed his brow, pointing at Andre in a manner unbecoming. "You mean to say he is a descendant of Emperor Daedalus? This is impossible. The White Mallow royal family has long ceased to exist. The facts speak for themselves." "Master." I chuckled softly, then watched as Andre silently stepped forward, lacerated his palm, and smeared the blood upon the wall. We gazed at the unremarkable stone surface, hoping it would transform like the 2 gargoyles had moments ago. However, nearly 5 minutes elapsed, and as the blood began to dry, the wall remained unresponsive. The mercenaries behind us began to murmur, while Pizarian watched me and Andre in silence, not uttering a word. Andre frowned and approached once more, tearing his wound wider to apply more blood. Yet after another 5 minutes, the wall remained utterly still. That I halted Andre, who was poised to approach again, and turned to the gargoyles. "How much royal blood is required?" They blinked their bell-like eyes, then cheerfully replied, "Half of the blood will sprout sharp spikes. Sacrifice a life. Then the door shall open." My expression darkened, not just mine, but Andre's and the mercenaries as well. Any normal human would perish after losing half their blood, let alone needing to sacrifice a life. If Andre truly offered half his blood, then the one who would die would undoubtedly be one of these mercenaries. When I turned to look at them, they had ceased their whispers and began to retreat silently. "Are you truly certain he is a descendant of Daedalus?" One of the masters suddenly inquired. That I detected an unusual tone in his voice, and a surprising thought flickered in my mind. That I recalled another spell, mirror image. I nodded promptly. "I assure you, master, if we fail this time, we shall employ the method you suggested." Pizarian, with a somber expression, approached Andre. He collected Andre's hair, skin, blood, and nails. Next came the lengthy preparation time of an hour. Mirror image is a legendary spell that can create a near-identical duplicate of the subject using their hair in a short period. This duplicate possesses all the physiological traits of the subject, but has the intellect of a mere child. The master intended to use this magic to create another Andre, then sacrifice his life and blood to open the door. I explained the effects of this magic to the waiting Andre, and his expression darkened. "You mean I must kill another version of myself? I did not respond to his query, for at that moment, Pazarian's magic neared completion that a transparent orb materialized in the air, seemingly composed of water. Then, in a green glow representing life, this orb gradually expanded, ultimately hovering above the ground. Within it, a blurred light began to writhe and twist, slowly coalescing into form. Shaping into a human figure at that moment, Pazarian appeared unable to sustain the spell any longer. He coughed heavily, and the orb abruptly fell. However, the magic completed just in time. The liquid comprising the orb splattered across the ground, even splashing onto my freshly dried boots. Then, a human figure on the ground twitched a few times, groaning, before struggling to support itself with its hands. Attempting to rise, Pazarian leaned weakly against the wall. Gesturing to Andre, "Go. Use his blood to open the door. In half an hour, this magic will lose its effect." Andre hesitated as he approached the figure, bending down to observe it, like a child encountering a newborn lamb for the first time. But the mirror image promptly placed a hand on his shoulder and, using him for support, managed to rise, gasping for breath, just like a baby seeing its mother for the first time. The scene felt peculiar, a man gazing into the eyes of another man, the latter completely unclothed. Chapter 119. The Silent Legion. You know, Andre suddenly said to me. I once had a twin brother. During a winter hunt, he was impaled in the chest by a wild boar's tusk, while saving me. Later, I drove a dagger into that boar's skull and held a grand funeral banquet in my village, sharing the beast's meat with everyone, but I could never bring him back. Now that I see him, it feels like I am looking at my brother. At that moment, the mirror image let out a long sigh, coughed up some water, and weakly said, Andre, I do not wish to die, Andre. I repeated my earlier statement. My time is limited. Andre. He lifted his head to meet my gaze, then suddenly reached under the mirror's armpit, hoisting it up and dragging it towards the stone wall. The duplicate clawed at him with its fingers and teeth. But these attacks were utterly futile against Andre's armor. He quickly backed the figure against the wall, grasped its throat, and whispered, Forgive me, my brother. For the restoration of the White Mallow dynasty, please die for me. The mirror image seemed to resign itself in despair, its eyes reflecting an eerie calm. Then Andre appeared to reach for the dagger at his waist to sever its throat, but the motion froze as his hand delved into his waist. He staggered back a few steps, and blood began to drip to the ground. In the hands of the doppelganger rested his dagger, the blade still glistening with fresh crimson stains. He had attacked Andre. Without hesitation, I seized a long sword from a nearby mercenary and hurled it with great force, striking the doppelganger squarely in the chest. Initially, he wore a fierce expression, poised to lunge at me with the dagger once more. However, my blade pinned him against the wall, rendering him immobile. I hurried to support Andre, who was gazing in disbelief at the doppelganger, now affixed to the wall, blood frothing from his mouth due to a lung wound, his exact likeness. How could he harm me? I bent down to examine Andre's injury and exhaled in relief. His armor had provided effective protection. The dagger's edge had pierced through the chainmail of his abdomen, but had been halted by the inner lining, penetrating merely half an inch into flesh. Though blood flowed profusely, it was not fatal. Do not forget, it was you who wished to kill him first. Had you been more decisive, he would not have to endure this suffering. First pierced in the lung, then slowly suffocating as blood filled his trachea. I withdrew a vial of medicinal powder from my sleeve and sprinkled it over the wound, the powder seemingly alive as it seeped into the layers of his armor, quickly staunching the flow of blood. Moreover, this is but a reflection, Pazarian interjected. Whatever you wish to do, he will do as well. In truth, you should count yourself fortunate that you did not act with true resolve earlier. Otherwise, the injury would not be there, but here. He gestured to his own left chest. With a grim expression, Andre broke free from my grasp, drew his longsword, and without hesitation, plunged it into his chest, ending his suffering. By now, blood had pooled around our feet, soaking a large area of ground before the doppelganger ceased to breathe. A familiar emblem suddenly materialized on the previously barren wall, a shield of crossed swords and a crown of white hibiscus. This emblem swiftly absorbed the blood from the ground, emanating a soft, blended crimson glow. Yet, contrary to our expectations, the stone wall before us did not open. Instead, a dull sound emanated from the left, and a massive stone shifted aside, revealing a chamber of stone. This should not be termed a chamber, but rather a space. Emperor Daedalus appeared to have an affinity for grand architecture. The vast expanse before us, towering several meters high, was still half the size of an ancient Garudin village, lacking the luminous points that had previously hung from the ceiling. Only a few enormous moonstones infused with magical energy served as sources of light. Casting a particularly dim atmosphere within this space, as I scanned the surroundings, I could scarcely discern the distant scenery that we cautiously stepped inside, only to encounter a situation akin to before. A precipice loomed before us. However, this chasm did not plunge hundreds of meters, nor was it a sea of mercury. It was filled with statues, all of human size. These statues stood in immaculate military formation, featuring warriors on horseback, infantry wielding swords and shields, heavily armored cavalry, and even centaur warriors wielding dual blades alongside troll fighters. They seemed to possess life, their gazes menacingly fixated upon us intruders. Silent yet foreboding, we were momentarily rendered speechless by the sight before us until one mercenary, attempting to lighten the mood, remarked nonchalantly, "They're merely statues." Yet, his words acted like a spell. The instant he finished speaking, the eyes of every statue in the space flickered to life, igniting with an eerie green glow. These points of light illuminated in sequence from afar until the closest row of statues also opened their eyes, fixating upon us with an ominous gaze that I instinctively recoiled, not solely due to those eyes, but also because of the distant green light. Behind us, approximately 200 to 300 meters away, at the very center of the formation, a platform materialized from the darkness. Moments later, the two gargoyles we had seen in the passage descended, cradling a human form in their claws and depositing it upon the platform. The human lay still for a moment before rising, casting a side glance our way as he approached a massive crystal coffin, radiating magical green luminescence. Situated at the platform's center, I was taken aback. This individual was none other than the doppelganger of Andre, who should have perished, while mere mortals could not perceive the unfolding events from afar. I beheld the breathtaking scene with clarity. The Andre, still marked with 2 gaping wounds in his chest, approached the crystal coffin and effortlessly lifted its lid, revealing within a corpse, its visage mirroring that of Emperor Daedalus. The body rapidly decomposed upon contact with air, reducing to mere bones within mere breaths. Yet, the Andre nonchalantly tore off a segment of his own shin bone, then began to rip apart his own leg. He cruelly peeled away his flesh. Barely any blood flowed, and, devoid of any sensation of pain, he began to wrench at his bones, employing every means possible to extract the bloodied segment of leg bone, then inserted the skeletal fragment into his own leg. The torn flesh seemed to catalyze a rapid healing process, restoring itself to its original state in an instant. Next, he began to tear at his foot. Suddenly, I comprehended his intent. There must be a mysterious array inscribed upon the outer wall, one that absorbed the blood of royal descendants, aiming to resurrect the ancient emperor, Daedalus, using the lifeless body as a vessel. Stopping him was the first thought that crossed my mind. Andre noticed my expression and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" Your ancestor, Emperor Daedalus, is attempting to resurrect himself using that doppelganger's body," I replied. "At the current rate, we shall witness his awakening within 5 minutes. He is going to be resurrected?" A look of unexpected delight flickered in Andre's eyes. "My ancestor is coming back to life." "Do not be so pleased," I growled in irritation. "He can use the lives of his descendants as a sacrifice. Do you truly believe he would be particularly grateful to you? The doppelganger will likely remain for another half hour. Once he realizes that the body he occupies is not real and is on the verge of vanishing, what do you think will happen? Will he entrust you with his wealth and power, or will he seek to reclaim his original body?" Andre instantly regained his composure, hesitating as he replied, "So, you mean, we must kill him, if we wish to escape alive?" "Yes," the master said in a raspy, somber tone. "Now, while he is yet to be resurrected, while that crystal coffin remains open, charge forward." In truth, I suspected he sought to obtain a new body in that ledger. I could vaguely discern several small artifacts arrayed beside Daedalus's remains, perhaps including what I desired. Meanwhile, the doppelganger had already replaced his other foot and was now mercilessly tearing at his thigh. Many of the mercenaries began to hesitate. Those statues were watching us, their eyes shifting in response to our movements. Anyone would find it unsettling to be scrutinized by hundreds of silent statues with glowing green eyes, especially since they could advance at any moment. That I drew a backup sword from a mercenary wielding a 2-handed sword and hurled it forcefully towards a statue of a swordsman. Its head shattered upon impact. But to my astonishment, a red and white viscous substance erupted from within, It appeared that the statue had originally been crafted from living flesh. However, the other soldiers remained motionless, their gazes growing ever more furious and sinister. The green fire in their eye sockets intensifying. Chapter 120. The awakening of darkness. Deadless did not resurrect. It seemed these entities could not act on their own. My actions reassured the mercenaries. One by one they leaped from the precipice, cautiously navigating among the statues. These ancient soldiers glared at us with their eerie green eyes, yet they were powerless to turn their heads. Forced to watch helplessly as we approached their sovereign, our pace quickening that I fell and stepped beside Andre, gasping as I asked, "Are you prepared to kill your ancestor?" "He is no longer my ancestor," he replied with a furrowed brow. "I have even killed myself." I released a breath of relief and tucked Rogeo under my arm. Following the mercenaries, the few reckless souls even smashed through the statues, allowing bloody chunks to splatter across their faces, seemingly fueling their bloodthirsty fervor. These mercenaries were battle-hardened, not merely accustomed to the slaughter of mortals, but seasoned from confrontations with orc sorcerers, spectral entities, and legions of the undead. I wager that even if an entire squad of skeletons, having traversed from the abyssal depths of hell, stood before them now, they would charge forth with a roar, bolstered by my support. The foremost warrior leapt over two centaur statues wielding dual blades. Vaulting onto the platform, brandishing his mace as he aimed to pounce upon the mirror image that was tearing at its own ribcage. However, before he could release his weapon, his body suddenly split in two, behind him. The two towering centaur warriors, each standing at least 2 meters tall, shook off the dust from their forms, revealing their sinewy muscles, and effortlessly cleaved through his body with their curved sabers. In the aftermath, the two centaur warriors howled in fury, their eyes glowing with a ghostly green light as they charged towards us. That moment, I noticed that beside the crystal coffin on the platform, 2 streams of blood tears cascaded from the eyes of the mirror image. It appeared that he had somehow momentarily awakened the 2 sentinels, but this also signified that as his body became more complete, the number of warriors he could summon would increase. Without hesitation, I completed the incantation for magic missile mid-stride, detonating one of the centaur warriors attempting to descend upon us from midair. Meanwhile, another foe, after decapitating a mercenary with his great sword, found his own head severed by Andre's blade. Yet, his body continued forward, propelled by inertia, colliding with a mercenary who spewed blood before crashing to the ground. At this juncture, 6 mercenaries had already ascended the platform. Yet they too could not draw near the soon-to-be-revived Deadless. At that moment, Andre's doppelganger forcefully extracted his own rib and shoved it into the skeletal remains, as if he were a humanoid formed from slime, capable of encompassing even a boulder within his form. Then, with a pained groan, 6 more great swords were spun and hurled, pinning their bodies firmly to the ground. Several mercenaries seemed to waver, and Pizarian bellowed, "Charge forward. The ones behind have already been revived." No sooner had he spoken than a few rusted iron arrows whizzed through the air, pinning 2 more to the ground, their shafts quivering incessantly. I turned to look behind. The sword and shield soldiers had already raised their weapons, advancing towards us with a somewhat rigid gait, bellowing for His Majesty the Emperor. Just then, a wall of fire erupted before them, the azure flames of magic forming a curtain of fire around us, instantly reducing the foremost statue soldier to ashes. Pizarian then positioned himself among the mercenaries and unleashed another spell, Savage Maw. A gaping maw adorned with sharp, menacing teeth materialized, swirling behind the wall of flames as it consumed everything in its path. Soldiers being torn apart as if they were being fed into a meat grinder one by one. Yet, at this moment, the warriors beyond the platform began to awaken and surged past the Emperor towards us. It seemed we were hopelessly unable to prevent Deadless's resurrection. However, we were obstructed by another group of soldiers. I attempted to unleash a magical strike against the distant Emperor Deadless, yet it appeared that an invisible barrier surrounded the crystal coffin, perfectly repelling my spell without even the slightest indication of disturbance. I realized that ancient sorcerers must have inscribed powerful protective spells upon it, and thus I abandoned my efforts, shouting to Pizarian, "Do you have the rainbow sphere?" The enraged sorcerer paused at my words, then grudgingly shouted, standing firm as he began to cast the high-level spell under our protection. The relentless ancient legion drew ever closer, and our ranks had dwindled to a mere 11 warriors. I drew forth my wand, striking at the advancing ancient soldiers during the brief moments of casting, nearly exhausting myself. At that moment, the sorcerer's magic was finally ready. An explosion of multicolored light radiated from him, forming a semicircular barrier upon the ground that enveloped the remaining warriors within it. The high-level spell, Rainbow Sphere, conjured a radiant shield to protect its bearer. Those within the sphere could neither be attacked nor counterattack foes outside. Until the spell's effect waned, a towering troll warrior charged forth, wielding a bronze-spiked club, aiming a vicious blow at a mercenary fortuitously sheltered within the sphere. The mercenary, terrified, raised his broadsword in defense, even closing his eyes in anticipation. However, the spiked club struck the vibrant glow of the barrier and was repelled with equal force, flying from his grasp and shattering an entire row of dormant soldier statues behind him. The soldiers surrounded us, and after exhausting all means and finding the luminous barrier impenetrable, they fell silent. At that moment, the doppelganger upon the platform had ripped apart his own skin and, with unimaginable strength, began to crush the skull of Emperor Daedalus along the seams of the bones, piece by piece adhering them together. Even white brain matter oozed from his head, and he appeared utterly unfazed. As he affixed the final piece of skull, allowing the skin on his face to slowly mend, he rose, donned the garments that once adorned the skeletal remains, adjusted them, and then surveyed us silently before speaking. Invaders. What era is it now? But Andre, gazing at him for a moment, posed another question. You are Daedalus, Emperor Tigers? The resurrected monarch then focused his attention on Andre, whose face was smeared with blood, and furrowed his brow. Clean your face. Young man. Andre was taken aback for a moment, then tore a piece from his garment to wipe his face clean, revealing his countenance. The monarch on the platform regarded him, then spoke in a cold, unyielding tone. You bear the surname Gers. Yes, I do bear the surname Gers. Then, the White Mallow dynasty has perished. His expression revealed not a trace of sorrow or nostalgia. Rather, it exuded an icy detachment. His voice echoed in the vast hall, reminiscent of the emperor from over a century ago, questioning his subjects within the grandeur of his palace. More than 150 years ago, it was usurped by traitors, your majesty. Andre lowered his head, his voice growing increasingly reverent. Yet you have come here, attempting to plunder my tomb. Daedalus slowly seated himself upon the crystal coffin as if it were once more his throne. The two centaur warriors beside him knelt, bending their forelegs and raising their forearms to serve as the arms of that throne. No, I have come in accordance with your last will. Andre cast a nervous glance at me, then seemingly resolved himself. It has long been passed down in my family that before your demise, you left behind the plans for your tomb, suggesting that after the fall of the White Mallow dynasty, your descendants could enter your sepulchre to acquire great power and wealth, thereby reviving the empire. So that was it. This explained why Andre's attitude had shifted so rapidly that day in Garudin. And you have lost it. The emperor spoke again, his tone reflecting a peculiar fondness for such assertions, unwilling to inquire or speculate, but rather stating with certainty what he believed, allowing no room for doubt. Yes, we have lost it. Andre replied quietly. Descendants of those who have lost their imperial power. How dare you seek to revive the emblem of Gers? The monarch's first smile emerged, yet it bore a harsh chill. To allow you to enter my tomb after the empire's fall was not to grant you power, but to use your bodies to facilitate my resurrection. His voice grew sharp once more. And now, I have been reborn upon this land. Therefore, the banner of the White Mallow dynasty shall be planted across every inch of the western continent, until the world's end. In that moment, Andre grasped the meaning of his words, his eyes widening in astonishment. Your Majesty, you are unworthy of the great surname Gers, the emperor pronounced fiercely. The descendants of those who have lost their imperial power shall no longer be acknowledged by me. And you all, he surveyed the other dozen individuals, shall become the first offerings in my conquest of this world. But, when your father, Emperor William, spoke the same words to you, how did you respond? The sorcerer's voice suddenly rang out, his wand maintaining the barrier as he glared at Daedalus. Chapter 121. Do you know who I am? A flicker of emotion finally crossed the emperor's face. Anger flared momentarily before vanishing. Two sorcerers of a false dynasty, he coldly declared, daring to be so disrespectful. It seemed the sorcerer was aware of some of the emperor's past. I felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly came to terms with it. This sorcerer appeared to be nearing 200 years of age. Given his stature, he must have been a prominent figure within the empire long before the fall of the White Mallow dynasty. Thus, it was only natural that he would be privy to some of the secrets of that dynasty. Yet, Pizarian disregarded his derision and continued. Your father, Emperor William, spoke these words when you faced your first defeat in battle. It is said that in that moment you wept inconsolably, severing a finger and vowing to cleanse the shame of that time with future glory. Yet now, as you utter these same words, do you intend to pass down that dishonor upon your descendants? I noticed the man on the platform subtly bent his left little finger upon hearing this remark. However, seemingly due to the acquisition of a new body, that hand remained intact. He straightened his posture and slowly replied, concealed within a magical barrier, "You arrogant fool, do you truly believe I am powerless against you?" As he spoke, he rose and raised his hand towards the crystal coffin. The lid was immediately drawn upward by an invisible force, gently lifting and sliding aside. He then bent down and retrieved a book from the chaotic pile of burial artifacts within the coffin. The book, bound in mahogany, bore the marks of time, its cover darkened from prolonged handling. Its corners were adorned with gilded edges and small gemstones, while a moonstone pentagram was embedded at its center. It was merely the size of a palm, fitting perfectly in Daedalus's hand. Yet the book seemed infused with an inexplicable energy, trembling slightly the moment it was exposed to the air, as if it possessed a life of its own. Yearning to escape the Emperor's grasp, I recognized it, and no one else in the entire Western continent could be more familiar with it than I. It was my journal, acquired by the later Emperor Daedalus. At this moment, it must have sensed my presence, longing to return to my side. Yet the rainbow sphere encased me firmly. It could not find me. Emperor Daedalus let out a soft hum, then opened the book. A faint glow emanated, a phenomenon characteristic of a mage's journal containing high-level spells. The pure power of those mysterious inscriptions resonated incessantly with the North Star, safeguarding its rightful owner with magic. Perhaps some scribe had once obtained a fleeting acknowledgement from it through an incomplete copy. However, it now reclaimed its original imprint, for its true master was near. Daedalus appeared to be attempting to memorize a spell from the journal. Yet I knew that at this moment, those words must have appeared blurred to him, eluding precise imprinting into the sea of his consciousness. A growing look of frustration surfaced on his face, dispelling the icy demeanor he had previously maintained. After struggling for over 10 minutes under my watchful gaze, he finally relinquished his futile efforts and roared in anger. "Why is this happening?" This did not surprise me. What truly astonished me was how this Emperor Daedalus could possibly be a mage. When he had moved the crystal lid moments ago, I had realized it resembled the mage's hand, often employed by sorcerers. Now, he could concentrate fully on the journal for over 10 minutes. One must understand that even some quite powerful mages would suffer severe mental strain, even risking insanity if they attempted to fixate on this book for such an extended period. After his fury, he seemed to recall something, swiftly seizing a large blade from a nearby centaur guard. Raising his left hand and forcefully slicing downward, his little finger was severed, and the protruding bone jutted from the flesh. It was then that I noticed that intricate magical symbols were engraved upon that exposed bone, which I had mistaken for dirt accumulated over time during the previous battle. It appeared that these magical symbols, present on every bone in his body, produced a peculiar effect, enabling him to wield magic in a manner akin to having it stored within a gem. Even granting him the qualification to read my journal, he discarded the large blade and attempted once more to memorize the spells within the journal, but fell silent after yet another failure. Muttering word by word, "Milan, Nian, that dark elf dared to deceive me." My earlier inference alongside Pizzarian seemed to be confirmed. That dark elf mage indeed possessed a copy of my journal. It appeared she had reached some form of accord with Emperor Daedalus, resulting in an exchange. In his later years, Daedalus had indulged in magical research, yet historical records noted no accomplishments. It seemed this emperor had indeed concealed certain matters, secrets involving dark elves. Pizzarian suddenly whispered in my ear, "Prepare your magic." I turned slightly in surprise. He coughed heavily and said, "Look to the west." While the emperor was engulfed in anger and dismay, I discreetly glanced toward the darkness of the west, straining to discern for a long while, until I finally saw a space darker than darkness itself. Then it dawned on me. High-level magic, dimensional rift. It turned out this mage had unleashed such a spell before employing the rainbow sphere. This dimensional rift would drift slowly after its creation, gradually approaching the vicinity of the caster. However, its speed was not constant. It began as an unremarkable dark fissure, then accelerated, ultimately transforming into a bolt of black lightning. We were positioned directly opposite Emperor Daedalus. Shortly, the dimensional rift would return to the mage's side, then dissipate. But before that, it would first pass through Daedalus's body. Thus, I pulled Rogeo back behind Kaisa, who stood beside me. That child Rogeo was remarkably fortunate. Even at our most perilous moment, he had not utilized a single innate spell, instead following me closely as we dodged danger, narrowly escaping that I witnessed ancient soldier's blades slice past his ears and cheeks repeatedly. Yet he remained unscathed. I even suspected that as long as I stayed beside this little fellow, I too would share in his good fortune. However, what I currently prayed for was that the black dimensional rift would precisely slice through the center of Daedalus' head. If so, I would not need to employ the rainbow I was preparing. I would bestow it upon the mage beside me. The rift's speed as it roamed westward gradually increased. It began to claim the lives of those loyal soldiers behind Daedalus. Yet those ancient warriors did not seem like ordinary humans, but rather undead beings created through some form of magic. They fought valiantly, yet their flaw became apparent now, witnessing the black rift snatch away one life after another. They adhered to the Emperor's command, maintaining their defensive stance, their ghostly green eyes fixed upon us, not a single warning uttered. Bodies touched by the rift were drawn apart, like slime, in an instant, disappearing without a trace. After claiming the lives of dozens of ancient warriors, the rift accelerated further, shrinking and hurtling toward the mage. Just then, in a fit of rage, Daedalus hurled the journal back into the coffin. This action caused his head to tilt slightly. The black lightning grazed his neck in that instant, shooting toward the mage's side, then suddenly dimming, ultimately vanishing. A brief silence ensued. We glared solemnly at the Emperor, whose face remained twisted in rage as he regarded us. Then a fissure began to stretch and expand across his neck, as if it could no longer bear the weight of his head. Yet he did not perish like an ordinary man. With his final strength, he raised his right hand, pointing at us, his throat emitting a hoarse growl. Destroy them. The once motionless ancient warriors surged back into action, roaring in unison, "For His Majesty the Emperor!" I awaited Daedalus's demise, anticipating the subsequent stillness of those ancient warriors. Yet at that moment, just as I prepared to direct my finger, gathering the rainbow light towards Pizarian after Daedalus's fall, he suddenly lowered his shield. Countless blades descended upon us, catching several mercenaries off guard, cleaving them in half. I sought to turn and evade, only to find myself unable to move. A numbing sensation spread from my feet to my neck, engulfing my vision in a gray haze. Damn that Pizarian. He had employed petrification on me. This spell could instantly transform a person into a stone statue, rendering them immobile, speechless, and incapable of casting any spells, yet also impervious to ordinary weapons. He had preemptively calculated to ensure those mercenaries would perish. Then, once Daedalus fell and the area was secured, he would utilize the magic contained within my journal to complete the spell of soul transfer, seizing my body. My head could not turn. All I saw was Andre and Kaisa struggling to resist, yet they too bore numerous wounds. Rogeo sensed the unusualness of my clothing's hem in his grasp and glanced up at me. His expression remained remarkably calm. He continued to stand beside me, while blades and swords whizzed past his ears, cheeks, and sides, yet he remained unharmed. At this moment, Pizarian had empowered himself with the Direfinder shield, enduring the slashes of the ancient warriors and the close-range fire of crossbows. Raising his hand to cast gravity upon Daedalus, the double gravity accelerated the detachment of his head from his neck, and within mere breaths, it rolled to the ground, while his body remained upright in that fleeting moment. As the revived life departed from him, the ancient warriors surrounding us abruptly halted their movements, reverting to stone statues. All I could perceive before me were the gravely injured Andre and Kaisa. The former gazed in disbelief at the Emperor's severed head rolling on the ground, his eyes betraying emotions that seemed to oscillate between sorrow, shock, and perhaps regret. With great effort, the master ascended to the platform, then turned to face me, speaking in a tone befitting a victor. "Regrettably, you hesitated." I could not articulate my emotions, merely humming in response within the confines of my mind. "I suspect you have grasped my thoughts to some extent. Indeed, I once underestimated you. You have proven yourself to be quite a formidable mage. Give yourself another 30 years, perhaps you would ascend to become the youngest master in the history of the Western continent. Yet, young one, your own cleverness has led to your downfall." He paused, then wearily gestured dismissively. Seemingly drained of further words, he did not even spare a glance at the barely conscious Andre and Kaisa, instead staggering towards the crystal coffin beside Daedalus. He was intent on retrieving that manuscript. Peering inside, he emitted a soft, much like Daedalus had. Then, he bent down, commencing a search among the precious burial artifacts, yet found nothing. His brow furrowed at last, and he even discarded his wand, using both hands to cast aside the treasures, one by one, until the entire coffin lay bare, devoid of the item he had envisioned. He then rose in despair, staggering over to Daedalus' remains, desperately rifling through his garments. Still, he uncovered nothing. That I began to chuckle internally, observing him suddenly whirl around, casting a suspicious gaze at me. Was it you? Are you the one behind this? Unable to voice a reply, I remained fixed in a stony gaze, akin to a statue. He pondered for a moment, then waved his right hand, casting a spell upon me. I finally felt my head regaining freedom, though my body remained petrified. Where is it? He bellowed in rage, coughing violently. Give it to me. Sensing the increasingly potent aroma of spices in the air, I smiled faintly and slowly spoke. Pazarian, do you know who I am? Chapter 122. I am Sartan. He furrowed his brow in confusion, then urgently exclaimed, whoever you are, tell me where that manuscript is. Relax, Pazarian, just relax, I replied with a smile. Allow me to consider what you require that manuscript for. Oh, the manuscript containing high-level spells is imbued with formidable magic. That I, in fact, you ought to possess such a manuscript, though you regard it as a treasure and refuse to bring it forth. You merely transcribed a few high-level spells onto parchment, then concealed it once more in some hidden place, safeguarding it with numerous powerful and perilous enchantments. You seek to cast the soul transference spell, I continued. You wish to exchange bodies with me, but at this moment, you cannot find an object imbued with potent magic to serve as a catalyst. What will you do? Look at your body. It is on the verge of splitting apart, is it not? Much like that young girl we encountered in Guru Din village. How do you know of the soul transference spell? He suddenly frowned, calming at the mention of the term. I also know the method you employ to transform yourself into a magical puppet, and I can even engage you in discussion about the ancient sorcerer Sartan. Diggs, everything you wish to know, including his favorite food, preferred color, favorite vacation spot, or even his favorite spell. He hesitated, scrutinizing my face for the first time with newfound seriousness, then gently shook his head. Impossible. How could I entertain such a foolish notion? What are you contemplating? I asked with a smile. So, who do you think I am? No, this cannot be. He shook his head and slowly retreated. You cannot be him, you. Indeed, Pazarian, I stated, my demeanor shifting as I spoke each word deliberately. I am Sartan, the dark sorcerer, the lord of the undead, the demigod lich, the king who exists between past and future. Sartan, Diggs. He finally halted, staring at me for several breaths, then erupted in fury, shouting, even if you are Sartan, even if you have been resurrected. What of it? You have lost all your power. You must tread carefully to appease me, to gain entry into this tomb, and now, your body is within my grasp, you. But his words abruptly ceased as his gaze fell upon something in the hall. The vast space was silent, and a certain sound grew increasingly distinct. It was the sound of a book cover scraping against the stone floor. Pulled by an invisible thread, it rose and fell at a measured pace. Finally leaping to my side, it had found its master, and its master was in need of it as well. As Pazarian screamed in desperation upon its contact with me. He pointed his wand at me. No, but I swiftly raised my right hand, and from several meters away, I grasped his neck with an invisible force. Lifting him off the ground entirely, I tightened my grip and bent down to retrieve the manuscript. The familiar and potent magic surged through my body, and the constant spell of purifying radiance I had affixed to myself repeatedly dispelled my petrified state, alleviating my exhaustion, pain, and weakness. Thus, I touched the corner of the manuscript to the still-breathing Andre and Kaisa, causing their wounds to close, halting the flow of blood and dispelling their weakness. Then, with the invisible force of my right hand, the mage's hand, amplified several-fold by the manuscript, I tightened my grip around Pazarian's throat, rendering him incapable of uttering incantations or casting spells. I stepped upon the statues of the ancient soldiers below, advancing methodically until I stood before him on the platform. I had intended to spare your life, Pazarian, I addressed his elevated head, yet you dared to scheme against me. Had you not foolishly believed you could conquer me, I might have granted you a dignified death. His body began to crack. An increasingly intense aroma of spices permeated the air. He would not perish from asphyxiation due to my grip on his throat. After all, a magical puppet's body did not require breath. Yet he would lose his ability to move as his form shattered. That was the outcome I most desired. I had initially planned to direct his consciousness into the sea of spirits in Rogeo before he attempted to cast the soul transference spell upon me. There, he would be lost, but not dead. His body reduced to a lifeless shell. However, this conclusion pleased me just as well. I need not bear the explosive release of magical energy stored within a sorcerer at the moment of their death. And I could leave him here to experience the slow decay of his body over the decades. This was not due to any cruelty on my part, but rather, I could not ensure that his magical explosion upon death would not collapse this tomb. As the gemstones and spices within him began to spill from his robes, Pizarian ceased his struggle to tea that moment. The magic sustaining his body began to dissipate, while the mental power and remembered spells embedded in his soul were preserved intact. He retained consciousness, yet could not move that I released my grip, and he fell to the ground like a sack. His eyes could shift, yet he could not raise his head to see me. Then, I slowly sat upon the nearby crystal coffin, propping my chin on 3 fingers, silently observing Andre and Kaisa below. They lay in a pool of blood, yet their minds were clear. They had heard my exchange with the sorcerer, and now looked at me, seemingly at a loss for words that I spoke. I recall, Kaisa, that on our journey here, you bore pain on my behalf with your own body. Thus, you have an opportunity to choose, oppose me or follow Andre. Then I turned my gaze to the descendant of Emperor Daedalus. And you, Andre, I require your assistance. Therefore, you too have a choice, to become my ally, to help me establish an empire with your aid, and in turn, wield your earthly authority. No, do not rush to respond. I am indeed Sartan. Sartan, Diggs, the lord of the undead who has slain millions upon the western continent. Should you choose to ally with me, step forward. If you choose to oppose me, then draw your sword, and I shall slay you and your followers. Andre gazed at me for a moment, then reached up to wipe the blood from his face, standing tall with his sword in hand. Caesar glanced at him, then at me, and rose alongside him. I rubbed my temple and extended my hand toward him. Andre raised his longsword, while Caesar, standing behind him, similarly leveled his sword, aimed at his own back. Then Andre let out a muffled grunt, channeling his strength to hurl his longsword towards me, yet I did not flinch. Allowing the blade to whirl past my ear, followed by the dull thud of steel embedding itself, the figure of Emperor Daedalus, now headless, stumbled back 2 steps under the force of the sword before crashing heavily against the lid of the crystal coffin. With another flick of my right hand, I seized the head of Emperor Daedalus from the ground. However, Andre's longsword had not inflicted a fatal wound on the body. In truth, I had already discerned the reason upon hearing the commotion behind me. Life concealed. This is a legendary spell, one that does not require the caster to be a mage. It conceals the soul of the subject within the first phalanx of the left hand's ring finger, rendering them impervious to ordinary physical attacks. At that moment, Daedalus's head turned in my grip, while his body slowly withdrew the longsword, and from the mouth of that head came words, "How dare you raise a weapon against your ancestor?" I brought his head before me and scoffed, "Ancestor? Your Majesty, do not forget one thing. Just now, when you rejected my claim to the White Mallow royal lineage, you ceased to be my ancestor, Emperor Daedalus." Andre coldly echoed my sentiment and stepped onto the platform. "Then you shall be obliterated here together." The head of the emperor let out a derisive snort. And once more, the ancient warriors surrounding us awakened, silently encircling us upon the platform. "I am curious what power grants you the audacity to utter such words in my presence, the master of this tome." Daedalus, with a slight exertion of my right hand, the head began to distort, blood trickling from its eyes. "I possess at least 6 methods to utterly annihilate you, by eradicating that segment of bone from your left hand. Stripped of the magical protection of my tome, what right do you, as an undead creature, have to stand as my adversary? Merely these clay statues," I bellowed, reciting 4 brief syllables. Instantly, a tempest erupted, swirling around the platform. Its fierce blades of wind ruthlessly shredding the ancient warriors surrounding us. A deluge of blood surged skyward, cascading over the soldiers beyond. Yet, those warriors untouched by the magic remained steadfast in their loyalty, not budging an inch. This further confirmed another thought in my mind. Daedalus feared me, the infamous sorcerer, yet he possessed something that instilled in me an equal measure of trepidation.